This book narrates the tale of a blue dragon, one of the five-colored giants, from its emergence from the egg to the construction of its own legendary story. For dragons, this journey is an essential part of their growth. Chapter 1. The Fortunate Cuz. The parched winds swept across the land, which was cloaked in endless yellow sands and rugged rocks. Unbeknownst to many, the jagged, desiccated bones, partially buried beneath the sand, were momentarily exposed, only to be swiftly concealed again by a gust of wind. In this desolate expanse, the primal law of survival of the fittest played out in its rawest form. Here, the lines between predator and prey often blurred. A circling vulture spotted its desired quarry, the distinctive tail, protruding from the dunes, signaled the presence of a plump rattlesnake hidden beneath. The aerial predator folded its wings and, as customary, launched a deadly dive from above. Yet just as its talons neared the concealed serpent, the rattlesnake's tail abruptly released a wave-like sound. This sudden counterattack caused the vulture to lose its aim, crashing headlong into the dune. Before it could regain its composure or react further, this unfortunate creature found its throat torn apart by a clawed appendage. Claws? Such appendages were not something a rattlesnake possessed. Emerging from the sand was a reptilian creature with membranous claws, razor-sharp teeth lining its throat, and a tail strikingly similar to that of the rattlesnake. It shook off the sand and sauntered toward its prey. This creature bore a neck adorned with two fleshy growths, indicative of a unique neck fold that had yet to develop ridges. This wingless terrestrial dragon, adept at hunting, utilized its rattlesnake-like tail to masquerade as food for the vulture, ensnaring it in a deadly trap. After successfully ambushing its target, it did not immediately feast, but rather cautiously and swiftly dragged the prey into a pre-dug burrow. Even when fully matured, possessing the ability to speak the dragon tongue and wield arcane powers, it remained prudent in this domain. For among the sands roamed far mightier sovereigns than itself and its kin, though these creatures shared a faint bloodline with the rattlesnake. More often than not, the rattlesnake was merely a condiment in their dieter, perhaps a uniquely talented servant. Patu. As a wind laced with dragon's peak howled, the rattlesnake dragon, Patu, emerged from its burrow, startled. There was no need for discernment. Few creatures could articulate the dragon tongue. In this realm, aside from a few subtypes of dragons occupying similar positions in the food chain, only the true rulers, the five-colored dragons dwelling in the blue dragons. Lair could enunciate such eloquent dragon speech. The one who knew its name was evidently that very presence. Esteemed Lord Kuz, upon recognizing the visitor, the rattlesnake dragon Patu swiftly extricated itself from the burrow, its tail swaying in joyful exuberance, producing a soft hiss. Before it stood Kuz Fetnin, a juvenile blue dragon, a member of the true ruling class of this land, who had come to collect tribute from its subordinate during its territorial patrol. Undoubtedly, dragons are the most gifted beings among all dragon-blooded creatures. Even as a juvenile blue dragon, second only to the red dragon in size among the five-colored giants, Kuz stood over 15 feet tall when on all fours. With a robust neck, powerful forelimbs, sharp claws, symmetrically curved horns, and shimmering blue scales, every aspect of him proclaimed the nobility and strength of his lineage. To other dragons that eye in the natural world, this fact serves as a crucial distinction between predator and prey. Fortuitously, Patu would not become food. It was the contracted servant of the juvenile blue dragon before it, merely needing to contribute its labor such as digging to earn protection. Indeed, protection. Its master was the very juvenile blue dragon standing before it. Our protagonist Kizfeta S, a traveler from another realm. Before the author of this book orchestrated his transition, Jarue was an ordinary programmer. He eschewed smoking, drinking, and even flamboyant hairstyles, with his greatest pastime being participating in Dungeons & Dragons campaigns. After a gathering with fellow players, he became inebriated and, upon awakening, found himself transformed into a freshly hatched blue dragona bizarre reality. However, the brain of this newborn dragon was yet incapable of adult thought. As it acclimated to its new form, the intertwining of over 2 decades of human memories and the knowledge inherited from dragon blood caused headaches. Thus, Kuz found solace in sleep, which allowed him to digest the plethora of knowledge swirling in his mind, an ability he had longed for during his school days. To absorb knowledge while lying down was, indeed, the only comfort he had experienced since his arrival in this new existence. Among the five-colored giants, blue dragons align with the lawful side. This is manifested in their tendency to rely on their bloodlines, fostering communal living. They possess a social aspect that distinguishes them from other dragon species. It was precisely this communal nature that led to Kaz being found and granted the opportunity to be hatched. In truth, the discovery of him was a serendipitous occurrence. Long before this land was enveloped in scorching winds and coarse yellow sands, an ancient civilization thrived here, achieving remarkable feats. The history of this civilization is so distant that the truth is now unverifiable. Only in the legends of long-lived races can glimpses of its remnants be discerned. Dragons, being creatures of longevity, often harbor tales of secrets regarding this land. Some dragons believe that the lords of elemental planes were the progenitors of this civilization, as many remnants of broken magical circles capable of summoning elemental titans have been unearthed within its ruins. Others speculate that it may have been a floating city of the resplendent arcane civilization of Netherese, governed by mighty archmages. The reasons for its demise are often attributed to the catastrophic event that led to the collective downfall of that floating city, explaining the desolation that now pervades the land where unknown energies still radiate. Moreover, some learned individuals posit that this may be a remnant of the ancient Amasker civilization, citing the abundance of mechanical artifacts unearthed here compared to other arcane cultures. Various hypotheses abound, their veracity indistinguishable. The lives of dragons are sufficiently lengthy that they often cultivate personal interests. Unlike their fiery red counterparts who delight in conflict, or the devious green and black dragons who revel in suspicion and manipulation, blue dragons, with their inclination toward order, develop a passion for exploration and uncovering hidden histories. They thrive on the journey of discovery and derive immense satisfaction upon unearthing the answers they seek. Sarlota, a legendary dragon of some renown among its kin, serves as the leader of the blue dragon clan that resides in the arid expanse known as Area. Consequently, he has also become an ardent seeker of the historical secrets buried within this desert landscape. The rewards garnered from exploration and the unveiling of hidden truths have elevated his prowess to a level surpassing two age brackets. With him at the helm, the dominion of the blue dragons over this land has become increasingly robust. The population boasts a total of 15 adult blue dragons, complemented by an equal number, if not more, of juvenile and hatchling dragons. Given the inherently low reproductive efficiency of dragonkind, such a thriving community is truly remarkable. On one hand, the ruins available for exploration have largely been uncovered, with the most valuable among them having been excavated by him. The remaining sites are either deemed too perilous, even for a legendary dragon, or lack sufficient value for exploration. After all, blue dragons do not possess the insatiable curiosity characteristic of the scroll dragons. Their innate sense of order imbues their actions with a rationality that prevents them from pursuing secrets that do not yield tangible benefits. Even if such secrets exist, they remain mere curiosities rather than necessities. Just before Sarlota descended into a prolonged slumber to undergo his transformation into an ancient dragon, he embarked on what would be his final expedition to date. It was during this venture that he unearthed Kay's Phaeton, a dragon egg nestled within a chamber reminiscent of an incubation room. Alongside this fortunate find, he also came across several other eggs belonging to various dragon species and subdragons. However, apart from the fortuitous case, the other dragon eggs had succumbed to the relentless passage of time, rendered inert and fossilized. This occurrence bears no moral implications. It is merely a reflection of the intrinsic rationality of blue dragons. Due to their low reproductive rates, even dragons from rival factions rarely engage in actions that would harm dragon eggs, as each newly hatched dragonling contributes significantly to the overall strength of their species. Chapter 2. The Great Head and the Big Head. The hatchlings must engage in slumber to organize the myriad of knowledge that emerges within their minds, marking their inaugural encounter with learning as an exceptionally intelligent species. Yet, for Kaz, this awakening of knowledge proves to be a rather arduous journey. Learning, irrespective of the species, is a gradual process of acceptance, understanding, and memory. Rote education seldom allows learners to truly grasp knowledge. If educators solely focus on incessant indoctrination, The most likely outcome is the creation of a delusional individual whose mind is cluttered with half-truths. While this paradigm is a normal physiological process for ordinary hatchlings, it transforms into a formidable trial for our protagonist because, under such a calculated framework, the knowledge he must assimilate passively surpasses even that of the most venerable legendary dragon. Solota, residing in the Blue Dragon Lair, does not possess the deductive reasoning skills inherent to his programmer background, the capacity to establish a database like memory, and an inexplicable ability to undergo physical evolution more efficiently than his fellow hatchlings. His journey as a young dragon might have concluded before it even commenced. Fortunately, the author seems to favor the protagonist. For a span of 6 years and 7 months, the soul from another world gradually merged with the body of the hatchling dragon, and Kasfitan came to accept the reality of being a fantastical creature. During this period, blue dragons typically master 1 or 2 innate magical abilities based on their talents while also attempting to hone their physical prowess for hunting and combat. At this stage, the young dragons are already capable of overpowering some large beasts, with particularly well-developed individuals boasting even greater size. Despite their ferocity, it is challenging for any wild creature to rival them, as these remarkable young dragons often possess 1 or 2 innate spellcasting abilities coupled with their nascent breath attacks, rendering them formidable and perilous predators. Their lack of experience and playful recklessness lead them into various dangers as they explore this world. Most of the warriors who have achieved dragon-slaying feats have primarily vanquished these brash young dragons who have strayed from their mother-esque protection, akin to mischievous children stirring up trouble. Nonetheless, the Blue Dragon clan does not impose outright prohibitions. They have devised methods for the hatchlings to expend their abundant energy. Combat among hatchlings is a tradition within the Blue Dragon lineage, serving both as a means to refine their combat skills and to establish their future standing within the clan. Dragon combat essentially manifests in 3 forms: breath attacks, magical abilities, and pure melee. The breath of blue dragons is a formidable lightning breath. Adult blue dragons can unleash a powerful and sustained electrical current, inflicting lethal damage upon their adversaries. However, the potency of breath attacks among young dragons varies significantly, and when faced with companions possessing high resistance to lightning damage, such assaults often prove ineffective. Regarding the magical abilities of juvenile blue dragons, they typically awaken 2 to 3 types of magical powers based on their innate talents. The most common abilities include Fog Cloud, Lightning Strike, and Create Water or Contaminated Water. Fog Cloud. This ability conjures a cloud that confounds adversaries. Lightning Strike. It summons a powerful bolt of lightning or a net of electricity to inflict damage upon foes. Create Water, Contaminated Water. In arid desert environments, blue dragons can utilize Create Water daily, communing with the elemental plane of water to obtain an amount of water equal to their weight for personal use, or to taint lakes and other water sources. Other innate spells may also awaken, though they are often of a more rudimentary nature. Only through diligent study and rigorous practice can they truly master this formidable and perilous art. Consequently, juvenile blue dragons often engage in combat, primarily relying on physical confrontations to determine the victor. Even though adult blue dragons oversee these bouts to prevent fatalities, injuries and bloodshed are inevitable. The lawful evil blue dragons regard this as a necessary process. Blood and pain teach the young dragons to assess strength and adhere to order. In this arena of competition, Kaz possesses exceptional talent. The title Phaeton in Draconic translates to Great Skull. As the adage goes, physical strength is not to be underestimated. When agility and defense are comparable, larger contenders typically hold a significant advantage, especially when they possess a formidable and fearsome maw capable of swallowing an entire saber-toothed tiger, rendering Kaz a nightmare for any juvenile dragon daring to challenge him. Any opponent who suffers even a minor bite from Kaz's vast jaws would find themselves grievously injured. On several occasions, the supervising adult dragons have intervened to halt the combat, preventing Kaz and Appo's adversaries from sustaining severe injuries. However, despite the efforts to avoid fatal harm, blue dragons do not extend any preferential treatment to the young and vulnerable. According to the blue dragon ethos, only the strong, cunning, and battle-hardened offspring are deemed worthy. Thus, Kaz, frequently victorious in combat, often receives additional rewards, while the precious gold and jewels that these dragons covet are not bestowed upon him by his adult kin. He does enjoy increased rations, useful magical equipment, and invaluable texts documenting a wealth of knowledge, including spells, which contribute to his rapid growth and power. Notably, with an ample supply of food, Kaz and Appo's S growth accelerates remarkably, allowing him to shed the awkwardness of being a big-headed dragon in no time. If it were not for the peculiar coloration of his scales, one might even suspect he bore the lineage of a clumsy red dragon. This observation comes from an adult blue dragon tasked with overseeing the young dragon's development. His limbs had grown more robust and powerful, with his hind legs now capable of supporting his upright posture. His claws had sharpened, able to effortlessly slice through hard granite. The indigo scales were tighter and more resilient, and with every movement, the accumulated charges within him crackled audibly. These transformations were fortuitous for the blue dragon, even prompting the legendary dragon Salota, who had discovered him, to concede that this little creature was more formidable than he had been in his youth. Naturally, as a legendary dragon, Salota did not perceive any threat to his stature from a young dragon. Thus, he harbored great expectations for the changes in his protege, because perhaps this was the catalyst for his renewed interest in exploring the desert relics. However, Keystone, being a dragon of considerable size, was ill-suited to engage in combat with his peers. His current strength rivaled that of a young blue dragon, making battles with other juvenile blue dragons both unfair and perilously dangerous. Consequently, Salota resolved to devise a new method to channel the exuberant energy of this young dragon. Given that the hundreds of square kilometers of desert surrounding the lair had been thoroughly scoured by Salota's kin multiple times, it was devoid of peril. Thus, Keystone was assigned to oversee the various sub-dragon servants at the lair's periphery and to patrol the territory designated by Salota. Through this role, Kez would be rewarded with ample opportunities to acquire valuable knowledge of magical spells. Chapter 3. Labor and Servitude. The task of surveying the dominion of the dragon nest is, for young or adult blue dragons, rather tedious and a waste of time. They prefer endeavors that can enhance their power or augment their wealth, such as raiding cities, extorting passing merchant caravans on the fringes of their territory, or responding to summons and engaging in combat for reward. However, for Keystone, such pursuits are perfectly suited to his inclinations. They allow him to evade the watchful eyes of cunning and suspicious elder kin, as well as to escape the incessant challenges posed by the boisterous younglings who seek to test their mettle against him. Instead, he can focus on his own growth and development in peace, which brings him immense satisfaction. Thus, this youthful blue dragon delights in traversing the vast expanse of land governed by the dragon nest, measuring hundreds of square kilometers under the shadow of his wings. While this territory may not be vast for a creature capable of rapid flight, it remains a significant domain nonetheless. Although most resources and relics have been excavated by the legendary dragon Salota, a keen eye can still uncover small treasures left for diligent young dragons eager for exploration and discovery. For instance, during his initial patrol, Kez stumbled upon a vein of brilliant copper and dark copper while excavating a tunnel in pursuit of a colossal sandworm. He realized that consciously consuming certain metallic ores during his growth could bolster his physique. For blue dragons, endowed with an innate affinity for electricity, ingesting metals such as silver, gold, or copper, known for their excellent conductivity, could not only strengthen their bodies but also enhance their magical abilities. Such knowledge is often unknown to ordinary adult dragons. Despite their razor-sharp teeth capable of masticating metals, and their powerful gastric acids able to digest most inorganic materials, dragons typically do not opt for the arduous task of consuming metallic ores when ample flesh and blood prey are available. Moreover, the sensory pleasure derived from gold and silver far outweighs their nutritional value as sustenance. Nevertheless, Kez, possessing the soul of an otherworldly programmer, is able to rationalize and adapt to advantageous circumstances, even if they are less palatable. After devouring some brilliant copper and dark copper ores, he could distinctly sense his digestive system at work. Such a robust digestion truly reflects a strong constitution. How delightful it is to feast, he mused to himself. Retaining memories from his previous life in the field of science and engineering, he understood that metals are composed of atoms, and the ores he consumed were rich in copper compounds. His digestive process involved absorbing the beneficial copper and trace amounts of iron atoms, which would then concentrate in his bones, teeth, claws, and horns. Simultaneously, he was astonished to find that other components were neither excreted nor wasted. Instead, they were transformed directly into energy by his digestive system. This energy can even stimulate the growth and division of bodily cells. In simple terms, the dragon functions like a digestive machine, consuming copiously and growing rapidly, even if its diet consists solely of earth, with an abundance of energy to absorb. This young dragon's physique expands at an astonishing rate each day. Remarkably, despite devouring vast quantities of metal, it has not succumbed to heavy metal poisoning. Rather, it thrives more vigorously than its peers that feast solely on flesh and blood. Although these ores may lack palatability and the digestion process can induce some discomfort, one cannot overlook the extraordinary efficiency with which the dragon's gastrointestinal system converts matter into energy. At times, Case perceives that his body seems to be gradually acclimating to this digestive process. This phenomenon is not documented within the lore of dragonkind. Thus, the young dragon surmises that it may be linked to some modifications he underwent while still within the egg prior to his hatching. Nevertheless, this transformation is ultimately beneficial. Case quickly adapts to his new reality, actively searching for additional mineral veins during his daily patrols to supplement his diet. After the discovery of the first vein, it became apparent that several more existed. However, most were shallow, low-grade deposits with limited scale and evidence of previous excavations by dragons. This led Case to speculate that if he was aware of this source of sustenance, the legendary dragon Salota, ruler of the territory, could not possibly be oblivious to it. For a dragon of such power, the variety of consumable metals beneficial to them is likely quite limited, unless it involves precious metals like mithril or adamantine. Consuming ordinary copper and iron would at best adorn their skin with beautiful patterns, lacking any substantial effect. Of course, this applies to a dragon of Salota and Apos' caliber within the blue dragon lineage. For Case, who is still in his growth phase, these supplementary nutrients are undeniably invaluable. As the saying goes, with a mine in hand, one remains untroubled. After finishing off the last visible piece of metal or from a small vein, the young dragon let out a satisfied belch before soaring into the sky to continue his routine patrol. At this point, Case's size significantly surpasses that of his peers in the blue dragon lineage, not due to obesity but rather his robust physique. When he unfurls his wings, the shadow cast could envelop a herd of several wild camels. His length, including his slightly shorter tail, approaches 60 feet, approximately 20 meters. In fact, were it not for his distinctive blue dragon horns still bearing a fierce countenance and his scales remaining deep azure, his kin within the blue dragon lair might mistake him for a nearly mature red dragon. The disparity in size often serves as a tangible reflection of the differences in strength among dragons. During his patrols, in addition to receiving ample sustenance, Case also experiences a new acquisition, his very own servant. Every society relies on a multitude of laborers at the foundational level, and the blue dragon lineage is no exception. Their societal base is constituted by the draconic beings that depend on their existence. The desert dog-headed people comprise three principal tribes: the strong fangs, the sharp claws, and the stalwart feet. Alongside a significant number of wyverns, they form the legendary brood of the blue dragon, Salota, serving as both vassals and guardians of the blue dragon kin. The adage "the strong prevail" resonates deeply within the hearts of the dragonkin and wyverns, and the formidable presence of Case, coupled with Salota's endorsement, has compelled many of these dragonkin to pledge their allegiance during their territorial patrols. The acquisition of these vassals has greatly benefited Case Fatten, particularly as some dragonkin possess unique abilities that aid him in various endeavors. The rattletail wyvern serves as an exemplary assistant. As a wyvern, the lifespan of the rattletail is considerably shorter than that of true dragons, aging at a rate 5 times faster. Thus, they reach ancient dragon status by the age of 240, with few living beyond 300 years. Lacking true wings, the rattletail has membranous extensions between its claws, a throat lined with sharp teeth, and a tail reminiscent of a rattlesnake. Like the blue dragons inhabiting the desert, rattletails excel in excavation, effortlessly burrowing tunnels through the sand and utilizing quasi-magical abilities to transform fine sand into stone, thereby reinforcing the tunnel walls. Case greatly values this capability of the rattletail. While he has gradually come to accept his transformation into a blue dragon, he cannot entirely dismiss the perplexing nature of his time-traveling experience. He firmly believes that the location where the dragon egg was discovered is likely the key to unraveling the mysteries surrounding his predicament. Thus, the rattletail's skills prove indispensable. With a companion endowed with similar talents in excavation, Case is confident that he will achieve remarkable efficiency in exploring ancient ruins. Moreover, the adult rattletails possess a distinctive neckfold that can be unfurled instantaneously, allowing them to deflect a degree of magical damage, although their capacity to reflect spells is limited. And lower-tier spells with enhanced penetration or exceptional magical effects may be challenging to counter. This ability suffices, especially considering the perilous yet valuable nature of ancient ruins scattered throughout the desert. most of which have already been explored by Salota, the ruler of the dragon nest. The remaining sites are primarily those of lesser value and comparatively lower risk. Entrusting Rattletails with the excavation of these ruins ensures that even if they encounter magical traps, their innate abilities can mitigate the dangers. The strategy of discovering and then exploring allows Rattletails like Patu to conduct preliminary searches within the designated areas marked by Ks. Once the precise locations of the ruins are identified, they can then be handed over to the young blue dragon for in-depth exploration. This method enables Ks to conduct his secretive excavations more efficiently, requiring only periodic checks on the Rattail's progress and any potential findings gathered during their extensive initial searches. Note 1. Desert dog-headed beings. The skin of the dog-headed beings ranges from dark brown to black, adorned with two light-colored horns protruding from their canine-like heads. They possess gleaming eyes and tails reminiscent of rodents. They are capable of speaking the language of dragons, albeit their voices resemble the barking of dogs. Biologically, dog-headed beings and dragons are closely related. However, a crucial distinction exists between them. The former are cold-blooded creatures, while the latter are warm-blooded. As cold-blooded beings, dog-headed creatures are particularly sensitive to temperature variations. Those inhabiting the scorching desert regions exhibit greater agility and slightly larger physiques compared to their kin dwelling in the wilderness or subterranean realms, often standing at heights comparable to adult humans. Like all dog-headed tribes, they are inclined to align themselves with powerful dragonkin, seeking to gain favor through servitude to dragons. The population of dog-headed tribes is typically constrained by environmental resources, rarely exceeding 3 digits. Under certain circumstances, some may be born with wings, enabling them to fly. Referred to as dragon-bodied dog-headed beings, also known as Erd, in the dragon language, Erd translates to wing. However, in the absence of protection from the revered dragons of their tribe, dragon-bodied dog-headed beings are often met with lethal hostility from their own kind. A behavior stemming not solely from jealousy, but rather from ancient grievances that have persisted through time. Chapter 4. Lead Acid Battery. Patu, what have you discovered this time? The azure dragon perched atop the sand dune, inquiring of the rattlesnake's kin, which lay coiled upon the ground. Kaz rummaged through the relics dragged from the hiding place by the rattlesnake. Indeed, these artifacts bore no traces of magical enchantments. They were predominantly fragments of mechanical components. This was likely due to the arid nature of the desert, where the low humidity preserved these metallic elements from rust. However, as Kaz delicately probed several items retrieved by Patu, he noted that these metals appeared to be comprised of various alloys, differing markedly from those found in previous relics. The discovery of such remnants attested to the fact that the ancient civilization inhabiting this land not only wielded formidable magic, but also seemed to have delved deeply into the realms of technology, particularly in metallurgy. As Kaz continued his examination, a plethora of intriguing small components came into view, though most were mere remnants, making it arduous to uncover any valuable traces. Just as he was nearing the completion of his inspection, a cubic object captured his attention. The azure dragon possessed an innate affinity for electricity, and the mighty dragon could manipulate electrical charges. At the moment Kaz's fingertips grazed the surface of the cube, a fleeting current was detected by the azure dragon's keen sight. This phenomenon differed from the occasional discharge of surface charges that manifested on the dragon's exterior, Kaz sensed that the transferred electrical charge remained unsettled, not dissipating but rather being stored within the cube. Could this be a device capable of storing electrical energy? Kaz pondered, employing a simple divination spell to ascertain the true nature of the cube. However, the spell's feedback was hampered by the object itself. Excluding the possibility of interference from his incantation, it became evident that the cube was rich in lead content. It was highly probable that it was a lead-acid battery. One must marvel at the wonders of magic. Although the knowledge passed down through the azure dragon's lineage did not grant Kaz mastery over spellcasting, it undeniably provided multiple effective tools for problem-solving. While the divination spell faced discrepancies when confronted with lead, various forms of arcane vision remained at his disposal, such as true sight. Under the influence of true sight, observing the surface of the cube allowed Kaz to mentally manifest all its physical information, akin to a perspective view. The internal composition and geometric structure of the cube were clearly presented in a tabular format within Kaz's mind. Furthermore, the display automatically converted the universally applicable measurements of this world, length in cubits, weight in drams, into units more familiar to Kaz from Earth. Name, Ancient Civilization Energy Module, damaged. Form, 666 cubic decimeters, approximately 54. 3 kilograms. Function, a battery module crafted using the principles of lead-acid batteries, with internal lead-structured metal immersed in sulfuric acid, generating electrical current. The surface of the battery is inscribed with positive symbols denoting the anode, while negative symbols indicate the cathode. Under normal circumstances, it is suspected to provide energy for small to medium-sized mechanical structures. The discharge is stable and can be reused, however, due to the passage of time. The acid has leaked and evaporated, causing partial damage. Upon reading this description, Kays realized he might have stumbled upon a treasure. This world is filled with various forms of magic, yet due to the limitations of knowledge, these creations lacking magical brilliance are often overlooked by those who can easily unearth them. It is quite possible that Salota neglected the existence of these technological artifacts during his excavation of the ruins. Where did you discover these items? After gathering his first batch of followers, the Blue Dragon issued his initial task, directing these draconic vassals to explore specific desert ruins. Most of the marked areas are concentrated around the region where Salota found the K's fatal egg. The Blue Dragon deduced that these locations might conceal the reason for his arrival in this world. He contemplated the journey ahead. The cube-shaped lead-acid battery was the first technological artifact resembling something from Earth that the Blue Dragon had discovered in this realm. He deemed it necessary to investigate the situation promptly. Even if he could not explore everything in one go, he would seek opportunities to uncover the secrets hidden within this ruin in stages. After resolving these thoughts, the Blue Dragon instructed the Rattlesnake Dragon to continue exploring other designated areas before taking flight, his wings unfurling as he soared toward the ruins. Meanwhile, near the ruins discovered by the Rattlesnake Dragon, a caravan composed of dozens of camels traversed the scorching dunes. Sandos Benzos, a renowned merchant from Gnome City and owner of the Sand Rhino Caravan, was seated in a lavish pavilion atop the largest sand rhino in the procession. Although the pavilion was adorned with a canopy made of lizard skin, the desert's hot winds still brought unbearable temperatures. Fortunately, this somewhat portly merchant had prepared water bags filled with cool spring water from an oasis and fresh fruits to quench his thirst and alleviate the deep fatigue brought on by the long journey. Santos pushed aside his white head wrap, allowing sweat to trickle down his cheeks. One hand loosened the belt around his waist, while the other raised the water bag to his lips, gulping down its contents without regard for the droplets soaking his linen shirt. The midday desert heat was particularly intense, especially for a corpulent man with a sizable belly. Under the relentless sun, he cursed the damned Saelmites and Sacians for waging war during the month of Opani, the second month of summer, wishing fire and sand upon these barbaric tribes that roamed outside Gnome City. The targets of his curses, the Saelmites and Sacians, were two vast desert-dwelling tribes of nomadic elves, each boasting tens of thousands of skilled archers. Although this land ostensibly fell under the jurisdiction of the governor appointed by Pharaoh Mikey, the nomadic tribes, fleeting like the wind and lacking a permanent abode, clearly evaded effective control by the city-state's governor. Gnome's military was primarily composed of infantry units of shield-bearers and sword-wielders, lacking the mobility of cavalry. Consequently, to contend with these pests of the empire, the army would need to summon the power of spellcasters. To subdue such a vast array of tribal groups, the involvement of multiple spellcasters is imperative, and it may even necessitate the intervention of legendary sorcerers in dire circumstances. In this world, shrouded by desert sands, the sources of magic appear abundant. However, even magic cannot contravene the first law of thermodynamics. Apart from the innate spell-like abilities of certain magical races and some entities capable of communicating with the mysterious energies of the multiverse, there exists a notable absence of deities governing the realm of magic. This world, devoid of any divine influence over spellcraft, mirrors its natural environment, characterized by a spiritual aridness akin to a desert of faith. Consequently, there are no magical networks woven by deities as commonly found in other realms. Most human spellcasters in this world wield a form of magic that necessitates extracting the life force of nearby beings or the energy of souls to transmute into magical power. This method is said to originate from another desert-dominated material plane known as Athos. Such a spellcasting approach is evidently constrained in arid regions where vegetation is sparse, and species capable of sustaining high-level spellcasting are few and far between. This necessitates that spellcasters either carry energy pre-infused into obsidian orbs containing enslaved souls or draw directly from their own life force to cast spells. Although solutions exist, the cost is exorbitant. Casting a single spell may equate to the life of one or even multiple slaves. Consequently, many non-evil aligned spellcasters, after employing such methods, may opt for regular psychological therapy. Moreover, those legendary spellcasters who have developed an interest in exploring the multiverse and have encountered the world of Athos are acutely aware of the catastrophic ecological consequences stemming from the misuse of such spellcasting methods, including species extinction. Hence, mages employing this approach often learn restraint, striving to regulate their spellcasting activities outside of research. Unless compelled by unavoidable combat, spellcasters tend to avoid all forms of conflict. After all, no sane individual wishes to witness the demise of their own world. Thus, while the formidable spellcasters of Gnomish City project a powerful deterrent, the governor lacks the ability to mediate conflicts between tribes outside the city. In most instances, if tribal disputes do not escalate, they are allowed to unfold. The scorching sun and hot winds often compel warring tribes to cease their hostilities, resulting in minimal detriment to Gnomish interests. This is the governor and Oppos' final assessment regarding the clashes between the two tribes. However, in stark contrast to the governor and Oppos' optimistic projections and the city and Oppos' populace, who mockingly revel in ignorance, Gnomish caravans harbor a profound disdain for intertribal conflict. This sentiment is not rooted in morality or compassion, but is intrinsically linked to their own vested interests. The once safe trade route, where one merely needed to pay a nominal toll to the tribe, has now transformed into a perilous journey. Encountering the tribal patrols often results in the confiscation of entire shipments, or worse, brutal plundering and slaughter. Those wretched tribesmen, too impoverished to afford a complete set of armor, become insatiably greedy during times of conflict. Santos bin Jos leaned out from his pavilion, surveying the caravan trudging under the relentless blaze of the sun, and lamented the predicament. In regions where acquiring an accurate map is prohibitively expensive, traveling under the cover of night poses a grave risk of losing one and Oppos' way. Getting lost in the desert is as perilous as facing a sandstorm. To avert the disorientation and ensure timely delivery of goods, the Sand Rhinoceros caravan must endure the sweltering heat and travel exclusively by day. However, operating under such extreme temperatures also means the loss of several caravan slaves, necessitating further expenditure upon reaching Norn. Cursed be the tribal wars, may fire and sand bring forth your ruin. In the arid world of Athos, once a bountiful blue ocean planet, uncontrolled magic has drained its vitality, leaving it a desolate land scorched by a merciless sun. Abandoned by the gods and bereft of water and hope, psychic abilities have evolved to remarkable heights on Athos, with even animals possessing such talents. Every individual is born with one or two innate wild gifts. However, compared to these psychic phenomena, the form of magic discovered by a villainous Perlin, known across various realms, is markedly different. Unlike most worlds, their magical energy is derived from absorbing the surrounding life force, allowing for rapid accumulation of power. Yet, the overuse of such magic has rendered the entire planet a wasteland. Chapter 5. The Sands of Ambush. No soul wishes to conceal themselves within the sands under the blazing sun, unless they possess skin devoid of sweat glands, resilient enough to withstand the torment of searing heat and coarse granules, along with eyes shielded by dual eyelids and a nictitating membrane, akin to those of a crocodile. Such a physical constitution is, of course, beyond human capability. However, the reptilian marauders of the desert are well suited for the art of ambush buried within the sands. As Santos's caravan of sand rhinos cautiously navigated around suspected quicksand zones, they unwittingly entered the trap set by the lizardfolk raiders, an assault descending upon them like a tempestuous sandstorm. After enduring 3 or 4 hours of waiting in the scalding sands, the lizard folk sprang forth from their concealment like fish cast into a boiling pot, brandishing finely forged steel scimitars and hurling obsidian axes with deadly precision. In an instant, foes surged from all directions toward the caravan of sand rhinos. Stay calm. Keep an eye on your mounts, warriors. Hold the line against these diminutive reptilian fiends. Others, form a defensive circle. Arm yourselves, for your very lives depend on it. Prepare for battle. Santos, witnessing the onslaught, drew his curved blade with an agility that belied his rotund figure, simultaneously activating the protective spell imbued within the costly ring he possessed. As a seasoned leader of a successful caravan traversing the desert, he was no feeble lamb awaiting slaughter. He made the appropriate judgment the moment danger approached. Splendidly done. The warriors cheered. The caravan's guards were predominantly skilled archers and horsemen. Once the lizardfolk had completed their initial volley of axes, several warriors retaliated with arrows from their bows. Bold warriors maneuvered their desert steeds to flank the lizardfolk. Employing the tactics of the Mangadai, utilizing their speed from horseback to twist and draw their bows against the foes behind them in a harassing assault. In response to the mercenaries' counterattack, some lizardfolk chose to burrow back into the sands, swiftly retreating. Others, hindered by the hardness of the gravel beneath their feet, braved the rain of arrows, casting their remaining axes into the fray. From the onset of the attack to the moment of close combat with the mercenary guards, only a few breaths elapsed, and the scimitars of the lizard folk clashed with the shields and curved blades of the warriors. Although individual lizard folk were shorter and slightly weaker than their human counterparts, they excelled in cooperative tactics. They preferred to strike in units of 2 or 3, forming small formations to assault their adversaries. Broodmates of the same clutch would unite as allies, familiarizing themselves with this method of hunting and combat. Thus, despite the numerical superiority and greater strength of the caravan's guards, the lizardfolk managed to counterbalance these disadvantages through their agility and coordinated small-scale formations. As the scimitars swung heavily, they sliced through the air, occasionally claiming a life. However, this did not alter the outcome. A guard comprised of over 30 seasoned warriors would undoubtedly triumph against these mere lizardfolk marauders. Santos observed the fierce clash between the caravan's warriors and the lizardfolk raiders, his brow furrowing in sudden concern. Something felt amiss. There seemed to be an underlying issue. This route had been temporarily altered due to the war between the Salem and Sashan tribes, placing it perilously close to the dominion of those dragons. Typically, no caravan would dare to traverse this path. Even if the lizard folk were aware of the tribal conflict, lying in wait to ambush the diverted caravan seemed illogical. The numbers were simply not right. The lizard folk raiders were far too few. The seasoned desert merchant grasped the situation immediately. Based on his experience, these marauders usually preferred to exploit numerical superiority when plundering caravans, often opting to attack only when they outnumbered the caravan's defenders. Moreover, the weapons wielded by the lizard folk raiders were forged from fine steel, not the cheap obsidian. Such armaments could only be afforded by larger raiding tribes. A significant tribe would not launch an assault with a mere handful of attackers, indicating that the remaining lizardfolk must be lurking cautiously nearby. The merchant, realizing the gravity of the situation, shouted his assessment at the top of his lungs. Before Santos could finish his warning, the second wave of attackers emerged. Doubling the number of the first wave, the lizardfolk raiders burst forth from the sands at the caravan's center. Unlike the initial assault, which had employed throwing axes to carve a path, this time the marauders withdrew several small leather pouches from their waists, releasing a cloud of vibrant green powder that swiftly enveloped the entire formation in a thick haze. Everyone held their breath, ready to charge. Santos, mounted on the towering sand rhino, the largest beast in the caravan, was not engulfed by the toxic mist and managed to sound a warning. However, others were not as fortunate. Even the handler of his sand rhino fell victim, inadvertently inhaling a mouthful of the noxious vapor. Clutching his throat in agony, he tumbled from the beast, writhing helplessly on the ground. After inhaling more of the toxic fumes, he ultimately convulsed, frothing at the mouth, his face turning a ghastly shade, eyes bulging grotesquely, and died at the feet of the sand rhino. Those trapped within the poisonous cloud, if they did not manage to hold their breath, often met a similar fate. The pack animals, including the sand rhino, while initially able to endure the toxin longer due to their robust constitution, soon succumbed after a frantic struggle, also heading toward death. In a desperate bid for survival, the enormous sand rhino erupted into a frenzied escape from the area shrouded in the green poison. Driven by its will to live, it careened randomly across the desert for several breaths. However, having inhaled a substantial quantity of the toxic gas, the great beast could not sustain itself. Its powerful legs convulsed before collapsing to the ground. Damn it, these individuals must be after me. They may have learned of the formula in my possession. Those vile green-skinned ruffians. The lizard folk marauders, due to their lineage, are immune to the vast majority of toxins, and they are accustomed to coating their weapons with poison to enhance their lethality. However, it is rare for them to employ such extensive clouds of venom during their raids on merchant caravans, as such an attack would result in the death of valuable pack animals, significantly diminishing their spoils. Unless, of course, the lizard folk marauders are not coveting the fine papyrus and silks ostensibly transported by the caravan, but rather other more valuable and easily transportable goods. Chapter 6. Amidst the tempest, the lizard folk marauders are notoriously fierce brigands of the desert, pursuing their foes with relentless tenacity akin to that of hyenas, until their blades rend the flesh of their prey and they drink deeply of the warm blood. The average human stands little chance of evading such creatures in the arid expanse, even when mounted, for the endurance of the lizard folk exceeds that of any steed. Save for those who possess extraordinary means of escape. As a successful desert merchant, Santos Benzos' wealth is said to be sufficient to purchase half of the shops within the Grand Bazaar of Norn City. While the rumors may be slightly embellished, the merchant's fortune is indeed substantial, and he possesses several valuable enchanted items for protection. In the face of the relentless pursuit by the lizard folk, he decisively employed the escape enchantment affixed to his boots, alongside the greasy trap spell. This magical incantation allows him to lay down a slippery trap of summoned oil while fleeing, causing any pursuer who steps upon it to lose their balance and fall, thereby hindering their advance. The haste spell grants Santos the swiftness surpassing that of a galloping horse for the duration of a sandglass. With the aid of his enchanted gear, Santos darted across the treacherous sand ridges, though the magic and Oppos' effect was not without its drawbacks. He occasionally tumbled and rolled like a ball. With no time to contemplate his own disheveled state, Santos was acutely aware of the temporal limitations of the magic at his disposal. He was not a spellcaster, unable to memorize incantations or recharge his enchanted items with obsidian spell gems. If he could not evade the lizard folk within the span of a sandglass, his life would be forfeit. Those wretched green-skinned reptiles were undoubtedly after the batch of skooma, and they likely knew more than he did. Santos tightened his grip on the scroll tube strapped to his waist, preoccupied with its safety as if it were his very essence. If not for the imperative to deliver the enchanted formula to Norn on time, the caravan would not have been compelled to travel at such a reckless pace, thus avoiding the ambush of the green-skinned fiends. This skooma elixir is said to have originated from the most chaotic city in the desert, Scooped, reputedly concocted by a powerful lich. Once offered as a tribute to the pharaoh, it was exposed as a ruse by the Grand Vizier. The skooma potion invigorates one's vitality, providing a fleeting burst of energy that can assist in spellcasting and combat, while also alleviating physical pain. However, its addictive properties are severe, and prolonged use gradually dismantles the user's body. Enraged, the Grand Vizier personally led an incantation to flush out the lich hiding in Scooped, extinguishing its soul's flame and shattering its phylactery, submerging it in filth as a warning to others. As a contraband substance, the manufacture, transport, and consumption of skooma is strictly prohibited throughout the empire. However, capital fears the absence of profit or meager returns as nature fears a vacuum. With a profit margin of 50, it dares to take risks. For a 100 profit, it tramples upon all human laws, and with a staggering 300 profit, it is emboldened to commit any crime. Thus, since the inception of Tsukima, merchants have been willing to defy imperial laws for the sake of this debasing commodity, albeit in secrecy. Had it not been for the last incident involving a sandstorm that buried a shipment of precious spices belonging to the family of the Norn governor, compelling me to pay exorbitant reparations and fines, I would not have stooped to consorting with such criminals to earn this accursed blood money. Cursed be the sandstorm. Cursed be the governor's family, and may the blazing sun condemn you all. Though several weeks have elapsed, Santos remains haunted by the memories of his dealings in the exiled city of Kopt, where he procured Tsukima. The dim, crypt-like dwellings, resembling tombs, are scattered throughout the city, presenting an appearance akin to an expansive necropolis. Kopt was once said to be a haven for halflings in ancient times. However, as desertification ensued, the halflings abandoned their once pristine burrows, leaving behind decayed structures that over the years transformed into a city resembling a dreadful graveyard. Subsequently, the Empire of the Beautiful and Mighty exiled its criminal elements to this city, allowing it to fester unchecked, and for centuries, this city, steeped in vice, became the most chaotic source of evil in the entire empire. Yet, this city also possesses a peculiar kind of prosperity, where all manner of wicked transactions can be found. Sorcerers, blasphemous knights, ogres, and even undead creatures such as liches can find refuge within Kopt. This city is unique in its lack of a governor or city guards. And each year, the most terrifying tornado in the desert sweeps through it, leaving only the ancient halfling burrows, diminutive and cramped, intact amidst the ruins. Santos Benzos visits this grotesquely prosperous city annually, but he only conducts transactions in the outer bazaars. This time, however, to secure a source of Tsukima, he was compelled to enlist the help of a local foreign merchant for an introduction, leading him to an underground syndicate dealing in Tsukima. He managed to acquire 100 units of Tsukima and an enchanted scroll capable of purifying Tsukima to create a new form of depraved elixir known as moon sugar. The foreign merchant was a lizard man. Cursed be these repulsive, treacherous green-skinned reptiles. May your offspring's eggs be shattered. May your tribes be ravaged by countless foes. May your water sources run dry. May the merchant, who may have once been a commendable warrior in his youth, lack the prowess of a spellcaster, rendering his curses ineffective and harming his enemies. The vitriol spewed from his lips could not alter the fact that his strength was waning, his body drenched in sweat, and his steps growing increasingly labored. In comparison, the lizard folk marauders pursuing him were far more formidable. At the very least, their stamina surpassed that of the corpulent merchant leader. Under the blazing sun of the desert, these nomads relentlessly chased him for nearly an hourglass and Appos duration without allowing Santos to escape. As the enchantment of his boots waned, the distance between them gradually diminished. Damned, he had to devise a strategy. Being caught would mean certain death. Just as the battle was on the verge of erupting, shadows loomed above them. Was it clouds obscuring the fierce sun? No, it was a dragon. The kin of the tyrant. The blue dragon had arrived. The lizardfolk warriors, who occasionally blinked to moisten their eyes, dared not even flutter an eyelash. Even immersed in the frenzy of slaughter, they could not forget the apex predator of the food chain beneath their feet, and they stealthily discarded their weapons into the sand. Each warrior's legs bent slightly, not out of a desire to flee, for even burrowing into the sand would not evade a dragon's assault. This action was rooted in ancestral wisdom passed down from their tribe. From those who had once narrowly escaped the jaws of a dragon, when faced with such a colossal beast, the best means of survival was to kneel, appeasing the pride of the fearsome predator with their terror, in hopes of securing their lives. The dragon's breath surged through the ranks of the lizardfolk marauders, a potent and lethal current that pierced through their resilient hides. Those directly facing the dragon's breath were scorched from the outside in, their innards seared to a charred ash. The lizard folks situated further away, bolstered by their robust vitality, endured the numbing effects of the current, struggling to burrow into the sand for refuge. Yet, due to their age, even with sufficiently strong bodies, they found themselves lacking in the strength to withstand the dragon's breath, necessitating further training. As for the unfortunate souls left behind, they would suffer twice over. With a flick of his fingers, Kaz summoned a 6th-level evocation spell, conjuring a crackling net of blue lightning that illuminated the desert. Chapter 7. The moon sugar. The month of Opani, the closest to the blazing sun, is the hottest period in the desert. Yet, under such sweltering conditions, some still find themselves covered in goosebumps, not from the chill, but from sheer terror. Santos Benzos vowed that in his youth, he was a skilled warrior, renowned for his martial prowess. Having roamed far and wide for many years, he considered himself remarkably courageous. However, in the present situation, neither his skill nor his bravery could quell the turmoil within. Under the menacing gaze of a dragon, fear surged uncontrollably. In truth, the blue dragon made no other move. The sheer force of its rapid breath pinned the corpulent Santos to the ground. Gazing at the fearsome dragon's head, comparable to his own size, and inhaling the air tinged with the scent of ionized grass, the ordinary merchant's thoughts and plans evaporated like wisps of smoke. As fleeting as the exquisite golden silk he often indulged in, the blue dragon, intending to clear the area with its lightning net, noticed a figure in the crowd emanating a glow from a magical item. The wealthy merchant was equipped with numerous protective artifacts. In addition to the ring of stone resistance and boots of speed, he even possessed a charm that mitigated elemental damage. It was this very charm that spared Santos from the lethal lightning net, leaving him with only minor injuries. Ah, the affluent. But why venture into the dragon's lair? Do their trade routes not always steer clear of such territories? Kaz, responsible for patrolling the region, was acutely aware that this land was synonymous with danger for ordinary travelers. Any person of common sense understood that dragons exhibited an obsessive greed for wealth, making any merchant traversing this territory akin to a beast willingly offering itself to the jaws of a sand hyena. Nevertheless, duty compelled action. This area lay under the dominion of the Blue Dragon Lord, and the creature undoubtedly belonged to his realm. For typical merchants, the dragon's lair was an absolute no-go. Yet, as one of the most successful traders, Sanos's Sand Rhino caravan had previously dared to engage in business with the dragon's nest, for even mighty dragons had needs for trade. Exquisite spices from human society, tapestries to adorn their lairs, papyrus scrolls for transcription, and even iron goods and weapons sought after by dragonkin tribes. All of these necessitated the arrival of external caravans, though dragons rarely paid in coin. However, if the goods were suitably paired, valuable yet not overly pricey, there remained a possibility of exchanging for treasures from this formidable clan. For instance, the sandy soil imbued with dragon blood from youthful skirmishes, scales and fangs shed by dragons, pelts and skeletal remains of exotic beasts from the desert. and even goods left behind after dragons plundered other caravans. If one could acquire such items and resell them, the venture would yield considerable profit. I serve the great Lord of Thunder, the owner of the Dragon's Nest, the legendary dragon Saekrinor. I am under the protection of the blue dragonkin in this land. To silence Santos would invoke the marking magic left by Saekrinor, alerting the legendary dragon and ensuring that any traces of this encounter would be further concealed. However, one cannot simply allow this individual to depart, for this location is perilously close to the territories yet to be explored. The young blue dragon, lost in contemplation, unconsciously flicked its tail, sending a cloud of sand cascading over the merchant, who dared not move for fear of inciting the wrath of the formidable beast before him. Mortal, you and your companions have disrupted Kaz's daily endeavors, the blue dragon stated somewhat awkwardly. Noble scion of Duke Thunder, I am not allied with those avaricious and ignorant lizardfolk marauders. In truth, it was they who ravaged my caravan, a mere half-sandglass journey to the northeast. Approximately 2 alpalas away, where one could discover the remains of my loyal yet unfortunate merchants, cruelly slaughtered. Santos struggled to stifle his tears. His head bowed in desperation as he swore to the heavens that he was no accomplice of the lizardfolk, merely a hapless merchant who had suffered a grievous loss. The prolonged pursuit by the lizardfolk suggested that the merchant possessed something they coveted, or perhaps he was in possession of a great treasure. The blue dragon discreetly cast a spell of arcane vision upon himself, scrutinizing the scene with heightened awareness. Eventually, his gaze settled upon a scroll tube hanging from the merchant's girdle, which the merchant had deliberately concealed behind his back. Alas, through the lens of arcane vision, the dragon could perceive the object without the need to approach from behind. A sinister smile crept across Kaz's lips, though to Santos, the dragon's expression appeared increasingly menacing. With a powerful flap of his wings, the resultant gust sent the merchant tumbling head over heels and extending his claw. The blue dragon tore asunder Santos' girdle, seizing the scroll tube. It was over. The last remnant of hope for a profitable venture had vanished. The merchant, clutching his trousers now devoid of their girdle, sat despondently in the sand, contemplating how to survive this ordeal. The blue dragon examined the scroll tube, wary of potential explosive runes or caustic traps. He replaced his arcane vision with true sight and employed the low-level spell Mage Hand to open the scroll tube. Item name, Moon Sugar Synthesis Scroll Instructions. This is a scroll for the fabrication of the newly contraband substance, moon sugar, originating from the chaotic city of sinners, Copt. Utilizing this scroll, one may transmute the corrupting alchemical potion, Skooma, into an even more depraved new concoction known as moon sugar. This potion boasts a beautiful silvery hue reminiscent of moonlight, yet it is undeniably a product from the depths of hell. This is to be taken literally. The magical scroll possesses the distinctive aroma of the infernal realm of Bart, infused with the unique techniques of the Batsu lineage. Chapter 8, Common Tactics Bader. A realm where compassion withers and resentment flourishes, serves as the abode of the diabolical Batizu. This dimension elucidates the essence of evil through the prism of order, catering perfectly to the imagination of travelers, the avarice of treasure seekers, and the wrath of paladins. It stands as the ultimate plane of order and malevolence, embodying premeditation and the cruelty of cunning. Within this most renowned plane of lawful evil in the multiverse reside the realms of over 20 malevolent deities. Yet even the most exalted among them dare not act with impunity. Only one entity, the infallible presence dwelling at the depths of Bader, the cunning and formidable Batizu, dares to employ schemes to usurp various powers and forces throughout the multiverse. It is no surprise that the Blue Dragon K's discovered the creations of the Batizu in this plane. This race habitually employs conspiracy and deception to procure the fallen souls required to finance their eternal blood war against the demons of the abyss. It must be noted that the substance known as moon sugar is sufficiently corrupt, indeed quite diabolical. The creations of devils, how amusing. The blue dragon aligns with the forces of lawful evil, while Tiamat, the queen of the chromatic dragons and the firstborn daughter of the ancient creator dragon Io, resides in Bader, serving as a powerful ally to the aforementioned entity. Consequently, Case possesses a profound understanding of the habits and characteristics of the Batizu. Even with the most trivial contemplation, he recognizes that the Moon Sugar Scroll is undoubtedly a component of a seductive scheme leading to damnation. He merely speculates on the extent to which this plane has already corrupted humanity and which malevolent being orchestrated this plot. It is unlikely that such a tactic to entice individuals into depravity would originate from the high-ranking Batizu, such as the Pit Fiends or the Malbranche, who stand atop the power hierarchy of Bader. Should these high-ranking devils possess such intricate knowledge of this realm, they could create avatars or directly open gateways to hell. Even if they were to exist for but a single night, they could annihilate or forcefully retreat while harvesting numerous souls from several city-states, proving far more efficient than this subterfuge. With foresight and gradual infiltration, one might study such an artifact. Either the contract devils who toy with language or the unscrupulous merchants who reap souls. The latter possibility seems more plausible. Mortal, from whence did you acquire this scroll? The blue dragon Kays fixated his large, amber-hued vertical pupils upon the merchant, deftly casting a detect lie spell. Koptet City, that den of iniquity. I was the owner of a sand rhinoceros caravan. However, during my last shipment, a sandstorm buried both the cargo and the caravan beneath the dunes. I owe a considerable sum to a prominent figure in Nomarigan, a sum that has emptied every last gold cor, silver cat, and even copper debon from the pockets of the upright Santos. I recently took the perilous risk of trafficking in the illicit substance known as skooma along with this scroll of moon sugar, as there are those in Gnome City who would pay a handsome price for such items. Those ensnared by the magic of lie detection often exhibit a tendency to confide. And it took Santos a quarter of an hourglass to recount his fall from an upright merchant to a purveyor of alchemical toxins. The spell of lie detection did not cast his aura into the crimson hue of falsehood within the arcane sight. Merchant, in light of your previous service to Salota, I may, for the moment, spare your life. I could also return this corrupted enchanted scroll to you, allowing you to maintain a semblance of dignity in Gnome City. However, should a blue dragon truly be so benevolent, it would deviate from the malevolent nature of the chromatic dragons. Of course, a metallic dragon of the goodly alignment discovering itself daring enough to transport such forbidden scrolls would likely eliminate such a nefarious merchant without hesitation. Nonetheless, my clemency does not equate to condoning your transgressions. You must provide a form of bail. Noble scion of Duke Thunder, I am willing to furnish the bail, but I currently possess not a single copper piece. As the discussion gravitated towards matters of trade, the merchant appeared less fearful, his eyes darting as he proposed that perhaps he could offer equivalent services as collateral. This is acceptable, yet we must draft a binding contract. The prior speculation ignited a notion within the Blue Dragon. Since the Order of Evil, the Batzel clan, employs contracts and schemes to achieve their ends, he too might engage in such practices. This merchant seemed capable, merely a victim of unfortunate circumstances. Furthermore, Kays himself bore the responsibility of patrolling the Dragon's Lair territory. And should he leverage this advantage? Time is of the essence. Time is money. The contract must not be inscribed upon ordinary papyrus, governed by mundane law. Kays chose to emulate the Batzel's infernal methods, directly communing with the ever-flowing river of the underworld to have the merchant sign a contract witnessed by this river. Such an agreement would be regulated by the will of the river of the underworld, imposing significant costs even upon deities who might wish to contravene it. The contract was inherently unequal, placing no stringent obligations upon Kays Phaeton, the drafter. The signatory, Santos, was bound to uphold the confidentiality of the contract and Appos, its contents and the circumstances of its signing, to facilitate the establishment of trade routes through the Dragon and Appos, Lair territory. To impose a tax of 11% during these traverses, and to provide assistance of a value not exceeding his entire fortune when summoned by the Blue Dragon Kays. However, circumstances often outweigh individual agency, and in a bid for survival, the rotund merchant reluctantly acquiesced to all terms of the agreement. As the contract was finalized, the river of the underworld, having traversed across realms, manifested before both parties. A tranquil, pale red river split into a tributary the width of a finger, piercing through the scroll of papyrus that bore the agreement, signaling to both souls the completion of the contract. Mortals, once they defy the covenant of the underworld, find that death is the most extravagant form of redemption. You are a discerning individual and should comprehend the necessary course of action. After uttering these words, Kays discreetly cast a suggestion spell upon Santos, a form of enchantment capable of reshaping one's subconscious. The effect implanted by the Blue Dragon would allow the merchant leader to overlook the process of signing the contract with the dragon today, while still retaining the obligation to fulfill the terms of the agreement. Having accomplished this, Kays observed Santos making his way toward the oasis on the periphery of the Dragon's Nest Desert, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. In his previous life, he had to beseech and plead for investments. In this life, he found himself with the opportunity to play the role of a venture capitalist. How intriguing. Once he confirmed that Santos was influenced by the suggestion spell, heading toward the desert oasis bordering the dragon's territory, Kaz did not forget his original plan. He spread his wings, generating a powerful gust of wind that swept up vast clouds of yellow sand, concealing the last traces of the Lizardman raiders, or rather, the scorched remnants of the Sand Bandits. Chapter 9. The entrance and initial exploration. Standing in the shadow of the sand dune, the blue dragon gazed at the unassuming, slightly elevated mound of earth before him, where he discovered the entrance to the remnants left by the rattlesnake dragon, Patu. However, it was still a tad too small. The blue dragon's form could not fit through, and even a typical youthful dragon appeared somewhat constrained. Kaz had no intention of dismantling this slightly diminutive entrance to the ruins. Instead, he employed a spell of metamorphosis to transform himself into a human. Owing to his age, the magic manifested merely the visage of a child aged 7 to 8, albeit with an unusually tall and robust physique resembling that of an adult. The spell of metamorphosis could not conjure garments out of thin air. Thus, upon casting the spell, Kaz Phaeton found himself transformed into a bare-bottomed child. Dragons possess no sense of shame regarding nudity, yet Kaz was different. Any being with the mentality of nearly 30 years on Earth would find it difficult to remain unfazed while exploring ruins in the buff. Fortunately, he had anticipated this issue and prepared accordingly. While burying the lizardfolk marauders, Kaz had conveniently stripped off a piece of seemingly clean leather armor. And with a touch of luxury, he had utilized a water conjuring spell to cleanse it. Thus, after the metamorphosis, he promptly donned the freshly washed armor. The rattlesnake dragon had mentioned that the depth of the cave was not too great, allowing for a brief exploration today. If it proved unfeasible, he would simply secure the entrance and return later, guided by mere conjecture. The blue dragon, now in the guise of a boy, donned the somewhat snug leather armor and wielded a scythe-like sword, its edge having warped into a wavy form due to intense heat. He strode boldly through the concealed entrance of the ruins. Thieves' tunnels, ancient relics, treasures. It felt reminiscent of a treasure-hunting novel, a notion that elicited a chuckle. If the blue dragon had traversed such caverns in his previous life, he surely would not have dared to indulge in such fanciful thoughts. The metamorphosis merely altered his exterior to that of a human. Fundamentally, he remained a young dragon, possessing strength that rivaled even that of typical adolescent dragons. Powerful energy coursed through his muscles, and his sharp claws and teeth had merely assumed a different form. Beneath his seemingly fragile skin lay scale-like dark patterns, and more importantly, he retained the ability to wield familiar magic at will. Even if a colossal creature were to suddenly appear, he would not be afraid. However, these trivial musings did not linger for long. Kaz occasionally leaped, employing a slight vertical descent to accelerate his pace. Before long, the blue dragon arrived at the lowest point of the shaft, where the rattlesnake dragon had meticulously arranged several branching tunnels to confound any creatures that might inadvertently stumble upon them. Among the branches lay quicksand traps. Should one unwittingly fall into them without the ability to burrow through the earth, it would be all too easy to lose one's life. This arrangement was quite commendable. Like the rattlesnake dragon, the blue dragon possessed dark vision, allowing him to navigate the underground without the need for illumination. Kaz meticulously examined the forked path traps left by Patu, noting their professional setup, far exceeding his initial expectations. The excavation marks made it impossible to discern which route was a trap and which was the genuine passage. If only there were someone skilled in prophetic magic present. They could effortlessly identify the correct path. After a moment of contemplation, Kaz resolved to return prepared with some lead powder. Mixing it into the sandy soil at the intersection could potentially disrupt basic prophetic spells. This was the utmost concealment achievable at present. For powerful spellcasters could wield a greater array of spells, rendering any precautions futile against their ultimate objectives. Thus, he could only guard against careless adventurers of lesser prowess inadvertently stumbling in. Previously, Pata had informed Kaz of the true passage, leading him to the second, less conspicuous tunnel on the left. The winding path extended approximately 200 wrist widths, or about 30 meters. Before Kaz discovered the rattlesnake dragon had unearthed remnants of an ancient civilization and Oppos, lead-acid batteries. This was a colossal structure resembling a warehouse. Kaz estimated it could easily accommodate a being the size of Sorota, on the cusp of becoming an ancient dragon. The warehouse exhibited a regular rectangular form, clearly indicative of artificial construction. The entrance through which Kaz, the blue dragon, entered was carved from a grand, sunken pit and Oppos' arched, shattered fissure. Delicately, Kaz traced the walls of the structure, releasing a small portion of his magical disguise with his fingertips. The walls, constructed of a cement-like material, crumbled under his touch. revealing metal reinforcements within. With his dark vision, the blue dragon discerned the traces of the rattlesnake dragon scaling down the warehouse walls. Fragments of wooden crates, resembling those of shipping boxes, littered the floor, bearing claw marks likely from Pata's previous tampering. Kaz leaped from the entrance, not plummeting straight down, but deftly stepping on the claw marks left by the rattlesnake dragon, absorbing the impact and landing gracefully. The air felt stifling. Perhaps the warehouse once had ventilation, but after years, the sands had likely suffocated any openings. For his own safety, Kaz employed a spell resistant to harsh environments, allowing him to disregard concerns of oxygen depletion for a time. Utilizing his keen vision in the dark, he scrutinized the original goods within the warehouse. Most items were encased in crates, which had once borne descriptive labels, now faded with time, leaving only smudged remnants of black paint. Employing his frequently used arcane sight, he conducted a thorough inspection, finding no traces of magical luminescence. Kaz pried open several wooden crates and discovered a number of identical lead-acid batteries. It is highly plausible that these batteries were intended to form a battery pack. Could it be that this ancient civilization was fervently advocating for green energy? According to the owner of the Dragon's Nest, the legendary dragon Salota, who previously excavated this site, it is certain that ancient civilization was a realm flourishing with magic. If they required electrical energy, there must have been magical solutions available. So why, then, would they resort to manufacturing these lead-acid battery packs? Chapter 10. The assembly line factory. This place does not resemble an ordinary warehouse. Rather, it bears a striking resemblance to a distribution center for finished products within a factory. In the guise of a young human boy, Kaz navigated through the remnants of what appeared to be scaffolding, meticulously inspecting every nook and cranny of this warehouse. At last, beneath the debris of the collapsed scaffolding, Kaz uncovered a metal rivet track, obscured by hardened dust and sand. This discovery undoubtedly validated part of his suspicions. If this track was intended for transporting finished goods to the distribution center, then following its path as he pieced together his conjectures. The young blue dragon traced the goods conveyor track along the ground, eventually arriving at a corner of the chamber before a wall. Brushing away the accumulated dust, he revealed a metal rolling shutter adorned with enigmatic symbols. Kaz continued his search on the nearby walls and ultimately located a password lock encased in what appeared to be a plastic protective box, embedded with metal gears. After fiddling with the lock for a while, he discovered that the gears had succumbed to rust. If his estimations were correct, the internal bolt of the door was likely as inoperative as the password lock outside. To his surprise, the metal rolling shutter, constructed from an unknown alloy, seemed remarkably robust. Even when Kaz reverted to his draconic form and exerted all his strength against it, he could only create a few dents. Fortunately, the agile-minded young dragon shifted his strategy, opting not to continue his futile assault on the metal door, but instead attempting to carve out a new passage from the adjacent wall. The materials used in this structure were indeed formidable, perhaps rivaling reinforced concrete in durability. Lacking proficiency in the spell of source stone manipulation, Kaz hesitated to breach the rock layer directly, fearing the complications of becoming trapped within. Instead, he relied on the innate burrowing abilities of the blue dragon, his forte, to conduct the excavation. After what felt like an eternity of clawing at the concrete-like material, he finally succeeded in creating a direct tunnel leading into the space beyond the metal shutter, with protective spells shielding him from harsh environments. Kaz had no concern about the oxygen levels within this chamber and boldly stepped inside. This untouched space, secluded for millennia, was enveloped in darkness, devoid of any light. Although blue dragons possess innate dark vision, allowing them to perceive their surroundings through alternative means even in complete obscurity. Entering such an ancient ruin called for a more discerning observation to minimize risks and maximize discoveries. Thus, upon his entry, Kaz summoned a luminous orb of light to serve as his beacon. The intensely bright glow dispelled the encroaching darkness in an instant. The 13th Manufacturing Workshop of Queetman, utilizing the language comprehension spell, Kaz deciphered the meaning of these symbols. As he had surmised, concealed within was an industrial production workshop known as the Cotman 13 Manufacturing Workshop, with inscriptions on the walls detailing the factory and oppos as production standards. After meticulously studying the written content, Kaz entered the factory's interior through the cargo transport passage. Unlike the external storage warehouse for battery groups, this workshop boasted an expanse that was at least twice that of the former. The exterior crates containing lead-acid battery products did not clutter the entire workshop. Rather, they were neatly arranged at the product packaging exit. Dominating the workshop and oppos area was a serpentine conveyor belt, which astonishingly housed a production assembly line. Kaz observed this remarkable industrial creation with keen interest, noting several contraptions around the conveyor belt that appeared to be designed for automatic product processing. In close proximity to the cargo transport passage, a few machines resembling those automated constructs were strewn about. The spider-like contraptions near the transport path were likely responsible for cargo transportation, as their backs featured rectangular recesses perfectly sized to accommodate the crates, complemented by dual metallic wheels that conformed to I-beam tracks. Transforming himself back into human form using a spell of mimicry, Case gently touched these mechanical constructs, finding no immediate reaction. Upon further exploration, he was astonished to discover that the surfaces of these metallic creations were devoid of any dust. With curiosity piqued, and noting the considerable number of various constructs, he decided to dismantle one of the metallic spiders to uncover its secrets. Upon opening its shell, he found that the interior housed a control system akin to a circuit board, interlinked by gears and copper wires, connecting various body parts. The power system driving these constructs was supplied by the previously discovered lead-acid batteries. However, due to their batteries having remained unchanged for millennia, many exhibited signs of rust and leakage, resulting in their cessation of function. This design principle starkly contrasted with the majority of intelligent constructs in this world, which relied on magical infusion of elemental essences. Instead, they resembled technological creations familiar to Case. Were these not fully automated robots utilized for material transport and finished product production within an assembly line? Or perhaps they served as the factory's guardians? Case proceeded to dismantle another, slightly larger metallic spider, noting its multi-layered armored shell, which exhibited no visible seams for entry. His suspicions were further confirmed as he discovered within this metallic spider and Ouroboros' armor a completely different functional module, a repeatable crossbow mechanism, as well as a unique magical array structure designed to secure a staff and autonomously facilitate spellcasting. Indeed, this ancient civilization demonstrated remarkable expertise in the realm of magical arts. Case gently traced his fingers over the intricate runes inscribed on the protective armor, which had withstood the ravages of countless millennia without a trace of degradation. His gaze shifted to the repeating crossbow, its bowstring taut and ready to unleash a barrage of bolts. Fortunately, the malfunctioning battery of the automatons had rendered them immobile. Otherwise, a confrontation might have ensued, requiring considerable effort on his part. After inspecting several metallic spiders, Case turned his attention to other areas within this subterranean, fully automated production facility of the ancient civilization. The floor of the workshop was covered with metallic plates adorned with wavy, anti-slip patterns, producing a resonant sound with each of Case and Ouroboros' steps. Above, the ceiling was adorned with lighting fixtures, yet they lay dormant, devoid of power, resembling nothing more than ornamental trinkets. Before his journey, Case had visited various automated factories for work-related reasons. In such environments, where machines supplanted human labor, the separation of man and machine was a critical safety protocol. However, to facilitate maintenance or adjustments to the production machinery, these factories were invariably designed with dedicated operational compartments for skilled engineers. Even in disparate worlds, the fundamental principles of industrial production remained consistent. This ancient civilization and Ouroboros' automated assembly line, which evidently surpassed the productivity levels of Case's own world, should also feature such an operational design. Case was confident that locating this control area for the workshop's machinery would yield the greatest rewards from his perilous expedition. The internal wiring of the metallic spiders remained intact, and their components were largely unharmed. Their only limitation lay in the leaking batteries that rendered them inoperative. The technical principles for handling or remanufacturing lead-acid batteries were not overly complex. With the assistance of magic, Case believed he could independently produce a new batch of energy modules. Should he also discover the control room for these machines, the production facility would no longer languish in silence, potentially bestowing immense wealth and power upon the young blue dragon. Efforts invariably bear fruit. After tirelessly exploring every nook and cranny of the production workshop, Case finally stumbled upon what appeared to be the entrance to the control room, concealed within a lattice structure resembling an egg. Prior to this discovery, he had presumed it to be yet another ventilation apparatus of similar design. Fortunately, he noticed a gap on the side of the lattice, obstructed by dust that had accumulated and solidified over time, making it appear indistinguishable from the other vents. The compacted dust was no obstacle to the strength of the young blue dragon. With a vigorous pull, he tore the lattice door free from its dusty bindings. However, a pneumatic gate still stood between him and the control room, constructed from the same robust materials as the previously encountered rolling shutter. This compelled Case to revert to his blue dragon form, using his claws to dismantle a substantial section of the wall, thereby gaining access to the coveted space within. Subsequently, the young blue dragon was finally able to step into the heart of the Quatman 13th Manufacturing Workshop, the core control chamber. Chapter 11. The Diary of Quatman. Upon the opening of the pneumatic gate that sealed the operational chamber, Kuz was immediately enveloped by an unusual, long dormant scent wafting from within the cramped space. Dragons possess an extraordinarily keen sense of smell. Aside from the black dragons that revel in rolling in marshy mire and thrive on the stench of decaying flesh, most dragons harbor a profound aversion to foul odors. Kuz was no exception. Having reverted to his humanoid form, he instinctively covered his mouth and nose upon detecting the odor. Had it not been for the concern of inadvertently damaging some internal apparatus due to rapid oxidation, he would have unleashed a gust of wind to cleanse the air with refreshing vigor. The atmosphere resembled that of a low-grade horror film, where the oppressive stench and dim confines of the room demanded the presence of death as a potent enhancer of the ambience. As our protagonist, the young blue dragon Kuz, stepped into the automated factory's operational core, he was confronted by the sight of a desiccated corpse seated in a chair, its hollow gaze directed towards the room's exit. Had this scene unfolded prior to his transmigration, Kuz would have surely screamed in terror and fled at once. However, as a blue dragon, even in his youthful form, he was not easily intimidated by a mere mummy, unless it were a demigod and Oppos' remains, which was an impossibility. The lifeless figure was merely the result of a common humanoid being's dehydration post-mortem, bearing no relation to any legendary undead creature. Consequently, the deceased and Oppos' gaze did not captivate Kuz and Oppos' attention. Rather, it was the machine sprawled before the desiccated body on the control desk that piqued his curiosity. To his surprise, the central control of this ancient civilization's manufacturing facility bore a familiar structure: a dashboard, operational keyboard, and screen. The presence of a technological artifact typically associated with the scientific realm in this fantastical world struck the young blue dragon as somewhat incongruous. While the control chamber felt confined in comparison to the expansive production floor, it still boasted an area of several dozen square meters, complete with a living area, washroom, and workspace, seemingly designed for the convenience of personnel tasked with long-term monitoring. In accordance with the custom of honoring the deceased in the Flower Kingdom, Kuz first relocated the mummified remains to the living area out of respect before commencing his examination of the complex instruments atop the control desk. Much like a novice unacquainted with electronic devices swiftly locating the power button, Kuz quickly identified the prominent switch. The device was out of energy and required emergency power for recharging. As Kuz deciphered these words, two emergency energy connection devices sprang forth from the control panel. One interface was designed to accommodate a cubic structure, evidently compatible with a battery, while the other revealed a diamond-shaped crystal. The crystal is intricately engraved with complex magical runes. Although these runes differ slightly from the contemporary magical systems, similarities can still be discerned through comparison, enabling identification. By deciphering the runes, Kuz uncovered several structures that symbolize the absorption of magical energy. There are two modes of interface, one for inserting a battery, and the other for channeling magical power. This aligns perfectly with the fantastical premise. It would be illogical to overlook such a treasure. If a lead-acid battery could suffice for this machine's energy needs, then the consumption of an alternative magical charging method would hardly constitute a significant drain for Kuz. Thus, the young blue dragon pondered briefly before grasping the crystal prism designated as the charging interface, not wishing to venture outside in search of a usable battery. As anticipated, upon grasping it, the crystal prism began to autonomously draw energy from within the young blue dragon, and the screen before him displayed a progress bar indicating the charging status. Kuz estimated that after expending enough energy to cast a minor chain lightning spell, the machine's charging would be nearly complete. The screen then presented a new message: energy requirements for startup met. Automatic detection of factory power unit has lost connection and is currently inoperable. Would you like to switch to the personal application system? Naturally, he opted for yes. Otherwise, the energy previously infused would be wasted. Following the operational instructions, he located the button to enter the selection mode. However, when Kuz pressed it, he felt a slight resistance, perhaps due to the prolonged inactivity, so he exerted a bit more force. Suddenly, an alarm sounded. Genetic material examination results, not the previous operator. Initiating machine self-locking mechanism, countdown begins. Before Kuz could react further, the text on the screen transformed once more. Detection result amended. possesses advanced modifier genetic information, advanced permissions granted, alarm deactivated. This unexpected turn of events left Kaz bewildered. Yet he surmised that it might relate to the fact that his dragon egg had been discovered within this ancient ruin. It was possible that he had undergone some genetic modification even before his birth, which led this advanced industrial control computer to assign him elevated privileges. The benefits of this advanced permission became immediately apparent upon startup, as all records of the previous operator were set to retrieval mode for Kaz to peruse. The first document that appeared contained detailed information regarding the former operator of this central control computer, the esteemed engineer Cortman. It turned out that the inscription on the wall of the external passage referencing Cortman's 13th manufacturing workshop referred to this distinguished engineer's family as a renowned engineering family. Cortman's biography and personal habits were meticulously documented, including his fondness for cigars and his collection of antique firearms. Within this document lies the personal diary of Cortman and an operations manual for an automated system, which piqued Quest's interest. Thus, he first opened the document icon representing Cortman's personal diary, which, as stated, contained various research materials and daily records of its user. A Masker New Star Calendar, year 4523. March 11th. Today I celebrated my 135th birthday and held a memorial for my late wife. The reason for my abundance of leisure time is the ongoing upgrade of equipment for the artificial magic web at the factory. The Grand Mechanic has met with the ruler of Netheril, despite the Elder Council's disapproval, as our civilization has long since vanished from the Toriel world. Essentially, we can no longer consider ourselves the same race. During thousands of years of colonization in the astral realm, we have developed entirely different paths and cultural customs from our original kind. A Masker New Star Calendar, year 4525, June 13th. 3 colonial planets have been assaulted and destroyed. The assailants did not emerge from the abyss or the hells of Baroth. Rather, they were created by the Imiskari themselves, mirroring the destruction of the ancient Imiskari civilization. A case of self-inflicted consequences, wholly self-inflicted. Just a year ago, the Grand Mechanic and the members of the Arcane Council claimed that the new magical devices they had created were safer and more efficient than the ancient Seven Secrets, a means to utilize curses to weaken the barriers of the crystal walls, thus leading the Imiskari away from this universe, which is loathed by certain deities and ancient malevolent entities. Unfortunately, this magical creation was barely completed and had not yet reached the vicinity of the crystal wall system's boundaries, when it was disrupted and activated by the chaotic rules emerging from the chaotic sea. Why is there a disbelief in the power of technology? Why is there a lack of faith in the Elder Council? Why persist in attempting to create uncontrollable and perilous magical artifacts? A Masker New Star Calendar, year 4535, November 11th. A decade has passed, and finally, everything is about to conclude. The great Archmage allies of Netheril have dispatched their most advanced floating cities to participate in the battle. Spellcasters and researchers have united, and the adaptive anti-curse biological modification experiments involving all researchers from the Mage Council and the Elder Council are nearing completion. Even some benevolent deities have engaged in the struggle against the malevolent entity radiating chaos and curses. While we cannot atone for our past mistakes, all Imiskari contribute their strength. The Annihilation warships from the Otori family carry warriors arriving from across the multiverse to resist the malevolence, while the Cortman family, my kin, selflessly provides these warriors with the finest weaponry, including laser guns and electromagnetic energy shields that require no magical enchantments, yet prove more effective. A Masker New Star Calendar, year 4536, June 8th. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. There is nothing new under the sun. All calamities can ultimately be attributed to human folly. It was indeed this catastrophe that the shameless Grand Machinist orchestrated, a transgressor who cast shame upon all the people of Amaska. The purpose behind the creation of that abominable entity was not to bestow upon the Amaskans a prosperous existence in the New World, but rather to satiate his malevolent and insatiable ambition to weaken all deities and usurp their glory. On the first day of the year 4537 in the Amaskan New Star Calendar, the Grand Machinist, no, he should be referred to by his foul name, Polyrosak, was ultimately vanquished by the gods. He, along with the monstrous offspring of his ambition, was obliterated, and at long last, the calamity was quelled. However, the repercussions must be borne by all Amaskans. Most of the gods who opposed Polyrosak succumbed to eternal slumber, bringing forth the multiverse's profound disdain for the Amaskans. Moreover, the curse uttered by that vile entity before its demise transformed all habitable spaces for the Amaskans into inhospitable wastelands, rendering them victims of an unknown plague. Though Cotman's diary is but fragmented phrases, it still offers glimpses of information accumulated over decades. Now he can ascertain that the civilization obscured beneath this land indeed belonged to the ancient descendants of the Amaskans. Yet, they met a disastrous fate due to the nefarious schemes of the Grand Machinist, leading to their total annihilation. And their dwellings became a desolate expanse, perhaps the very origin of the world known as the Ashen Realm. If this conjecture holds true, it would elucidate why the computer successfully authenticated blood samples upon activation, as well as why his innate adaptive evolutionary abilities surpass those of typical draconic beings. Nonetheless, this is not absolute. The diary contains insufficient information, and this location is merely an energy component manufacturing facility belonging to Cotman's family, not the technological core of an ancient civilization. Collecting his thoughts, Cus continued to diligently search the computer for valuable information. Should he uncover maps indicating the locations of Amaskan architectural marvels, it would be ideal, allowing him to follow their traces and gradually explore the remnants of this civilization, piecing together a more comprehensive understanding of its legacy. Chapter 12. The Three Ogre Brothers, Part 1. To find a diminutive figure, strike him. Strike him fiercely until no sound escapes, cast him into the fire, and consume him before he turns to ash. As Bro softly recited the recipe from a tome titled The Culinary Guide to Ogre Gastronomy, he appeared to be lost in contemplation, were it not for the clanking sound of the heavy iron chains shackled to his feet. This robust ogre slave might well have been mistaken for a scholar engrossed in study. Silence! Bellowed a warrior patrolling the slave ranks atop his steed, intent on delivering a lash to this incessantly muttering and irksome creature. Yet, before his whip could descend upon the ogre, he was met with the menacing gazes of two equally massive ogres looming behind him, their eyes glowing with a faint green luminescence in the darkness, as if they were eyeing a potential meal. The warrior swallowed hard, cursing under his breath at the whole wretched lot of them, and redirected his whip to strike the flank of his desert steed, urging it to gallop further down the line of slaves. Bro, Neruo, and Paroa were a rare trio of ogre triplets. Typically, an adult ogre stands over 9 to 10 arm spans, approximately 3 meters in height, and weighs between 500 to 700 pounds, nearing a third of a ton. These hulking creatures often sport a singular horn atop their heads, adorned with skin that ranges from pale blue to light yellow, and a thick layer of fat that provides ample protection. To other sentient beings, ogres are perceived as foolish, repulsive, and gluttonous giants, inherently malevolent in nature. They are social creatures, highly adaptable to their external environment, capable of enduring a month without food or water. Their sustenance is derived from raiding other sentient tribes or hunting, with the flesh and blood of various humanoid species being their favored delicacies. This proclivity for consuming sentient beings has led to their grim moniker of ogres, and they are known to partake in the remains of their deceased kin. However, from the perspective of the ogres themselves, the reality is quite the opposite. Even young ogres, beyond their native tongue, are adept in the languages of giants, orcs, and gnolls. The more astute among them can even master human speech and the intricate dialects of elves, as well as the convoluted language of dragons, an evident testament to their intelligence rather than folly. Their appetite for humanoid flesh is merely a reflection of their dietary preferences. In truth, ogres rarely engage in the wanton slaughter or enslavement of other races or even their own kind, unlike other sentient beings. As for the consumption of their kin, it is a means to perpetuate the life of their brethren within themselves. Ogres would never intentionally kill their own for sustenance, as that would be deemed a disgraceful act. Moreover, in contrast to other diminutive races, ogres exhibit little in the way of discriminatory sentiments. They extend their bounty to fellow kin, providing nourishment and protection even to the frailest of younglings and the elderly on the brink of death. Moreover, as long as one can thoroughly comprehend the characteristics of the ogre race, any species can form hunting parties with them and share in the spoils. However, very few sentient beings can grasp this ogre philosophy. In fact, aside from a handful of trolls and orcs with similar customs, few intelligent creatures can become hunting companions of ogres rather than mere food. The prevailing perception among other intelligent beings is that ogres are formidable, cunning, and inclined to resolve all matters through violence. Brew, you need not recite it aloud. I have grown weary of this fermented offal and bran rations. One of the ogre triplets, Neru, remarked, lightly tapping Brew on the head with an astonishingly heavy spiked blackwood club. To others, this might seem akin to murder. Yet for the thick-skinned ogre brothers, it was merely a trivial jest. Ouch, you've knocked my head, Brew lamented. Now I will struggle to remember the culinary recipes from these books. Another brother, Paro, chuckled heartily nearby, his laughter resonating like thunder among the trio, causing those in the slave caravan to instinctively retreat a bit further. The raucous sounds of the ogre brothers reached the front of the caravan, prompting the leader of the merchant group atop a two-humped camel to frown. He initially contemplated reprimanding them but ultimately refrained. Best not to provoke those three monsters. Should they truly incite a riot, it is doubtful these hired warriors could quell it. The memory of witnessing the ogre triplets wreaking havoc in the Grand Colosseum resurfaced, causing the merchant's brow to twitch uncontrollably. They had departed from Shatter, a city established near ancient salt lakes, renowned as the largest salt-producing site of the Medici Empire. Aside from a select few nobles capable of affording the fine sea salt imported from distant coastal cities, the majority of the Medici populace relied on salt harvested from the expansive salt fields surrounding Shatter. Countless merchant caravans flocked to Shatter, rendering the city perpetually bustling and crowded. The epicenter of this commotion was the ancient Grand Colosseum, constructed of gravel, which has withstood the test of time. The Grand Colosseum was perpetually filled to capacity during competitions. Ferocious beasts were unleashed from their enclosures, while humans were driven into the arena, where the beasts sought to devour them, and the humans were compelled to fight. The slave gladiators and various wild beasts engaged in a gruesome spectacle, utilizing blood, roars, and wails to entertain the audience from far and wide. Only the most courageous and fearless fighters could hope to grasp a sliver of survival. These champions, drawn from diverse races, represented the bravest among their kin and were among the most valuable as slaves. As a merchant authorized by the Dragon Nest ruler, Epicurus was tasked with procuring the finest slaves from various regions to satisfy the needs of the formidable and cruel Thunder Duke, the legendary dragon Salota. In assembling a retinue and constructing the Dragon Nest, the supply of the Shatter Gravel Colosseum is perpetually of the highest quality, with robust and formidable slaves who, unlike those from other locales, are not subjugated by the standards of bait, but rather possess a strength that defies weakness. Merchants pursue profit, and the circulation of goods fosters the growth of wealth. This is the secret of Epicurus, the key to the forthcoming prosperity of the Epicurean family. Chapter 13. The Three Ogre Brothers, Part 2. These three ogres would undoubtedly satisfy the desires of the dragon and Oppos, their ruler. What price should be set? Epictetus pondered while perched upon a dromedary. The vivid scene of the arena and Oppos' slave gladiator auction, characterized by fervent enthusiasm and spittle-laden descriptions of these monstrous beings, echoed in his ears. They were the rare desert ogre triplets, ferocious lions rendered tame before them, striding forth, that could effortlessly pursue the fastest steeds on foot. Even the sharpest blade could not pierce their tough hides. Undoubtedly, the persuasive words had their effect, leading Epictetus to spend a considerable sum to procure the ogre brothers. However, when he issued the initial command to disarm them, he faced staunch refusal from both the brothers and the arena and Oppos' overseer. Their weapons were earned through the price of their freedom, and their armor and other equipment were rewards for their victories in combat. These were their personal possessions, even if one purchased their contract. It did not grant the right to seize their belongings, should one insist, according to the rules. They must personally enter the arena and vanquish the brothers to claim their private property. Epictetus vividly recalled the grave manner in which the slave trader explained this to him. To face the ogres in combat under the arena's regulations was tantamount to courting death. None of the previous slaves he had acquired possessed such formidable equipment or terrifying prowess, rendering them inconsequential. Yet, in the case of the ogre triplets, Epictetus, after much deliberation, employed dozens of slave hunters as mercenaries at a favorable rate, still feeling uneasy. The desert night was frigid, for sand does not retain heat. However, this posed little challenge to the robust ogres. The desert ogres possessed far superior vision compared to humans. Although they lacked true night vision, under the glow of stars and moonlight, their dim sight allowed them to discern their surroundings with ease. The diminutive figure ahead, referred to as Master, furtively scrutinized them, seemingly fearful they might consume him. Brew, having been schooled by his brothers, continued to peruse the ogre culinary guide while whispering to his siblings. Humph, that little man is stingy. This chain he provided us is of such poor quality. It snaps with a tug and cannot even fit on my ebony staff. The strongest among the three, Neru, spoke. Neru, you big oaf, that chain is merely a shackle intended to prevent our escape, albeit of lamentable quality. Paru, gripping a staff made from the spine and skull of some creature, pointed to the shackles on his feet, from which a liquid oozed from the skull atop the staff, causing the shackles to hiss as they corroded upon contact. The ogre triplets, being wilderness ogres, required less sustenance than their environmental counterparts. Yet their bodies were all the more robust. Nero was always filled with strength. His aspiration is to become a blacksmith, a craft he learned from a book brought along by a diminutive child. He delights in standing before the furnace, wielding his hammer to forge various weapons for himself and his brothers. The molten iron that once burned him has transformed into armor that now protects him. In the arena, he is always the first among the three brothers to charge forth, using his ebony staff to crush the skulls of his adversaries, not merely to demonstrate bravery through brute force, but also to test the durability of his weapon and the sharpness of the spikes on his armor. Paru, always equipped with potions, aspires to be an apothecary. The tribe's original troll shaman taught him to discern plants, identify animals, taste toxins, and concoct elixirs. In gratitude to this selfless mentor, Paru even disregarded the fact that he was not a true ogre, allowing the deceased shaman and Apos' body to rest within him, ultimately crafting the old troll's spine and skull into a voodoo staff, enabling him to continue reveling in the thrill of battle even after death. In the Grand Colosseum, Paru dedicates himself to spreading the power of voodoo, diligently collecting various ingredients essential for his craft, and after each skirmish, he always possesses miraculous potions that expedite his brothers and Apos' recovery and restore their vitality. Thus, the ogre trio stands resolute. Brew possesses ideas, Not possesses strength, and Paru possesses potions, undaunted, courageous, and resilient. As the night journey through the desert approaches its conclusion, a glimmer of light appears on the horizon. At the forefront of the caravan, the merchant leader Epicurus issues commands to establish camp in the shade of the dunes, set up guard posts, and arrange the camel train in a circular formation, herding all cargo within. With each directive, the entire caravan busily and methodically follows the familiar routine. The shaded side of the dunes features a large rock. A slight excavation and the laying of sunshades creates an excellent resting place. Naturally, such areas are reserved for the caravan's overseers and hired warriors. Fortuitously, a small grove of cacti surrounds this rock, allowing the cargo slaves to enjoy the precious shade of the day, provided they carefully avoid the sharp spines. The immense size of the ogre brothers makes it impossible for them to completely evade the pricking needles within the cactus grove. However, they remain largely unconcerned, as their resilient skin offers ample protection against such trivial injuries, merely bending and breaking the spines. Seated on the ground, leaning against a colossal cactus, Paru cautiously retrieves a small wooden box from his tattered bag. He opens the box and extracts a viscous, dark green substance with a pungent aroma, meticulously dividing it into two portions for his brothers. This is a voodoo potion he has concocted based on the knowledge imparted by the old troll, utilizing the principle that plants absorb energy from sunlight and employing shamanistic methods for extraction. Although this ointment cannot be ingested directly, applying it to the forehead offers a modicum of relief from the scorching sun during the day, compensating for the energy depleted by the relentless heat. He has named this new voodoo remedy the Vitality Ointment. Paru and Nero, the flavor of these cacti is delightful. I shall preserve some in my culinary box. Would you care to sample them as well? Blue, brimming with enthusiasm, deftly sliced through the prickly skin of the cactus with his wailing fork, meticulously chopping the succulent inner stems into small cubes, occasionally tossing them into his mouth to savor their taste. The mild toxin inherent in the cactus could potentially wreak havoc on human electrolytes, leading to dire consequences. However, for the culinary ogre with astonishing digestive prowess and a natural resistance to toxins, these poisons seem to serve as a novel seasoning. The mightiest Nero, after applying the vitality ointment handed to him by Paru, became engrossed in refining the angle of his armor's horns. From time to time, he would grasp his heavy ebony staff, tightening the thick metal plates encasing its head. Though seated upon the ground, he towered over an average person, and the resounding clang of his hammer striking weaponry and armor filled the air, much to the annoyance of the other weary slaves who had toiled through the night, yet dared not voice their irritation. Chapter 14. The caravan at rest, the thick carpet insulated against the rising heat emanating from the ground, while the sunshade above effectively shielded against the relentless blaze of the overhead sun. Reclining against the rocks, Epicurus felt a measure of fatigue after a night of travel. Yet he found himself unable to rest immediately. The irritating presence of foolish creatures irritated him, listening to the distant sounds of hammering emanating from the slave encampment. The slave trader could not help but curse. One could easily surmise that it was the towering ogre tinkering with his weaponry. Indeed, they were a remarkably vigorous and frighteningly energetic lot. As a prosperous caravan merchant, and aspiring to become an even more successful trader, Epicurus had long ago mastered the art of gathering and analyzing information. Although this trade route had been traversed for over 15 years, the conditions of the desert remained as unpredictable as a sudden sandstorm, capable of manifesting at any moment. A war had unexpectedly erupted between the two desert-dwelling tribes, the Sashan and the Salem, near the Dragon's Nest territory, presumably over the foolish title of Khan. Twirling his meticulously groomed goat-like beard, a habitual gesture when deep in thought, Epicurus reflected, although this petty squabble had not drawn the attention of the powerful, it indeed affected the surrounding trade routes, now positioned on the fringe of the Dragon's Nest territory. With another fortnight and Oppos, as journey ahead, it seemed unlikely that he could procure spices from Nam this time, necessitating a cautious detour to a more distant city. Damn it. The sentry perched atop the sand dunes sounded the alarm, startling the pensive merchant and causing him to inadvertently pluck a few beard hairs. A samurai, tasked with the watch duty, abruptly entered Epicurus's tent. This warrior was not a hired mercenary but a trusted retainer of Epicurus, for only they were permitted to intrude upon the merchant and Oppos' tent. Master Epicurus, a situation has arisen. We have discovered an unspecified number of nomadic cavalry beyond 2 palisades, and their course leads directly to our encampment. The caravan's samurai succinctly conveyed the alarming news. Quickly, assemble the caravan's warriors and the hired mercenaries. Inform them that the time for confrontation has arrived. Additionally, distribute some food and prepared weapons to these slaves. Tell them they must fight fiercely if they wish to survive. Lastly, secure the food and water at the rear of the camp. Bury some for safekeeping. Epicurus articulated a rapid succession of commands. Even before a quarter of an hour had elapsed, the ogres had detected the situation ahead of the sentry. The shaman ogre, Palu, who had been resting with energy salve applied and eyes narrowed, suddenly opened his gaze, straightened up, and peered into the distance with his dark pupils. A scarred nose twitched slightly. Thanks to his studies in voodoo knowledge, his sense of smell was the most acute among the 3 brothers. Narek, do not make a sound. Blue, stow away your delicacies. The ogre shaman admonished his 2 brothers, one engrossed in hammering metal and the other extracting insects from the roots of a cactus. He swiftly dropped to the ground, his large ears pressed closely against the sand as he strained to discern the sounds around him. The 2 brothers who received his signal also wrinkled their noses, although their sense of smell did not match that of Paru. Their innate instincts alerted them to some unusual happenings. It seemed that a multitude of diminutive figures, riding upon creatures akin to camels, were hastily approaching. The astute and resourceful Brew remarked, "A battle may be imminent. This is not an arena. We must employ the tactics we once used on the plains." While quickly organizing his food container, Brew stuffed the chopped cactus pads and the delectable insects he had found into the empty compartments of the box, carefully sealing it once more. He earnestly advised Neru, "Remember to conserve half your strength. Do not discard the healing potions Para has given you. If we cannot prevail, we must flee together. And let us take 1 or 2 of the little ones as provisions." Neru nodded in understanding. Among the ogre brothers, Brew was always full of ideas. Para had the potions, and Nera merely needed to possess strength. The scent of the little ones was not that of human children, but rather that of tall, elven folk, approximately 100 of them, with a few more of the camel-like beasts. The voice of the earth indicated that they bore no heavy armor, suggesting they could be managed. Rising from his prone position, Paru extracted 3 water skins from his belt. These are freshly concocted healing potions. They can replenish your strength when consumed or be directly applied to wounds. The spoils from the great arena had provided him with more experimental tools and supplies than the elder ogre who had once taught him the ways of healing. Taking the healing potion from Paru, Neru pondered for a moment before unfastening the 2 wooden tower shields strapped to his arms. The heavy shields, meant for human knights, served only as makeshift armoring for him. "The iron remnants shield me. You may use the shield first, for the elven folk will shoot arrows, and being struck can be quite painful." It was only after the ogre brothers had completed their preparations for battle that the sentinel sounded the alarm for an enemy assault. The merchant caravan responded swiftly. The hired warriors mounted their desert steeds and formed a defensive formation. Meanwhile, the caravan guards urged the camel drivers to steer their beasts to the rear and push the slaves, previously tasked with transporting goods, to the forefront of the formation, distributing rudimentary weapons and some provisions to each. Heavens! The stinginess of the leading little one exceeded my expectations. During a battle, they issued only sharpened wooden sticks and crude wooden shields suitable for children's play. Fortunately, Brew's cleverness in earning coin at the arena had equipped us well in advance. observing the weapons distributed to the slave attendants by the caravan guards. The large Neru was utterly disdainful of their meager provisions. In truth, a few of the fighter slaves were allocated metal weapons and simple armor fashioned from tanned hides, while the ogre brothers even received a piece of dried camel meat, though such treatment was reserved for only a select few of the combat-ready slaves. Though the preparations for battle were undeniably swift, the cavalry galloping from a distance proved to be even more rapid. The horsemen, racing from 2 or 3 parasangs away, came to a halt several hundred paces from the formation of slaves. Their purpose was not to display martial etiquette before the opposing forces, but rather to conserve their horses and oppos, strength, gathering momentum for the impending charge. Epicurus and his trusted guards stood atop the dunes behind the caravan, keenly observing the advancing enemy. He carefully took the monocular offered by his confidant, using this fine instrument, purchased from alchemists, to scrutinize the situation with clarity from 5 parasangs away. Chapter 15. Spirits in the Desert. Through his monocular telescope, Epicurus discerned that among the enemy ranks, there were individuals bearing a grand totemic banner. Could this be a small contingent of the Salem tribe? Such a privilege to carry the tribal totem indicates that at least one son of a chieftain is present. As tribal warfare spread to this region, after quenching his thirst with a bitter draught of mare's milk, Harkonnen felt a surge of exhilaration that alleviated the weariness of his long journey. The great conflict had engulfed this arid expanse for over a month, depleting the water sources of 2 oases. As one of the chieftain's sons, Harkonnen received orders to lead a banner of tribal warriors to raid the surrounding merchant caravans, replenishing the supplies for their army, thus obeying the future Muad-Dib, the Khan of the desert spirits. He mounted the 6-legged desert steed bestowed by his father and led his banner like a wildfire sweeping across the sands. Harkonnen Otto, son of Hagiel Otto, had tracked the sounds of the enemy to the enticing lambs. Wield your curved blade and demonstrate the valor of Salem. Communicating with Harkonnen in a peculiar, deep voice was the accompanying spirit bard, whose visage resembled a wrinkled, shriveled almond, with pale blue eyes devoid of white, sparkling with excitement. The bard, a unique spellcaster among the desert spirits, excelled in the art of sound magic. A powerful spirit bard could discern the presence of merchant caravans, armies, and even herds of beasts from hundreds of parasangs away by detecting the vibrations in the dry air, cacti, donkey bushes, sandy whipgrass, and oilwood shrubs. Furthermore, they could enact silent slayings through infrasound, shattering flesh, resilient smokewood, and even metallic blades. A bard with greater experience could also mimic the sanguine abilities of war shamans, accelerating the blood flow of their warriors and significantly enhancing their fervor for battle. The wise bard implored to instill a fiery spirit in the warriors. And although his tone was respectful, Harkonnen's gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the merchant convoy, observing the arrangement of slaves and warriors. For the glory of Salem, for the honor of Hagiel Khan, charge, charge, charge. Harkonnen, closest to the bard, felt an intense rush of adrenaline, urging his 6-legged steed to break through the lines first. Swiftly followed by his most trusted bodyguard, Andar, and then the valiant warriors of the tribe. Each spirit warrior was invigorated. Each steed galloped forth with fervor. All slaves took up defensive positions while the hired warriors drove back their archers, ensuring they did not unleash a rain of arrows unchecked. The orders to confront the enemy came from the leader of the convoy's guards. Epicurus understood that, at such a moment, he must trust the judgment of more seasoned professionals. His own guard leader had accompanied him for over 20 years, enduring numerous similar assaults, and was better equipped to handle the rapidly approaching turmoil. Standing resolutely at the vanguard of the slave line, the 3 ogre brothers, endowed with remarkable hearing, seemed to have caught the battle cries of the elven sorcerers. Their already fervent fighting spirit was ignited like a flame doused with boiling oil. Oh, Sasa, oh, Neru, Blue, Palu, Viadisa. The ogre shaman Palu grasped his colossal troll staff tightly, invoking a battle prayer for his brethren in the ancient tongue of the troll shamans. His desire for combat surging forth like the potent elixir hidden within the troll skull adorning the tip of his voodoo staff. The shackles that had once bound the 3 ogres had already been undone by the keys of the sentinel warriors. At this moment, the blacksmith Neru appeared to have conceived a brilliant idea. A single chain may not bind securely, but 3 chains could entwine tightly, transforming the ebony spiked staff into a formidable ebony flail. As he exuberantly shouted in ogre tongue, brandishing the newly forged weapon, Neru, with his massive frame and the expansive reach of the flail, inadvertently sent several nearby human slaves flying. Those struck were left crumpled, their bodies collapsing as they spewed forth their innards, departing this world without even a cry. The overseers of the merchant caravan, incensed by this unruly brute, attempted to draw their blades as a lesson for the reckless giant. Yet, an unexpected sneeze from Nara knocked them flat to the ground. "Oh, my apologies." The ever-ingenious Blue articulated in a peculiar accent, "Just a little pick-me-up." The ogre gourmet was accustomed to sprinkling a precious spice known as pepper upon himself before battle. Ah, a delightful invigorator. After overcoming this minor inconvenience of a few sneezes, it was hardly a concern. In fact, tasting a bit of pepper could even allow him to unleash fireballs during combat. A splendid idea indeed. Blue was always full of good ideas. Observing the sparks erupting from Nero's nostrils with each sneeze, the merchant guards wisely opted for self-preservation, choosing to disregard the ogres. The charge of the desert elves was not akin to a cavalry charge, if one were to draw a parallel. Their combat style resembled that of the Mongolian horse archers of Earth. They would charge at an angle towards their adversaries, harnessing the speed of their steeds alongside their keen archery skills. A torrential downpour of arrows would rain down, obliterating a corner of the enemy formation. Should the initial volley fail, the horsemen would instinctively reform into a circular formation, raining arrows upon their foes with even greater intensity, or redirecting to tear open another breach in the opposing ranks. Leading the charge was the chieftain's son, Hakunin, at the forefront without a single arrow upon his back. Unlike the bow and arrow, he preferred the heft of a spear or javelin. Currently, he bore 5 spears tipped with precious metals, meant to deliver lethal precision against heavily armored warriors once the enemy lines were breached. A storm of arrows descended from the heavens, claiming the lives of numerous slaves in a corner of the formation. The commander of the merchant caravan and Oppos' warriors reacted swiftly as a host of hired swordsmen, already poised for action, charged forth on their steeds, brandishing weapons such as iris shields and curved short swords, aiming for the attacking flank of the elven cavalry. Despite their numbers being less than a quarter of their adversaries, the ferocity born from years of bloodshed and their honed skills compensated for this shortfall. A portion of the elven riders found themselves unable to concentrate on unleashing their hail of arrows, drawing their curved blades to engage in a fierce entanglement with the caravan's hard warriors. Subsequently, the caravan's guards drove forth, dispatching slaves and gladiators armed with rudimentary weapons to launch a surprise assault. The battlefield descended into a state of stalemate, as the cries of elves and humans melded with the neighing of warhorses and pack beasts, rendering the situation increasingly chaotic, with the commander's orders nearly inaudible. Every combatant, whether elven or human slave, acted on the primal instincts of survival and slaughter. "Come and meet your end." Harkan, unarmed with a shield, drew a spear from his back with his left hand while wielding a scythe sword forged of fine iron in his right. With deft precision, he parried the shield of a passing hired swordsman with his scythe sword, while his spear swiftly pierced the unprotected throat of his foe, exploiting a gap in their defenses. Chapter 16. The Bard and the Sorcerer. The banner-bearers led by Hanik were not mere pastoralists. They were elite warriors meticulously selected through the tribe and Oppos, as hunting rights. In stark contrast, the merchant's escort and hired mercenaries of Epicurus relied predominantly on personal valor and combat prowess, which evidently rendered them less cohesive in their maneuvers. Often, the moment they exhibited even the slightest negligence, the patient elven warriors would swiftly drive their obsidian-curved blades into their flesh, send a message to those 3 monstrous brothers, instructing them to thwart those accursed elven riders from damaging my property. Subsequently, I shall reward each of them with a chainmail vest. Epicurus bellowed vehemently at his trusted mercenaries, his eyes wide with fury. 3 chainmail vests, a considerable expense that caused him a pang of discomfort. Yet, he felt compelled to offer such compensation, as the situation had become exceedingly dire. Even more alarming was the fact that nearly 1/5 of the slave cargo, originally destined for tribute to the dragon and Oppos' lair in exchange for rewards, had already been lost. 1/5, no, nearly a quarter of the total, combined with the 3 chainmail vests. A premium. This time, a premium must be paid. The 3 ogres, upon receiving the message, were particularly delighted, especially Naru, who aspired to be a blacksmith and was always brimming with strength. He certainly knew what chainmail was. It was an expensive armor crafted from intricate interlocked metal rings, something not even awarded in the Grand Colosseum. He lacked the skill to forge such refined items. He could not master the delicate artistry merely through hearsay. Perhaps Brew could learn, and Palu might as well, but neither had any inclination toward blacksmithing. At last, the miserly little fellows had learned to be generous, Even Naru understood that spending money was preferable to shedding blood. Positioned at the heart of the merchant's battalion, the ogres awaited the flames of battle to reach them. The burly Naru excitedly brandished his newly crafted ebony flail, charging directly into the fray where knights and slave infantry clashed, heedless of the havoc he wreaked upon his allies' formations. Roar! The chainmail is all yours. But take it slow. Bru and Palu, witnessing Naru's fierce charge, could only hasten to keep pace with their lumbering companion, amidst the chaotic slaughter. As elven riders wielded their curved swords and shields to slice through the newly armed slaves, a thunderous roar akin to an ogre's belch echoed from a distance. A colossal force surged through a chain that descended from above, impacting both the rider and his steed. The majestic horse, along with its rider, was sent soaring, crashing down in a tumultuous roll that halted only when it collided with another knight. In his last moments of consciousness, the elven rider glimpsed an ogre descending heavily onto the very spot he had just occupied. The immense weight caused the sand to sink, engulfing the ogre to a depth that barely reached its ankles, a depth only sufficient to cover a normal elf's calf. Indeed, there are ogres, were the rider's final words. The stalemate between our lines and the elven cavalry hindered Nalu, who, in his urgency, hurled his weapon with great force. With powerful thighs and calves, he vaulted over the throng of combatants, soaring across a significant portion of the battlefield. Although elven warriors attempted to strike him from above, the obsidian blades proved ineffective against the ogre's resilient, tumor-like skin, especially as he was clad in armor crafted by his own hands. As he landed, shaking off the numbness in his feet, he seized the ebony flail lodged in the body of a fallen desert steed. The scent of fresh blood awakened the primal instincts of the ogre hunter. Nalu tore a strip of flesh from the recently slain warhorse, chewing and swallowing as he swiftly pinpointed a cluster of adversaries. Wielding the ebony flail, he aimed his formidable horns with precision. He charged forth, sending the slender little folk flying. He continued his assault, sending elven figures hurtling through the air. Even the elven rider standing in his stirrups barely reached the ogre's waist, a creature that could be considered a giant among his kin. If their height differed by a factor of 2, their weight disparity was at least fourfold. No, surely more. The blood and entrails spewed forth from the warhorses and riders bore witness to this truth. Initially, the flail felt unwieldy. Yet Nalu gradually mastered the technique, maintaining the chain's rotation to strike distant foes while delivering heavy blows to those within close range. The robust ogre, for the moment, was unmatched. Barbarossa, you confront this ogre. The tribe's warriors will restrain the beast. Meanwhile, he would seize the opportunity to deliver a decisive blow while the tribe and Appos' bards held the enemy at bay, whispering the hunting skills imparted by his father since childhood. Hakanan resolved to ignore the malevolent creature rampaging among the tribe's ordinary warriors. The chief's son, with his pale blue eyes shimmering in the morning sun, fixed his gaze on a squad of merchant guards stationed atop a dune behind the slave camp, which had shown no signs of movement. Their throats and hearts were now exposed. Ah, cowardly humans, Hakanan declared, raising his right hand, the scythe blade tracing circles in the air, a signal to the Andar warriors watching over his safety. Feeling it was time, he brought the sword down sharply, slicing through the air and an assailant's throat, directing his attention to a small group of warriors gathered on the shadowed side of the dune. I, Hajir Oda's son, Hakanan Otu, lead the Andar warriors, preparing to launch a relentless, life-or-death charge. This was the tradition of the Salem Rangers, an assault ritual led by the most noble, advancing towards the enemy without retreat or evasion, determined to settle matters of life and death. Inspired by Hakanan, his Andar warriors could not contain their fervor, shouting for Hakanan Odu, as they tightened their stirrups, urging their steeds to gallop faster to keep pace with their noble leader's charge. The steeds of the desert are robust and elongated, endowed with tremendous explosive power. Their broad hooves allow them to gallop across the sandy terrain without sinking, leaving only a trail of dust swirling behind their tails as they race over the dunes. The six-legged warhorse ridden by Hakanan possesses the bloodline of the ancient elven combat partner, the six-legged horned quay beast. After their initial charge, they remain spirited even after a prolonged skirmish, galloping at the forefront of the ranks, leaving a cloud of dust in their wake, embodying extraordinary grace. 6 legs outpace 4, and 4 surpass 2. The merchants' guards and hired warriors, mounted on horses, find themselves entangled in combat with the elven warriors, struggling to manage the chaos. Other slaves and fighters, lacking mounts, are utterly incapable of thwarting the relentless assault of the elven cavalry. At this moment, the ogre Naru, who revels in sowing fear among the elves and enslaved legion, encounters unexpected trouble. The once easy prey, the slender elven figures, suddenly exhibit cunning, incessantly tossing nets used for hunting and lariats to ensnare the horse herd around them. Although they fail to ensnare themselves initially, one has already managed to catch Naru's ebony chain mace, forcing him to exert considerable effort to avoid losing his weapon in his attempt to break free. Every time he approaches those throwing lariats, they scatter like leaves, only to re-emerge from the shadows to continue their harassment. Naru's battle instincts warn him that among these diminutive figures lurks a dangerous adversary, and he must exercise caution lest he suffer severe injury. This primal instinct of the ogre has been validated countless times in the wilderness and great arenas. He needs to regroup with his brothers, Palu and Bru, with keen eyesight. Naru, whose stature is already imposing, can easily spot his siblings amidst the fray of elven warriors and enslaved fighters. However, just as he prepares to stride towards them, a voice suddenly erupts beside him. At first, it is not loud, but it quickly amplifies in his ears. Caught off guard, Naru, who had felt no fatigue since the onset of battle, suddenly stumbles, his mind spinning, showing signs of unsteadiness. The ogre shaman Osa Viautice's massive troll staff intercepts the poisonous spear thrust by the elven spellcaster Barbarossa. A noxious green gas, reminiscent of the decay found in ancient swamps, erupts from the vibrating skull of the troll staff. This gas seems to be controlled by the shaman's incantations of voodoo spells, coalescing around the elven spellcaster, making it difficult for even a gentle breeze to disperse it. Concerned that the toxic fumes might harm his throat, Barbarossa hesitates to use his incantations to dispel the suffocating atmosphere. With no other recourse, he must hold his breath tightly and retreat behind the surrounding warriors, hoping to find a slightly safer haven to address his predicament. Apologies, I must sneeze. As Barbarossa lunged towards the nearby warrior, he was abruptly struck on the chin by a fist that materialized from invisibility, shattering his teeth and propelling his body into the air. In that moment, he heard the final sound of his life, Achoo. Accompanied by the sneeze, a fireball, nearly half the size of Barbarossa himself, collided with him. The green gas emanating a foul odor was a highly combustible substance, significantly amplifying the power of the flames. The two ogres, who had previously lingered in the distance, seemed to burst like bubbles, vanishing without a trace. With illusion spells, invisibility, and explosive flames, the ogre Bru, who aspired to be a gourmet, was also a remarkably gifted ogre sorcerer. Who says that a gourmet aspiring to be a chef cannot be an excellent sorcerer? Chapter 17. Charge and Sanctuary in the shadows of the sandstone that had long stood behind Epicurus. Cause observed the tactical coordination that led to the demise of the elven spellcaster at the hands of the three ogres. The final ogre, a sorcerer employing an uncommon array of magical abilities, particularly piqued Kaz's curiosity. Unlike the prevalent mages of this world, who drew upon equivalent life force to cast spells, nor akin to the practices of other realms that engaged with mysterious sources for material-free incantations. This seemed to be a more primitive form of magic reminiscent of the earliest bloodline sorcerers. It bore traces of ancient shamanistic practices, utilizing materials for spellcasting, yet lacking the ability to perform material-free magic. Nevertheless, it undeniably showcased a profound wisdom in the understanding and utilization of arcane knowledge. If this ability was indeed self-discovered, the intellect of this ogre was likely not only considerable but perhaps surpassed that of most human spellcasters. Reflecting on this, Kaz's gaze shifted nearby. The trusted guards of the slave trader clashed with the warriors of the chieftain's son, Andaru, in a newly formed battleground. The six-legged warhorses of Hakanan charged forth, surging over the dunes within 30 breaths, followed closely by a dozen equally well-equipped and spirited elven riders. Before they could breach the fortified formation of the awaiting guards, the chieftain's son hurled his javelin. Propelled by the speed of his steed, the javelin sliced through the air, producing a sharp whistle, and the guards of the merchant caravan scarcely had time to raise their shields in defense. The javelin pierced through leather armor, its tremendous force toppling the injured man from his mount, who cried out in agony as he was impaled. Once, twice, thrice. 4 times the same scene unfolded in mere breaths. Only a single javelin remained in his left hand as a secondary weapon, with the elven riders shouting for Hakanan. The chieftain's son and his warriors surged into the merchant's defensive formation. Stop them! Epicurus bellowed with all his might, commanding his loyal guards to protect him. The wealthy merchant unsheathed a newly acquired, sharp scimitar, its blade adorned with cloud patterns forged through the relentless hammering of a master craftsman. The exquisite chainmail, crafted by a renowned armorer, was already donned beneath his nuga-white robe. The blade was fine, the armor sturdy. Yet the armored man wielding the sword was ill-prepared. How many years had it been since he last grasped a scimitar? How long had he languished in the company of nobles rather than immersing himself in the path of the warrior? Epicurus recognized that regret would not alter his current predicament. He strove to disregard the glaring reflections from the scimitar that occasionally hindered his strikes. The situation was dire. The warrior captain beside him joined the fray. And he knew it was time to fight for his life, reminiscent of his inaugural encounter with desert bandits during his trading ventures. For the glory of Hakanan, slay these cowardly kneeling subjects. Hold firm, and cut down these elven bastards. The air was thick with a cacophony of curses and encouragements, mingled in both elvish and common tongues. Armed with a blade far sharper than the obsidian knives wielded by the elven warriors, Epicurus skillfully dispatched a would-be assassin from among the thieves. However, as this thought crossed his mind, reality delivered a stinging blow to his face. Upon witnessing Epicurus slay his companion, the chieftain and imp, Apos' son unleashed his fury, seizing the moment while his six-legged warhorse tore at the opponent and imp, Apos' beast of burden. He deftly maneuvered his side sword to bypass the adversary's curved blade, taking the head of the merchant's warrior leader, Hagen, the sight of his childhood friend, who had stood by him for many years, slain, filled Epicurus with rage. He had always considered this warrior leader to be the most formidable among his retinue. Yet he had not anticipated such a swift demise. Tremble, you cowardly kneeling folk. Haken, the fourth son of Chieftain Hagel, shall surely claim your life. And I speak with intent. The chieftain's son, known for his unwavering resolve, launched his final spear with all his might, aiming directly at Epicurus. Just as everyone believed the merchant would be impaled, the air shimmered as if rippling with water, and a hand grasped the metallic spearhead before him. Perhaps you require some assistance? Transforming into a youthful human form, Kaz dispelled his high-level invisibility magic, catching the lethal spear intended for the merchant, and smiled at him. Haken's gaze fixated on Kaz, who had suddenly materialized from thin air. Though appearing to be merely 13 or 14 years of age, clad in ill-fitting leather armor. The boy's effortless interception of Haken's full-strength throw was enough to raise his alertness to its peak. The chieftain's son's pupils constricted as he attempted to scrutinize the boy. Yet lacking magical sight, he could not discern the truth of Kaz's true form, a fearsome beast. May I inquire your identity? Epicurus, astonished by the sudden appearance of the youth before his steed, quickly perceived a troubling sign. Not from Kaz, but from the agitation of his warhorse. The merchant's steeds were rigorously trained from a young age, displaying no fear even in the fiercest of battles. Yet now, they sensed an overwhelming dread. Had he not firmly held the reins, the horse might have bolted in terror. Epicurus began to suspect that they were on the edge of the dragon's nest territory. During previous tribute exchanges, he had encountered similar reactions. The horses, possessing a keener awareness than humans, were instinctively fearful of creatures that ruled at the apex of the food chain, the Blue Dragon clan governed by the dragon's nest. The merchant hastily dismounted, retrieving a box containing the legendary relic of the great dragon Salota from the side pocket of his saddle. However, do you not require a greater measure of protection? Chapter 18. The Master of Human Outlines indeed, the esteemed Lord of the Dragon and Apos' nest. I, Epicurus, fulfill my duty of tribute to the great legendary giant, Lord Salota of Thunder, and his tribe, although my respect remains unwavering. The gifts I intended to present as a token of my reverence have suffered considerable loss due to those wretched brigands. My caravan now finds itself in dire need of protection. Sensing the identity of the youth before him, the merchant carefully chose his words. Kaz weighed the spear in his hand. Evidently, the weapon of the chieftain's son was far superior to that of his subordinates. Even the spear, meant for consumption, boasted a fully metallic tip, while the merchant's chainmail would likely offer little defense against such a penetrating weapon. You are a clever man, merchant. Examine your legal documents or agreements with the dragon's nest. According to the old dragon's customs, such a contract must exist, stipulating the protection of your caravan. However, there is certainly no guarantee of your survival. Consider how many gold coins it would take to shield yourself from such a razor-sharp spear. We still have a bit of time. Feigning the guise of a greedy threat, the blue dragon casually cast the spear into the sand, its immense force driving it deep into the ground, leaving only a small hole in its wake. The dialogue between Kaz and Epicurus was not in the common tongue of this world, but rather in a draconic dialect frequently used by certain dragonkin tribes guarding the dragon and amp, Apos' nest. Hakanan, the elven chieftain's son, could not comprehend their words. However, Witnessing their aloof conversation just a few paces away, he felt the sting of being disregarded. The shame stemming from his strong sense of pride quelled any panic he might have felt in the presence of this enigmatic human youth. Hakanan tightened his grip on the curved blade, spurring his six-legged warhorse onward, charging towards the caravan and Apos, leader and the mysterious boy with whom he conversed. A desperate charge. Unwavering and resolute. You die, and I shall live. This was the final piece of war wisdom bestowed upon him by his father, a belief Hakanan held steadfastly. With each stride, 10 paces, 5, the warhorse surged forward with unparalleled speed. Just as Hakanan believed he was about to let his beloved scythe taste the flesh of the youth. He noticed the boy calmly retrieving an object and pointing it in his direction. It appeared to be a weapon, perhaps a crossbow bolt. Yet no bow arms were visible, only 2 dark cylindrical tubes adorned with intricate relief patterns. With a resounding bang, before the sound reached him, a burst of fire erupted from one of the tubes of the peculiar weapon. Hakanan's six-legged warhorse collided as if struck by a battering ram. The tremendous penetrating force tearing through the leather armor and the flesh beneath. Although he could not see the devastation, Hakanan could vividly imagine the internal organs of his steed rupturing, warm blood erupting like a fountain from the creature's eyes, nostrils, ears, and even its rear. A formidable force abruptly halted the warhorse's gallop, and under the unforeseen influence of inertia, Harkonnen found himself unable to control his descent, rolling forward until he landed at the feet of Kaze. Before the chieftain's son could rise and prepare for further combat, he was struck in the head, rendering the elven prince unconscious. Kaze, with one foot firmly planted upon the captive, turned his head with a playful glint towards Epicurus, as if to convey, "This is my sincerity, your part depends on your own performance." In truth, the blue dragon felt an imaginary cold sweat trickle down his brow. Indeed, he had proven himself a master of human outlines, having aimed at a man yet inadvertently hitting the horse instead. Observing the resilient six-legged warhorse struggling in a pool of its own blood, Kaze quietly took aim at the creature and Apos' head and, with a second shot from the whaler's double-barreled shotgun, put an end to its suffering. Phew, that was close. Thankfully, the fixed target hadn't gone astray. Perhaps this marksmanship could still be salvaged. Grasping the antique weapon he had discovered in Cotman's workshop with one hand, Kaze felt a fleeting sense of pride. "Pray tell, how do your thoughts fare?" he inquired. "Ah, good sir, I am willing to offer goods valued at 2,000 silver cade as recompense, in hopes that you might assist me in quelling this wretched band of elven marauders. I intend to offer them as the most abject slaves to the great Lord of Thunder." Epicurus appeared captivated by the weapon wielded by Kaze, seemingly on the verge of uttering further words. With his right hand gripping the handle of the whaler, Kaze struck the barrel against his left palm, delivering a double entendre. "Merchant, I am truly astonished by your avarice. Nay, please believe in my sincerity. For 1,000 silver cade, these elves are decent warriors. And as slaves, you stand a profit." Kaze silenced the merchant and Apos' impulse to explain with the muzzle of his gun. Furthermore, each of them possesses a warhorse. Ultimately, the living will be accounted for at 50 silver cade per head. Remember, I accept silver coins or other equivalent items. Before the merchant could haggle, Kaze dispelled the illusion amidst the astonished gasps of the onlookers and the warhorse's terrified whinnies. A robust blue dragon emerged upon the sand dunes. Epicurus, who frequented the dragon nest territory for trade each year, had indeed encountered such creatures before. Yet he dared to assert that this particular blue dragon, adorned in a shimmering coat of indigo scales, though not the largest he had ever seen, was certainly the most imposing in appearance, without question. When this fearsome beast tilted its massive head, narrowing its dark golden eye upon him, and inquired, "What is your opinion?" the merchant completely lost the courage to bargain for his own interests. Observing the merchant's shrinking form as he acquiesced to all of Kaze's demands, the blue dragon could not help but reflect. Indeed, no matter where one might go, society is ever governed by appearances. When faced with a blue dragon, the notion of a desperate charge merely proved to be a self-destructive path. As the son of the chieftain was taken hostage, his valiant warriors swiftly relinquished their resistance. Beneath the dunes, the battlefield, devoid of a bard capable of wielding the power of the sound, saw the elves crumble under the onslaught of the 3 ogre brothers, teetering on the brink of collapse. It is no wonder that the blue dragon has lamented the fickle nature of fortune. Scarcely had the fearsome dragon appeared atop the dune when the conflict dissipated into nothingness. The elves of the Ashen world may indeed possess a more robust constitution than their counterparts from other realms. The heavily injured Harkonnen, having been rendered unconscious during the fray. Soon regained his senses, though his hands and feet were bound tightly with ropes woven from the fibers of the hibiscus plant, rendering any effort to rise a considerable challenge. It would be prudent for you to comply. Others have mentioned that you are but the fourth son of a tribal chieftain. I have already ordered the release of several captives to convey word to your father, should he provide treasures befitting your status. The prospect of your freedom may yet be realized. At this moment, the blue dragon resumed his guise as a youthful human, seated upon the cushion that rightfully belonged to Epicurus, while attempting to maintain the antique gun, the whaler, and awaiting the merchant's confirmation of the newly acquired slaves and steeds to ensure his commission. Chapter 19. A critique of the malevolent host Xiang Zhengqi. The captured warhorses and new slaves cost Epicurus nearly 4,000 silver catty, a sum he could scarcely afford in cash. Generously, Kaz offered to settle the remaining balance with some spices he had brought along. Within the lair of the blue dragon, it was exorbitantly costly for the younger dragons to learn sorcery from their elder kin or even from the lair's master, Sirota. Hence, the opportunity to acquire new knowledge at a minimal expense was a rare boon for Kaz. The generous giant, eager to savor Bru's culinary delights once more, was engrossed in tackling the ogre gourmet's delicacy of roasted camel ribs when he noticed Kaz approaching with his offerings. Of course, I eagerly await your new roasted camel meat, Bru, and that chili sauce from yesterday was truly invigorating. I would love to sample it again. Kaz presented the jujube wine, a gift from Epicurus, to the ogre gourmand. Bru popped open the barrel, took a sip, and his eyes sparkled with delight as he passed the barrel to his two brothers. This is no mere water, Bru. This is wine fermented from jujube juice, albeit with a low alcohol content. Nonetheless, this sweet wine is quite expensive, explained the ogre shaman Palu after tasting a small sip. The little folk are timid and miserly. Only we, the robust giants, embody the traits of generosity and valor. Naturally, Naru drained the entire barrel of jujube wine in one gulp, raising it with a single hand as though it were a mere cup in a toast to Kaz, who says ogres are merely brash and straightforward. This giant was evidently flattering himself. Kaz, observing Naru and Apos' earnest expression, mused that had he not witnessed the cunning scheme by Naru and his brothers to eliminate the troublesome elven bard, the blue dragon might have been deceived. Standing between the seated ogre brothers in his human form, Kaz patted the shoulder of the blacksmith, Naru, and remarked, "The ogre brutes are in high spirits." Having achieved their desired outcome, the triumphant ogre gestured subtly with his chin towards his brothers, signaling the success of his little ploy. Powerful envoy of the dragon lair. Please forgive my brother's rudeness. Palu, the most composed among the trio, inclined his head slightly towards Kaz in a gesture of apology. It is quite all right, shaman. Do you still possess the energy ointment? I wish to experience that refreshing sensation once more. In their previous encounters, aside from the ogre gourmet's unique magical abilities, Kaz had been greatly surprised by the potency of the voodoo potion known as energy ointment provided by the ogre shaman, despite its somewhat unappealing appearance and color. The ointment's scent and the refreshing coolness it imparted upon application felt remarkably familiar to Kaz. This is indeed a cooling balm. This ointment is splendid. The ogre shaman relished the praise for his concoction, for such accolades were the highest commendation for his abilities. Apart from his brothers, few among the diminutive folk could endure the peculiar appearance and aroma of his potions. Indeed, the hefty Kaz is an exception. In truth, Palu possesses a particular invigorating elixir, significantly more potent and even possessing some detoxifying properties. The ogre gourmet, fiddling with the roasted ribs, spoke with his head bowed. Precisely. Indeed. Palu chimed in with palpable excitement. Well, that is correct, but this potion must be consumed quickly, without the luxury of savoring it. As Kaz cast a glance in his direction, the ogre shaman produced a small water pouch. This pouch, crafted from the sinew of an unknown beast, contained a swirling yellowish-brown liquid that was visible within its confines. Relying on his innate constitution, Kaz felt assured of his fortitude. Before Palu could finish his sentence, he uncorked the pouch and took a sip. Blah, bitter, 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 he exclaimed. By the gods, this tastes like a tenfold concentrated Huoxiang Jingqi. It was a formidable potion capable of altering allegiances. Observing Kaz and Apos' grimace of utter despair, the restrained Bru and the eagerly expectant Naru erupted into laughter. Palu, with an awkward expression, hesitated before saying, "You can only drink a little at a time, as the taste is overwhelmingly bitter. Fear not, a sip of this will quell the heat. It is said that Huoxiang Zhengqi pairs splendidly with barbecued meat." Kaz remarked ominously, regardless of whether the ogres comprehended his words. He threw an arm around Bru and Appos' neck, and with the other hand poured the potion into Bru and Appos' gaping mouth. The clever ogre, having saved himself through wit, was released after just a small gulp, feeling as if he had been reborn. However, the smith ogre Nero was less fortunate, despite his immense strength. The young dragon, blessed with extraordinary gifts, was still more robust. Oh, big guy, I can offer you some armor crafted by Nero, or teach you the art of blacksmithing if you wish. In a life previously devoted to manual labor, he resolved not to learn the craft of forging in this one. The remainder of the potion was downed by the ogre Nero. Palu, this potion won't kill Nero, will it? Bru quietly inquired, observing his brother's appearance akin to one poisoned and nearing his end. Haraha. After several days traveling with the merchant caravan, Kaz gradually gleaned insights into the spells cast by ogre sorcerers through the study of Bru and Appos' Ogre Culinary Guide. It indeed represented a rather novel form of spellcasting, yet bore traces of the bloodline sorcerer's habits. Unlike the direct communion with mystical sources or the exchange of vitality as an equivalent for casting spells, the ogre's technique involved unearthing the intrinsic properties of materials to simulate the sensory state during spellcasting. They did not establish principles through the essence of things as mages do to construct spell models. Rather, they stimulated themselves with materials, invoking synesthesia. By directly and Appos, seeing and Appos, or experiencing the spell model through sensory perception, they then mobilized their mental faculties to stabilize this model, thus achieving the desired effect of spellcasting. For instance, the ogre employs a fiery explosion by first utilizing the spicy sensation to stimulate a form of synesthesia within itself. The creature, in its essence, cannot truly taste spiciness. This sensation is, in fact, a composite of burning and mild pain. Through the dissection of this experience, the ogre sorcerer extracts the peculiar sensation of burning. This feeling bears resemblance to the shamanic practices that employ flames for offerings or self-sacrifice to attain a spiritual understanding of fire itself. By invoking the spicy flavor as a synesthetic stimulus, the ogre sorcerer can replicate the essence of flames, enhanced by the explosive force of a sneeze, culminating in a form of eruption. The interplay of these two elements, along with the sorcerer's innate talent for elemental manipulation, culminates in the formation of the fiery explosion spell. This process resembles the primal construction of shamanic spells, yet is infused with the finesse of sorcery. Hence, referring to the ogre as an ogre sorcerer is not without merit. There is no need for prior memorization of spells, no necessity for a spell structure, nor incantations to chant. If it were not for the temporary inability to circumvent the constraints of material components, many questions would arise regarding the potential for synesthetic simulation of various spell forms. This indeed represents an entirely new avenue for spellcasting. If ancient civilizations possessed such a method of casting spells, could they have triumphed against the annihilating civilization that wielded the power to prohibit magic? Kaz pondered this question, ultimately acknowledging the rational conclusion that such a victory was implausible. The Reaper civilization could compel even the mighty Nazarel, a civilization that could rival the flourishing Arcane Empire, to face a fate of mutual destruction. The limitations imposed by the Annihilators on magical abilities undoubtedly exceeded his imagination. Ultimately, this casting ability still relies on the manipulation of elements. Perhaps within their domain of magic prohibition, the existence of spell elements remains uncertain. Nevertheless, this does not deter him from exploring this intriguing and novel ability. As for the potential applications of this skill, Kaz has begun to formulate some ideas. He eagerly envisions simulating the breath of other chromatic dragons or even metallic dragons through synesthetic stimulation, contemplating the sensations he could evoke in other dragons. Yet, he acknowledges that certain unique draconic breaths may remain beyond his capacity for synesthetic imitation. Chapter 20. The tongue puller block. Aside from the novel knowledge gained from the ogres, some peculiar potions and additional protection funds provided by the wealthy merchant Epicurus, Kaz, who accompanied the caravan, made a new discovery just before reaching the core territory controlled by the Dragon Nest kin. The leader of the expedition was an elven bard named Block, though those familiar with him in the tribe referred to him by his nickname, the Tongue Puller. He was robust, his muscles taut and defined, and he strode with an air of fierce authority that was truly intimidating. There were rumors among the elves that his veins coursed with the blood of green-skinned orcs. Yet those who spread such tales found themselves challenged and defeated one by one. According to tribal custom, the vanquished elves would forfeit a personal belonging to the victor. And Block's choice was invariably the tongues of the slanderers. The cold-hearted Block, the merciless tongue-puller, was not only one of the tribe's most elite 10-pillar warriors, a title that required him to display 10 spears adorned with the heads of enemy warriors at the entrance of his tent as a testament to his valor. But he was also a bard capable of wielding the unique art of sound manipulation, a skill that demanded rare talent and decades of relentless practice, alongside the harsh sacrifice of never tasting any spiced food throughout his life. Only such a formidable individual could command a squad composed entirely of 10-pillar warriors. As a childhood companion of Hajar and the most trusted commander of Hajar Khan, he was acutely aware of the perilous situation facing the tribe. Although the tribesmen were filled with fighting spirit, and the warriors busied themselves sharpening their weapons, the ongoing war, reminiscent of the protracted conflict with the formidable Shashan tribe, had plunged the logistics officers into despair. The assembled forces could deplete an oasis's water supply within a week, and newly acquired livestock scarcely had time to be raised before being consumed as provisions. The logistics officers even pondered whether they could exploit captured enemies to alleviate the food crisis. Moreover, the tribe's perimeter was under the watchful gaze of the human empire, which seemed to conspire to let the two foreign tribes weaken each other, thereby eliminating the elf tribe's threat once and for all. Internally, the decaying tribal elders took pride in undermining the chieftain, greedily indulging in the power bestowed upon them by tribal tradition, slowly sapping the tribe and Apos' vitality like a swarm of parasites. Yet, war could not cease. Only by defeating the Shashan tribe could the great chieftain earn the title of Khan, the supreme leader of the elven tribes. Only when Hajar became the Khan of the elven tribes could he unite the strength of all desert warriors. This unified force was essential to conquer the city-states of the human empire, allowing the desert elves to access more water sources and raise greater herds of livestock. Only by breaking the blockade of the city-states could they free the weak, yet powerful kneeling populace from the iron ring binding their throats in the desert tribes. Transformed into a youthful human, Kaze gazed upon the representative from the Salem tribe, whose physique bore more resemblance to that of an orc than an elf. His keen intuition revealed that this warrior-clad individual also emanated a formidable aura of magical energy. It appeared that he was indeed a spellcaster, likely the same unconventional mage specializing in sound-based combat that had been dealt with by Brew and his two brothers. I am the esteemed envoy of the Dragon's Nest, representing Haji Khan of the Salem tribe, fully authorized to negotiate the exchange of tribal warriors. The elven enchanter Block, adorned with a leather tube around his neck, had devised this enchanted apparatus to amplify the effects of his speech magic, significantly enhancing its potency. However, this enhancement came with the peculiar side effect of producing a bubbling sound reminiscent of boiling water whenever Block spoke. The chieftain's decision to dispatch his elite warriors as negotiators was a calculated move, intending to impose force should the discussions falter. Given the descriptions provided by captives, the chieftain understood that the creature that had taken his son was likely a juvenile dragon, at most a young adult. Block, known as the Tongue Extractor, had previously slain a two-headed giant lizard and a sand elemental giant, beasts that approached the strength of an adult dragon. As for the possibility of the young dragon seeking assistance from its kin, the innate pride of blue dragons and the costs associated with their elders intervening would render such a plea insurmountable for a juvenile. Naturally, the option to eliminate this young dragon was equally untenable, as retaliation from an adult blue dragon would be an unbearable consequence for Salem. Despite the relentless journey to catch up with the merchant caravan before reaching the core of the dragon's lair, they encountered the captured young blue dragon, Hakanen. Yet, under the current circumstances, it was evident that this juvenile dragon possessed an extraordinary strength that belied its age, a startlingly accurate assessment stemming from Block's extensive combat experience. 3 robust ogres loomed behind the transformed blue dragon, the most formidable among them potentially on the path to becoming an ogre commander, while the other 2 subtly radiated magical energy, indicating their status as spellcasting ogres. Block's ability to gauge the situation accurately was a commendable trait. He abandoned his initial plan to display force and instead proposed a contingency plan prepared for such an eventuality. Indeed, the environment can shape one and amp Apos as character. Previously, elves were perceived as graceful and serene beings, yet in the harsh realities of the Ashen world, the desert elves here had adopted a brutal disposition. Kaze could not help but silently marvel at this transformation. Salem elves, I consent to prioritize the ransom of your chieftain's son. But I recall that I stipulated the ransom conditions to be commensurate with his status. Kays observed as several merchant warriors approached, bringing forth the chieftain's son, bound with hemp ropes. He signaled for them to withdraw without releasing the bindings, including the muzzle meant to prevent the elf from shouting. Block, with a cold gaze, restrained the furious warriors behind him who were ready to draw their blades at the sight of Hakonan's binding. Then, turning his gaze resolutely towards the terrifying monster transformed into a human youth, the chief instructed the tribespeople of Salem. The principles of trade lie in fairness and justice. Since I had been tasked with negotiating for redemption, I was prepared to offer a commensurate exchange. The principles of trade emphasize fairness and justice. Perhaps the next adage alludes to profits stemming from the strong overpowering the weak. After all, employing a blade for payment is far more advantageous than monetary transactions. Kays surmised with a hint of malice regarding this fearsome envoy. Block produced a leather scroll from his bosom, gesturing slightly. Observing that the young Azure Dragon did not voice any objections, he proceeded to unfurl the scroll, squatting down to lay it upon the carpet. Before the watchful eyes of the assembly, the elven envoy abruptly rose and seized the hair of the battered messenger captive standing beside him. With a sudden surge of force, the injured warrior was hurled to the ground by Block. A flash of steel sliced through his armor, as if a dagger crafted from crystal had precisely pierced the warrior's heart. In the hands of the cruel and formidable elven envoy, this unfortunate soldier did not even have the chance to emit a cry for mercy before his life was extinguished. Kays restrained Icarus, who was startled by the swift and merciless slaughter and was about to raise a loud alarm for the guards. Block discreetly cast a glance at the leader of the merchant caravan, seemingly conveying some triviality. Unperturbed by the elven display of power, Kays was captivated by the transformation of the map. The dagger, forged from soul crystal, had turned a vivid crimson, indicating that it had absorbed soul energy. As the dagger plunged into the map, it penetrated as if into a tranquil pool of water, the sanguine soul energy spreading across the entire scroll, revealing vein-like lines. This spell scroll appeared not to be of elven origin. Kays raised his head to inquire. Indeed, this map was an equivalent offered by the chief. Its origins shrouded in mystery. It could be a relic of the tribe Endopos' wanderings, or perhaps treasures surrendered after a previous raid by another clan. However, it was certain that the creator of this map was not an elf. The map depicted a hidden realm located west of the dragon's lair. After acquiring this map and discovering how to reveal its secrets, Haji Khan had led an elite group, myself included, to explore the location indicated by the map. Ultimately, only Haji and I escaped. Block deliberately omitted the outcome of that expedition. What did you discover? What valuable items could possibly serve as a ransom to replace the son of a chieftain? In truth, we encountered some troubles, Block pondered. Omitting the lethal nature of these troubles, that place appeared to be the laboratory of an ancient soul-binding mage, a colossal structure concealed beneath the sands. During our exploration, we deduced from inscriptions resembling ancient elven script on certain stone tablets that this was the lair of an ancient spellcaster. The conclusion that this spellcaster is a necromancer stems from the assaults we faced from the synthetic beasts that serve as guardians, a domain in which necromancers excel. Chapter 21. Persuasive Words and Ransom, the Ancient Soulbinder. Kays had encountered references to this profession within the annals of knowledge and the tomes of the Dragon's Nest. Soulbinders are spellcasters who acquire artificial supernatural bloodlines through the transformation of ancient bloodlines. They pursue a more profound mastery over the chaotic magical energies that course through their very souls, as well as endeavor to understand the essence of life, evolution, and creation through the crafting of synthetic beasts. This bears a resemblance to the warlocks who trace their lineage through high charisma to inherit their spellcasting ability, yet stands in stark contrast to the scholarly pursuits of wizards who learn through study. However, the spellcasting prowess of a soulbinder is artificially grafted rather than inherited. As with warlocks, they are unable to construct a clear spell structure, their powers being a tumultuous blend fraught with destructive potential, often referred to by practitioners as endopos, malefic arts endopos. Under the control of their will, soulbinders can directly harness the spell-casting energies derived from themselves or their tragic victims to execute clandestine actions, manipulate feeble souls, or unleash arcane flames upon their adversaries, all while perpetually battling the distorted wills born of their powers. Perhaps the ancient endeavor to develop the soulbinder's transformative bloodline was merely a rather unsuccessful experiment. The fervor of the maleficists in creating various synthetic beasts could also be interpreted as a desperate attempt to mend the twisted chaos of their own flesh and souls through the study of life, evolution, and creation. Inherited from ancient times, the legacy of spellcasters from 2 eras prior to the rise of humanity amidst the clash of myriad races is undeniably invaluable. Indeed, after perusing the experimental records of Kopman, Kuwais harbored immense curiosity regarding these ancient secrets that might elucidate why he had transcended into the Ashen world. The laboratory of the ancient soulbinder holds considerable worth. To put it bluntly, its value far surpasses that of the son of the chief of your tribe, whom I have captured. However, it is evident that your previous explorations have not met with success, and one might even say the losses have been catastrophic. Opportunities invariably coexist with challenges, and wealth is always proportional to danger, a truth that is all too clear. Indeed, given the strength of the Salem tribe, the ambition to fully explore this relic is nothing short of folly. Even the peculiar croaking voice of the tongueless Block cannot conceal the bitterness in his tone as he states with near despondency. The Elven tribe has long been devoid of the birth of legendary spellcasters. Even if an alternative path of relatively simple incantations were discovered, there has not emerged a sufficient number of advanced spellcasters. Without advanced spellcasters to oversee the exploration of such relics, no amount of warriors could prevail against the bizarre traps and terrifying hordes of synthetic beasts. Block understood that concealing the dangers of the Soulbinder's laboratory was no longer feasible. Thus, he openly acknowledged the failure of the tribe's exploration efforts. He recognized that negotiation is akin to gambling. One must place greater stakes upon the table for the opponent to be willing to engage. He produced another scroll and gestured to the accompanying warriors, prompting one of them to retrieve a wooden box from their satchel. We are not without our gains. This is a significant discovery that Haji and I risked our lives to extract from the laboratory of the soul-binding sorcerer. Block opened the scroll and proclaimed, "We shattered the initial wave of synthetic beasts and located the workshop responsible for producing these monstrous weapons. Herein lies our greatest treasure from this expedition." The voice of the tongue-puller Block suddenly ascended, as if he were singing a ballad. Beasts born for war begin to reveal their sharpness, drinking the scalding oil from the depths of the earth. Armored like a steadfast shield, they fear not iron or blades, their fangs and claws excavating the hearts of foes. Charging steeds retreat in hesitation, and valiant warriors tremble in fear upon encountering them. Obedient to the commands of the Khan, they conquer all directions. And the blood of severed limbs inscribes the glory of Salem. As the song abruptly ceased, the elven envoy opened a wooden box handed to him by his subordinate. Within lay an organ of an unknown creature, unmistakably belonging to something far from ordinary. Scalding oil coursed through veins that should have been filled with blood, and the box itself bore signs of charring. A pungent aroma invaded the nostrils of all present as the box was opened. Based on the deciphered research notes of the ancient soul-binding sorcerer and the production nest of the synthetic beast workshop, I, in collaboration with all the tribe's esteemed chant weavers, have developed a new type of war synthetic beast for the Salem tribe, the blazing shadow beast. This is the tribe's highest secret, aside from the chieftain and myself. Only a handful of elders and a few captains are aware. Block glanced at the philosopher Epicurus and the 3 ogre brothers still standing aside, seemingly reluctant to divulge more. However, Quest remained silent, prompting him to continue. This war beast knows no gender, cannot reproduce naturally, and can only be nurtured in the production nest. They require no water, possess astonishing combat prowess, and thrive on regular feeding of the black oil excavated from the depths. Their vitality is remarkable. Even when disemboweled, they do not perish easily. The organ within this box is used by the blazing shadow beast to digest black oil. The meat cooks itself, murmured the ogre gourmet, eyeing the digestive organ of the blazing shadow beast. Witnessing the creature's ability to harness the thermal energy of black oil, Quest was reminded of the red dragons, cousins of the 5-colored giants, which also possess the ability to consume magma. However, while dragons can sustain themselves on any energy-rich substance, they would never forsake their preference for flesh. Even he had relied on immense willpower and rational restraint to gnaw on copper ore, lacking the bizarre digestive capabilities of dragons. These beasts nonetheless qualify as monstrous biological engines, Quest mused. Compared to merely toying with stitched synthetic beasts, the ancient soul-binding sorcerers indeed possessed their unique craftsmanship. Perhaps it is truly a remnant of that ancient civilization. Upon encountering the human-embodied youth, Kuwais was stirred by a flicker of emotion. Block fanned the flames of intrigue, stating, "The formidable dragon nest envoy, the value of this map has been substantiated. Although Salem currently cannot extract further gains from this site, the legendary dragon that underpins the dragon nest possesses the capability to explore this relic. The synthetic beast organization contained within this wooden box can serve as evidence for you to provide feasible recommendations to the great legendary dragon. I find myself compelled to concur. Indeed, this map holds worth equivalent to that of the chieftain and Oppos, as son known as Harkan. I shall honor the agreement of priority exchange. And you may take this elf with you. Thank you for your kindness and generosity. Now, concerning the exchange of over 100 warriors, might we? As for these gains, the dragon nest has not mandated that the spoils of the hunt be surrendered. There is no pressing need for me to immediately explore the treasures of the soul-binding mage, and it is entirely unnecessary to divulge this information to that ancient dragon. The experiences from the campaign still linger in Kues and Oppos, as thoughts. Although there is no data to substantiate it, the young blue dragon has, through mere days of interaction, discerned that several ogres harbor a considerable fondness for him. Perhaps, had they still been in the game, his charm would have soared to such heights that he could have accessed the interface for recruiting companions. By the blazing sun, Salem and Oppos, Elven envoy, you must understand that your unwarranted attack has inflicted losses upon me. The compensation brought by the captive-turned-slave scarcely covers half of my original losses. According to the customs of the desert, this was not an unprovoked attack. Rather, you trespassed into our designated hunting ground. Salem is entitled to claim the commercial tax owed to our tribe. It is unfortunate that your tax collector is neither versed in the ways of numbers nor possesses any sense of decorum. They launched an assault on my caravan without declaring war. Salem shall compensate you with gemstones valued at 1,000 silver catet, along with a covenant initiated in the name of our tribal ancestors. For the next 3 years, your caravan shall enjoy a complimentary stall at any bazaar within Salem and its vassal tribes, and when procuring furs, weapons, or even slaves produced by the Elven tribe, you shall be exempt from taxes and receive a discount of 20% on the total price. Does this include the weapon mentioned in your previous discussions, known as the Blazing Shadow? Ibikalu inquired tentatively. You are delusional. With the fury of the tongue puller, the accompanying Elven warriors unsheathed their curved blades. All right. I merely sought to inquire. Observing his escort warriors poised for conflict, Ibikalu sheepishly expressed that it was merely a momentary curiosity. And what is your response? Block gestured for the Elven warriors to sheath their swords. As you wish, may your caravan acquire delightful riches from the benevolent Salem and its allies. Block offered a slight smile, conveying his blessing to the merchant while inwardly wishing, may the thieves of the bazaar rip your purse asunder, leaving not a single coin behind. Chapter 22. One should avoid provoking Fate Master, Barbarossa. Harkonnen, riding alongside the tongue puller, gazed at his expressionless mentor, yearning to articulate something. The recently slain bard, Barbarossa, was also a disciple of this master. Block had only 2 disciples in total, each inheriting his martial and lyrical arts, yet now he was left with but one. However, before Harkonnen could complete his thought, Block's fury erupted like a tempest. His powerful hand seized the chieftain's son by the throat, yanking him down from his steed. He then leapt from his horse, raining blows upon his disciple with relentless ferocity. You pitiful wretch, devoid of the courage and strength to inherit even a fraction of my legacy. Were it not for your being one of the last 2 scions of his bloodline, I would relish the opportunity to rid the tribe of your disgraceful presence. Thankfully, a stalwart warrior intervened in time, prying the enraged Block away, for even with careful restraint, a blow from the tongue puller could have inadvertently proved fatal to Harkonnen. I hereby strip you of your title as Great Warrior. Should you wish to reclaim this honor, you must atone for your disgraceful capture with 10-fold the heads of your fallen foes. Now begone. March forth, along with your comrades, shamefully on foot from this desert. As if still seething, a trace of his lyrical power escaped Block, enveloping the entire Elven contingent in a peculiar resonance. Observing the chieftain's son, battered and bruised, limping towards the marching warriors in silence, a great warrior who had intervened earlier clapped a hand on his old comrade's shoulder. Cease the charade, my friend. Were you truly enraged, a few punches would leave that lad as mere pulp. Humph, Block retorted, clearly perturbed that his thoughts had been discerned. What do you know? This is my method of imparting wisdom as a competent mentor. I strike him to ensure he remembers. If one cannot fight, one must flee. This time he was fortunate to be merely captured. Not all must face such a fate. Barbarossa stands as a testament to that. Say what you will, old stubborn one. The great warrior responded, seemingly unfazed by Block's wrath. We've now exposed the hidden knowledge of the blazing shadow beasts. It cannot be. The chieftain has amalgamated the hearts of the beasts within the lair of the blazing shadow. This dreadful cursed weapon shall soon be unleashed. The Sashin tribe has witnessed the terror of this weapon upon the battlefield. Only Haji of Salem can rightfully claim the leadership of the desert elves. Ignoring the great warrior beside him, Block mounted his steed, urging the convoy to press onward, and the great warrior had no choice but to follow suit. As one of the few privy to the secret of the blazing shadow beasts, the great warrior was also an ally of the chieftain, fully aware of the potential upheaval this weapon could bring to the current conflict, and indeed, to all the tribes of the desert elves. The assault on the Salshan tribe was primarily driven by the desire to seize control of the abundant black oil wells they governed, a resource that significantly constrained the scale of the synthetic beast legion. At the very heart of the Dragon and Apos' nest territory lies the Dragonheart Hall, a sanctum where Saekrinor rests and receives visitors who come to pay homage to the legendary dragon. Lesser beings, such as the dog-headed minions, are deemed unworthy of such an esteemed place. In the depths of the hall, the legendary dragon lounged upon a platform, behind which lay a secret chamber housing his treasured hoard. For the 132nd time, the ancient dragon silently counted, grappling with an overwhelming impulse to eliminate the insignificant draconic offspring before him within the span of just 2 sand timers. He paid no heed to the incessant ramblings of the diminutive dragonkin, whose bombastic display of authority merely irked the legendary creature. What vexed Saekrinor further was the presence of a being bearing the hypocritical title of God-Eater, a formidable scion of the evil dragon lineage. Yet far from a match for a legendary dragon of his age. The disparity was not merely evident in their magical prowess, even in sheer physical strength. A powerful evil dragon scion, despite being a barbarian and exceeding 20 arm lengths in size, could never rival an ancient dragon whose bulk dwarfed his own 5 times over. Enough, you ignorant and boisterous wretch. The ancient dragon reached his limit, his tail striking preemptively before the sound could resonate. Nevertheless, the evil dragon scion, being a legendary warrior in his own right, narrowly evaded Saekrinor's assault, albeit ungracefully. Saekrinor, are you prepared to reject the summons of the great dragon queen, Tiamat? The legendary dragon's thunderous breath abruptly interrupted the scion's unfinished words. Although the God-Eater boasted a high resistance to lightning, the electric surge seared him without incapacitating him entirely. In that fleeting moment, Saekrinor's massive forepaw seized him firmly within his grasp. Unlike half-dragons, the first evil dragon scion was crafted from a primordial dragon's servant loyal to Tiamat, possessing a semblance of divine essence. This lifeform's inception did not stem from heredity, but rather from a unique ritual that revived a long-dead dragon egg through the infusion of non-draconic blood, thus birthing a wholly new creature with draconic traits. The original lifeless dragon eggs were provided by colorless behemoths loyal to the Dragon Queen. Over time, each type of evil dragon scion evolved into a distinct race, mirroring the temperament of their progenitors. The ritual that birthed the first evil dragon scion is chronicled in numerous tomes, enabling the continued creation of new variants. However, for reasons unknown, the populations of red, black, and blue dragon scions are the most numerous. The red dragon scion, known as the Flame Weaver, resembles a colossal, somewhat sentient sauropod. This cumbersome beast can unleash torrents of fire, incinerating its singular target utterly. In the face of close-quarter assaults, these creatures exhibit a ferocity reminiscent of a red dragon. Yet they are hindered by their sluggishness, rendering them incapable of evading most threats. Consequently, they engage in battle until their demise, ultimately detonating in a desperate attempt to take their adversaries down with them. The black dragon offspring, known as the Web Weaver, prowls through desolate caverns, bearing a lithe form akin to that of a black dragon, resembling a large spider adorned with scales and a tail. They delight in ensnaring and consuming the unfortunate souls that cross their path. Unlike their black dragon counterparts, they lack the ability to exhale corrosive acid. However, they weave their acid into potent nets, which, although less corrosive than the acid of true dragons, can inflict prolonged torment and distress upon their foes. In truth, these creatures rely on their stealth to remain concealed, launching themselves at an opponent with a brutal charge that, following a physical assault, is complemented by their acid nets, which sap the last vestiges of strength from their prey. The blue dragon offspring, known as the God-Eater, stands as the most formidable among the wicked dragon progeny. Despite being swiftly vanquished by Sarolta, this monstrosity possesses the capability to obliterate an entire city. They are accustomed to wielding massive swords in combat, and can summon various spell-like abilities reminiscent of blue dragons. Originally, the blue dragon God-Eater was conceived to combat angels, dragons, and dragonkin loyal to Bahamut, the deity of good dragons. However, they exhibit far greater intelligence than their wicked counterparts, adeptly currying favor with dragon queens. And a select few now fulfill roles as their loyal servants and messengers. These malevolent dragon descendants hatch from the eggs of deceased dragons, inheriting certain genetic traits of their forebears. Although their potential for growth does not rival that of true dragons, reaching the pinnacle of strength akin to adult dragons. They bypass the frail stages of wyrmling and young dragon, possessing the strength of a young dragon from the moment of their birth. While their reproductive capabilities reflect some draconic characteristics, they do not proliferate rapidly. Nevertheless, they form populations at a significantly swifter pace than true dragons. In all fairness, this species, as a vassal race under the dominion of the evil dragon deity, proves to be relatively competent. However, Sarolta harbors a profound disdain for these beings, a sentiment echoed by numerous chromatic dragons. Despite being chaotic evil dragons, the blue dragon kin hold a profound reverence for Tiamat, the five-headed dragon goddess, even maintaining a faith that exceeds the baseline. Yet, these creatures, originally birthed from the remnants of deceased dragon eggs, evoke in many ancient dragons associations with dracolics and skeletal dragons, creatures whose very mention incites fury. As Sarolta gazes at the struggling, evil dragon offspring in his grasp, he perceives it much like an adult clutching a writhing mouse. A feeling of revulsion wells within him, accompanied by an overwhelming impulse to exact torment upon the creature. Chapter 23. The Oath of Ancestors. Ultimately, reason triumphed over emotional impulses. Sarolta, employing a magical force field, ensnared the abhorrent scion of the blue dragon, the godlayer. He seized the war mobilization order delivered by this dragon's envoy and began to scrutinize it intently. The summons was not issued by Tiamat herself. Rather, it was likely decreed by a powerful ancient dragon masquerading as her advisor. This dragon utilized its shed scales as a medium to record information that could be accurately identified by its kin. Holding this scale, Sarolta sensed a tenuous bloodline connection with the ancient dragon that had issued the command, albeit not one that was particularly close, certainly not within 3 generations. The contents of the order were as follows. To the legendary dragon Sarolta, I am Saekrinor, the third counselor of the Council of Evil Dragons. Under the command of Lord Tiamat, your 6th ancestor, in accordance with our bloodline covenant, summon the Dragon Nest Blue Dragon Clan to fulfill the Evil Dragon Pact. Within 200 sandglasses of receiving this summons, lead all descendants whose combat prowess approaches that of an adult dragon to the Pillar of Skulls in Avernus. The war that belongs to you is imminent. Remember, the victors shall reap boundless rewards, while the vanquished shall embrace death. Therefore, unleash all your might without reservation. Exercise caution in deploying your forces. Deploy them with care. Reiterating Saekrinor's message, Sarolta mused inwardly. It seems they wish for me to contribute my strength. His age, replete with experience and knowledge, afforded Sarolta a clear understanding of Avernus and the location of the Pillar of Skulls, as well as the nature of the war referenced in the letter. It was likely a terrifying realm, one that even the most dreadful of nightmares would struggle to touch. This was no mere exaggeration. Avernus, the first layer of the 9 hells of Bator, is a desolate wasteland, scorched and strewn with debris, occasionally interrupted by towering mountains and sloping hills that disrupt the monotony of the landscape. The climate there is sweltering, yet not as arid as the Ashen Realm, with streams of blood from unknown life forms coursing across the land, eventually converging into the river of the dead that defines this plain. The air is thick with a crimson mist, and the sky frequently rains fireballs. Creatures lacking sufficient fire resistance or unable to evade the pits below are obliterated, leaving behind only a grim decoration upon the scorched earth. The Pillar of Skulls stands as a shell of Avernus, constantly surrounded by billions of souls toiling away, their last vestiges of value being wrung from them. This bronze fortress, fortified by the tormented fiends suffering immense agony and the lesser demons striving for ascension, boasts 12 towering walls, while also resembling an ever-expanding edifice. Should someone compose a travel guide to Avernus, this landmark would undoubtedly be included. Constructed from the skulls of demons numbering in the billions, no, at least hundreds of billions, this colossal structure showcases unparalleled architectural ingenuity, making it the grandest marvel in the multiverse. Even more astonishingly, due to the formidable vitality of the abyssal creatures, one can easily discern remnants of living building materials upon this capital view. Some utter the language of the Tannery demons, while others speak the more ancient tongue of the Ouroboros. Some plead with the passing souls for a merciful release from their torment, while others ceaselessly curse all that they can conceive or behold with blasphemous invocations. However, There is no need for concern, as the severed heads of these demons can inflict no further harm. In truth, if one were to disregard the cacophony of their voices, the potency of their utterances pales in comparison to the fireballs that frequently rain down from the skies above. This is due to the presence of a formidable entity from the forces of order, who has long maintained a vigilant watch here. Her very existence is sufficient to suppress the meager remnants of strength possessed by these demons. Tiamat, the progenitor of all chromatic dragons, the draconic deity with 5 heads, stands as the eternal nemesis of the benevolent platinum dragon King Bahamut and an ally of the entity known as Nessus, residing in the deepest layer of the 9 hells. Her lair is constructed within the vast pit at the base of the skull pillar of Avernus, where her true form continually draws upon the generous gifts bestowed by the triumph of order over chaos, a bounty that arises from the joy of the rules of the 9 hells. Of course, what has been recounted thus far serves merely as the backdrop for the war that is now being introduced. The scale of this conflict is immense, and its duration stretches interminably. The most enduring legacy that any being can hope to leave in the sanguinary struggle is but a chronicle of events within this grand war. Why did this war commence? Numerous legends abound, yet the most credible explanation is that the blood war marks the rise of Asmodeus. It is said that the Lord of the 9 hells initiated this cataclysmic battle, fulfilling the first pact made with the gods during the age of the ancient order. This pact stipulated that Asmodeus could lead his legions from the 9 hells, resisting the incursions of demons from the abyss across the myriad planes. Evil to counter evil, violence to quell violence. From this oath, the Lord of the 9 hells drew upon the malevolent essence found within the souls of mortals to bolster his own power and that of his legion, the Batizu, whom mortals refer to as devils. However, the scale of this conflict ultimately surpassed the expectations of all, including the exalted deities. It evolved into a fundamental struggle between the principles of order and chaos. The battlefield of the blood war resembles an insatiable meat grinder, ensnaring the fates of countless planes and beings. Many mighty and benevolent deities endeavored to terminate this gruesome conflict, but vastly miscalculated their own strength. Indeed, many deities themselves were consumed as sustenance for the war. All divine entities have since refrained from attempting to end this horrific struggle, for they understand that even the god of death cannot safeguard their existence once ensnared in the maelstrom of battle, as the river Styx, tainted by the blood war, threatens to draw their realms into the fray. However, as the war persisted, the demons and devils gradually came to realize that this conflict was not devoid of significance. The outcomes of battles, whether victories or defeats, could lead to a tremendous surge in either order or chaotic rules, bestowing upon the creatures of the respective factions an enhancement of their very essence of life. Following a battle, should the Hell of Barto achieve a localized victory, it is conceivable that a supreme bot's infernal sorcerer might ascend in rank on the battlefield. Conversely, if the bottomless abyss were to triumph, one could witness the astonishing phenomenon of a minor cowardly demon directly evolving into an abyssal flame demon. Thus, the inherently malevolent and avaricious beings of the lower planes fervently endeavored to perpetuate the continuation of this war. The blood-soaked battleground transformed into a crucible for their burgeoning powers. Indeed, some beings from other planes, driven by the desire for strength and wealth, willingly plunged into this terrifying war, which showed no signs of conclusion, hoping to earn the favor of order or chaos. Naturally, the vast majority of such entities ultimately became mere fodder for this relentless conflict. Chapter 24. Occasional tenderness. Soloda was not a fool. It would not be an exaggeration to say he had matured like a dragon. He neither regarded himself with excessive pride nor wished to be treated as mere fertilizer, driven by a fervent desire for a life of comfort and a strong instinct for survival. The legendary dragon yearned to swiftly eliminate the bothersome messenger and obliterate the antiquated bloodline of this ancient being, feigning ignorance of its existence. Yet, he found himself unable to do so. Years of study had rendered his spell-casting abilities as instinctive as eating or drinking, granting him the insight to penetrate the superficialities of situations. The letter he received, explicitly outlining the terms of a bloodline contract, revealed to Soloda through his magical senses that this was no mere figment of intimidation but an objective reality. It was likely that his ancestors, prior to their migration from other planes to this world, had been compelled to compromise with the Dragon Queen under the duress of survival. Soloda rationally assessed that while he held a profound respect for the malevolent dragon god, the absence of enduring divine faith in the Ashen world had led him, like the indigenous beings of this realm, to harbor a less fervent belief in deities. The contents of this contract bore a resemblance to the style of the 9 Hells of Barto, even evoking a hint of the river Styx and Apos as contracts. Should he defy it, the entire dragon nest under his bloodline might face dire consequences. It seemed that he would have to venture into that cursed place, risking everything. As he contemplated this, his gaze fell upon the scion of the wicked dragon, struggling against the force field cage while coldly mocking the ancient dragon who had just read the summoning order. A surge of malice welled up within Salota. Old dragon, do you possess the audacity to confront the wrath of the magnificent 5-headed dragon god? Or the courage to face the curse that defies the bloodline contract? Haha. Initially incensed by the insolence of this messenger, the legendary blue dragon's fierce visage suddenly softened. He cast a spell, transforming himself into a half-dragon form, equivalent in height to the scion of the wicked dragon, and approached the force field cage. In a measured tone, he remarked, I must admit that I lack such power. Out of respect for the great dragon queen Tiamat, I shall certainly adhere to this contract and fight on her behalf. With a flick of his fingers, the unique arcane sigil of the ancient dragon was imprinted upon the summoning order, signifying the fulfillment of the contract. As the pact was sealed, the ancient dragon scales that bore the summons to Salota shattered into fine ash, dispersing from the palm of his half-dragon form. A final inquiry lingered. Were you considered powerful within your kin, worthy of serving the dragon queen personally? Before the wicked dragon scion could respond, the ancient dragon, whose half-dragon visage surprisingly bore a semblance of a smile, interjected, then farewell. A pre-prepared great disintegration spell surged forth, penetrating the force field cage and striking the wicked dragon scion. There were no cries of anguish, no remnants of flesh. A legendary warrior, once vibrant and alive, was reduced to mere dust. Godlayer, huh? Are there truly such feeble gods for you to vanquish? Ignorant and foolish. This feeble creature has sullied even the slightest trace of lineage from the true dragon. To be so weak, yet still deemed strong within its kin speaks volumes of the overall power of its race, lacking the direct favor of the dragon queen. Its demise would be utterly inconsequential. Salota is acutely aware that the malevolent dragon god is the progenitor of the chromatic dragons, not the offspring of the wicked dragon and Apos' bloodline. After dealing with this bothersome individual, Salota felt a slight lift in his spirits. It had been a while since he had engaged in combat magic, and surprisingly, his recent practice did not feel rusty at all. Such preparedness would offer him some semblance of peace when venturing into the perilous battlefield. Hey, little one. What are you hiding from? Is there an issue with your patrol? Without shifting back into his true dragon form, Salota stretched his half-dragon physique, seemingly attempting to acclimate to this shape. He had already noticed Quay's presence upon entering the heart of the dragon hall. The young dragon stepped out from behind the imposing pillars at the entrance, despite his exceptional development. His true dragon form was already on par with that of a typical young blue dragon. Yet, he still found himself only slightly taller than a legendary dragon in half-dragon form. The ancient dragon's magic had indeed transformed him into a half-dragon, not half-giant or any such thing. While musing over these trivial concerns, outward respect remained necessary. Upon entering the heart of the dragon hall, Quay's Feton lowered his immense cranium in a gesture of homage to Salota. Rising, the blue dragon demonstrated his magical sigil, and Salota, adhering to pre-established rules, swiftly utilized magical power to peruse the contents of the report contained within the sigil. His closest direct descendants, unable to contest his position as the sovereign of the lair and with no hope of ascension, had departed from the dragoness nest, even leaving this world to pursue their own legendary paths and establish their own kin. Unless fate intervened or he faced insurmountable challenges alone that would trigger the Dragon Clan covenant, it seemed unlikely they would meet again in this lifetime. Though dragons are long-lived, and relationships tend to wane over eons, he remained an ancient dragon who had not experienced the millennia that would foster such detachment. In matters of sentiment, this young kin, despite his astonishing growth rate, was unlikely to pose a threat to Salota and Apos' position in the coming millennia, making Quay's particularly endearing to him. After briefly reviewing the information within the magical sigil and learning of the assault on his tribute caravan, along with reports of formidable beasts that posed threats to the dragon's kin being slain, Salota waved his hand to disperse the sigil. He cast a subtle glance at Quay's, knowing the young dragon was concealing something, including the clandestine appropriation of a copper vein he had discovered. Yet, Salota understood this was the nature of blue dragons, to quietly amass strength, to strive for power, much like how he had once grown. However, the situation has changed. Though merely a fledgling dragon, Kaz possesses the strength of a peak adolescent dragon and is determined to embark on a campaign in Avernus alongside his formidable companions. Perhaps he will encounter opportunities more befitting his nature, yet it is equally probable that misfortune may befall him, leading to his untimely demise. Reflecting on how this young dragon, much like himself in his youth, is utterly enraptured by the allure of magnificent spells and possesses considerable talent, Salota feels compelled to impart further knowledge to him before the expedition to Bardo. With a wave of his hand, a colossal tome of spells materializes from the resting platform where the elder dragon often reclines. Even though Salota, having assumed the guise of a half-dragon, possesses a physique akin to that of a giant, the book is undeniably immense. The tome and Apos' cover is crafted from the hide of a draconic scroll that Salota vanquished upon reaching adulthood, its scales, reminiscent of fish scales, glimmering with iridescent hues. Upon opening the tome, the elder dragon locates the appropriate page, gently smoothing it out to transcribe the spell's description, casting techniques, and even the unique arcane specialties he habitually employs onto a new scroll. Once this task is accomplished, he carefully closes the book, tossing it back onto his resting platform, and presents the newly inscribed scroll, rich with intricate arcane knowledge, to the young dragon. Young dragon, your patrolling has been commendable. This is your reward, the 9th tier spell, Duncan's Disintegration, also known as Greater Disintegration. This formidable spell was conceived by a brilliant and powerful human spellcaster from another realm. I believe, given your wisdom and capabilities as a blue dragon, you should be able to grasp its profound intricacies. Chapter 25. The mobilization of Salota. Kaz had not anticipated encountering the trio of ogres so soon again. After completing his report to Salota in the Dragonheart Hall, Kaz dedicated 5 days to deciphering the advanced spells bestowed upon him. Such a reward was a rarity. The blue dragonkin were known for their possessive nature, and even among blood relatives, the tradition of sharing precious knowledge was seldom observed. The inheritance of the spell of Duncan's Disintegration as a task reward was undeniably extravagant, representing a level of magical capability that surpassed the limits of draconic spell knowledge, an advanced 9th tier spell that even inherently magical beings like dragons had to painstakingly explore and learn to master. Only knowledge that one has truly grasped can be claimed as one and Apos' own, a truth that is inherently understood. Employing his familiar method of document classification and analysis, he swiftly mastered this 9th tier spell. Spell name, Duncan's Disintegration, modified by Salota. Spell description, Duncan, though not the mightiest of the living mages of Pharaonis, was renowned for his extraordinary creativity. Few spellcasters had not heard of his remarkable prowess in the realm of magic, and his skills and knowledge in both magical and political spheres were widely acknowledged. Duncan's Disintegration is the 9th tier advanced version he invented, adapted from the 7th tier Disintegration spell. The powerful 9th tier spell, modified by Salota, elevated its potency to achieve disintegration effects previously unattainable by the original 7th tier spell, while effectively mitigating the adverse effects of indiscriminate disintegration on enchanted items carried by the caster. In the face of such a spell, conventional protective magics are rendered ineffective. Should one inadvertently fall prey to such a spell without having learned its counterspell, turning to dust would seem the sole conceivable fate. Material components. This 9th tier spell, modified by the legendary blue dragon Salota, not only enhanced the power of the 7th tier Disintegration but also ingeniously incorporated techniques for spell casting without material components. A mage need only follow the outlined steps, investing a bit more time and effort to memorize the spell with precision, enabling the casting of its power through mere words in the heat of battle. Furthermore, masters possessing the silent casting technique could invoke such formidable spell power instantaneously with but a thought, reducing the target to ash. Exceptional state. It appears that the structure of the corpus callosum in your brain, reminiscent of that found in dolphin-like creatures, allows you, as the caster, to naturally retain spells without the need for slumber. As long as your mental faculties can commune with the mysterious source, the spell's power remains at your disposal. Casting spells while simultaneously imprinting them in memory seems to suggest a novel form of supermagic technique, warranting further exploration and development of its myriad functionalities. However, it was only while studying these elevated spells that Kaz observed the phenomenon of adaptive change. Could it be that this self-evolution remains malleable and continues to evolve passively after birth? Kaz harbored various speculations but lacked the critical evidence. An immediate investigation into the hidden secrets of ancient ruined civilizations must commence. Otherwise, this uncontrollable situation might one day cost him his life. Kaz recalled the gene experiments reminiscent of bloodline modifications prior to his traversal, where the vast majority of the modified subjects met their demise due to genetic collapse, a truly tragic and harrowing manner of death. Just as Kaz identified the issue and prepared to embark on its resolution, Saloda's summons abruptly interrupted his plans. The resounding roar of dragons reverberated throughout the entirety of the dragon nest territory. The dragon's roar serves as a sophisticated application of the draconic language, and amidst the cacophony of summons, Kaz discerned his own name. Reluctantly, he set aside his findings and ventured from his lair towards the gathering place where the legendary dragon issued commands. Upon arriving at the expansive square beneath the heart of the dragon hall, Kaz discovered that the legendary dragon Saloda had summoned all adult dragons, a handful of youthful dragons, and himself, a remarkably thriving juvenile dragon. Including Saloda, a total of 26 colossal dragons had assembled. Fortunately, the square, paved with a mixture of gravel and mortar, was sufficiently vast to accommodate these mighty beasts without them jostling against one another. Kaz noted that Saloda had not merely gathered the draconic kin. As numerous dragon-worshipping tribes and clans gradually converged upon the square, albeit not as swiftly as their flying counterparts. Kaz could distinguish these smaller beings by their rudimentary banners and unique tribal totem tattoos. Could it be that war was imminent? Observing the steadily arriving desert goblins, sand lizard folk, and various draconic beast subtypes, Kaz realized that the dragon nest and Oppos' adherents were predominantly young and robust warriors, devoid of the elderly or infirm. This, coupled with the recollection of the legendary dragon's wrath that led to the execution of that accursed dragon descendant days prior, gave rise to his suspicions. Many dragons shared his conjectures, engaging in low, rumbling discussions in the draconic tongue, speculating about the war's target and potential gains. The blue dragons, in particular, seemed oblivious to the possibility of failure. To them, this conflict involving over 20 colossal dragons could only be a nightmare for their adversaries. "Silence, you little reptiles," Saloda commanded. Rising from his prone position, his voice imbued with an authoritative chill that quelled the growing clamor among the dragons. "Perhaps you harbor various conjectures. Yet you foolishly underestimate the ferocity of the battle that lies ahead, for our war will unfold in the distant Avernus. I have received the summons from the god of evil dragons, and according to the bloodline covenant, our kin must fulfill the duty of warfare." Upon hearing the elder dragon's proclamation, all present fell into a profound silence. The blue dragons, known for their cunning within the chromatic spectrum, were taken aback to learn that the battlefield would be the ninth Helibot War. The prospect of engaging in that interminable and bloody conflict compelled even the most optimistic blue dragons to meticulously calculate their chances of survival. A bloodbath. It dawned on Kaz that the slaying of the accursed dragon descendant had merely been a harbinger of this message, inciting the elder dragon's fury. Yet, was he not a juvenile dragon, still within the ranks of the young? Was it not tantamount to courting death for a dragon of his stature to venture to such a place? Kaz was no stranger to the terms uttered by Saloda, swiftly piecing together the grim reality that lay before him. "I certainly have no desire to venture into a battlefield where even legendary dragons may fall. Nor do I wish to squander the lives of you insignificant creatures." The colossal Saloda, seemingly attuned to the sentiments of the dragons below, spoke slowly to the astonished young dragon with a sense of resignation. "The covenant mandates that all dragons of the dragon nest tribe who have reached the pinnacle of their youth must partake in this expedition, to shed our last drop of blood for our dragon queen." Chapter 26. Caves of the Underworld following the war summons issued by Saloda, the legendary dragon. The first to arrive were the desert kobolds, loyal subjects of the great dragon. An impressive assembly of over 1,000 robust warriors from the tribes of Strongfang, Sharpclaw, and Swiftfoot stood at the forefront, guided by their blue dragon shaman. It must be noted that the legendary dragon had invested considerable effort in managing the territory of the dragon nest. The core tribal warriors donned matching armor and weaponry, a rarity indeed. The most prominent tribes, such as Strongfang, Sharpclaw, and Swiftfoot, boasted kobold warriors equipped with tan leather armor and abundant provisions, making these desert-dwelling kobolds appear even more formidable than human soldiers. However, no matter how robust these tribal warriors appeared, they could not rival the imposing figures of the three ogres. Kaz quickly spotted the three ogres, towering behind the Swiftfoot kobold warriors, amidst a throng of foreign slave warriors supporting the tribe. The advantageous height of the ogres granted them a clear view, and their keen sight allowed them to notice Kaz waving a claw in their direction. It was only the astute gourmet Brew and the composed shaman Paru who discerned this. NAR was unable to differentiate the juvenile blue dragons from the other similarly sized blue dragons, a situation compounded by the fact that K's was, in reality, larger than most young dragons. As the various armies gathered, the legendary dragon leaped from the cliff before the heart of the dragon hall, soaring into the sky. The shadow of his wings nearly enveloped the entire dragon nest valley. With the expedition imminent, he sought to establish order among the tribal alliance and ensure the stability of the dragon nest by making necessary arrangements in advance. I, the Lord of the Dragon Nest. The legendary blue dragon Salota, appoint my chief attendant, the blue dragon shaman, and the legendary chieftain of the Sharfang tribe, Morongo Sharfang, to safeguard the dragon nest during my expedition. Salota spoke in the draconic tongue, which the majority of the core tribes, being dragonkin, could easily comprehend. Upon the completion of his first decree, an exceptionally robust kobold leaped up to the plaza where the dragons were seated, signaling to all the dragon nest tribes. I am about to embark on a foreign expedition limited to a century. All summoned, be they dragons, kobolds, or dragonkin, must accompany me through this portal. With a magical hover and the legendary dragon and Oppos' claws weaving intricate spells in the air, incantations followed suit. This formidable spell, the interdimensional gate, underwent certain modifications under Salota and Oppos' mastery. It required shorter incantation time, expanded its range significantly, and ensured greater stability, albeit at the cost of tripling the magical energy required. As the legendary dragon chanted, a colossal stone door gradually rose in the plaza, entirely formed of magical granite, reaching a height sufficient for adult dragons to pass through with ease before ceasing its ascent. The swirling blue magical energy at the center of the door radiated an astounding arcane pulse, emanating a solemn, grand, yet profoundly sinister aura from beyond the portal. Hiss. Kaz inhaled sharply, realizing that the ancient dragon was truly enigmatic. This spell, which Kaz had meticulously studied to discern the reasons behind his translocation, revealed the astonishing arcane energy required to facilitate such a vast interdimensional transportation capable of moving armies. If a spellcaster from this world were to employ sorcery akin to that of Addis, it would likely necessitate the vitality of at least 10,000 slaves as equivalent magical energy to construct such a portal. Kaz found himself secretly astonished by the hidden prowess of the ancient dragon. However, he was somewhat mistaken in his understanding. While Sasalota's ability to wield magic through the mysterious source was indeed formidable, the spell's requirements were far less staggering than Kaz had surmised. The reason was simple. This portal connected to the 9 hells of Bator. As the saying goes, it is easier to learn wickedness than righteousness. Descending into hell is far simpler than ascending to paradise. In terms of inclusivity, even the most magnanimous divine realms pale in comparison to the encompassing nature of the 9 hells or the abyss. Whether a lifelong sage of virtue or a villain steeped in sin, as long as they harbor the seeds of corruption, they can easily find their place in the lower planes. Creatures from the material realm must pay a certain price to traverse to Bator. Yet this cost is significantly lesser than that of ascending from the depths of the 9 hells. Bator is a realm of desolation where compassion withers and resentment thrives. It is the abode of demons. Avernus, the first layer of Bator, is the eternal battlefield, a frontline of relentless bloodshed. Upon first setting foot on this legendary land, Kaz, despite harboring fears about the future, felt a surge of exhilaration. Emerging from the teleportation circle of the otherworldly gate, the young blue dragon, endowed with exceptional constitution, experienced no dizziness or discomfort. Gazing around, he beheld an endless expanse of blood-red gravel plains, sporadically adorned with hills and ravines. The elemental concentration in the air of Bator is vastly superior to that of the material planes, making spell casting relatively easier here. In fact, even the mindless beast roaming the plains of Avernus possessed some semblance of spell-like abilities. In addition to the heightened elemental concentration, this plane is governed by stringent order rules. As inherently lawful evil magical beings, the blue dragons sensed an implicit augmentation of their powers upon arrival. Nevertheless, Sasalota restrained his kin, urging the blue dragons to collectively cast a protective flame barrier. After all, not all members of his army could disregard the fireballs that occasionally rained down from the sky, exploding upon impact. Most of those tribal warriors were destined to become mere fodder in the bloodshed to come. They would first need to contribute their strength on the battlefield for their blue dragon lord. Sasalota had previously completed the execution of the bloodline contract with his secret mark, and upon his arrival in Avernus, some of the servants responsible for confirming the conscription within the Legion of the Dragon Queen became aware of his presence. In the fleeting moments marked by an hourglass, a valiant dragonborn champion, loyal to the malevolent dragon deity, arrived to assist Salota and his army. Although the forces of the Dragon Queen included numerous fiends, those of draconic lineage were more readily entrusted with significant duties by Tiamat. Fortunately, the loathsome abominations that defiled the dragon bloodline were absent. The legendary blue dragon was rather pleased to be greeted by a formidable weapon master of the Ironheart faction, rather than a newly emerged scion of malevolent dragons. To show respect, he even transformed into a half-dragon form to engage in dialogue with this envoy. I am Salota, summoned by the great Dragon Queen's call to war to fulfill the terms of our covenant in Avernus. Welcome, mighty legendary dragon, to this land. I am Murano of the Scornwind clan, the harbinger of the malevolent Dragon Council under the great Dragon Queen. Please follow me to the Hall of the Skull Pillar, where you shall pay your respects to Lady Tiamat, and thereafter, you and your retinue will be properly accommodated. As cordialities were exchanged, Salota led the forces of the Dragon Nest tribe, following the dragonborn warrior named Murano, on their journey to the Hall of the Skull Pillar. Along the way, they encountered powerful hellish beasts attempting to ambush the army. However, Murano, wielding his double-headed spear, effortlessly dispatched these nuisances without requiring Salota's intervention. This near-magical martial prowess was likely the special ability of the Ironheart warrior class, known as the Weapon Master. Observing the might of this dragonborn champion, Case pondered that he might benefit from learning combat techniques from different martial arts styles. He realized his over-reliance on draconic strength when in human form was a weakness. After all, sheer power is futile if one cannot strike the opponent. Prior to their arrival in Avernus, Salota had advised his kin to adopt humanoid forms during combat, resorting to their true dragon forms only if absolutely necessary. The massive size of a dragon could easily attract the attention of the demonic forces, making them prime targets in the heat of battle. Due to the need to cast protective fire spells around the Dragon Nest tribes, the blue dragons were compelled to proceed slowly along the ground with the army. After nearly a day of travel, a colossal wall emerged in the distance, its corners obscured from view. Surrounding this imposing structure were countless scaffolds of various materials, teeming with humanoid souls, their blood-red forms representing the usual fate of those who fell into the depths of Bader. A multitude of lesser fiends, overseen by higher-ranking imps or barbed devils wielding whips, tirelessly repaired the massive wall. Occasionally, shoddy scaffolding would collapse, sending a group of laborers screaming into the fiery moat below. Here lies the Bronze Fortress, currently witnessing the construction of its 13th wall. The current lord, Baer, the dragonborn warrior, halted his intent to disparage the lord of the first layer of Avernus. Yet a disdainful expression still betrayed his sentiments. The formidable demons of the bottomless abyss possess the ability to teleport short distances an infinite number of times each day. No matter how grand the wall, lacking the completion of the additional dimensional anchor spell, it cannot deter those loathsome fiends. The Botsy devils revel in such futile endeavors, embodying a race steeped in bureaucratic excess. Fortunately, in this campaign, the Lord of the Nine Hells, Astamor, has summoned the great Dragon Queen to serve as the commander of the main forces. As a harbinger, it is my duty to provide a brief introduction to the circumstances of Barto and the blood station for the army summoned by the Dragon Queen. As the procession continued, the Pillar of Skulls finally came into the sight of the Dragon Nest tribes. Chapter 27, The Safe Camp. The towering Pillar of Skulls, crafted from the remnants of vanquished foes, stands solemnly amidst the stony wasteland of Avernus, the first layer of the abyss. At its base lies a vast chasm, the lair of Tiamat, the chromatic dragon goddess, where the malevolent court of the evil dragons is known to all colorless dragons. Following the dragonborn warrior guide, the army of the Dragon Nest tribe advances into the sprawling encampment surrounding this sinister court, a scale of military might that far surpasses the imaginations of any leaders from the material planes. Led by the legendary dragon Salota, the tribal force merges into the camp like a single drop of water joining a mighty river, causing nary a ripple. My lord Salota, in accordance with the decree of the Council of Evil Dragons, you have arrived at the designated assembly point. As a legendary dragon, you are entitled to approach the great Dragon Queen alone and heed her counsel. And how shall my tribe be accommodated? Salota inquired, aware that less than a month remains before the convergence of Avernus and the adversarial forces of the Abyss at the 489th layer. Your mature kin are to lead your vassal warriors to await the assembly with the court's forces. Once the conflict commences, you shall guide them into battle on the front lines, the dragonborn warrior explained with solemnity. As for the youthful dragons yet to reach maturity, They will be dispersed to join various mercenary camps, where they may first acclimate to the rigors of war on less intense battlefields. Let it be arranged with due care. In praise of the benevolent Dragon Queen, a resplendent magical shield, imbued with arcane brilliance, appeared in Soloda's grasp, an artifact from his youth. Acquired in combat alongside a band of adventurers, he presented it to the Dragonborn guide, whose eyes gleamed with delight. I shall seek an audience with the great god of evil dragons. Please accept my gift, and kindly show consideration for my younger kin, he added, gesturing toward the juvenile blue dragons, including the young dragon cuz. Though the Queen and Oppos' merciful provisions are in place, it remains perilous for those inexperienced in grand affairs to partake in this expedition. The Dragonborn guide, named Murano the Windscorned, graciously accepted the legendary blue dragon's offering and, with a hearty pat on his solid chest, assured him that he would arrange sufficiently remote mercenary camps for the young blue dragons to acclimate to the bloodshed. A marked improvement from his previous impersonal demeanor. The legendary dragon nodded in satisfaction, unfurling his majestic wings to soar toward the heart of the colossal encampment, where the pillar of skulls loomed ever larger. As the saying goes, having allies in high places makes matters easier, and to accept generous gifts is to become indebted. Having received Soloda and Oppos' boon, the Dragonborn guide devoted himself to meticulously selecting a few suitably secluded mercenary camps for the placement of the legendary blue dragon's youthful kin. Here, one could genuinely describe the atmosphere as sufficiently subdued. Having witnessed the staggering scale of the main battle army's encampment, Case found it difficult to bestow the title of an amp, Oppos, camp and amp, Oppos, upon this rudimentary space enclosed by wooden palisades. However, should misfortune strike and the projections of the abyssal realm begin to overlap with Avernus in the coming days, the sudden appearance of a demonic army would render this place exceedingly perilous, particularly if the main battlefield had yet to ignite, failing to draw the demons and Oppos' attention. Case did not find himself among the other youthful blue dragons. In fact, in Bartu's mercenary encampment, having more than 2 dragons stationed together could result in them being designated as prime targets for the abyssal demons. It would be far safer to remain with the main battle forces. Prior to venturing to the mercenary camp, Case had summoned the 3 ogre brothers from the resident adult blue dragon, a decision rooted in simplicity. Among the creatures he knew, only these 3 could be deemed genuinely unassuming, with combat abilities still above the baseline. At the very least, they would provide some semblance of support on the battlefield. While they might not be able to save his life in critical moments, they certainly would not betray him in the same treacherous manner as the Bart's demons, known for their backstabbing. In addition to bringing along his companions, Case had also exchanged some of his accumulated possessions for superior armaments and armor on behalf of the 3 brothers. He had no intention of engaging in battle while still in his visibly juvenile dragon form that would undeniably attract the demons and Oppos' attention, simultaneously advertising him as an easy target. Thus, with the ever-resourceful Blue, the potion master Palu, the strongman Neru, and the human guise of Case, they stepped into the humble mercenary encampment before them. Halt, you beings from the material plane. Upon entering the camp, 2 hooked demons brandishing serrated cleavers intercepted Case and his companions. Present your orders, or you shall be deemed intruders and face immediate execution. Case displayed the order scroll bestowed upon him by the Dragonborn guide, Murano the Mocking Wind. Yet the guards did not grant immediate passage to the group. One of the hooked demons exchanged a glance with his companion, and Case discerned their covert intentions. These vile creatures were coveting the armor adorning him, signaling their desire to launch a surprise attack and eliminate Case for the sake of plunder. As for the robust ogres accompanying him, the demons were convinced that, even as a gang, they would not come to Case and Oppos' aid. Given the hooked demon's philosophy stemming from the Bartu clan, any notion of protecting or avenging a companion was utterly foreign to them. Furthermore, by slaying this human youth who held the order, they could easily frame the ogres, summoning other guards from the camp to eliminate the so-called ogre assailants, thereby restoring order within the encampment. It was undeniably characteristic of Bartu, and most devilish indeed. Unpunished crimes are not crimes at all. Having seen through the cunning of the 2 hooked demons, Case, without a moment and Oppos' hesitation, drew forth his newly acquired sword imbued with the art of sharpness. Under the might and agility of the dragon, though he had never formally studied martial techniques, the razor-sharp blade found its mark, piercing the heart of the hooked demon that signaled its companion to attack, simultaneously, as swift as Case's decisive strike. The ogre shaman unleashed a jet of corrosive acid from his staff, accurately directed into the mouth of another hooked demon, who, in its anguish over the loss of its comrade, was about to cry out for reinforcements. Unlike demons, who are entirely immune to the ravages of strong acid, the hooked demons possess only a superficial resistance, rendering them vulnerable when the acid is forced down their throats. The corrosive liquid not only silenced its cries but inflicted upon the hooked demon an agony akin to death. Ah, Paru, the creatures of this realm are remarkably resilient. Your acid has not even reduced him to mere sludge. See how he still struggles. The ogre gourmet, Blue, brandished his harpoon. Although Kays had previously gifted several ogres with new weapons at their camp, they remained fond of their old implements. Let us see how roasted meat tastes after being soaked in acid. I have heard tales of how acid can enhance the flavors of food, but I could never find meat capable of withstanding the acidity you create, the ogre gourmet exclaimed with enthusiasm. Chapter 28. Visiting the Bartho camp, observing the anguished contortions of the Hook Horror Guard, tormented by his brother's voodoo acid and reduced to a writhing heap on the ground. Brew drew forth his harpoon with eager anticipation. He intended to slice a portion of this newly marinated delicacy to experiment with barbecuing. When preparing his prey, the ogre gourmand was accustomed to first draining the fresh blood from the pristine meat. Just as the harpoon was poised to sever the hook horror's throat and let it bleed, a spiked iron chain abruptly soared from within the camp, colliding with Brew's blade and producing a sharp clang. What manner of weapon is this? He pondered, observing its resemblance to a meteor hammer, albeit with an excessively lengthy chain. If this were indeed a weapon intended for colossal creatures, then the hammer itself was disproportionately small and the chain too slender. The sudden appearance of this strange armament seized the attention of the ogre smith, Nar, who aspired to become a master weaponsmith. In matters of weapon forging, this hulking ogre revealed a surprising agility of mind that belied his clumsy exterior. Nar reached for the chained hammer to scrutinize it further. But just as his fingers were about to graze the scattered chain on the ground, the peculiar meteor hammer sprung away, evading his grasp. The chain sprouted vicious spikes, poised to deliver a fierce blow to the ogre's face. Fortunately, Kiz had already reacted, driving his sword into the ground to pin the chain back down. Come forth. Chained demon. I am aware you serve as the acting commander of this camp. A formidable figure resembling a human, yet ensnared in numerous chains rather than clad in clothing, emerged from behind a nearby tent. The creature, a Batsu demon, bellowed in a strange accent reminiscent of chains clashing. You audacious material plane barbarians have the gall to slay the camp guards at the very gates of the military encampment. Do you scum dare to rebel? I am the newly appointed overseer of the camp, and under military orders, this camp, including the chained demon acting commander, has been under my supervision for 12 sandglasses. Kiz produced his commission and the previously displayed orders to present to the surrounding demon guards. These two guards have committed treason and conspired against their superiors. According to the wartime laws of hell, I possess the authority to execute them without trial. As if in affirmation of his words, the hook horror, convulsing on the ground from the corrosive acid, exhaled its final breath. Upon verifying the commission and orders, the chained demon commander, named Kurozu, appeared to undergo a transformation in demeanor. He disregarded the lifeless forms of the two slain hook horror guards, as if the furious roar he had just unleashed belonged to another being entirely, in a bid to appease the newly arrived overseer. He even resorted to clumsy attempts at flattery in the common tongue of the material plane, his apparent ignorance unable to perceive Kiz's true nature. Following the chained demon into the camp, Kiz understood the reason behind such obsequiousness. In the realm of demons, social hierarchy was synonymous with power. To shed the title of proxy that clings to him, and to ascend as the true commander in the legal sense within this encampment, it is essential for Kaz, the overseer, to submit a commendable report post-conflict. As a mercenary camp in an alternate dimension, Kaz has encountered merely over 100 hooked fiends serving as the mainstay of the garrison, tasked with maintaining order within the camp. This scale of force, in the material realm, constitutes a formidable power. Kaz estimates that each hooked fiend possesses the strength to vanquish 3 to 4 of the formidable warriors from the desert elf tribes he encountered not long ago. However, should the battlefield transform into one of bloodshed, such a force would wield little to no deterrent effect. It is likely that even a few powerful intermediate demons could utterly decimate these hooked fiends without the need for higher-tier fiends. Noticing Kiz and Appos' furrowed brow and the hint of concern on his face, the chained fiend hastily reassured him. Rest assured, esteemed overseer. This area is relatively remote and will be comparatively safe once the bloodbath commences. Furthermore, from now until the onset of war, Mercenaries from various dimensions will gradually arrive here in accordance with deployment orders, filling the barracks with a diverse array of soldiers. Under my command. Along with your prudent evaluations and wise counsel, those who serve the will of Barto will become competent fodder for the bloodshed. As the chained fiend mentioned Barto and the blood war, a sense of pride emanated from his eyes, which were the only visible part beneath his chains. Indeed, when comparing the potential for warfare, the 9 hells of Barto consist of merely 9 layers, while the abyss remains an enigma. Its depth and layers yet to be fully comprehended. Despite this vast disparity in martial potential, the fiends have maintained a certain advantage throughout this war, which has spanned hundreds of thousands of years. The most conspicuous example of this is Avernus, the stronghold of the blood war, which has never once been breached by the demons. The skull pillars forged from demon heads still stand tall. In contrast, the abyss has been successfully occupied on multiple occasions by fiends, drawing various realms from chaos into order. Had it not been for the terrifying will of the abyss, some powerful demon princes and lords would have personally intervened, resulting in even greater setbacks for the demons in the blood war. In terms of military strength, although demons are powerful, they are also chaotic. Without magical control, even demon lords cannot fully command their armies. Conversely, Barto's forces exhibit strict discipline and clear division of labor. Even though they share the same malevolence and relish in deception and internal strife, under the rules of order. The entire 9 hells of Barto operates like a finely tuned war machine, all gears turning towards the ultimate goal of achieving victory in the blood war. Regarding mobilization capabilities, while the abyss boasts an unfathomable number of layers and can muster a seemingly endless horde of Tannery demons, the cunning and strategic upper echelons of fiends have successfully garnered support for Barto from every corner of the multiverse through inducements, deceit, and trade. Each blood war sees a staggering number of mercenaries from alternate dimensions joining the ranks of the fiends, fighting for the cause of the 9 hells of Barto. At this juncture, one must trust my judgment regarding which army excels in the throes of battle. Even the most deceitful of the Barzad demons would candidly reveal the truth. The chained demon, ensnared by its own shackles, beat its chest, the chains clashing together, producing a cacophony of metallic sounds. Quis found himself unable to refute the chained demon and Oppos' assertions rooted in racial pride, as they indeed contained elements of truth. Upon surveying the entire encampment, it became evident that, albeit rudimentary, it was equipped with essential infrastructure and supplies, including a workshop for forging weapons and provisions of food and water prepared for the impending mercenaries from other realms. While there were signs of embezzlement and misappropriation, it could still be deemed adequately prepared. Chapter 29. The powerlessness of naming this chapter shall remain untitled. Through this reconnaissance, Case acquired some fundamental insights regarding the camp. Currently, the number of extra-dimensional mercenaries present in the encampment is scant. They huddle together like a band of ruffians, seemingly deceived from some distant plane to seek opportunities in the depths of the Baroth Hell. Aside from the spiked devil sentinels patrolling the area, there is also a hellhound, nurtured by a chained demon, roaming the camp. In a corner, thousands of bloated fiends, those punished and tormented into a state of blindness, deafness, and madness, are kept in confinement, habitually derided by other Baroth denizens as wretched demons. Though the chained demon repeatedly assures that before the blood station commences, this camp will be filled with mercenaries from other planes, significantly enhancing its overall strength. How can one trust the words of a demon? Upon entering the meticulously prepared resting area, Case promptly dismissed the spiked devil assigned as his attendant by the chained demon, summoning the 3 ogres into his tent. While the tent was not particularly tall, and the ogres lacked any shape-altering spells, they could only sit cross-legged on the ground. However, the spacious tent allowed for their gathering without a sense of overcrowding. Once they settled, Case cast a detection prevention spell to ensure no one was eavesdropping, then also seated himself on the ground. Though our acquaintance is brief, I believe you are worthy of my trust. Case paused to gather his thoughts. In truth, you may have heard of the impending brutality of the war. Frankly, were it not for the constraints placed upon the dragon's nest, I would not wish to be embroiled in this conflict. It is a sentiment I wish to conceal, albeit it may appear somewhat cowardly and lacking in honor. Extending his clenched fist, Case invoked the gladiatorial gesture of mutual blessing before life and death battles. May I attain this honor. United in vigilance. Life or death. To the bitter end. On the 479th layer of the bottomless abyss, this realm is known as the acid mist gorge by the Tannery demons. The atmosphere here is a thin veil of acidic fog, perpetually replenished by eruptions from subterranean volcanoes, which leave behind a scene of utter devastation, an immense, winding gorge cleaving the vast expanse of this layer. Originally, this domain was governed by a Baelor lord named Talham, but his dominion was later usurped by a more formidable demon. The cause of his downfall lay in his audacious attempt to seize powers far beyond his rightful grasp. As demons, the pursuit of greater strength is an innate desire, which is not inherently objectionable. However, in his quest for power, Talham recklessly engaged in mad fusion experiments with the remains of the long-fallen Ouroboros demon lord he had unearthed from an unknown era, and a feeble abyssal worm possessing the complete genetic information of the tannery demons, aiming to create a novel being embodying the traits of both demon kinds. If Talham succeeds, he would ascend to become a formidable demon lord, wielding the power akin to that of a demonic creator, potentially even claiming the esteemed title of demon prince among his kind. To pursue this grand ambition, the Baron of Flame has nearly exhausted his entire wealth. In his relentless focus on experimentation, he has forsaken a cult devoted to him in the material realm, which he had painstakingly established over countless years. No matter the location, even in the abyss, perseverance is bound to yield some rewards. After centuries of arduous experimentation, success finally graced him, yet it was merely the experiment that triumphed. Talham faced his most significant failure since his inception. The precise cause of this failure remains shrouded in mystery, but the most widely circulated theory suggests that Talham, in a moment of carelessness, selected inappropriate materials for his experiment. An evil spellcaster, endowed with memories of a past life, transformed into an abyssal worm upon descending into the depths. Upon successfully merging with the essence of Lord Ouroboros, it evolved into an entirely new demon. Undeniably, the design of this experiment was exquisitely ingenious, and the results were exceedingly gratifying. This creation, upon which Talham had pinned his fervent hopes, exhibited considerable strength and a measure of intelligence. The colossal worm vanquished and consumed its creator, subsequently constructing its lair atop the castle that once belonged to the demon lord. In an astonishingly brief time, this demonic entity ascended to become the new lord of the 479th layer of the abyss. The title of the worm tyrant rapidly spread among other demons within the abyss. The evil spellcaster, once the precursor to the abyssal worm used in the amalgamation, may have been a lackluster mage in life. However, through Talham's experiment, if one could still refer to him as such, he attained a power far beyond what he had ever aspired to in his former existence. The concept of binding spells that consistently inflict destruction holds no significance for such a being. With no preparation necessary, should the worm tyrant desire, a frenzied torrent of spells could effortlessly rend asunder any creature daring to confront it. This newly born demon lord swiftly acclimated to his new existence and gradually adapted to the unyielding rules of the abyss, following the trajectory expected of a demon. Perhaps due to the legacy of his creation, this somewhat intelligent beast easily completed the task that had consumed his creator for centuries, creating a new race of demons. However, this creation was not the lofty ambition of Talham to fabricate an entirely new species from scratch. The worm tyrant's method of creation was straightforward yet remarkably efficient. He utilized his own flesh to spawn acid mist worms that blanketed the entire layer. Although these initial worms could not compare in size to their progenitor, typically only growing to a few feet in length, their vitality was astonishing. The acid mist worms thrived by enveloping the entire layer in a mist of corrosive vapor. Through respiration, they absorbed sulfurous acidic gases, subsequently expelling a gas suitable for the respiration of other beings. An astonishing multitude of worms have even transformed the entire environment of this layer. Although the incessant eruptions of underground volcanoes continue to release fresh acidic gases, the acidic mists still envelop the entire plain. The once concentrated acid flowing through its rivers has been greatly diluted. Resilient plants have begun to cover the previously barren lands. These transformations have rendered this layer increasingly habitable. A plethora of diverse tannery and other beings have migrated from other abyssal layers to the reformed acid mist canyon of the 479th level. Originally, for the weaker tannery demons, it seemed impossible to indulge in the abundant abyssal worms as the higher-tier demons do. However, the migrating tannery discovered an alternative sustenance: the acid mist worms, which bore a remarkable resemblance and flavor to the abyssal worms. This revelation filled them with elation, prompting more demons to attempt to cross into this paradise-like realm. However, the roles of predator and prey can sometimes shift unexpectedly. The worm tyrant, through its own flesh and blood, has forged a new race of demons that spans the entire plane, not intending to provide a free cafeteria for the other tannery. As an increasing variety of Tana and Apos reappeared in this layer, demons began to find themselves becoming the prey of the worms, swiftly reversing the dynamics of the food chain. It was then that the migrants realized that the acid mist canyon was not a free cafeteria, but rather an immense trap. As fresh tannery demons were devoured by the acid mist worms, these newly emerged tannery, possessing certain worm-like characteristics, began to undergo self-evolution. Ultimately, two distinct evolutionary forms stabilized, the Flamewalker and the Calamity Worm Collective. The evolutionary path of the Calamity Worm Collective starkly contrasts that of the Flamewalker, forsaking individual strength in favor of a bizarre collective state. Composed of thousands of worms, their form is ever-changing, perpetually dripping with potent acid. The emergence of the Calamity Worm Collective is somewhat serendipitous. Initially, a small number of acid mist worms stubbornly parasitized the bodies of certain tannery, consuming their host for sustenance and reproduction. This parasitic behavior gradually weakened the host, rendering them more susceptible to capture by other acid mist worms. If the host S is sufficiently strong, they may be corrupted by the worms rather than entirely digested. The corrupted will coalesce as the flesh overtaken by the worms, forming an entirely new Calamity Worm Collective, each of which retains some abilities from its host and Apos, as former life. Each Flamewalker and Calamity Worm Collective is a favored progeny of the Worm Tyrant, the most trusted kin of this demon lord, reigning as the undisputed apex of the food chain in the Acid Mist Canyon realm. The other tannery demons could only tremble under the dominion of two factions, cautiously striving for survival in what was initially perceived as a dining hall but ultimately revealed to be the terrifying depths of a kitchen. In truth, those Tana and Apos, who ventured into this realm faced a grim fate, unless they willingly or unwillingly succumbed to parasitic worms. They were destined to be devoured entirely by the swarming worm demons. The ancient will of the abyss, with its unparalleled tolerance for chaos and evil, embraced these two new higher-order demons, which, in a certain sense, indeed augmented the abyss's power. The worm lords, responsible for the creation of these formidable demons, naturally received the abyss's rewards. Although the abyssal will did not bestow upon them greater strength, it granted them a much-needed capacity for thought. Ordinary demons did not require contemplation. Their sole concern was the arduous struggle for survival within the abyss. However, as demon lords, these powerful entities faced not only the covetousness of the lesser demons they ruled, but also the myriad malicious schemes from other demon lords within the bottomless abyss. The ability to think, to identify gaps in their plans, and to devise more nefarious plots became an essential curriculum for any competent demon lord. Prior to acquiring the wisdom of thought, the worm tyrant resembled a beast newly awakened to intelligence, relying solely on instinct to engage in battle, create minions, and wield formidable arcane powers. Its strength was undeniably formidable, yet such power was overly singular and narrow, ill-equipped to confront more complex challenges. However, once it gained the ability to think, everything changed dramatically. First and foremost, it grew dissatisfied with merely casting spells like a sorcerer. Its primal and crude magical prowess could not fully unleash its potential. Through meticulous contemplation, it devised a solution to this predicament. With the aid of its draconic avatar, the worm tyrant acquired the capacity for verbal communication, facilitating the expression of more intricate and malevolent plans. With the draconic avatar, it could seamlessly perform spells that originally required verbal incantations and intricate gestures. The worm tyrant regarded this transformation with great delight, even bestowing upon its draconic avatar a unique name to honor its creator, dubbing it Himdar. Chapter 30. Artillery and comrades. The assurance provided by the demon had been confirmed, which, to some extent, demonstrated that the devil and Apos' guarantees held a semblance of validity. On the following day after Kaz and his companions settled into the mercenary camp, a steady stream of troops and military supplies began to be escorted in by various squads of demonic forces. However, the number of individuals that could be deemed warriors was rather scant. Fortunately, this was primarily a mercenary encampment, unlike other smaller Batsu camps that were filled with grotesque, melting humanoid demons. After reviewing the newly arrived soldiers, the ogre Nalu entered Kaz's tent, sitting cross-legged on the ground, and immediately began to voice his grievances. Another batch of presumptuous little ones, clamoring to showcase their martial prowess to the demons. His brother, the ogre shaman, handed him a freshly concocted energy bomb, which surprisingly had a remarkable effect in calming the unpredictable tempers of interdimensional beings that often erupted in Barto. Nalu, you must learn to control your anger. Only the fury unleashed in battle can inflict harm upon the enemy. not our own kind. With a sigh, the blue dragon, having taken on a youthful form, struggled slightly as he dragged the heavy boxes. After Kaz entered the tent, Blue promptly dropped the items he was responsible for carrying onto the ground, the dull thud and the imprint left behind indicating that this ogre had not been idling. The goods he bore were equally substantial. What manner of weaponry is this? Nalu pondered, observing what resembled a battering ram, albeit smaller than expected, even for one cast in bronze. His fascination with various armaments compelled him to examine the newly transported gear. Curiously, he picked up the weapon Blue had discarded, initially believing it to be some form of bronze battering ram, only to discover that the center of this cylindrical object was hollow. This is a copper cannon, Kaz clarified, opting for a more straightforward nomenclature than the infernal quartermaster had provided, referring to it as the Hell Roar. This is the armament prepared by the demons for charging against the demonic foot soldiers. As Nalu attempted to swing the copper cannon, eager to test its usage, Kaz swiftly opened several wooden crates he had dragged in, revealing neatly arranged cannonballs cushioned with straw. A copper cannon is not wielded through swinging. It relies on explosive gunpowder to launch these projectiles, serving as a long-range weapon. Blue intervened to prevent his brother from recklessly dismantling the tent, explaining, Kaz says this contraption is quite valuable. If handled correctly, the power of each cannonball fired is comparable to my explosive fireball. Indeed, the demons had invented this weapon precisely because of the fiery devastation it could unleash. In the Abyssal Tower, the majority of the Naili demon tribe possesses an almost complete immunity to electrical and toxic damage. However, flames, caustic acids, and extreme cold can effectively harm the less resilient lower-tier demons. In Avernus, gunpowder made primarily from sulfur and saltpeter is remarkably inexpensive to produce. Coupled with the fact that most of the Batsu demons are unperturbed by fire damage, this artillery finds extensive application on the blood-soaked front lines. The demons operate these cannons with ease. It requires merely 2 ordinary hook soldiers, one to shoulder and aim the artillery, while the other assists with reloading and igniting the shots. As long as the demons do not rush too close, these bronze-cast cannons can fire incessantly, inflicting severe damage upon the enemy's foot soldiers. The overheating of the barrel due to continuous firing and the resultant risk of bursting are merely statistics in a battle damage report, of little concern to any Ba and Apos, Su commander. After a barrage of 20 rounds, averaging 1 shot every 30 breaths, the cannon barrel would indeed require cooling. Witnessing this familiar instrument of slaughter, Kaz was not inclined to utilize it as recklessly as the demons, relying solely on numbers to overwhelm their foes. Certainly, the several dozen bronze cannons stationed in this encampment would not deliver significant coverage in a grand battle. The tactics of coordinated firepower would likely be unfeasible, as the soldiers in this camp clearly lacked such military acumen. While effective against foot soldiers, should they encounter higher-tier demons capable of advanced teleportation, even the largest caliber would prove futile. A strategy to concentrate fire when the adversaries are inattentive must be devised. As Kaz pondered these matters, he inscribed some parameters and observations on a piece of parchment, tanned from an unknown creature and Apos' hide. Weapon name, bronze cannon, Howl of the Inferno. Damage description, the cannonballs inflict both kinetic and fire damage upon foes. This was recorded at the insistence of Nero, using Kaz's customary notation for weapon parameters. The ogre blacksmith, upon witnessing this novel weapon, seemed inspired to compose a guide to ogre weaponry akin to his brethren. Regrettably, he lacked the ability to write and could only beseech Kaz to document the experimental results for him in exchange for transporting the bronze cannon and ammunition from Kaz and Apos' tent to the testing grounds outside. Boss, those oversized oafs and that lad just took the weapons the demons sent us for a spin. The power of those contraptions they were reluctant to part with is no trifling matter. Before he could finish, the gang leader interrupted the thief's report with a swift motion, striking his jaw. As the leader of the Broombrow thief gang, Dalton detested having spit splattered upon him while others spoke. The subordinate, perhaps too exhilarated, had forgotten this unspoken rule, thus earning a fatal slap. Observing his companion and Apos' grim fate, the other gang members silently reminded themselves to avoid committing the same blunder. Seeing his underlings cower in fear due to his brutality, Dalton reveled in their trepidation. It appears that a firmer hand is required. Ever since this unruly bunch arrived here, they seem to have forgotten all semblance of decorum. Dalton instinctively shrugged his bushy brows. The manipulative tricks employed by these ruffians had always been Dalton and Apos' forte, serving as the foundation of his prosperity. Since acquiring the means to thrive from that devilish merchant, perhaps a demon in disguise, Dalton and Oppos' navigation of the underworld of Soft Maple City had become remarkably smooth. One by one, various bands of thieves sought his allegiance, and even the local nobility were compelled to show him respect. However, Dalton miscalculated. Having merely hinted at a desire to breach the pact before that infernal merchant, his skin was seared by flames. Depleting years of accumulated wealth he had expended on magical talismans to narrowly escape with his life. He intended to report this heretical evil to the city's clerics. Yet, once again, he misjudged the situation. Before he could embellish the tale of the devil and imp, Oppos' terrifying malevolence, the cleric bellowed that those who consorted with demons must be thoroughly purged. In that moment, it seemed the priests had forgotten any mention of redemption from their oft-repeated doctrines. After slaying the priest who had demanded his purification, Dalton found himself with nowhere left to stand in this world and, in utter resignation, adhered to the terms of his contract. He arrived in this cursed land known as Avernus to begin his life as a mercenary, only to be immediately dispatched to a recruitment center due to the penalties for his prior breach. To be frank, just days ago, upon his arrival in this hellish realm, Dalton, alongside his underlings, was nearly paralyzed with fear at the sight of the myriad of fiends roaming the streets, dodging deadly fireballs that rained from above. It is worth noting that before they ventured into this dreadful place, even the children of Soft Maple City understood that the most formidable figure in town was not the commanding lord but Dalton, the supreme leader of all gangsters. However, had he fully comprehended the true implications of bloodshed, his fear would have been far more profound. The little ones, those who would accompany him to acquire new weapons, were not entirely oblivious to the report from that unfortunate subordinate. Indeed, it was he who had personally commanded the investigation into Quest and his entourage. This was but one of the many subtle techniques Dalton had mastered, a crucial lesson in assessing the worth of others before making plans. Adjusting his damp shirt, which clung to him from perspiration, and donning the iconic top hat of the bushy-browed, Dalton rose from his stone stool, stamping his feet as though attempting to shake off the infernal grime clinging to his polished shoes. His bulbous, garlic-like nose twitched slightly as he muttered in a voice that betrayed cunning and malice, "This damn place has my nose in a constant state of discomfort. Nothing here feels right." Having just completed an experiment with the device known as Hell's Roar, which is essentially a bronze cannon, Kays and the ogres encountered a group of scrawny individuals eager to measure their worth. Chapter 31. The Broom Brow and the Venting Pipe. What are these little figures discussing? Beside Ka stood the ogre brew, who, with curiosity, inquired about the gang members blocking their path, as he had yet to master the spell of language comprehension. Indeed, after arriving in Bart, Kaz had hastily taught him some infernal tongue, yet the diminutive beings before them were evidently not conversing in that common dialect of the lower realms. "Stop right there, you ogre fools, and that country bumpkin from who knows where," shouted the loudmouth from the Broombrow gang, a fellow named Gary, or perhaps Golly. Any name would suffice. Dalton, the leader, required someone with a resonant voice to convey his own message. "I hear those devils have given you some new toys. Show them to the brave men of Broombrow." The loudmouth rubbed his hands together, as if ready to spring into action at the slightest provocation. "Damn it. Can you even understand human speech?" he bellowed, directing his ire at the country lad. His boisterous voice, which he usually took pride in, seemed to have escaped the attention of the few before him, inciting his irritation. He raised his right hand, pointing at Kaz, demanding answers in a cacophony of unintelligible words. It was as though he were being treated as a soft target. Despite the rapid development of his blue dragon physique, his spell-formed appearance still conformed to his youthful age, appearing merely as an adolescent to others, albeit robust and tall compared to the average human boy. Kaz regarded the mercenaries who were shouting incomprehensible phrases at him. Realizing there was no need to expend mana on a language comprehension spell, their attire and bluster indicated they were low-tier ruffians from other planes. This lad truly was a product of the remote countryside, having spent so long among ogres that he had lost his grasp on human speech. How audacious of him to ignore us. The brigands of the thief gang had long assumed that Kaz was merely a human boy captured by the three ogres to serve as a translator or a food supply. They had seen him not long ago trailing behind one of the ogres, dragging a heavy box filled with new weaponry across much of the camp. In every gang of rogues, there is never a shortage of hotheads, and these reckless thugs often erupted in fury without the habit of simmering their anger, lacking any real understanding of their precarious situation. After the ogres and the blue dragon disregarded the provocations of the Broombrow gang, a few of those self-styled heroes sprang forth, brimming with rashness. To be honest, if they were still in Soft Maple City, Dalton would have cheered for these little rascals. for their decisive actions often showcased their resolve, instilling fear in their enemies even before the battle commenced. This wretched place was indeed strange. The little brats who could barely squeeze out a sound before had suddenly grown so brazen. Damn these fools, they have disrupted my plans. Dalton, enraged to the brink of madness, struggled against the desire to conceal his weakness from his subordinates, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. The first to launch the assault was not the loud provocateur who had been taunting from the outset, but rather an unassuming little thief. A nocturnal pickpocket familiar only with petty crimes under the cover of darkness. In that moment, however, he displayed a ferocity akin to that of a seasoned warrior. He initially concealed himself in the shadows behind the boisterous figure, hurling his net towards Kays and his companions. This net, originally intended for capturing pet dogs, was now adorned with jagged shards of iron, adding a sinister edge to his ploy. After casting the net, the thief brandished a well-worn butchering knife and leapt forth from the ranks, charging directly at his target, all the while envisioning the gruesome scene of his blade plunging into the unsuspecting rural youth ensnared by the thorny net. He reminded himself to avoid striking at the vital areas, for the ringleader might still have some use for the young man alive. The audacity of his initial attacks garnered enthusiastic cheers from his fellow gang members. In a moment of fervor, several other quick-witted ruffians, including the original loudmouth, armed themselves with machetes and axes, eager to join the fray and claim a share of the glory. Observing their intentions, the thief cursed inwardly, deeming them a bunch of unruly scoundrels. Kays shared the same thoughts, contemplating the sheer ignorance of these misguided souls, who seemed to have been summoned from some other plane of existence to serve as cannon fodder. Even the far superior Batorian devils adhered to the infernal hierarchy, accumulating merit for advancement. Obedience to superiors was an ironclad rule. No devil would dare to assault a superior directly, as that would be tantamount to courting death. Far more foolish than challenging a Baylor in single combat. The lesser devils, previously snickering from a distance at the bickering mercenaries, suddenly sprang into action, howling in rage as they charged forward upon witnessing the boldness of the attackers. The idea of a lowly foot soldier attempting to assault the camp's tactical advisor was, in their eyes, an unforgivable act of rebellion, especially since Kays himself was also a foreigner from another material plane. Should their assault succeed, the Devil Guards would likely face severe punishment for their dereliction of duty. Yet, Kays was quicker to react than the others, with remarkable dynamic vision. The blue dragon evaded the incoming net before it could ensnare him. Instead of employing his magical abilities, he drew forth his double-barreled shotgun, leaping in front of the thief, who was still mid-attack. A subtle smile graced his features as he murmured, "Point-blank shots should hit their mark." The thief's head erupted in a gruesome display of white and crimson fragments, splattering onto the other ruffians who had hoped to claim his kill. The loudmouth found himself choking on a piece of flesh lodged in his throat, only to discover, with horror, that the gruesome morsel was none other than the thief's eye. However, he found himself fortuitously spared. His retching had slowed him down considerably, allowing him to fall behind one of his companions and thus evade the second projectile fired by the wailing assailant. The unfortunate soul who had surged ahead of him, however, was not so lucky. The bullet tore through the light rattan armor worn by the assailant as easily as one might rip a sheet of paper, emerging from his back and leaving behind a gaping wound that nearly bisected his body. With a decisive flourish, Kays took satisfaction in the precision of his shot, mimicking the gun-sheathing gesture of a Western cowboy before holstering the lamenting firearm. At that moment, the arriving Hook Demon Guards swiftly dispatched the remaining few audacious thugs who dared to launch an attack, cleaving them apart with their blades as effortlessly as one would chop vegetables. This band of ruffians, who had once ruled the soft Maple City, appeared feeble and childlike before the towering hellish warriors, each standing over 6 feet tall. "You filthy, despicable wretches, how dare you assault the camp's operations officer? This is sheer lawlessness," bellowed the captain of the Hook Demon Guards, spitting sparks with his fervent curses in the infernal tongue. More Hook demons, arriving from the distance, encircled the group but refrained from launching an immediate assault. Chapter 32, The Bartnian Philosophy. Violence begets violence. Evil conquers evil. Boss Scourgebrow. What should we do? A trembling underling, clutching his weapon, inquired of his leader while surrounded by a dozen imposing Hook demons. His anxiety was palpable, and his voice quivered with trepidation. Ignoring his subordinate's query, Dalton himself was engulfed in a profound sense of dread. Engaging in combat was utterly futile. Even if he revealed all his hidden cards and incited the youngsters to fight valiantly on his behalf, escape from the clutches of these malevolent creatures seemed impossible. Surrender? The issue lay in the fact that communication was futile due to the language barrier. Hell, the devilish merchant who had lured him to this wretched place spoke quite fluently. Why was it that no one here could utter a word of human language? The demons encircling them merely roared in their foul, infernal tongue. The hooked demons had effectively subdued the members of their gang, numbering over 100, yet they had not yet launched an attack. Instead, they incessantly hurled vile curses in their corrupted dialect. Kaz understood all too well that as long as he, the nominal combat advisor of this encampment, had not issued any orders, the guards had no intention of executing all the gang members. The recent slaughter of those who had dared to rebel was a consequence of their violations of the infernal law, warranting severe punishment. However, the remaining rogues, yet to be dealt with, represented a valuable asset to the camp. Retaining them would prove useful once the war erupted, even for the lowly bards. The hooked demons were not foolish. Should all these mercenaries perish, their own turn in the upcoming bloodbath would be hastened. Then came the Chain Man. Speaking was the Ogre Naru, who had taken a keen interest in the Chain Demon's armor and weaponry, bestowing upon the Chain Demon the amusing moniker of Chain Man. What's going on here? The Chain Demon commander, dragging a cacophony of chains, thundered as he approached, demanding to know who had the audacity to incite rebellion within his camp. Upon reaching Kaz, the Chain Demon eagerly inquired about his well-being, feigning concern upon receiving a negative reply regarding any injuries, though his expression was merely a facade of care. It was crucial to remember that this was the Bartonian Hell, one of the most tightly woven realms in the multiverse where power and authority perfectly aligned. As the camp's acting commander, he was confident in his ability to subdue all other bards with sheer individual strength. Given that this newcomer possessed the authority to rate him in post-war evaluations, how could he possibly falter against such a seemingly weak insect? "You mindless fools," he bellowed. "Our combat advisor, Mr. Kaz, nearly faced assassination due to your negligence. We must show our due respect. Any favorable impression we can make on this esteemed advisor could significantly enhance my prospects of being promoted from acting commander to a full commander. As long as there exists an opportunity to ascend to a higher throne of power, the demons will not easily relinquish their aspirations." The Chain Demon, in a bid to enhance its performance, not only raged angrily at the incompetence of its subordinates, but also wielded the chains that ensnared its body to mercilessly lash out at them. For Bardus, the subordinate demons were merely numbers inscribed on the damage reports of battles fought or yet to be fought. This was not born from a sense of harshness or discipline. Rather, it was a principle governing the management of beasts within the colossal arena of evil that Bardus commanded. Should these subordinate demons not be rigorously exploited, they would inevitably covet the throne of power and devise nefarious schemes, with the first victims being their own commanding demons bound by loyalty. Thus, when punishing the hooked demons, the Chain Demon harbored no thoughts of restraint. It had once endured countless similar reprimands to attain the position of acting commander. And now it had the opportunity to demonstrate its managerial prowess before Kaz. To amplify the severity of the punishment, spikes had sprouted from the chains, and each lash would strip away a small piece of flesh from the victim, yet none of the hooked demons dared to resist or evade such excruciating penalties. After all, demons possess a certain regenerative ability. While the beating was agonizing, it would not result in death. This, of course, applied only to these resilient lower-tier creatures. A mere mortal would have been reduced to a mass of flesh by such a brutal assault. Hey, why are those demons fighting amongst themselves? Shut up. It's not my eyes that are deaf, it's my ears. The minions of the Sweeping Brow Gang, witnessing the Chain Demon mercilessly flaying the hooked demon guards, were filled with silent dread, contemplating whether a similar lash would cost them an arm or a leg. Kaz had no interest in continuing to observe the Chain Demon's display of brutality. With the imminent battle ahead, it was possible that, in mere moments, multiple Tannery demons could emerge from the overlapping planes. The pragmatic young blue dragon longed to dedicate every second to preparing for war and enhancing its own strength, striving to survive this bloody conflict as promised to the Ogre brothers. Thus, Kaz grasped the wrist of the assailant, who was vigorously wielding the chains. The Chain Demon, evidently taken aback by the strength of what appeared to be merely a human boy, quickly masked its expression. It was unwilling to reveal such vulnerability before its subordinates, as it would only incite doubts about its own abilities and provoke further conspiracies against it. We are pressed for time. Perhaps we could have these individuals lead the vanguard as a form of punishment, Kaz stated succinctly, fixing his gaze on the Chain Demon. The latter, as if forcing a sycophantic smile, contorted its features into a grotesque semblance of glee. Indeed, one must admire your swift and astute decision-making. I mean, Having these lowly wretches undertake such crude tasks is truly an excellent idea. Absolutely. Flattering those who hold significant influence over one and oppose, as career advancement is crucial. The grotesque visage of the chained demon promptly twisted towards the several guards he had just lashed. You wretched scum, did you hear the strategist intercede on your behalf? Take these wretched beings from the material realm away and keep a close watch on them. When the camp is first assaulted, you shall lead the charge. If fortune favors you, perhaps a path to survival may emerge. Ha ha ha. This group of inept miscreants was the first to clearly comprehend the words of the guards in the camp. After issuing his orders, the chained demon extended an invitation to cause to meet a newly arrived figure of importance, leaving behind the guards. Cruelly manipulated by the malevolent strategist and the stern acting commander, who were haphazardly assigned tasks that were likely to lead to their demise. These low-tier demons, as vicious as their superiors, finally made an exception and employed their somewhat unfamiliar magical abilities. Strangely, the material component for their language comprehension spell was the tongues of the ruffians from the Broom Eyebrow Gang. Perhaps due to infrequent use of this spell, or perhaps purely out of spite, the chained demon severed dozens of tongues before successfully articulating words comprehensible to the other miscreants. After all, lacking a tongue did not impede their function as cannon fodder. Chapter 33, The Golden Observation Core. The Chained Demon. With a thick accent and precise vocabulary in the infernal tongue, eloquently introduced to the latest group of individuals arriving to gain experience in the low-intensity battlefield. Among them was an eccentric goblin, an androgynous Sawajan, and a squad of semi-constructed guards led by a mechanical leader, constituting the entirety of this newly arrived gilded team. Allow me to introduce to you, this is Mr. Reknaz the Wrench, the chained demon declared. He is a recently naturalized, esteemed duke from the exotic goblin kingdom, enamored with the great civilization of Bart. Given the significant support of slave resources provided by this allied nation for the construction of the first layer of Avernus and Bart, this gentleman has been appointed as a war observer to closely experience the trials of a bloody battle, as recommended by the Bart Center for Diplomatic Strategic Studies. Politely turning his gaze, the chained demon addressed the war observer, Reknaz the Wrench, saying, though there are certain dangers associated with being a war observer, I am confident you will overcome them and glean the essence of Bart's martial civilization through combat. Through the chained demon's lengthy introduction, Kaz began to grasp the composition of this blood battle observation team dispatched to Bart. Unusually, the team was led by a noble from the neighboring mechanical realm, accompanied by a well-equipped squad of semi-constructed guards and their mechanical warrior, who served as the goblin noble's personal escort and bodyguard. The final member of the squad, the androgynous Sawajan, had been captured by the goblins and now served as a high-ranking oceanic priest. Indeed, it was an intriguing combination, and the peculiar fashion sense was perplexing. This was Kazandapos' initial reaction. The goblin noble, as the team leader, donned a perfectly tailored robe resembling a suit, complemented by oiled leather-pointed boots. His head was impeccably bald, and a metallic goggle strapped across his forehead resembled two broken horns. That little fellow's attire is quite amusing, the ogre brew remarked in a low voice to his brother, gesturing with his stout fingers as if measuring the goblin's height. Upon witnessing this action, Lou chuckled softly while patting his belly. You filthy ogres dare to mock the great Lord Reknaz. The Sawajan spellcaster, accompanying the goblin noble, rebuked, evidently incensed by the ogre's and Oppo's frivolous behavior. Kaz discerned from the voice that she was a female fish person, with the Sawajan priest and Oppo's admonition. She waved her hand and invoked a unique racial ability, summoning a spectral shark's head that materialized behind the ogre brew. The shark's massive jaws snapped shut, as if the illusory teeth had transformed into solid reality. Watch out, damn it, various exclamations intermingled. Yet the enormous jaws of the shark did not bite into Bro and Oppo's flesh. At the moment when the razor-sharp fangs were unleashed, the ogre gourmet swiftly cast a spell, swiftly tossing a specially concocted candy with a flavor reminiscent of popping candy into his mouth. In an instant, Brew transformed his body into vapor. The shark's formidable teeth snapped empty, producing a resounding blast, a display of sheer force. Transmuted into a cloud of smoke, Brew's form drifted backward. Although this state rendered him immune to physical assaults, it left him vulnerable to additional damage from magical attacks. He needed to retreat to a secure location, where he could harness the advantages of a spellcaster and coordinate with his brethren for combat, a strategy honed through numerous drills. Upon witnessing the assault on his comrade, Nero and Paro were instantly incensed. The ogre blacksmith brandished his colossal ebony chain flail and charged forward with vigor, while the shaman Paru joined forces with the adeptly wielding curved blade of Kuwais, preparing to execute a decapitating maneuver. The troll skull staff swung, launching a corrosive acid projectile at an astute angle towards the leader of the opposing team, Reiknas. Stop! With a fierce cry, the chain demon, acting as the camp's deputy commander, positioned his body to intercept Paru's acid projectile. He could not remain passive while the battlefield observer dispatched by higher-ups was under threat. Should that noble goblin suffer any harm, the situation would spiral beyond control. Such a burden was too great for the chain demon to bear. The acid projectile collided with the chains enveloping the chain demon, producing a hissing sound as the metallic surface was corroded. However, the rust formed a protective layer, effectively thwarting further damage from the acid. As for the minuscule amount of acid that seeped through the chain's crevices and adhered to its skin, it posed no threat to the mid-level Barzeth demon, which possessed a natural resistance to strong acids. Yet, its defensive measures proved limited. The chain demon intended to ensnare Kuwais, who brandished his curved blade, but the young blue dragon, gradually adapting to his humanoid form, deftly evaded the chain's interference. The chain demon merely sought to regain control of the situation. Just as the chain demon contemplated deploying additional chains to fulfill its earlier objective, Neru's charge interrupted its movements. The heavily armored ogre warrior, towering at double the chain demon's height and weighing 4 times as much, collided with the chain demon, causing it to stagger. Were it not for the heavy iron chains binding it, the impact might have sent the chain demon flying. The violent collision ignited the chain demon's inherent ferocity, cunningly opting not to engage in a protracted struggle with Kuwais, whose depth of skill remained ambiguous, nor with Neru, whose physique surpassed that of an ordinary ogre by a considerable margin. Instead, it adopted a strategy of evasion, targeting the shaman Paru as its opponent, reasoning that this ogre favored acid attacks, which were unlikely to harm it. As for the battlefield observer, the chain demon believed that by capturing the somewhat frail ogre shaman before it, the group would be deterred from hastily eliminating the goblin. Such tactical ingenuity cannot be overlooked. Yet it failed to consider 2 critical factors. Firstly, did the ogre shaman truly possess only acid attacks as his conventional means of offense? The answer, of course, is in the negative. Upon witnessing the chain demon charging towards him, Palu's face broke into a triumphant smile. With a flourish, he swung the head of the troll, enveloping the chain demon in a dense cloud of yellowish-brown mist. When the demon finally emerged from the clutches of the fog, it meticulously checked itself for any signs of poisoning or other adverse effects, only to discover that the mist was a potent adhesive, a voodoo aerosol concocted by the ogre shaman himself. The chains, which had once been deftly wielded, were now entangled, turning the protective armor into a massive metallic cocoon that ensnared him. Furthermore, the chain demon remained oblivious to the fact that the combined assault from the ogre warrior and the elusive cause had been entirely neutralized. Even the ogre, whose weight was comparable to that of an elephant, found his momentum skillfully countered by the mechanical warrior, the chief guardian of the goblin Reiknas. The strikes of Neril and Apos, chain flail, and Kaz and Apos, curved blade against the unarmed automaton merely produced a series of inconsequential metallic clangs, achieving nothing. This mechanical warrior moved with the grace of a monk, possessing not only an impervious physique, but also deftly evading the attacks of the 2 combatants. Please cease hostilities. Mr. 21. I implore you to avoid unnecessary harm to our allies. Even though the Wrench family, the foremost ruling dynasty of the Goblin Empire, had access to virtually limitless supplies of materials, Reiknas, acclaimed as the preeminent scholar of technology within the empire and renowned for his ability to manipulate gears, encountered significant challenges while repairing the heavily damaged and intricately designed automaton. Automaton 21 possessed an unparalleled level of intelligent computation, having learned and mastered diverse martial arts techniques, even acquiring some unique quasi-magical abilities. Gentlemen, please allow me to extend my sincerest apologies. My comrade initiated an unprovoked and disrespectful attack. Reiknas bowed, deeper than his previous gesture of respect, casting a glance at 21, who acknowledged the command with a prompt response. Order received, Commander. In a voice reminiscent of synthesized electronic tones, the mechanical warrior swiftly withdrew from the fray, his restrained Neril, who was eager to pursue. Recognizing that the automaton's exceptional martial prowess and its occasional deployment of peculiar quasi-magical abilities marked it as a formidable opponent, the withdrawn warrior approached the sea priest. Although the automaton stood only half the height of the Sawajin, with a swift jab, it struck the lighter-hued abdomen of the shark-like creature, bending its waist nearly 90 degrees. Unable to withstand such an impact, the female fishman with a maw full of sharp teeth emitted a pained wail, blue blood trickling from the corners of its mouth. The mechanical warrior's chest panels shifted to reveal a hollow cavity, housing a few life-sustaining tubes connected to a pulsating deep blue heart. The automaton gently touched the heart concealed within its own form, sending a faint electrical current through its fingertip, striking the organ within. At this moment, the fallen Sawa fishman priest lay on the ground as if struck by lightning, his body convulsing uncontrollably, a viscous fluid resembling sweat seeping from his skin. The goblin Reeknaz approached the prostrate priest, gazing down upon him with an air of superiority. "Madam, I implore you to cease your futile writhing. The dagger you clutch and the schemes you recently attempted to instigate will only bring unnecessary trouble to me and my companions. As your captor, you are obliged to serve me for 50 years, a necessary exchange for your continued right to breathe. I hope this is the final warning. Should you entertain similar notions, I strongly advise you to abandon them. For Mr. 21 shall transform this final warning into an irrevocable reality the moment such thoughts cross your mind." The goblin spoke in fluent infernal, easily understood by Kiz and the chained demon, clearly preferring to narrate rather than engage in debate regarding the cause of this conflict. He then exchanged pleasantries with Kaz and his entourage, generously offering several distinctive goblin creations as compensation. This is for the best. Misunderstandings have been resolved. After enduring a lengthy wait for the colloidal substance to dry, the chained demon forcefully broke free from his chains and waved away the encroaching thorn demon guards. With battle imminent, every ounce of strength is invaluable. If such disturbances persist, a fine meal of sashimi would serve as an excellent reward. With this self-proclaimed jest, the chained demon gestured emphatically as if underscoring his determination. Chapter 34. A certain scientific railgun. The consecutive clashes deepened Kuwai's understanding of the peculiar nature of this place. Bardo Hell indeed thrived on pity's decay and resentment's abundance. As the blue dragon youth inhaled the sulfur-laden air of the first layer of Avernus, he seemed to absorb the anxiety that the environment instilled. One must learn to master their emotions, becoming their sovereign rather than their servant. After a brief period of meditation to recalibrate his feelings, Kuwais resumed his pre-battle preparations. At that moment, the three ogre brothers were soundly asleep in another barack. Thanks to the unique structure of his brain's corpus callosum, the blue dragon youth required no sleep, allowing him to prepare spells and attend to other matters. During his previous encounter with the automatons, he had been unable to switch ammunition in time, revealing a significant flaw in the weapon and Oppo's sustained fire capacity. Consequently, his innate racial ability to wield lightning attacks was nearly rendered ineffective unless he could increase the current output and enhance the voltage to penetrate the demon's resilient skin. Yet such actions would swiftly deplete his stored energy. Regarding martial skills, despite recent rigorous practice and his talent for discerning and correcting patterns, Kuwais remained uncertain whether he could truly contend with seasoned masters under comparable strength and speed. In his duel with the automatons, the opponent, unarmed and lacking overwhelming strength, had effortlessly subdued both him and a collaborating ogre warrior. This fact spoke volumes. Perhaps he could draw inspiration from the design philosophy of the Gauss rifle. While caressing the Whaler double-barreled shotgun, an epiphany struck him. The blue dragon possessed the innate ability to manipulate electromagnetic forces, a skill previously utilized merely as a means of offensive breath attacks. If he could devise a way to focus this electromagnetic control, he could indeed launch metal projectiles via electromagnetic acceleration, transforming it into kinetic energy assaults. Only a handful of incorporeal or gelatinous demons could withstand physical attacks. Gazing at the various models of metal projectiles arrayed before him, Kuwais nodded in satisfaction. A night of practice had allowed him to refine his ability to concentrate electromagnetic energy. After attempting to launch a randomly picked iron nail, he realized his concept had succeeded. Propelled by electromagnetic force, the nail pierced through the armor designated for infantry, situated nearly a kilometer away outside the camp. In the collision, the nail tumbled, leaving a gaping hole in the armor's surface, as if it had endured the crushing grasp of a giant before being punctured. The constraints imposed on the range and power of electromagnetic weaponry, typically reliant on sustained electrical energy and high-precision components, were effortlessly surmountable under Kuwais's instinctual electromagnetic control. Any shape of metal could be launched through adjustments to the electromagnetic field. However, to ensure a consistent rate of fire, the Blue Dragon had the craftsmen at the camp and Oppos forge create 3 standardized projectile shapes. The elongated projectile boasts a high initial launch velocity, experiencing minimal resistance during flight and achieving the greatest attack range. When combined with the Kenai technique, it can deliver precise strikes on distant targets. The oval-shaped projectile, possessing the greatest mass, has a slightly shorter attack range but generates the most powerful impact. It is akin to a super railgun, capable of effectively vanquishing colossal targets. The shotgun shell projectile, resembling a cluster of grapes, can mimic the effects of a short-range shotgun after electromagnetic acceleration, providing area coverage destruction against densely packed adversaries. 1,000 rounds of each type of projectile have been prepared, and Cuz has also instructed the fire element artisans at the camp to produce the same batch daily. To store these munitions, Cuz procured a spatial storage belt from a goblin noble. In return, he transcribed over a dozen spell scrolls for Riknos, along with modifying a substantial quantity of alchemical bombs he had brought for the goblin. Cuz collaborated with the ogre mage Brew to accomplish this task, as he was not the only one occupied with preparations for the blood war. A pair of massive crab claws embedded themselves into the rock wall, dislodging a shower of debris. Another pair of arms extended from its chest, gripping the rocky edge with great strength, resembling the head of a horned hound. This was a seductive demon, towering over 18 feet and weighing nearly 3 tons. Unlike the demons from the abyss and the devils of hell, the various races of demons are fundamentally equal in nature. In fact, experts well-versed in demonology generally assert that their hierarchy is determined by strength, devoid of any discernible pattern. Even the most basic abyssal worms and timid demons have the potential to evolve into demon lords, given the right circumstances. However, the average strength of each demon race undoubtedly varies. Thus, the likelihood of a Baelor becoming a demon lord is significantly higher than that of a timid demon. While seductive demons do not rank among the highest echelons of demon races, they certainly stand out within the abyss. Those traitors, perjurers, and other treacherous souls are most likely to transform into such demons upon their descent into the abyss, utilizing their fierce appearances to mask their treacherous natures. However, a penchant for betrayal and intrigue does not equate to exceptional intelligence, as many seductive demons have fallen prey to the schemes of other demons. Take Gorgon, for instance. This malevolent being, born over 7,000 years ago, once succumbed to rumors and blindly believed fragmented prophecies, harboring dreams of feasting upon demon worms. He ventured into the acid fog canyon of the 473rd layer of the abyss, mistakenly believing it to be a dining hall, only to discover it was a kitchen where he himself became the main ingredient. Though he had contemplated escaping to other planes, the floating, hill-like barriers spread by the skyborn enforcers and the modified planar rules of the worm tyrant thwarted many demons, even those more powerful than himself. Demons are inherently brutal, yet they are not fearless in the face of death. In the material planes, if a demon is slain, it is cast down the hierarchy by the great abyssal will, emerging anew from the lowest blood pool as an abyssal worm, continuing its evolution. Though this is terrifying, it is not devoid of hope. However, should one meet their demise in the abyss, all semblance of escape is irrevocably lost. Death is simply death. Gorgon cannot forget the powerful Baelor demon, who perished at the hands of a relentless army composed of flame-wreathed flame-walkers and the ever-twisting swarm of calamity, forced to conclude its existence with a self-immolating explosion. Objectively speaking, his strategy was nearly successful. Originally, the process by which the incubus would be entirely overrun and consumed by the worms, a process that should have taken merely a decade, was considerably prolonged, stretching an entire century. Yet, the worms failed to completely dominate this creature, evolving instead into a formidable demon unique to the acid mist abyss. Nevertheless, after nearly 100 years of battling within the incubus's form, a singular victor emerged from the acid mist worms, almost entirely occupying the incubus's claw-like appendage. The claw exuded a dull, decayed hue. Upon closer inspection, one could observe the worm and Apos' slimy tail writhing beneath the dark green skin, evolving into a new template for the acid mist worms in a symbiotic form. At last, Gorgon escaped from that cursed place. As the bloodshed loomed, Avernus drew ever closer to the abyssal plane they intended to conquer. Before either side could muster their forces for a direct confrontation in the gray expanse linking them, both had deployed numerous scouts through the plains and Apos' fragile seams. To execute this tactical strike, the worm tyrant even unshackled the spatial locks of the plane, sending a cadre of demons covertly to Avernus to investigate the enemy they would soon confront. Gorgon had just arrived in Avernus through a newly formed passageway. Accompanying him were half a dozen volo demons, resembling vultures, who flapped their wings and soared ahead of the incubus from the depths of the pit. now hiding in a small cave along the cliff's edge, waiting to gradually acclimatize to the slight weakening imposed by the order of the Bart plane. Incubus. You must act swiftly. The great worm tyrant has not sent you here for leisure. The worm's parasitizing Gorgon-esque claw have evolved the ability to communicate telepathically. Compared to ordinary tannery, the Order's rules in Bart impose a harsher diminishment upon this being, which contains remnants of ancient Obiri demon genetic information. The incubus feels an overwhelming sense of powerlessness from its claw, now a mere shadow of its former self due to the parasitism. The breathing apertures of the parasitic worm are flaring wide, as if desperately attempting to adapt to the surrounding air. Indeed, action is imperative, just managing to ascend the cliff. The incubus raised its claw and delivered a powerful strike to the base of its withered, gray appendage, severing it cleanly in half. As though it were not part of its own body, the intact, massive claw gripped the remaining portion of the limb with force. Assisted by the arms akin to its own, the parasitized claw finally relinquished its hold. Blood and splintered bones scattered across the ground. Perhaps due to the parasitic nature of the acid mist worms, the severed limbs of the seductive demon bled a vibrant emerald green, while the blood dripping from the remaining appendages was the common dark hue associated with the Tana and Amp, Oppos, re-demons. Gorgon, how dare you? Despite the blood still oozing from his wounds, the seductive demon emitted a melodious shriek of delight. The sound drew the attention of 6 lurking flawed demons, and upon their approach, they comprehended the reason for the spectacle: Gorgon's severed arm and the small pit accumulating the green liquid. Are you not going to make a move? Or do you wish to engage with me? The seductive demon grinned, its maw resembling that of a ferocious hound. The flawed demons exchanged glances, seemingly inspired, as they began to extract the parasitic acid mist worms from beneath their feathered bodies using their sharp beaks and claws. Some worms were carelessly discarded and crushed underfoot, while others were consumed with relish. Occasionally, a demon would curse in abyssal, having inadvertently wounded itself during the process. Similar scenes unfolded as more demons ascended from the abyss, continuing until the rift in this plane closed. Thousands of demons congregated at the edge of the pit, with the seductive demon asserting its dominance over this throng of its kin, all dispatched to Avernus for reconnaissance. Those who dared to defy its commands were swiftly transformed into sustenance for the demon. With the nourishment sourced from the abyss, the demon's left claw had begun to regrow, albeit slightly smaller than the right. Wiping the remnants of flesh and blood from its lips, and having feasted on Tana and Oppos, re-flesh, Gorgon surveyed the gathered demons, finally recalling the task at hand. As a demon, the Tannery's inherent resistance to order would cause any being attempting to manage them to falter. Even demon lords could only compel them towards simple tasks. However, as a compensation, the denizens of the abyss outnumbered their eternal adversaries, the Batizu, who resided in the plane of Mechanus, both in variety and sheer quantity. Demon commanders often commanded legions several times greater than their devil counterparts, granting them a higher margin for error. Even as a scouting party, Gorgon had thousands of tannery at his disposal, while other teams undertaking similar missions numbered in the tens of thousands. Thus, for the demons, the task of reconnaissance was straightforward. Gorgon did not presume to be more powerful than a demon lord. Therefore, he pointed casually in a direction and bellowed in abyssal, "Advance in this direction. Seek out those hypocritical devils hiding, and then slay them. Eliminate them all." One could not help but acknowledge the essence of demonhood in such a decree. Chapter 35. The Dog of Madness realized the valiant men of the Scythe Brow Brigade encountered a most unfortunate turn of events. Under the dubious counsel of a certain and scrupulous battle strategist, they were all assigned to fortify the defenses of the mercenary camp, ostensibly to prevent the ruffians from squandering their surplus energy. With the stringent supervision of the spiked demons and an ample supply of resources, the watchtowers, angular walls, shooting parapets, and trenches were swiftly erected within mere thousands of man-hours. The price paid, however, was that these once spirited forest heroes returned each day from work utterly exhausted, akin to limp shrimp. Fortunately, the culinary provisions in the depths of the abyss would never shortchange mercenaries from other planes. The malevolent entities of the lower realms seldom required sustenance. Yet the myriad planes supplying resources for the impending bloodbath in Avernus ensured that the mercenaries on the front lines were afforded a diverse array of victuals. The livestock, slaves, soldiers, and even demons themselves that perished from disease, exhaustion, murder, or punishment were not wasted. Their flesh and blood were ground and compressed into oversized cans of luncheon meat, rendered safe for consumption through high-temperature sterilization. These cans were then shipped in bulk to various mercenary camps across the plains as a protein-rich sustenance. The Epicurean brew had once harbored great interest in this technique, yet upon seeking to learn, he was informed of the substantial patent fees payable to the logistics department of Bateau. After receiving scathing reviews when he attempted to serve this dark cuisine to Kaz and his brethren, he ultimately abandoned the notion of mastering such culinary arts. Of course, Dalton and his compatriots remained blissfully unaware of the origins and preparation methods of the canned goods. They merely marveled at the opulence of Bateau, which allowed for meat in every meal, lamenting that the fare was somewhat greasy and would be perfect if accompanied by the frothy beers reminiscent of soft Maple City. Nevertheless, the cans were indeed quite filling. Thus, with the assurance of meat cans at every meal, the ruffians of Scythe Brow finally completed the essential defensive structures. Yet, it was evident that the demons would not allow them even a few days of respite, had they not witnessed the iconic bronze fortresses of Avernus, which had reached the 13th level and continued to expand. Consequently, these unfortunate souls were once again assigned to widen the already completed trenches and construct an additional outer wall. The only source of their joy during this ordeal was the steady arrival of new mercenaries from other planes, many of whom had been sent to this grand construction site as punishment for their misdeeds. The men of Scythe Brow found new targets to exert their dominance over. You lazy good-for-nothing. Do you wish for a whip to spur you on? Dalton swiftly ascended to the ranks of the privileged, even in this infernal construction site. Truth be told, the average spiked demon guard, in terms of sheer strength, paled in comparison to this brawny underworld lord of warrior lineage. In the realm of Bart, strength serves as a guarantee of status, while status symbolizes power. Dalton possesses the prowess to rival the formidable Hooked Guardian and, as such, has been designated as a supervisor rather than a mere laborer. Today, Dalton is particularly elated. It could be said that this day marks the pinnacle of his happiness since his arrival in this infernal domain. To his surprise, a group of his old acquaintances, the leaders of the Mad Dog gang who had opposed him in Soft Maple City, have also been dispatched to this wretched place. They appear to be in a more dire situation than he, accompanied by only a handful of subordinates, reduced to toiling under the watchful eye of their own whips. Damn it! I knew it. I am not the sole perpetrator of wicked deeds. Why must I alone descend into hell? Dalton mused with satisfaction, wielding his whip as he occasionally lashed out at the notorious dog, renowned for his madness. The quality of the whips produced in Bart's Inferno is undoubtedly assured, striking flesh with a sound as crisp as snapping twigs, while the victims experience an excruciatingly sharp reminder of their plight, an unwelcome yet gentle nudge from the whip's enchantment. Had it not been for Dog's resilient constitution, which mitigates some of the spell's effects, he would be writhing on the ground in agony like the others. Curse you. May you take root and flourish in this fitting abode until decay and vermin ensue, the Mad Dog leader thought as he drove a pickaxe into the deep, crimson, yielding soil of Avernus, envisioning the stones beneath as the skull of Dalton, wishing to obliterate it into fragments. Ho ho ho, mortal. Perhaps you are in need of assistance? A voice suddenly resonated near Dog and Appo's ear. Had it not been for the accompanying clicking sounds reminiscent of crab pincers, the voice might have seemed rather benevolent and upright, akin to the newly appointed judge in Soft Maple City, impervious to bribes. Who are you? Dog asked, glancing around with caution. Not perceiving anyone in conversation with him, he realized that this voice might be a manifestation of telepathic communication, much like the demon who deceived him into this cursed place. Who I am is inconsequential. I am merely a passerby who cannot abide the oppression and exploitation here. Do you not yearn for greater strength to shatter the shackles that bind your neck? The voice coaxed. Dog brusquely interrupted. Listen, I will not fall for the tricks of your kind again, though I do desire power. The inquirer cut him off. Your acknowledgement of your desire for power is sufficient. With this declaration, a shimmering veil of light swept past. The elusive enchanter, concealed around Dog, enacted his limited monthly spell of wish fulfillment, permissible only with the consent of the recipient, and applicable solely to mortals. This master of deception and lies, the enchanter, has become accustomed to using this spell to fulfill the wishes of mortals who succumb to his deceptions, albeit these wishes are often distorted by the enchanter's own machinations. Some individuals aspire to amass great wealth, only to find themselves transported to a deserted isle, indeed rich in solitude. Others yearn for love, only to discover that the one enamored with them is an enigmatic creature of unknown origin. Such instances illustrate that the seductive allure of magic does not genuinely assist mortals in realizing their wishes. Rather, it malevolently distorts the desires of the wishmakers, provided the mortals consent to their assistance. a mad dog transforms into a vicious wolf. Just after completing his metamorphosis, Doug lunges forth as a shadow towards his coveted prey, Dalton. Although the elite barbarian warrior is taken aback by Doug's sudden transformation into a lethargic beast, it does not impede his counterattack. Before the feral wolf can pounce upon him, Dalton discards his whip and dons his cherished steel gauntlets, twisting his waist and contracting his abdomen. He deftly sidesteps the werewolf's assault, responding with a spiked punch that greets his monstrous former friend. As they pass each other, the werewolf's claws merely graze Dalton's armor, while Dalton and Apos' piercing strike obliterates the right side of the creature and Apos' visage. "Come here, little pup, to daddy," he taunts, laughing heartily, ignoring the provocation from Dalton. It is possible that Doug, after his transformation, has lost the ability to comprehend language, with both advantages and disadvantages. The battered flesh of his cheek muscles spasmed momentarily before the injury was contained and began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Observing the mad dog and Apos' transformation, Dalton's expression darkened. A regenerative opponent poses the gravest challenge to a warrior. He ceased his taunts to lure the foe, preparing to launch a decisive strike to swiftly eliminate this unpredictable adversary. However, with his tactical shift, the mad dog also altered his reckless habit of relentless assault. As Dalton initiated his attack, the werewolf pivoted and fled, opportunistically targeting the hapless minions, harvesting their lives without slowing his escape. Damn it! How has this mad dog changed its nature? Pursuing a creature with 4 legs on 2 is a considerable challenge. Dalton's strikes continually missed the ever-fleeing werewolf. In a matter of mere breaths, 5 or 6 laborers on the construction site fell victim to the werewolf's claws, each kill leaving a crimson stain upon its talons. After claiming a dozen lives, the blood upon its claws appeared almost tangible. Suddenly, it let out a howl, and the sanguine glow surged into its body, causing its muscles and bones to expand instantaneously. The wolfish form underwent yet another transformation, as 2 clawed arms erupted from its ribcage, now completed with this new evolution. The werewolf Doug ceased his flight and turned once more to assault Dalton. The surrounding guards, alerted to the situation, rushed to the scene. Yet faster than they were the meditating group of Kaz who, attuned to the arcane fluctuations, discerned the magical disturbance as the seductive sorceress cast her limited wish spell. Chapter 36. The Advancing Automaton Under Attack. Sensing the arcane fluctuations in the air, Queez quickly discerned that a limited wish spell had been cast, an unmistakable signature of the Siren Demon. With Queez's warning, all elite forces within the camp, including the Chain Demon, understood that a battle was imminent. From top to bottom, the war machinery of Bardo began to hum into action. Standard issue armor and weaponry were swiftly distributed to every soldier, requiring no mobilization for war. Centurions, captains, and lieutenants of the Infernal Army led their troops to assemble in an orderly fashion at designated positions. The camp was filled with the cacophony of mercenaries from other planes. But this uproar was soon quelled by a supervisory unit led by the Chain Demon. In Bardo's Inferno, order prevailed. There was no need for boisterous cheers to rally the troops, for the fiends of Bardo had always believed that discipline and structure were the true harbingers of victory. Mr. Queez, it appears that the outer perimeter of the camp is experiencing a disturbance instigated by demons. Given that you were the first to identify this issue, I require you to lead a small team to locate the Siren Demon responsible for the chaos and to quell the unrest. Sufficient soldiers must be dispatched to secure the perimeter before the demons launch a large-scale assault. Queez had no objections to the directive from the Chain Demon as acting commander. Standing atop the newly constructed battlements, he immediately spotted the frenzied werewolf sowing discord, who had seized an unstrung foot-mounted crossbow from a nearby hooked demon soldier. With a swift motion, Queez drew it back, aimed, and released in one fluid action. The quarrels, crafted from the spines of a spiked demon, sliced through the air silently, their trajectories forming a triangular pattern over the potential escape routes of the werewolf. 2 quarrels missed their mark, but the third, which seemed destined for a similar fate, struck something unexpectedly. With a furious howl, the Siren Demon materialized from the effects of its concealment spell. The protective spines of the spiked demon boasted armor-piercing capabilities, and the thick scales offered no resistance as they were pierced. It was only the dense musculature that prevented the arrow from fully embedding itself. However, the infernal energy carried by the arrow inflicted considerable pain upon the Siren Demon, already ill-suited to the rules of Avernus. Well executed, cheered the Bardo fiends surrounding Queez. Yet, he alone understood that, in a moment of bravado, He had not only ensnared the werewolf in a monstrous binding spell, but had also imbued his own quarrel with the guidance effect, though the outcome was far from ideal. Number 21. There is no need for concern here. You can take a moment to stretch your limbs, advised the goblin Ruknas, who stood on the battlements, observing his eager automaton friend ready to engage the enemy. I have plenty of half-demon sentinels to ensure we don't accidentally harm our allies. Upon hearing this, the automaton number 21 seemed pleased. The red glow in its eyes flickered as it emitted a synthesized electronic voice. Acknowledged, Decepticon, engage. And then, there was silence. For an irritated Queeze, having been ambushed, struck the werewolf fiercely in its soft abdomen with his fist. It felt as though struck by a colossal dragon. Such is the stark truth. The werewolf's eyes, overwhelmed by a sudden surge in blood pressure, burst forth, while its spine shattered into multiple fragments, resembling a battered doll flung violently through the air at a speed exceeding that of its initial charge. Queeze advanced, his blade slicing through the air, and in mid-flight, the werewolf was cleaved in two. Can minors truly escape the constraints of the law? It is quite absurd. The automaton emitted a series of incomprehensible utterances, surpassing the poised and charging Nalu, who darted past Queeze, racing towards the last remaining adversary within sight. At this moment, the seductive demon Gurgen had already withdrawn the crossbow bolt embedded within his body, heedless of the gruesome manner in which he had dealt with the situation, which had resulted in a spattering of foul blood and torn flesh. His first act was to drive the pain-inflicting arrow into the eye socket of the nearest unfortunate member of the Sweeping Brow gang, marking the bolt's final resting place. Ha ha ha. Having completed this act, the seductive demon laughed heartily, finding solace in inflicting suffering upon the innocent. For him, this was the finest balm for his own wounds, as the torment from the purgatorial energy that had gathered in his injury seemed suddenly more bearable. Gurgen flexed his injured limbs and pincers, engaging in combat with the on-rushing automaton warrior. However, his mirth was soon extinguished. In mere moments, despite the automaton warrior's barehanded assault, strikes, slashes, sweeps, and thrusts, Gurgen found himself on the defensive, unable to retaliate against the flurry of martial techniques. He was certain that this foe possessed a commendable level of monk proficiency, although he could not ascertain whether the warrior employed advanced techniques such as stunning fist, key strike, or penetrating force. Yet, the seductive demon had no desire to further engage in such direct confrontation. He was not a berserker reliant solely on physical prowess. With a plethora of innate spell-casting abilities at his disposal, he had no intention of adhering to the principles of chivalry espoused by the holy warriors. As the automaton struck, Gurgen invoked the mirror image spell, conjuring 10 identical seductive demons that encircled the automaton. All mirrored actions were perfectly synchronized, with not a single variation in their expressions. Beware the hammer of confusion. This was not a caution from the seductive demon, but rather Queeze, who, upon observing the use of spell-like abilities, easily deduced Gurgen's combat strategy to divert the automaton warrior's attention with mirror image, then launch a surprise attack with the hammer of confusion, an oft-utilized tactic by the seductive demon. Before Queeze could finish his warning, the pincers of the seductive demons surrounding automaton number 21 simultaneously snapped shut, producing a uniform click. A barrage of dozens of hammers of confusion converged upon the automaton's position, akin to a series of high-explosive grenades detonating in unison, instantly enveloping the automaton in a cloud of dust. With a resounding, mocking laughter, the mischievous demon reveled in his triumph. His pincers snapping together with a sound reminiscent of fingers being snapped, the crushed construct. Before he could finish his triumphant words, a powerful fist struck his face, as if he had been hit by a cannonball. The mischievous demon plummeted, his entire visage and half of his dental structure grotesquely fused. From the swirling dust raised by the chaotic blow emerged mechanism number 21, whose body, forged from a blend of exquisite gold and secret silver, bore slight damages. Yet, the torn metal, still clinging to each other, saw the missing gears interlock in a harmonious dance, and the damage visibly mended at an astonishing pace. You are not a purple yam spirit. What purpose does aimless finger-snapping serve? Chapter 37 Prelude to Bloodshed. Gurgen was certainly not a creature of purple yam. He merely represented one among the myriad tannery demons. Remarkably, he had not perished. Honestly, one could speculate whether he was a distant relative of cockroaches or tardigrades. Despite having half of his head obliterated, he still managed to prop himself up, while automaton no. 21 probed at the recently mended wound that the chaos hammer had rent asunder. He glanced at Neru and Kuz, who were eager to seize the opportunity to finish off the demon. You survived such a devastating strike. Truly, you wish to see me robbed of my kill. However, his concern was unwarranted. Just as Neru's chain flail and Kaza's razor-sharp sword were about to descend upon the demon, it executed a desperate maneuver, deploying a higher-level teleportation spell for its survival. This tactic served a dual purpose: to mask its grievous injuries and to intimidate those companions who regarded betrayal and slaughter as mere trifles, while also seeking out healing elixirs. With utmost caution, it applied fresh demonic flesh and blood to its mangled visage. Under the nurturing essence of Tannery's sanguine vitality, the wounds gradually began to mend. Once its teeth regrew, adhering to a principle of frugality, the demon voraciously consumed the remnants of its severed limbs. The method proved effective, instilling fear among the horde while simultaneously healing its injuries. There's an abhorrent gathering of Praetorians ahead. You wretches, charge forth for the abyss, Gurgen commanded, his voice a muddled rasp as he chewed, inciting the demon army, which had long suppressed its thirst for carnage, to launch their assault. With the absence of more formidable demons to suppress them, these transgressors who had infiltrated Avernus unleashed their true nature, howling and charging towards the direction indicated by the demon. Originally dispatched by their demon lord as scouts to ascertain Bader's military positions, they had wholly forgotten their initial mission. Perhaps they had not entirely overlooked the fact that many demons possessed intellect surpassing that of mortals. Yet, the primal urge to rend foes and devour the living, coupled with the insatiable, eternal blood feud against the Praetorians, compelled them to initiate a reckless assault akin to a suicide squad. The demons, lying in wait under the guidance of the seductive demon, were situated a mere 10 kilometers from the mercenary camp of Bader's alternate dimension. Upon receiving the command to attack, they immediately surged forward, their ranks resembling an unruly yet unstoppable tide heading towards their target. No terrestrial army could feasibly initiate a charge over such a distance. Even cavalry riding steeds would find their strength waning after such a protracted dash. Yet, the Tannery demons appeared unconcerned by such limitations, seemingly endowed with boundless stamina. The first to reach the battlefield were not the winged flares. The fireballs raining down from Avernus's skies posed considerable challenges for these aerial beings, whose diminutive frames could hardly withstand the barrage of flames. Instead, a battalion of hulking berserkers, their damp skin resembling armor, led the demon army into battle. These colossal creatures, exuding an unbearable stench that even the other Tannery cannot endure, advance rapidly upon the ground, their tooth-filled mouths wide open. As they run, the viscous slime they secrete transforms the sulfurous earth beneath them into a foul-smelling mire, prompting even the other Tannery to cautiously avoid their path. A mere touch could necessitate the excision of the affected skin to rid oneself of the maddening odor. The demon's long march has afforded the camp guards a moment to prepare. The chaos wrought by the mad dog Doug's transformation into a werewolf has been quelled, and all laborers have been properly equipped with standard spears and tower shields, standing in formation atop the second layer of the walls they constructed, ready to withstand the impending onslaught of the demonic horde. Commander, the esteemed goblin noble RYK and Oppos, Naz stands beside the chained demon. His greeting devoid of the word proxy brings a flicker of joy to the Batsu demon. He gestures toward the approaching tide of demons. At least 5,000 are launching the attack. While the number of powerful demons may be few, this still amounts to roughly 5 times the camp and Oppos' total combat strength. RYK and Oppos, Naz nods in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding of this unforeseen variable. Meanwhile, the chained demon casually waves his arm, producing a cacophony of clanking chains, remarking nonchalantly, "It's nothing to worry about." After a few bloodbaths, you'll realize that demons always swarm like this, only to be slaughtered to the last. The difference of 5-fold or 10-fold merely translates to swinging your weapons or drawing your bowstrings a few more times. This is merely a minor skirmish, a prelude to the greater conflict yet to come. Quees refrains from countering. He has yet to experience a true bloodbath himself. Nevertheless, by sheer momentum, the demons present pose no threat to his life. Creatures like the perilous wolf-snake demons or the Baylor fire demons are likely to make their appearance only on the main battlefield later. In this skirmish, even if the camp and Oppos' soldiers were to be entirely depleted, Quees is confident that he and his ogre companions could escape unscathed. The goblin noble and the chained demon share a similar sentiment. Otherwise, they would not have the luxury to stand upon the battlements, observing the demons advance. However, unlike these confident figures atop the walls, the soldiers stationed on the second layer, originally mere laborers tasked with construction, are far less assured. Most possess nothing more formidable than the issued spears and tower shields, lacking proper weapons or armor. Though the Ba and Apos, Su demons managing the camp, disdainfully ignore the confiscation of various weapons brought by these material plane denizens, one cannot expect that mere knives and clubs, suited only for petty skirmishes in city alleys, would be sufficient to harm the terrifying beast charging forth with claws bared and gaping maws. Indeed, the majority of those wretched creatures, mercenaries deceived into this realm to toil, remain oblivious to the distinctions between the Tannery demons and the Batiza devils. With their meager knowledge, they instinctively perceive these frightful beings, whose ferocity in battle is even more alarming, as mere fiends from the lower planes. It is only upon their descent into hell that they come to the disconcerting realization that the monsters which once existed solely within the tales recounted by their grandmothers are, in fact, all too real. Yet, when they confront the onslaught of the Tannery demon horde, they discover that their definitions of monstrosity may be woefully limited. What unfathomable evil is this? No longer mere figments of folklore, but entities that dwell solely within the most harrowing nightmares now stand before them. In stark contrast, the spitting, sulphurous salivating hooks of the demon sentinels, who relentlessly berate and strike them, could almost be deemed benevolent. The first unfortunate soldiers to encounter this calamity faced a diminutive quasit. Without the need to scale ladders or swarm the battlements, the initial wave of assailants appeared effortlessly upon the parapets. These demons, flung forth, were predominantly quasits, comparable in stature to halflings, along with some even smaller, barely the size of a candlestick. The more agile and cunning quasits typically rendered themselves invisible mid-flight, a tactic frequently employed by these craven yet ambitious beings. Conversely, the quasits that were also hurled into the fray were not so fortunate. These foolish and sluggish lesser demons were swiftly dispatched by the defenders upon the walls. Though their release of noxious clouds and panic-inducing spells did create some disarray within the ranks of the soldiers, a few of the quasits that escaped detection seized the opportunity presented by the defenders and Apos, induced terror and mercilessly claimed their lives. Such is the nature of demons. Even in their own paralyzing fear, they are driven to create carnage at the slightest chance. Chapter 38. The Demon Besieging the City Commander. Why have we yet to employ artillery for a covering strike? This inquiry came from the war observer, Rickeness, who had rebranded the weapons referred to by the demons as Hell and Apos' roar with a name more to his liking. What are you waiting for? A baboon assassin, pierced by a chained demon, struggled desperately while bellowing in abyssal tongue. This cunning assassin demon, adept in ambush tactics, never operated alone. He was merely the unfortunate one to be discovered first. The Tannery had no inclination to protect their comrades. If sacrificing a companion meant securing their own escape, they would gladly embrace such a fate. However, he had made a grave miscalculation. He was not the first to be detected, nor the first to be attacked. The moment the chained demon struck, Kaz unsheathed his blade and severed the head of an invisible creature lurking nearby. Meanwhile, the ogre Naru, having already received his mental summons, dispatched another small baboon with his chain flail. As for the assassin who initially intended to ambush the goblin Rickenaz, he met his demise at the hands of a nearby automaton warrior, whose powerful punch crushed the creature's skull. The automaton was now demanding leather from the accompanying half-demon guardians to wipe away the vile ichor that had smeared his iron fist. Those who smear themselves with strong acid truly lack taste. The automaton warrior, slightly irked by the corrosion of its ornate fist due to the demon's goo, harbored a disdain for such assassin fiends. The chained demon shared this sentiment, his body, ensnared in iron chains, far less luxurious than the automaton's ornate embellishments, had suffered corrosion from the baboon's filth. Who could blame him? As if echoing the words of number 21, he carelessly discarded the grievously wounded demon into a throng of waiting barbed devils below the city wall. This was but a minor interlude. He had not forgotten Rickenaz and Apos' inquiry. Sir Rickenaz, you must have noticed that the majority of those Tannery demons are disorderly and foolish, much like the few little pests that have just infiltrated our ranks. Their attempts at assassination likely do not stem from the will of a greater evil, but rather from their own base inclinations and inferior nature. In truth, should we have initiated with Hell and Apos' roar, please excuse my correction of your terminology, the outcome for the Tanna and Apos' re-army under artillery fire is uncertain. They may either persist in their assault, scatter in disarray, or perhaps some more formidable ones might employ high-level teleportation to breach our defenses. This chaotic situation would inevitably reduce the efficiency with which the Bartu warriors could annihilate these scoundrels. First, we should allow a portion of the demons to engage in close combat, relying on our strict discipline, fortified strongholds, and superior weaponry to achieve a state of stalemate on the battlefield. Only then would it be an opportune moment for Hell's Roar to make its entrance. The areas under artillery fire could create an artificial isolation zone, permitting only a limited number of demons to reinforce the front lines. It is now the moment for us to concentrate our elite forces and efficiently eliminate the foolish demons who persist in their futile resistance against our defensive system. Chained Demon. Noticing the questioning expression on Riekna and Amp, Apos' face, patiently continued to elucidate, mindful not to offend this esteemed figure assigned from above. The demons and Amp, Apos' ignorance and inherent flaws have, at this juncture, proven to be a significant advantage for us, even though the lesser demons are paralyzed by fear. The prospect of slaughter and combat compels the remaining higher-ranking demons to lead or drive them onward. Aside from the fleeting moment of the axe's edge, they have only ever lamented their inability to partake in the thrill of battle. In truth, with appropriate tactics and vigilant management of the artillery and Apos' safe zones, we can effortlessly vanquish the demons before us. This multitude of demonic forces, as I previously mentioned, is merely a minor skirmish. Naturally, the guards stationed at the second city wall, tasked with repelling the demons' initial assault, are not afforded the luxury of contemplating strategies like K's. Their foremost concern is survival, or perhaps extending their lives for just a little longer. As the advancing horde of demons draws near, a multitude of summoned cowardly demons emerge within the defensive formation, compelling the originally overseeing hooked demons to join in the eradication of these lesser fiends. Some interdimensional mercenaries possessing magical abilities can no longer conceal their prowess. They are compelled to conjure winds to disperse the noxious, pale yellow clouds, reminiscent of rotten eggs, that the cowardly demons have unleashed, as well as to blow the stealthy quasi-demons, poised to strike with venomous claws, far away. However, this chaos pales in comparison to the impending demonic onslaught. Merely a nuisance in the grand scheme. When the berserker demons approach the edge of the wall, beginning to cling to or teleport directly onto it, the true crisis emerges. The first wave of assault is the unbearable stench, a sensory assault 100-fold more potent than that of the cowardly demon's foul cloud, causing many nearby interdimensional mercenaries to succumb to relentless retching. Dalton, positioned further back, felt a stroke of fortune for donning a mask enchanted with poison gas protection, a relic from his reign over Soft Maple City. Otherwise, he could not guarantee his resilience against that revolting odor that burrows into the nostrils and assaults the brain and stomach. As for the lethal potency of the stench, Dalton witnessed a robust Minotaur mercenary, capable of grappling with the climbing monstrosities, nearly expelling his insides after being splattered with the liquid from one of the creatures, clinging to a totem pole in sheer agony. While the guards fought valiantly in the blood-soaked plaza of the outer city wall and moat, support from the camp arrived, with the hooked demon sentinels stationed atop the higher walls armed with foot-powered crossbows. The standardized weaponry of the Abyss differs fundamentally from its counterparts in the material plane. The limbs of the crossbows are not fashioned from wood or other composite materials, but are instead crafted from highly resilient steel. Consequently, even the fiends endowed with strength far exceeding that of mortals must employ a foot-pedaling technique to draw the string. Naturally, the bolts released from such crossbows possess formidable power. The berserkers, who seem impervious to the long spear assaults of the defenders against the outer walls, find themselves at risk of life under the relentless barrage of crossbow bolts. Meanwhile, the vulture-like Floros demons, gliding at low altitudes and poised to harass, cannot withstand more than a few of these deadly projectiles, forcing them to continuously evade in the air. The resonant twang of bowstrings fills the air in a relentless symphony. Among this chaos, a hook-tailed demon centurion, having witnessed Kaz's remarkable archery skills when he struck a cloaked seducer with his crossbow, presented him with a brand-new repeating crossbow. This gesture of flattery went unnoticed by the young blue dragon, who turned away, leaving the Ogre Brew and Paulu to keep an eye on their brother, who was fervently eager to join the fray. Simultaneously, Kaz observed the nearby goblin aristocrat diligently recording notes as if in a fervent scribble, while the half-demon guard behind him continually retrieved his writings and presented fresh sheets of paper for his repetitive task. Meanwhile, automaton number 21 leaned idly against the battlements, occasionally picking at the spot where a fishman priest's heart was concealed, amused by the terrified expressions of the voiceless fishmen, silenced by their restraints. Chapter 39. The abundance of Didura in Bartu after enduring the baptism of arrows from the devil of Bartsu. the third frenzied berserker fell in battle. The demons, engaged in the siege, finally emerged from their indulgence in the pleasures of destruction, whether through clenched fists or outstretched claws, and began to awaken to a more strategic approach in combat, utilizing their innate spellcasting abilities. The seemingly clumsy berserkers unleashed their signature spell, the Hammer of Chaos, which struck targets with the force of an invisible battering ram. Only a handful of mercenaries equipped with life-preserving enchantments could hope to survive such a blow. Yet, this was merely the beginning. If a single Hammer of Chaos failed to vanquish an opponent, the berserkers would resort to the blasphemous whisper. Any defenders who held faith in their deities would find themselves succumbing to a crisis of belief, their minds clouded and their limbs weakened, as the divine abilities granted to them grew unstable. At this juncture, the hulking figures, reminiscent of giant toads, would rush in to relish the thrill of crushing their enemies and Oppos, skulls with their fists. However, more often than not, before the berserkers could shatter their victims and Oppos, heads, spears, and claws, emerging from the unknown, would claim the lives of those unfortunate souls. Adding to the berserkers' ire were the flawed demons, who, like great vultures, had previously been evading crossbow bolts. Seizing the moment amidst the battlefield's turmoil, they gathered in the air, dancing the dance of destruction. After 2 rounds of this macabre performance, a wave of explosive energy erupted, encompassing a significant portion of the battlefield. Any creature not of demonic origin caught within this energy's reach would suffer harm, while those defenders left in a state of faith collapse, having no resistance, were sent before their deities to confess their transgressions. The creators of this tragedy, the circling flow demons, screeched like true vultures before diving down and swiftly ascending, seizing fresh flesh to feast upon midair. These cunning beings would then follow up with the summoning of more demons, using the delectable blood as bait to draw their kin into the fray. Life was reaped in swathes, akin to grass cut by a fierce wind. Were it not for the oversight of the spike-tailed demon guards, maintaining an effective defense, the weapons and armaments provided to the demons were more formidable and reliable than anticipated. The mercenaries stationed upon the city walls found themselves unable to withstand the relentless onslaught of the demonic horde. Nonetheless, even with such efforts, their endurance would not last long. The demons pressed forth with an inexhaustible force that placed immense strain upon this front line. Amidst the chaos, the beleaguered Dalton, too preoccupied with his own survival, could scarcely attend to the fates of his subordinates. In truth, he had already faced near-fatal encounters with sudden assaults from demon assassins on 2 occasions. Fortunately, his quick reflexes, formidable strength, and sharp intellect had thus far allowed him to evade disaster. Once a formidable figure within the underworld, Dalton adeptly navigated the chaos of battle, ever mindful to position himself among allies where he could leverage numerical superiority. He had witnessed several of his subordinates, brave yet somewhat dim-witted brutes, plunge recklessly into the ranks of demons, only to vanish without a trace. With a swift and lethal combination of strikes delivered through his spiked knuckles, he shattered the skull of a vulture-like demon that had just swooped down to feast upon flesh. Dalton discerned that these demons could not unleash their devastating area of effect spells unless they were congregated in groups of 3 or more. Thus, he prioritized eliminating these threats, for such spells posed an insurmountable challenge for non-magic-wielding warriors, regardless of their agility. As the siege against the demons endured past the half-hour mark, even Dalton, an elite barbarian fighter, began to feel the strain of fatigue. It was not the moment for heroics. The imposing figure known as Broombrow turned to him, having already noticed the presence of spellcasters among the guards. Be it courage spells, bull strength, or other augmentations, a timely application of such magic could prove invaluable. However, upon turning, a disconcerting sight seized Dalton's attention, dousing him in a chill that cut through the sweat of battle. The interplanar spellcasters among the guards were being gradually herded away by a cadre of elite hook-tailed demon sentinels, retreating inch by inch from the fray towards the battlements. The mercenary soldiers, engrossed in fending off demon assaults with shields raised and spears thrusting, remained oblivious to the dwindling number of overseers behind them. Terms such as bait and cannon fodder flitted through Dalton and Oppos' mind. His signature furrowed brow deepened. He was all too familiar with employing his unruly subordinates for similarly perilous tasks. Yet now the wheel of fate had turned against him. By all that was sacred, he needed to withdraw immediately, regardless of the form that perilous diversion might take. Vacating the tumultuous battlefield was undoubtedly the wisest course. Resolute, Dalton slipped into the blind spot of a nearby ally. He adjusted his diminutive top hat, his most prized possession, acquired from a devilish merchant, even amidst the turmoil of combat. This exquisite item, an advanced constant enchantment, could not cast fireballs or generate shields, but it allowed the wearer to shrink to a stature even smaller than that of a halfling child, thus evading the penalties of size alteration. With this enchanted gear, Dalton's secondary vocation as a master shadow rogue truly came to fruition, enabling him to blend seamlessly into the shadows and strike down foes in a single breath. For someone of his imposing stature, nearly 7 feet tall and suspected of barbarian lineage, this transformation was nothing short of miraculous. Even with relentless training, he could not negate the inherent disadvantages of his size when it came to stealth. Mastering the art of stealth is essential for any worthy wanderer, let alone the advancement to a master shadow thief. However, this realm is not akin to the world of some berserker and amp, Oppos, Creed, where the techniques of the Kong family are not revered by wanderers. Under the influence of enchanted equipment, Dalton, standing no taller than an average person's calf, did not find his strength diminished. Rather, his agility was significantly enhanced due to his reduced stature. He skillfully navigated through the gaps between the standing guards, showcasing the remarkable stealth of a shadow thief, even amidst the chaos of a crowded battlefield. At that moment, Chain Demon, observing the battlefield from a distance, emerged from a meditative state reminiscent of a tranquil monk. This ruthless commander of the Baju demons, leveraging his bloodline sorcerer abilities, effortlessly hurled a fireball towards the raging battle occurring at the outer city walls. However, the fireball failed to achieve its intended effect before it could strike the Tarani. A colossal hand seized it as if grasping an apple and casually fed it to a nearby howling coward demon. The coward demon was subsequently obliterated in a violent explosion. Yet the instigator of this chaos, Chain Demon, laughed maliciously, his mouth filled with sharp teeth, as he unleashed another fireball towards the city wall. Before either side could react, the battlefield transformed into a torrent of roaring flames and shattering debris. A cataclysmic inferno erupted from below, mingling stones and flesh, as if a long-dormant volcano had just erupted. The shockwave from the explosion caused even the inner city walls to tremble. Fortunately, the extensive use of cast iron reinforcements during construction prevented a fate similar to that of the collapsed watchtower. On the city wall, apart from Kaz and Automaton number 21, only Chain Demon maintained his stance, while the other defenders, including the 3 ogres, were knocked askew by the tremors. One can only imagine the extent of the damage suffered by those unfortunate souls directly above the explosion and Oppos' epicenter. Attack! 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 Chapter 40. The fish dies and the net breaks. The illusion of demons in Avernus, the first layer of the hellish realm of Bot-Or, where fireballs rain from the sky, sulfur and saltpeter are in abundant supply. The cunning devils have long mastered the art of explosive creation. Even during the construction of the second defensive wall, the Chain Devils had dispatched trusted subordinates to bury vast quantities of explosives within the walls in their subterranean depths. This was strategically planned for a timely detonation, intended to inflict severe damage on the besieging demons. The prospect of friendly fire was of little moral concern to the devils. After all, some spell-lasting mercenaries from other planes had been safely withdrawn from the explosion radius, while a number of barbed devils remained at the scene of the blast. Those devils, previously commanded by the Chain Devils to oversee the operations of the Broom Brigade, were left behind. Although the Batizu are immune to fire damage, the shrapnel and shockwaves from the explosions were sufficient to rend their bodies asunder. It is crucial to note that this is Bot-Or, not the material plane. Devils slain here do not resurrect after 99 years. Just as the Tana and Amp, Oppos, re-demons perish in the abyss, death in Bot-Or signifies the end of existence. Without the need for explicit orders from the Chain Devils, the carefully orchestrated tactical deployment was executed methodically by the Batizu. First, the dread weapon known as Hell's Roar, with its melodramatic name, was hoisted atop the battlements, where the devils began loading shells and explosives for test firings. Subsequently, the archers stationed on the walls redirected their fire towards the agile feral demons that had fled into the skies. These nimble tannery could potentially disrupt the operational plans, necessitating their swift elimination. Finally, the Chain Devils unveiled their meticulously prepared trump card, a squad of fire elementals, colossal beings towering as high as 4-story buildings. These were the only mercenaries from another plane for whom the Chain Devils required military funding. However, given their formidable combat prowess, this arrangement proved to be a worthwhile investment. After sufficient remuneration was provided, these mercenaries emerged through the Burning Gate, a conduit to the fire elemental plane. Leading this formidable squad was a fire giant war priest, flanked by 3 fire giant warriors wielding searing greatswords, and a fire giant smith carrying a smoldering mace. It appeared that they belonged to a regular military faction from a fire plane, temporarily serving as mercenaries for additional income. Quais observed that the fire giants donned well-fitted half-armor and iron helmets, and their weapons were far from the haphazard armaments of wildfire giants, leading him to speculate on their origins. "Attack! Every demon in that deep pit is your target," commanded the Chain Devil, exhilarated by the appearance of his powerful trump card. The fire giant priest raised his lava-spiked hammer, bestowing a shield of flames upon himself and the 3 melee fire giant warriors. Meanwhile, the ranged fire giant smith had already hurled a blazing orb into the impending battlefield, a spell known as Flame Burst, which unleashed yet another explosion in the recently quieted pit. As the colossal warrior engulfed in flames leapt into the abyss, a contingent of heavily armed spiked demon sentinels had already taken their positions around the pit, vigilant against any potential escapees. The flames posed no threat to the Barzak demon. Although the vanguard of the demon army had suffered catastrophic losses due to the explosive machinations of the chained demon, as previously stated, the Tannery Devils remained unscathed by the calamity that befell their comrades. Instead, the scent of charred flesh wafting through the air only heightened the ferocity of the demons. Even the weakest Tannery were now eager to charge forward for a taste of slaughter, hoping to reap some rewards in the process. However, those cunning yet cowardly beings, who referred to the Barzak demon with a customary epithet, relentlessly unleashed explosive fireballs, complicating the advance of the demon horde. Not all demons could readily employ teleportation spells to arrive at the battlefield in an instant. The Tana and Apos, steeped in their dual desires for blood and victory over the demons, turn a blind eye to their weak kin being obliterated by the projectiles. Behold, the true visage of the foolish and backward Tannery race, perpetually oblivious to their situation. Eliminating this disorganized rabble proved more troublesome than simply slaying lambs awaiting slaughter. It necessitated the preparation of a mass grave, which fortuitously had already been arranged. The explosion seemed to invigorate the chained demon, who began to scrutinize the unfolding conflict with keen interest. When his enthusiasm peaked, the forked tongue of the chained demon emitted a sibilant sound reminiscent of a serpent's hiss, while his chain-clad fists crashed against the battlements, leaving behind a scattering of fractured rock. Of course, whether cowardly, cunning, or ignorant, these terms served merely as mutual slanders exchanged between 2 malevolent races that had clashed for countless years. Any sensible being wishing to survive the bloodshed should not place faith in such deceitful rhetoric. Certainly, Kaz was disinclined to heed the ramblings of this fiendish entity beside him. As for the others present, the ogre triplets, though simple-minded, were not foolish enough to believe the drivel of a traitor, the goblin noble Riknaz. While appearing courteous and eager to learn, ceased recording notes on his scroll during the chained demon and Apos' tirade, a clear indication of his true sentiments. Villains perish through excessive verbosity. This was the ultimate prophecy rendered by a certain ennui-ridden mechanical construct, directed at the demon who, upon first glance, bore the marks of a seasoned orator, incessantly prattling and spitting as he spoke. The original mastermind of the demon army, the seducer Gorgon, was now consumed by such brutal musings. Earlier, as the demons gained a foothold in their siege, Gorgon ultimately succumbed to his inherent nature for destruction and chaos. Unable to endure the solitude, he opted for a high-level teleportation directly into the fray, intending to revel among the demon ranks without drawing the attention of the mechanized monk. To his astonishment, the moment he was transmitted, he was immediately met with a catastrophic explosion orchestrated by the chained demon, leaving him utterly disoriented. Although he managed to endure this perilous ordeal due to his resilient physique, his current predicament could scarcely be described as anything less than dire. Previously, his visage had been obliterated by the mechanized entity number 21. Though it had healed, he now bore a crooked smile and a lopsided gaze. Furthermore, having just endured a violent explosion, the proud pincers of the enchanting demon race had been scorched to a crisp, rendering Gorgon akin to a crab roasted to a fiery red. "You have forced my hand." Gorgon sought to summon a demon from the abyss for retribution, and he would not settle for a kin of similar caliber or an inferior fluoro demon. He yearned to invoke a Baylor flame demon. Chapter 41. The Slaughter of Baylor in the unfathomable depths of the abyss. Powerful demons abound in a multitude that defies enumeration. Even those who have attained the title of Demon Prince cannot guarantee their supremacy. However, if we expand the definition of strength to encompass entire races, then the Baylor fiend unequivocally reigns as the most formidable of the Tannery demons. This exceptionally fierce demon, akin to the pit fiends of Bot-Or, often exists as a sovereign or as a vassal under a more powerful entity. They are the unpredictable harbingers of victory or defeat on the battlefield, embodying the most terrifying imaginings of mortals regarding the lower planes. Gorgon is indeed a demon of exceptional talent, a siren demon, who, had he not suffered the parasitic fate of the worms in the acid mist canyon for over a century, might have very well shattered the shackles of the demonic evolution tree and joined the ranks of the formidable Baylor fiends, thanks to the power he had silently amassed. Nevertheless, with his current abilities, when employing his innate spell to summon a tannery, he could forcibly conjure a Baylor fiend if he were willing to offer greater magical energy or equivalent sacrifices, although he typically refrains from such self-destructive actions. The last time he summoned a Baylor fiend was during an assault by the Firewalkers and the swarm of catastrophe, evolved from the acid mist worms. Upon its arrival, the Baylor fiend casually cast a high-level dispel magic on Gorgon, rendering all of his carefully prepared protective spells ineffective on that battlefield. Although that creature ultimately succumbed to the onslaught of the acid mist worms due to being restricted by a high-level teleportation spell, Gorgon managed to survive. Nonetheless, the uncontrollable power of such a summoned entity left an indelible lesson upon the siren demon. However, submerged in a tide of rage that overwhelmed his reason, Gorgon was on the brink of madness. With forceful determination, he tore off his charred pincers, which had become useless, offering them as sacrifices for this audacious summoning. After chanting the incantation, the siren demon's pincers were consumed by an unseen force, and he could almost hear the sound of his pincers being crushed. No, Gorgon retreated swiftly. He had no desire to lose all his power and become yet another abyssal worm. Whether as the crooked Gorgon or the charred siren demon, he was 100 times stronger than the mere survival of a worm. Yet, the resistance of the weak is but a jest to those of greater might. A clawed finger emerged from the void, pointing at the siren demon. There was no blinding light, no ray, merely a casual gesture, causing Gorgon to exert every ounce of strength, along with his remaining appendages, to desperately stifle his own mouth. Implosion. A potent spell-like ability that a Baylor fiend can wield once daily, is equivalent to a 9th-level spell cast by a 20th-level wizard. The catastrophic effects of this spell are evident in the grim fate of the siren demon Gorgon, akin to placing a bundle of cluster bombs within a target and detonating them. Even with the resilience of the siren demon's physique, there is no escape from the tremendous energy damage unleashed within. It appears that they could not contend with those pitiful Batsu, and thus dared to summon me for assistance. This truly brings shame upon the great abyss. How infuriating! The fiery whip of the Baylor surged forth, ensnaring the neck of the fire giant warpriest. Although the fire giant was unafraid of flames, the whip, adorned with sharp barbs and formidable orbs, inflicted immense damage. In agony, the fire giant instinctively attempted to free itself from the constriction around its neck, yet an overwhelming force lifted it from the ground. A sword resembling a flaming guillotine sliced through the fire giant priest's neck as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, sending its massive head, adorned with cascading orange locks, soaring into the air. In but a fleeting moment, the leader of this fire giant squad met his demise at the hands of this powerful demon, whose stature was but half of his own. Ha! The exhilaration of slaughter ignited the flames atop the Baylor and Ouroboros' twin horns even more fiercely, as he fixed his gaze upon the remaining fire giants on the battlefield and roared in abyssal command, dread. This was a common tactic employed by the Baylor, first eliminating the strongest leader among his foes, then utilizing fear-inducing spells to leave the remaining adversaries paralyzed with terror, ultimately dispatching them with a swift strike from his guillotine sword. Simple and efficient, from a certain perspective, the Baylor's combat was infused with a violent aesthetic, though no creature willingly wished to experience such an art of destruction firsthand. The first to sense the emergence of this fiend was a devil from the Batsu clan. Upon the Baylor's arrival on the lands of Avernus, the very order of this region seemed disrupted, as the formidable Baylor temporarily tainted the land with his presence. Damn it! How could those wretches summon such a creature? The Baylor and Ouroboros' might compelled even the chain devils, who typically regarded Tana and Ouroboros, demons with disdain, to acknowledge him as a monster. In the face of this unforeseen variable, the tension soared to its peak, prompting the first-ever emergency command adjustment of the battle. Ignore those other tannery fools and direct all hellfire towards the Baylor. Quickly, unleash firepower upon him. However, it soon became evident that hasty decisions made under extreme pressure often yield dire consequences. The Baylor was among the few tannery demons capable of simultaneously resisting fire, poison, and lightning damage. The fire damage from the Hellfire barrage had no effect on him, and the kinetic damage from the remaining projectiles could not entirely strike this agile demon, who employed higher teleportation with the ease of breathing. Any rare hits sustained were merely absorbed by the Baylor and Oppo's formidable constitution, rather than inflicting pain. The minimal damage heightened the vigilance of this cunning fiend, who began to combat with intellect rather than instinct. Summoning the tannery, utilizing higher teleportation to escape the bombardment of artillery, leaving only a small cadre of beheaded fire giant corpses behind, the Baylor instantaneously appeared behind the artillery position. He refrained from a reckless assault, opting instead to employ a summoning spell, pulling forth another Baylor from the abyss. All spellcasters and crossbowmen, focus your fire from a distance. All harpoon-wielding axe-bearers, engage and entangle these two fiends. Furthermore, Herald, promptly dispatch a magical message, announcing the emergence of the Baylor and requesting reinforcements. The chain demon swiftly issued the command, then addressed Kaz and the goblin Renaz with an unusually authoritative tone, saying, "Gentlemen, the situation has shifted dramatically. We must unite to withstand the counterattack of the tannery. This is Avernus, a realm where no demon has ever achieved triumph in siege warfare. Even if this is merely a modest mercenary camp in another plane, it remains unacceptable." This was a thought the chain demon privately added, shuddering to consider the implications of a failure in this first local conflict against the demons of Bator. What fate would befall him, the so-called camp commander? Even death would be preferable to being buried in a pit of maggots, reduced to a mindless lesser demon, or worse, transformed into a soulless fiend in a torture chamber. Such a demise would be 100 times more desirable than that fate. For devils, demotion is the most terrifying punishment, and being directly reduced to a lesser demon or a wretched fiend is far more dreadful than death itself. Chapter 42. Assessing the situation at this moment. Kaz had no intention of idly lingering. In truth, he had realized the gravity of their predicament the instant the Baylor appeared. It was evident that their only recourse was to devise a strategy to vanquish this formidable demon, although the chain demon had already communicated their situation through magical means. The demon's notorious bureaucratic tendencies meant that without a so-called operational analysis and a proposal for a vote, reinforcements in the form of troops or high-ranking demons would not be dispatched. However, witnessing the Baylor slaughtering the fire giant mercenary squad with ease, Kaz acknowledged that even if he transformed into a dragon, he would still be outmatched in strength by these adept combatants. In fact, his larger form might make him a more prominent target. He could only hope that the spell-casting levels of these two demons were not excessively high, nor that they possessed additional class enhancements. The young blue dragon recalled that such high-level demons often wielded unique advanced classes alongside their inherent might. Under those circumstances, their chances of victory would be nearly non-existent. Currently, Kaz had two trump cards at his disposal. The first was a powerful disjunction spell he had learned from the legendary dragon Salota prior to arriving in Bateau. This spell, altered by Salota, ranked as one of the most potent single-target spells beneath the legendary category. Even divine avatars and other divine beings had a significant chance of being reduced to ash by its force. The second card was his recently developed Kaz super electromagnetic cannon, which had been constructed in the camp and Oppo's smithy, with over 10,000 assorted projectiles prepared. The storm created by the metallic barrage should be sufficient to contend with the Baylor for a time, provided he was not flanked. He could serve as an uninterrupted artillery platform for damage output, contingent upon having a strong front line. Kaz fixed his gaze upon the automaton number 21, who was performing peculiar preparatory movements. He had never considered sending the ogre Narek to the front lines. In truth, aside from the steel-clad, invulnerable automaton warriors who approached the legendary monk level, no one else among his ranks was fit to engage the Baylor in close combat. Sending anyone else would merely result in offering their heads to such a monster. Understanding the adage that with great power comes great responsibility, a notion articulated by a rather wise elder, Kaz found no objection to it. Noticing Kaz's inquiring gaze, no. 21 displayed neither hesitation nor refusal. The red glow in its metallic eye sockets flickered, as though it eagerly anticipated the impending fierce battle. Reknaz, why not test the prototype? Those two demons seem like excellent subjects for experimentation. With swift reflexes, number 21 deftly pulled the Oceanic Priestess to shield the goblin from a second ambush. Despite the female Sahagan spellcaster being armored in scales that provided considerable defense, this attack still left her grievously wounded. The infernal power affixed to the crossbow bolts inflicted excruciating pain upon her. rendering her hesitant to confront the 20-numbered individual who had taken on the role of a human shield. In a fit of rage, the Saekrinor merman unleashed his fury upon the ambushers, raising his hand to execute the frequently employed battle divine art, Ghost Bite. 2 ethereal sharks materialized from the void, each delivering a singular, devastating bite that severed the heads of the 2 hooked demons who had launched the surprise attack. Be cautious. This is the mental remote control ability of the Baylor Flame Demon, Kuwais vociferously elucidated to everyone present. Although the Baylor Flame Demon was currently under siege by the Infernal Army, such a level of combat posed no significant challenge to them. They even retained sufficient strength to remotely manipulate some lesser demons, sowing chaos among the ranks of the devilish commanders in the interim. Kuwais suspected that these 2 demons harbored intentions to annihilate the entire Batsa camp. Otherwise, they would have teleported to the commander and Oppos' side of their encampment long ago, wielding their beheading swords and fiery whips to unleash their terrifying might. This hypothesis did not hinder Kuwais' spellcasting. He conjured a protective barrier against chaos, while the Saekrinor merman priest, having tended to his wounds, recognized the current predicament. Without further ado, she bestowed a collective protective elemental damage effect upon the goblin Rikanaz and the other half-demon guardians, including the 3 ogre brothers, to mitigate the additional damage from the Baylor Flame Demon and Oppos, as protective flames during the battle. Witnessing his forces diminish at a visibly alarming rate under the slaughter wrought by the 2 Baylor Flame Demons, the Chain Demon seemed to resolve upon a course of action. He commanded 2 elite Hook Demon guards loyal to him to step forward and conducted a promotion ceremony before all assembled. Demons have the ability to expend their accrued power to elevate their subservient demons, although such opportunities are seldom seized by their kind. The Chain Demon, determined to bolster his resistance against the Baylor Flame Demons, sacrificed his own reserves in this endeavor. After a few seconds of infusing sufficient power, the promotion ceremony concluded, and the newly elevated Chain Demons emerged from the ritual array, casting glances at one another before bowing in allegiance to their original commander. Commence the full-scale assault. You too. Rush forth and replace those Hook Demons. Let them first impede the other demons. The devils possess no benevolence. Any power granted came at the cost of one's life. The newly promoted Chain Demons emitted low growls but reluctantly chose to undertake this task, which bore almost no chance of survival. For a demon, the punishment of demotion was far more terrifying than death itself. Of course, the front line would not consist solely of the 2 newly promoted Chain Demons. The Chain Demon acting as commander followed closely behind, and after signaling to Rikanaz, the mechanized soldier charged forth as well. Spurred by the adrenaline of battle, Narek could not restrain himself. Seizing an opportune moment while his brothers were distracted, he charged into the fray against the Baylor Flame Demons. As the young blue dragon surged forward, he seized a spear from a nearby guard, hoping that the age-old adage regarding the fortune of spearmen would not betray his aspirations. To witness such bonds among comrades in this place was truly remarkable. The goblin Rikanaz inscribed a few lines on a new scroll, then tossed it to a half-construct sentinel, seemingly muttering to himself, "Though Sir 21 is as sturdy as steel and flawless in every respect." The material of that storage box on his chest appears to be rather mediocre, lacking the finer components at the time of assembly. Upon hearing this, the Sawajan priestess froze, as if ensnared by a paralysis spell. In the midst of casting a group elemental damage spell, she realized she had overlooked a certain loathsome individual, one who harbored her very heart within his body. If he were to be slain by the Baylor or captured by such a being, it would mean her own fate was sealed within the grasp of that malevolent entity. In an instant, the female Sawajan felt as though destiny had gripped her throat. Unable to contain herself, she let out a piercing scream, casting a venomous glance at the goblin aristocrat who had nestled within the protective circle of the half-construct sentinels, before she resigned herself to join the fray. Chapter 43. The terrifying auxiliary of the legal system. The enemy forces would reach the battlefield in 30 seconds. The mechanized man number 21, as always, arrived at the scene first, habitually emitting what seemed to be an electronic voice intended to alert the Baylor Flame Demon. He unhesitatingly delivered a powerful blow to his adversary's face. However, the peculiar utterances of this entity only deepened Kiz's resolve to have a thorough conversation with him at a more opportune moment. The Baylor Flame Demon, having been struck in the face by number 21, became frenzied under the derisive laughter of his companions. Abandoning the hooked blade shield he had been slaughtering, he lunged directly at the adversary clad in what appeared to be full armor, bellowing in abyssal, "Tin boy, you are courting death." Was this phrase a standard for demons? The mechanized man evaded the Baylor Flame Demon's grasp, maneuvering around his outstretched arms. His metallic fist, adorned with vicious spikes, struck relentlessly like a pneumatic hammer, landing squarely in the demon's vulnerable armpit. The spikes pierced the flesh, while the creeping barbs tore away large swathes of meat. The excruciating pain compelled the demon to release the flame whip he had been clutching, and a surge of protective flames erupted from his body, disrupting number 21 and Oppos' onslaught. As his decapitating sword now aimed at the mechanized man's chest. No. Observing this critical moment, the Shahu Fishman priest, Wraithdalma, acted swiftly, casting an ice wall spell that materialized between the sword's tip and number 21's chest, a foot thick and resolute. At this juncture, another Balar Flame demon recognized the formidable opponent before him and ceased mocking his fellow demon. Instead, he seized the moment to target the mechanized samurai, unleashing his flame whip. They possessed no chivalrous spirit of one-on-one combat. Ambush tactics were second nature to the Balar Flame demons. However, his whip strike went awry as a robust ogre leaped high, grasping the Balar Flame demon's ankle, forcibly pulling him downward with his immense weight. Empowered by Kuz's Dragon Force and Bull's Might spells, the ogre and Oppos' strength and defense surged dramatically for a limited time. This formidable ogre wielded his ebony chain flail to strike at the Balar Flame demon, who sought to kick him in the head with his other leg. The Balar Flame demon let out a howl of agony. In pain, the abyssal demon flapped his colossal bat-like wings, halting his descent. He then manipulated the flame whip to ensnare the ogre, who was relentlessly swinging the ebony chain flail, attempting to inflict further damage on his lower body. A sinister expression crossed the Balar Flame demon's face as he gripped the hilt of his decapitating sword, thrusting it toward the ogre who stubbornly clung to his ankle. Unfortunately, this action was interrupted. The ogre shaman, now engaged in the fray, launched a glob of acidic adhesive from his troll skull staff, striking the Balar Flame demon at a critical moment. The caustic substance and quick-acting adhesive enveloped the demon's arms that grasped the decapitating sword. As he was on the verge of unleashing a protective blaze to incinerate the repugnant slime that rendered him momentarily immobile, a sharp blade materialized from behind him. The ogre, Brew, had long been cloaked in invisibility, poised to deliver a lethal strike. The Balar demon possessed eyes imbued with constant true sight, capable of piercing through most forms of invisibility, illusions, and transmutation spells. However, he lacked an all-encompassing field of vision. Thus, the cunning Brew devised a clever plan. Amidst the relentless skirmishes, the ogre mage cautiously approached from the Balar's blind spot, akin to a masterful assassin. As he extended his harpoon, the blade was already perilously close to the target's cranium, less than a meter away. Yet, the battle-hardened Balar deftly maneuvered his body just in time, thwarting the opportunity for a fatal blow. In a moment of utmost peril, the robust Balar demon twisted his head and shattered the harpoon and Oppos' razor edge with his sharp teeth. The life-and-death experience invigorated this demon, originally summoned to revel and slaughter, now faced with an unexpectedly formidable adversary. A profound sense of crisis surged through him, igniting his strength. His muscles bulged and coiled as he held his breath and forcefully broke free from the adhesive and Oppos' grasp. A torrent of protective flames erupted, incinerating the remaining acidic residue and glue, causing the ogre, Neru, who had been clinging to his ankle in pain, to relinquish his grip and fall away. Implosion. He was a tannery demon summoned to assist in battle. Aside from the limitations imposed by the summoning itself, he was free to employ his formidable abilities, including the powerful implosion spell. Given the current circumstances, whether out of rage or the necessity to swiftly turn the tide, he had to utilize this once-per-day ability to achieve a decisive impact. Yet, why did the retreating ogre, who had failed in his ambush, seem to mock him with an open grin? The Balar, with his constant true sight, scrutinized the scene and found no trace of illusions or transmutation spells. How then did the ogre dare confront a being of such abyssal supremacy? Was there something he had overlooked? It appeared that a young blue dragon was preparing an electric spell, but did it not know that Tana and Oppos' demons were immune to electrical damage? With a resounding boom, an oval-shaped projectile broke the sound barrier and unleashed a thunderous roar. Under the influence of a potent electric field that Kiz had been building for some time, a metallic projectile, accelerating to nearly 30 times the speed of sound, was instantaneously discharged. Enhanced by multiple magical effects, this metal projectile, ignited by the friction of the air, struck the Balar demon's head with the precision of a novice player utilizing cheats in a survival game, undoubtedly exploding his skull into a myriad of fragments. Kaz and his companions swiftly retreated, wary of the imminent explosion. To a certain extent, this represents the pinnacle of the Barothian demon's destructive prowess through its innate spellcasting ability. Upon its demise, the demon and Amp, Oppos, S-Corpse transforms into a miniature tactical nuclear device, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that heralds the resounding crescendo of its illustrious and tragic existence. Within a 30-meter radius, even the dense rocky terrain of Avernus is obliterated in vast swathes. Those unfortunate chain demons who were unable to retreat in time, despite possessing an innate immunity to flames, were still torn asunder by the shockwaves of the explosion. This event resonates with the catastrophic detonation that the chain demons orchestrated upon the city walls, surpassing even that formidable display of power. Chapter 44. The product of a wrench must be exquisite. It remains uncertain whether the demons possess an appreciation for the poignant sentiment encapsulated in the phrase fireworks are fleeting. Yet upon witnessing the grand display of fireworks ignited by his summoned comrades, the Baylor Flame Demon felt an unsettling chill. Despite the relentless onslaught from the mechanized being No. 21, the harrying of 3 chain demons, and the divine assistance from a Sahwa fishman's oceanic priestly magic, the Baylor Flame Demon managed to hold his ground, albeit with the unmistakable signs of impending defeat. Prolonging the struggle was no longer an option. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the juvenile blue dragon, who had already claimed the first blood, preparing to unleash a devastating barrage that could claim the lives of his allies. The Baylor Flame Demon understood that he must make a swift decision. With a mere gesture, he summoned a noxious and pestilential cloud of death that enveloped the entire battlefield. This necrotic fog obstructed others from joining the fray while simultaneously hindering the inexperienced aim of Kaz, except for the mechanized being, who remained unaffected. The chain demons and the Sahwa fishman sorcerer retreated while casting protective spells, such as those to dispel disease. One of the newly minted chain demons struggled with the intricacies of spell casting and could only endure the effects of the toxins. Before long, he succumbed to the enhanced death cloud summoned by the Baylor Flame Demon, becoming afflicted with a dreadful plague, his body ensnared by chains and covered in festering wounds, ultimately meeting his demise. Quickly, dispel this death cloud with wind creation, Kaz shouted as he maintained the charge of his electromagnetic cannon, preparing to launch a heavy oval projectile. However, his current abilities did not allow him to instantaneously generate a sufficient electric field, and he urged the Sahwa fishman priest, Ogre's Brew, who had yet to fathom how to replicate the effects of wind creation due to the limitations of his spellcasting system. Just as the fishman was about to cast his spell, he caught sight of the Baylor Flame Demon grinning menacingly at him. Alarmed, the Sahwa fishman, misinterpreting the demon's intentions, refrained from unleashing wind creation and instead summoned a water elemental guardian to shield himself. Fool! Both the Baylor Flame Demon and the young blue dragon thought simultaneously, as they dealt with the relentless strikes from the mechanized being. The attacks from number 21 were relentless. The Baylor Flame Demon had only just executed the Death Cloud spell after enduring several blows, trading his fresh wounds for the opportunity to cast. The demon's advanced teleportation abilities were already curtailed by the spatial sealing array inscribed on the chains of the chained demon commander. Otherwise, how could these 2 Baylor Flame Demons find themselves ensnared in such a fierce melee? Amber Coffin. The Baylor Flame Demon transformed his fist into an open palm, fiercely grasping the spiked iron fist of number 21, disregarding the pain as the spell required contact with the opponent to take effect. A massive amber form was conjured from thin air, enveloping the mechanized being and swiftly hardening. Yet, the semi-transparent amber coffin seemed insufficient to subdue the mechanized being, as every fissure in its body erupted with intense heat, gradually melting the solidifying amber. Labyrinthine spell. The demon, of course, had further schemes in store. Enduring numerous wounds inflicted by his foes, he sought merely to secure an opportunity to cast his spells, aiming to banish the formidable automaton warrior known for its terrifying melee prowess. The casting of the labyrinth spell, an 8th-level conjuration, typically required about 10 minutes of preparation. However, this Baylor demon accomplished the entire incantation with but a single gesture. Undoubtedly, he was a well-concealed sorcerer, and Kaz speculated that this demon might also be a specialist in conjuration, possibly wielding power rivaling that of a legendary archmage when casting spells of this genre. Having completed the labyrinth spell, he effortlessly summoned 2 Bodak corpses, further confirming Kaz's suspicions. The 2 Bodak corpses bounded toward the Shahu fishman priest, who was currently conjuring a wind spell, and the young blue dragon, who was preparing a railgun. The demon then redirected his focus towards the lone chained devil remaining on the battlefield. True to its reputation as the mightiest of demons, The Baylor executed the counteroffensive strategy with fluid grace, had one not witnessed it firsthand. It would be difficult to believe that such a cunning individual could emerge from the historically foolish and chaotic evil factions. However, those who confronted such malevolence were doomed. The Chained Devil commander found himself enveloped in despair as the tide of battle shifted dramatically, leaving him, a member of the lawful camp, feeling profoundly out of place. Yet, burdened by the duty to protect his territory, he could not risk being downgraded to a lesser demon by fleeing. In truth, escape was not an option. After issuing commands to the summoned Bodak corpses to disrupt the spellcasters, the Baylor turned its attention to the cowardly yet cunning devil who had just thrust him into a perilous struggle against the automaton. The diminutive Chained Devil brandished its spiked chains, resembling a mass of erratically floating aquatic plants. Even if these strands were to suddenly expand and envelop him in a cocoon of chains, while attempting to pierce his skin with their venomous fangs, it would still appear utterly ludicrous. Suddenly, as if recalling something amusing, the Baylor demon's harsh laughter echoed from within its iron cocoon, accompanied by the emergence of a massive claw covered in scales. With a single hand, it tore through the chains binding it and seized the audacious Chained Devil, swinging its colossal beheading sword in a sweeping arc, severing countless chains in the process, holding the struggling creature firmly by the throat. The demon gazed at the iron chains melting away in the protective flames surrounding it, cruelly employing the beheading sword like a dagger, slowly embedding it into the Chained Devil and Oppo's body. Relishing this hard-won moment of torment, a bomb-like object with a burning fuse was suddenly tossed before him. The vigilant Baylor demon did not underestimate the threat. It swiftly withdrew the beheading sword from the Chained Devil's body and struck down upon the peculiar object. The bomb detonated. Yet the force was not as devastating as the demon had anticipated. The enormous sword remained steady in its grip, undisturbed by the blow. The true menace of this bomb lies not in the explosive force it unleashes, but rather in the overwhelming radiance it emits. The intense brilliance, which defies description even when adorned with every positive term associated with light, such as illumination, holy light, and resplendent glow, erupted in the midst of the infernal realm in Avernus. Within this demonic encampment, and before the abyssal fiend. Ah, my eyes, how they ache. What is this phenomenon? Both the overconfident Baylor, reveling in the tide of battle, and the beleaguered Chained Devil commander, on the brink of collapse, suffer acutely from the searing light, their inherent malevolence amplifying their vulnerability to such blinding radiance. Even the Baylor, with its formidable constitution, finds itself dazed by this dazzling luminosity. This dazzling device, crafted by the esteemed Goblin Glare Bomb Company, is filled with all the oily substances extracted from the feathers of a solar angel, equivalent to 1.5 quarts or 3 pints. The source of the fiend's and Oppo's bewilderment lies with the goblin, Riknas, who, having sought refuge within the protective barrier of the half-demon sentinels, remained concealed since the onset of the fray. Chapter 45, The Terrifying Power of Physics. What is Friendship? Mr. 21 raised within the confines of the Wrench family's workshop. Riknas was surrounded predominantly by various types of automatons and half-automaton guardians. Aside from daily lessons in mechanical processing from his mentors, he seldom found companionship for conversation. After successfully repairing the language module of a chance-found automaton with remarkable intelligence, his favorite pastime became engaging in discussions with this peculiar automaton named 21 while simultaneously mending its remaining body. As long as one could endure the peculiar utterances that frequently emerged from 21, conversing with this novel construct of life proved to be quite entertaining. Even those strange remarks occasionally revealed a semblance of wisdom upon further contemplation. Friendship, indeed, is akin to gathering in the mountains, weighing gold and silver, feasting on hearty meat, and drinking from large vessels. Are you referring to bandits? Riknas interjected. I read about them in the adventures of the Goblin Gondola. However, the last bandit group in the Empire was eradicated over 2 centuries ago. He tightened a screw on 21's frame. I've heard of shuriken. They're a type of throwing weapon. But what exactly is chakra? The inquisitive goblin scientist found himself sidetracked once again by the odd vocabulary of the construct. Engaging with 21 was always the most fascinating experience for Riknas, as this whimsical automaton consistently inspired the ingenious mechanical designer from the Wrench family with fresh ideas. Whirlwind shuriken. The goblin's dazzling bomb had no effect on Riknas, who had long since pushed his goggles down. The intense light, filtered through the tinted lenses, was diminished to a level tolerable for biological eyes. In truth, This esteemed goblin had retreated into the protective circle of half-automaton guardians at the onset of the battle against the Balro flame demon. Subtly donning the initial model, a combat mech crafted from numerous concepts regarding Gundams provided by the automaton, enhanced by Riknaz's exquisite craftsmanship. The initial model featured a hybrid power source, equipped with the Goblin Empire's latest miniature high-efficiency steam engine and 30 enchanted energy storage arrays, ensuring ample power for the machine. The semi-enclosed cockpit, constructed from various composite materials, boasted dozens of defensive arrays assembled from enchanted armor, offering comprehensive protection to the pilot. As for the weaponry system of this mech, in addition to the installation of Goblin Rail missiles and other launch weapons, the two mechanical arms powered by abundant energy would instill despair in any adversary daring to engage in close combat. Standing at less than half the height of an average adult human, Riknaz, once clad in this mech, found himself eye-to-eye with the Balro flame demon before him. However, the concept of the whirlwind shuriken had yet to be fully deciphered by Goblin technology. Nevertheless, this masterful mechanical engineer, Riknaz, had devised a new design to compensate for the shortcoming. The enchanted metallic umbrella he had been holding transformed into a circular saw with sharp serrated edges, now rapidly spinning within the distinctive groove of the right forearm of the Unit 1. With the success of the Goblin's refined golden brilliance projectile, the high-speed rotating saw was launched via a steam propulsion mechanism, creating a whirlwind shuriken rivaling the wind attribute chakra described by the 21st unit. The target was, of course, the Balor flame demon. Riknaz's alchemical goggles not only shielded against intense light, but were also equipped with a mechanical aiming system that assisted in shooting, allowing for continuous adjustments to the saw's trajectory through close-range electromagnetic remote control technology. The physical enhancements were terrifyingly effective. The blinding light emitted from the Seraphim's feather extract exerted immense pressure on the chaotic and malevolent Balor flame demon, inducing a profound sense of disorientation that momentarily stilled his thoughts. This state of mental blankness was abruptly shattered by excruciating pain, akin to the agony of being bisected. For he had indeed been cleaved in twain by Riknaz's whirlwind shuriken. The saw's cutting power was so astonishing, and its speed so swift, that the sensation of pain only registered in his mind after the damage had been inflicted. Despite sustaining such grievous injuries and being rent asunder, this formidable demon had not yet succumbed to death. However, he dared not prolong the battle, having already breached the spatial confinement imposed by the chain demon. The Balor flame demon now sought to hastily teleport away. Yet, his attempt at teleportation was thwarted as a spiked metallic fist struck his face. The familiarity of the position and sensation heralded the arrival of Unit 21. Within the construct of spells and machinery that made up the automaton's body lay the heart of a Sawajan Ocean priest, a design not merely intended to subdue the spellcaster, but to enable Unit 21 to draw energy to activate the spells inscribed upon its enchanted armor. Due to the constraints of materials and the level of this fish-like spellcaster, only 2 spells could be activated. The Rasengan. A torrent of spell energy erupted from the palm of the automaton, unleashing explosive and cutting properties in a close encounter with the head of the Balor flame demon, leading to a fate similar to that of the companions he had summoned. Perhaps he fared worse. At least the Balor flame demon merely had his head shattered, avoiding the torment of being dismembered. The headless, or rather, the upper body of the Balor flame demon still sought to embrace the approaching automaton warrior, intent on self-detonation to take down this wretched foe. This was the only thought that lingered in his dying moments. However, this desire went unfulfilled, as Case, having dealt with the interference of the Bodak, teleported directly beside the demon's remains and unleashed a super-electromagnetic cannon that obliterated its body before it could initiate its self-destruction, showering the area with a rain of blood. This is an explanation from Case regarding the accusations of harm inflicted upon the Allied forces by the 21st. However, his act of covertly concealing a portion of the remnants of the Balrog's lower half casts a shadow of suspicion over this explanation. Fortunately, the 2 Balrogs that appeared so unexpectedly have been vanquished, and the crisis within the camp has finally been averted. Assisting the Sawa Merman priest, who was perilously close to demise due to the sudden depletion of a vast amount of mana under the assault of the Bodak, Case took on the role of the acting commander in place of the chained demon who had been slaughtered by the Balrog. He issued orders to the remaining Hook demon guards and other mercenaries from alternate planes to eradicate the dwindling demonic forces. Yet, this individual still could not erase the word acting from his title. Case glanced at the chained demon corpses, now gradually dissolving into a bubbling mire due to death, and could not help but exclaim in reflection. Chapter 46. Money can move mountains. Those who survived were thoroughly content. Brew received an appointment to oversee logistical supplies. And with the influx of mercenaries from various realms, a plethora of culinary delights from diverse worlds awaited his eager palate. As for the mercenaries' meager rations, they were naturally supplemented by the copious military canned meat provided by Bardot. With the conveniences bestowed by this role, his culinary repertoire, as a true gourmet, was destined to flourish immensely. Nalu ultimately achieved his desires, although the chain demon was largely vanquished by the Baler, resulting in the rusting away of most of its protective chains. A small portion of the activated chains remained intact, with these precious materials sourced from the mid-level demon. The ogre blacksmith toiled day and night in the camp's forge, sweating profusely as he experimented with numerous ideas for their utilization. The witch doctor, Palu, observed that his two brothers had found their preferred occupations and eagerly volunteered to assist Kaz as an experimental aid. The aftermath of the demon siege left behind a wealth of rare materials, some even comprising flesh and tissue contributed by the Baler through extensive experimentation. Kaz's knowledge of demon anatomy and Palu's newfound voodoo techniques made significant strides daily. However, not all shared in this satisfaction. Among the camp's only two high-level spellcasters, the Sahagan Ocean Priestess harbored considerable resentment regarding her capture and transformation into the Battery number 21. Nonetheless, her daily exertions were devoted to preparing a multitude of electric spells to empower the half-demon sentinels, leaving her little opportunity or audience for complaint. This tranquil existence was merely ephemeral. Observing the daily shipments of war supplies and the constant arrival of mercenaries escorted by the blood armor demons, Kaz understood that their true trials could commence at any moment. The demon vanguard's assault was merely the tip of the iceberg in the larger bloodshed that loomed ahead. Soon, as Avernus engaged fully with the abyssal planes, it was conceivable that their camp could materialize in some corner of the endless void, akin to the sudden emergence of the demonic armies. When that time arrived, they would find themselves on a true island, facing the onslaught of tannery demons like waves crashing upon the shore. Perhaps to validate Kaz's foreboding predictions of impending war, ever since the slaying of two Balers, not only had the devil patrols supplying provisions increased their visits, but even merchant caravans had begun to frequent this remote camp to peddle their wares. The audacious merchants, seizing the opportunity to profit amidst the bloodshed, were not composed of denizens from the material realm. Instead, the caravan members were a band of wizened crones, perhaps alongside some Yugoloths from the fiery depths of hell, who served as the shadowy financiers. To amass blood money, these individuals navigated the battlegrounds between the abyss and hell. Ever opportunistic, the shape-shifting crone, adept in the art of transformation, often assumes the guise of various enchanting female beings, particularly exquisite fairies, to facilitate discussions regarding merchandise prices with her clientele. Ah, dear little boy, I presume this is your inaugural experience in the blood war. Perhaps this older sister could offer you some assistance. The old hag metamorphosed into a wood sprite with bronze skin adorned with hints of green, her bright brown eyes twinkling as she warmly extolled her treasures to the customer before her. Perhaps you require an indomitable sword, far superior to the one you bear at your waist. Behold this blade, once the prized possession of a high-ranking paladin. Or, perchance you wish to avoid the foul stench of those savage Tanari brutes. Indeed, a wise decision. You might consider this piece of equipment a mystical staff pilfered from the renowned mage Elminster by a legendary thief. With it, you can launch spells from a distance, oh so delightfully. If you fancy it, I can part with it for a mere 998. Quaze thought, without needing to scrutinize further, that this beautifully disguised wretched creature was peddling nothing but fakes. His interest in these charlatans stemmed from their occasional role as purveyors of information, for, thanks to the extensive commercial network spanning the depths of the abyss and the infernal realms, they sometimes possessed intelligence timelier than that dispatched by the spies of Barto himself. Desiring to cease the hag-s infomercial-like sales pitch, Quaze adopted the brusque tone favored by devils, stating bluntly, "Stop your charade. Do not squander my time with these trinkets meant to deceive the gullible. I wish to speak with someone of substance from your caravan. Perhaps I might find something worthy of my coin." The old crone, undeterred by the interruption, found her attention captivated by a finely crafted soul prism that the young boy was tossing in the air. This crystalline pillar, aglow with the imprisoned souls of its victims, instantly ensnared the attention of the vile vendor. By the abyss, that is the finest currency of the lower realms. Such an item serves as hard currency even amidst the chaotic depths of the abyss. Even the most inferior soul prisms hold a value surpassing 10 golden disaster coins, or over 100 hexagonal steel coins circulating in the inferno. This superior currency is immensely appealing to the denizens of the lower realms, whether for mere amusement or to consume the souls contained within to enhance their own power. It is evident that you are a person of great discernment and authority, and I am indeed filled with immense honor to serve you. Although I employ the most flattering tones to endear myself to the esteemed benefactor before me. This cunning old hag's gaze remains fixated on the soul prism that is perpetually cast upward and then descends. Surely, you are aware that the leaders of trading caravans are typically very occupied and not easily approachable. To intrude upon them without caution may present certain subtle difficulties. Chapter 47. The Yuggoth scribe in the lower planes. It is not a formidable task to have spirits grind away, particularly when one possesses the invaluable soul prisms as currency. The elderly hag, laden with wealth, cautiously guided Kays past a multitude of unscrupulous peers engaged in deceitful commerce within the designated trading area of the camp. They arrived beside a small, unattended tent near the enclosure where the caravan's pack beasts were stationed. She retrieved a heart-shaped talisman from her possession, cradling it in her palm, and proceeded to delicately manipulate a cascade of tassels hanging from the tent's entrance, as if plucking the strings of a harp. "Oh, sir, please do not take offense. The esteemed chairman has inscribed numerous protective spells upon this, and only the correct keying method can unlock it, thus averting any unwarranted complications," she explained with a sheepish smile, seemingly concerned that Kays might feel slighted by any delays in opening the door. The enchantments upon the tassels responded favorably to the proper key, revealing a mystical sigil that shimmered into existence. The hag hastily activated the sigil upon her talisman, and as the two corresponded, the tent's entrance parted automatically. Under her guidance, they crossed the threshold into the tent. What a surprising revelation. Kays had anticipated the inconspicuous tent might house at most a modest level 4 Liamund and Amp, Opos, as tiny hut. But upon entering, he discovered it was instead ensconced with a level 7 magnificent mansion spell, permanently affixed within. Quite the financial burden indeed. As he stepped upon the impeccably hexagonal steel flooring, reminiscent of the infernal aesthetics of the Hellfire, Kays beheld the hag bowing respectfully to the chairman of the trading company, who was seated behind an enormous desk, diligently transcribing documents. She proceeded to present the needs of her affluent patron. Unsurprisingly, the figure shrouded in a hooded leather cloak, revealing only features that resembled both a jackal and a dog, was the true authority of the trading company. As it turned out, he was indeed a Yugothian demon. More specifically, a Yuggoth scribe. The scribes are the archivists, record keepers, negotiators, and intermediaries of the Yugothian demon race from the Hellfire. Similar to the contract devils dwelling in the lawful evil confines of the Nine Hells, these neutral evil fiends possess an innate ability to converse and inscribe in various known languages. However, due to the hierarchical regulations of Yugothian society, they are required to submit to the jurisdiction of the overseer demons, who may not possess superior strength. Consequently, many scribes opt to leave the Hellfire for sustenance in the equally malevolent realms of the Nine Hells or the Abyss. These fiends are naturally adept at wielding magical arts, and through diligent study, many evolve into proficient sorcerers or wizards. Nevertheless, in the realm of close combat, their prowess leaves much to be desired. With average strength and agility, it is their keen intellect that allows them to navigate the treacherous lower realms effectively. Having not finished the lengthy narration of the old hag, the president of the Magic Merchant Association, with a mere thought, cast a malicious transformation spell, temporarily converting the old hag from her enchanting form of a wooden elf maiden into a small lizard, darting about in a frenzy with a forked tongue. Consequently, he was compelled to reinforce his position with a secondary confinement spell. Ah, you see, these loquacious little creatures seem utterly oblivious to the virtue of brevity. They fail to grasp that time is of the essence, indeed, life itself. Their tendency to prattle on and their overreactions to minor inconveniences are truly exasperating. Rising from behind his desk, the president approached Kuz, hands clasped in a gesture of a mage's salute, observing the transformed lizard still struggling within its cage. He appeared somewhat displeased by such a breach of decorum, conjuring a gesture for a corrosive magic sphere, which promptly compelled the old hag to cease her struggles. Satisfied with his display of intimidation, he smiled with contentment. What precisely do you require? I must estimate the cost. Of course, if you intend to engage in trade using soul prisms, as that little creature suggested, I can grant you a VIP discount of 10%. Regarding the adversaries in this bloody conflict, the delineation of powers, the potential involvement of third-party forces, and the training methods commonly employed by seasoned warriors. Once in command of a camp, Bardis would provide a daily stipend and allowances, the currency being soul prisms. It became evident to him that Chain Demon was intent on ascending, shedding the connotation of being an agent, which implied an increasing daily acquisition of soul prisms. A boon for demons seeking to amplify their strength. This new income bestowed Kaz with ample confidence during his shopping endeavors. He had no inclination to exploit the chaotic energies of souls for personal enhancement, thus eschewing Bardis's miserly fixation on soul prisms. For him, the principle of utilizing resources to their fullest potential was the superior choice. Understood, the president of the Magic Merchant Association signaled. As a feather quill inscribed with the items mentioned by Kaz ceased its writing, the list being discreetly delivered into the president's hands by an invisible servant. Let us commence with the most straightforward matter, the training techniques of advanced warriors. Allow me a moment to ponder. Despite his claim of contemplation, the president swiftly commanded the invisible servant to retrieve a modestly bound tome from his bookshelf. To speak candidly, those who revel in the art of combat. Oh, I do not refer to you, he noted upon observing Kaz clad in light armor with a long sword at his side, offering a brief apology for his unintended offense. Creatures accustomed to close-quarters combat, even those blessed by deities or the formidable monks who have attained immortality, rely on instinct and rudimentary techniques to bolster their martial prowess. Perhaps their assaults are unstoppable, their defenses impeccable. However, apart from the most rudimentary techniques, there are no other secrets to impart. Their prowess stems from themselves rather than their training methods. The recording demon paused abruptly, casting a knowing glance at Kues. After receiving a token of gratitude in the form of a disaster coin, this loquacious yet prudent fiend resumed his narrative. Of course, akin to the fundamental principles of chaos and order, good and evil that coexist yet are inherently opposed within the vast multiverse. A small faction among warriors possesses teachings that can continually enhance their martial skills. They categorize various techniques into distinct combat schools, among which the most comprehensive include the White Crow School, adept in collective maneuvers and mastery of combined attacks, the Iron Heart School, specializing in the exquisite control of body and weapon, the Devout Heart School, reminiscent of Holy Knights, relying on faith in battle, the Steel Soul School, which trains nerve reflexes and mental acuity for swift offensive and defensive maneuvers, the Stone Dragon School, focused on amplifying strength, excelling in destructive power and defensive capabilities, the Tiger Claw School, which unleashes feral instincts for frenzied assaults amidst agile movements, the Shadow Hand School, proficient in stealthy ambush techniques, capable of harnessing negative and shadow energies, and the Dusk School, renowned for grappling and throwing techniques, seldom experiencing defeat in one-on-one combat, as well as the Desert Wind School, manipulating flames through martial arts, with an emphasis on area damage. These martial schools are disseminated throughout remote corners of the multiverse, where few venture. The knowledge of these martial techniques occasionally reaches the ears of learned individuals from the mouths of planar travelers, though often it is merely superficial nomenclature. After all, most planar travelers are typically highly skilled spellcasters, largely ignorant of martial techniques or disdainful of them. However, I fortuitously traverse the realm dominated by warriors. As a meticulous merchant from Ouroboros, I refuse to be as shallow as those materialistic denizens. Consequently, I have diligently recorded some knowledge acquired through exchanges with those extraordinary martial artists. Although undoubtedly incomplete, I assure you that all documented content has been verified through predictive spells to ensure its accuracy. Moreover, as the saying goes, rarity enhances value. Seeing this recording demon engaging in a sales pitch akin to that of a subordinate, the old hag, Kues, hastily interrupted him. 20 soul prisms is the highest bid I can accept. I will not agree to anything below 40. Boy, you must understand knowledge is priceless. Huh, Ouroboros demon. Do you think me so easily deceived? That tome is merely a copied spell, worth at most 25 soul prisms. Boy, should you miss this opportunity, you may never encounter these scarce fragments of knowledge again. 35 soul prisms, firm price. Are your items eligible for a 7-day unconditional refund? Will shipping fees be waived? Is it possible to have a customer service representative who serves with patience? Or, aside from myself, who else would bestow upon you even a solitary green token? Those mindless demons who cannot read? Or perhaps those devils who incessantly yearn for power and other formidable forces? Do you believe that among the myriad of individuals who have traversed from the material realm, anyone would still have the inclination to recommence their cultivation amidst the blood-soaked front lines? There exists no one else. This is unequivocally a buyer and amp. Oppos, S. Market. as if to bolster his own presence, Kaz took a step akin to a demon judge, prompting this melee-inept fiend to retreat hastily. My friend, even if you have indeed incurred some cost to acquire this knowledge, as a competent merchant, one must learn the wisdom of cutting losses in a timely manner, do they not? 27 soul prisms, my final offer. The currency for this transaction is not the pedestrian disaster coins, nor the venomous silver coins, but rather the magnetic coins that might forever adhere to your other polyhedral steel coins. Imagine the sensation of those exquisite crystals infused with soul power colliding within your purse. In the art of negotiation, Kaz was more devilish than the demons themselves, drawing upon the invaluable experience gleaned from haggling with merchants on certain platforms. The young blue dragon managed to leave the notoriously cunning Igros, the demon merchant, utterly speechless. If there existed an attribute panel at that moment, it is likely that Kaz and Apos' skills in negotiation, persuasion, and deception would be ascending at an astonishing rate. Chapter 48. The Art of Scarcity Marketing. Very well. The deal is struck. However, may I inquire if you would be interested in serving as a training lecturer for my guild? Upon receiving an inevitable negative response, the adjudicator reluctantly handed the scroll to Kaz, then carefully counted the small pouch of soul prisms he had received twice, ensuring its accuracy before cautiously placing it into the inner pocket of his robe. The eloquent boy found the subsequent matter regarding the intelligence trait of the blood war to be rather intricate. It appeared to involve some form of advanced counter-detection magic. Kaz made a preliminary assessment while remaining vigilant against the potential for sudden ambush. Indeed, preparedness is a prudent habit. Stroking his sparse beard as if to bolster his confidence in the effectiveness of his counter-detection spell, the adjudicator ceased his earlier soft-spoken manner. Instead, he articulated in a voice reminiscent of a cross between a bark and a howl, passionately echoing Kaz's words in the infernal tongue. Boy, I can see that you are indeed a seasoned negotiator. However, I am equally well prepared for the forthcoming transaction. With a clap of his hands, an invisible servant presented a sandglass, no larger than a half-giant's drinking vessel. From this moment forth, every word I utter holds immense value in blood war intelligence, guaranteed to leave you feeling that it is worth every coin. Yet, as this Ugros merchant snapped his fingers, the sandglass levitated before Kaz, with the grains of sand beginning to fall. This transaction is devoid of a set price. Now, each time the sand in the hourglass runs out, you shall need to pay 3 soul prisms, contingent upon your willingness to settle the bill. Boy, you may seize the hourglass at any moment. I shall not hinder you. Indeed, those who conduct business in the lower realms possess certain skills, adept in the arts of scarcity marketing and paper-time strategies. Kaz tossed 3 soul prisms into the outstretched hand of the adjudicator, signaling his agreement to the terms of the transaction. The Ugros merchant jangled the received payment, displaying a satisfied demeanor as he slowly remarked, "Your interest in the intelligence of the blood war indicates that you are not merely an ordinary soldier pulled from the material plane by demons. According to the information procured by our guild from high-ranking associates of the Bartsu clan, the previous acting commander of the camp has perished in a skirmish. The individual who has assumed actual control of this camp must surely be you. This occurrence differs from the past. It is not under the command of the current Lord of Avernus, Lord Baal, but rather under the auspices of the esteemed 5-headed dragon deity, Tiamat, who oversees the entire Blood War campaign. Such a situation is rare, even when surveying the annals of Blood War history. Instances of divine beings participating are few and far between. Aside from the matter concerning the commander, there exists an unusual aspect. The location of this war and Apos' outbreak is not the frequently contested Grey Fields, nor are the warring factions engaged in a struggle for dominion over the vast plains of Avernus. This may diverge from the intelligence revealed by other fiends. The Abyss and Avernus are often evenly matched. However, this war exhibits signs reminiscent of previous instances of infiltration warfare. Typically, such campaigns favor the fiends, as evidenced by the few prior infiltration operations that culminated in their eventual triumph. Consequently, several layers of the Abyss have been captured by Avernus and extricated from the chaotic factions, gradually assimilated into Hell and Apos' new territories. At this juncture, the recording fiend ceased its narration, the hourglass having run its course. Kuez, adhering to the agreement, presented the fiend with 3 soul prisms, prompting it to continue. Such planar infiltrations invariably yield substantial gains for the fiendish side, yet they seldom opt to employ this mode of warfare proactively. The rationale lies in the immense initial investment proportional to the anticipated returns. According to the high-ranking officials of the Bot or hierarchy, Achieving a complete overlap between Avernus and a layer of the abyss necessitates a moderate divine power to construct a fully realized avatar, which is tantamount to a deity possessing a faint divine essence. Even a partial overlap requires at least one lesser deity expending the entirety of an avatar and Apos, S energy. With the modest divine power of his serpentine majesty Tiamat, the undertaking is indeed a considerable strain. This is merely the investment needed for preparations prior to war. To attain absolute victory, historical precedent suggests that one must engage armies in warfare for no less than 2 centuries. During this period, one might also face assaults from other demon lords or even demon princes. Despite the support of the bot or fiends, the 5 heads of the dragon must bear significant risks, unless there exists an imperative reason to proceed. The recording fiend halted its narration once more, revealing a smile akin to that of a schemer whose plot has succeeded. Kues, eager to uncover these secrets, complied with the payment. Young man, or should I say, my esteemed commander, you have made a prudent choice. The most enduring impact one can hope to leave in the blood-soaked annals of war is but a mere footnote in the chronicles of this conflict. Regrettably, throughout countless eons, only a scant few mortals have been granted such distinction. Of course, the sagacious deities are not included in this count. Do you comprehend why the majority of mortals are merely cannon fodder in the throes of battle? Almost all participants in bloodshed believe their own power is woefully inadequate, overwhelmed by the war's vast scale. Yet, this is but a portion of the truth. Among the warring sides, a merchant collective of Yugoloths, having navigated epics with caution, harbors a differing perspective. Mortals are predominantly short-sighted, entering the fray in hopes of gaining power, easily succumbing to the allure of combat while neglecting contemplation. When the act of wielding sword and preparing spells monopolizes the entirety of one's thoughts, leaving no mental space to ponder the true motives of this war, it signifies that a being is on the brink of their curtain call in this conflict. However, it appears that you possess an exceptionally clever mind. In celebration of your intellect and in honor of my discovery of a long-term trading partner, I offer the aforementioned words as a complimentary gesture. This time, the recording judge has whimsically adjusted the half-fallen hourglass, allowing it to commence its timing anew. Chapter 49. The consequences of deceiving consumers. To attempt to decipher the designs of the divine as a mere mortal is undoubtedly a fanciful notion. Even the most adept legendary sorcerer finds it exceedingly challenging to penetrate the true intentions of such exalted beings. Nonetheless, this does not preclude us from engaging in a reverse analysis of potential motives from an alternative perspective. Based on the connections within the upper echelons of the Bartu, we have gleaned that the target of the Dragon Queen's engagement lies in the acid mist canyon of the 473rd layer of the Abyss, a realm dominated by a novel class of tannery demon known as the acid mistworm. These creatures are spawned from the countless souls of ignorant followers who have plummeted into the abyss, and their creation has been officially sanctioned by the newly appointed demon lord of this layer, a colossal worm crafted by the former Baylor demon lord, who was subsequently defeated and consumed by its progeny, aptly named the Worm Tyrant. Given the perilous nature of this realm for most other demons, my trade has not established a foothold there. Only the Ugros merchants of my kin, who operate on the River of the Dead, convey some fragmented intelligence regarding that place. Such information is either unverifiable or sounds suspiciously like mere rumor. However, amidst these whispers, I stumbled upon a particularly intriguing tidbit. It also demanded remuneration. This Ugros merchant resembled a web novelist adept at digging pits, skillfully enticing Kaz to part with his coin for the information divulged. Naturally, Kaz opted to continue listening. His purse was not yet in dire straits, and he sensed that the tales spun by this fiend were not entirely devoid of substance. The remunerated interpreter seemed invigorated to continue. That terrifying worm tyrant, having achieved successes beyond the reach of its predecessor, the Baylor Demon Lord, now set its sights on how to encroach upon the divine throne. In its initial dominion over the acid mist canyon, it employed unfathomable machinations to successfully ensnare a multitude of high-level spellcasters as its vassals. Subsequently, it transformed them into delightful morsels, with the most satisfying treats being the numerous draconic beings, particularly the evil dragons led by the chromatic dragons, due to its voracious appetite for dragons. It has even evolved some traits of draconic blood. Should this demon lord ascend to divinity, it is conceivable that its divine portfolio could encroach upon domains perilous to the dragon god. As a demon lord, it already enjoys the direct favor of the abyss. And if it were to become a great deity, then Tiamat would find herself utterly powerless. Thus, the Dragon Queen's expedition is a preemptive strike. A full 30 soul pillars. After absorbing the information from the Ouroboros merchant, Kaz realized that the soul pillars he had accumulated over the past few days were insufficient to meet the required payment. Boy, do you truly wish to default on a legitimate debt owed to a proper Ouroboros merchant? After Quays thoroughly displayed the empty purse to the judgment demon, a palpable change swept over the malevolent creature, who swiftly tore off its ever-present hood, revealing a pair of cold, glinting eyes reminiscent of a wolf's. Perhaps you wish to engage in a mortgage transaction? This is also an acceptable method of payment, though a modest fee will be incurred. I declined. Entering into a mortgage agreement with the Ouroboros demon was akin to preordaining my future confinement. Quays had no intention of becoming a wretched soul trapped within a prism of spiritual essence. I shall pay with a perfect soul prism. The worth of a soul prism lies in the soul it encapsulates, while a perfect soul prism is the result of fulfilling the final wish of the imprisoned soul. Once this condition is met, the captive soul undergoes purification, transforming its chaotic energy into a refined essence, akin to sour wine becoming exquisite liquor. Such a soul prism experiences a significant increase in value. 73 ordinary soul prisms. Quays was certain that the judgment demon, captivated by the term perfect soul prism, had not considered how the already impoverished youth could possibly procure such a higher valued equivalent. The judgment demon remarked, "Before my arrival, I utilized a spell to consult the real-time official exchange rate published by Nethes on the 9th layer of Bardo. One perfect soul prism is worth 73 ordinary soul prisms." With that, Quays approached the unfortunate, maliciously transformed old hag, now ensnared by a secondary stance barrier. The youth's right hand clenched into a fist as he effortlessly penetrated the barrier and dispelled the old hag's transformation effect. This scene sent a shiver down the spine of the judgment demon, prompting him to augment his protective spells, for it is wise to be prepared. Retrieving a soul prism hidden by the old hag, which he had paid as a guiding fee, Quays explained to the judgment demon beside him, the soul imprisoned within this prism belonged to an unfortunate individual who had once come to the depths of Bardo to participate in a bloodbath, seeking to profit from the war. This ill-fated soul was deceived by unscrupulous merchants, investing all his wealth in so-called artifacts. The disparity between the seller's promises and the buyer's reality was stark, leading this unfortunate soul to pay with his very essence. His greatest desire is to exact revenge on those merchants. The sword was well-balanced and ideal for slashing, its edge honed to a razor-sharp finish, thus effortlessly severing the head of the old hag, who had been pinned in place. Tossing the now seemingly refined soul prism, which glimmered with an extraordinary purity, to the Ouroboros merchant cautiously guarding himself, Quays stated, a hag trained in the most comprehensive sales techniques, boasting the title of salesmaster, commands a price of 20 ordinary soul prisms in the Bardo slave market. Previously, you owed 3 ordinary soul prisms for the time-based fees. A perfect soul prism is valued at 73 ordinary soul prisms. Mr. Recorder, at this moment, you ought to procure for me 50 soul prisms. We find ourselves within a military camp of Bardus, where the actual commander has revealed a magical prowess that could rival, or perhaps even surpass, my own. The merchant Ouroboros cannot afford to default on his obligations at this juncture. Chapter 50, Deceptive Advertisements and Unique Rights Protection in the Aftermath of the Demon's Relentless Assault. All that remained of the once battleground were scattered, bloodied bones and rocks. The wails and stench of decay faded into oblivion, while the relatively intact corpses of the tannery were collected by the demons for dissection and study by the newly appointed commander of the encampment. Those still clinging to life would be periodically taken by patrolling squads to contribute to the ever-expanding skull pillar of Avernus. As for the fragmented bodies of demons and the fallen defenders left on the battlefield, some would be buried by the fireballs raining from the sky of Avernus, while others would fall prey to the native scavengers of the hells or be consumed by the imprisoned imps. Perhaps a few would even be dragged into some military canning facilities. Who could say for certain? The recent triumph of slaying 2 Baylor demons had elevated the strategic importance of this mercenary encampment in the eyes of the bureaucratic devils of Bot-Or. Consequently, a larger influx of mercenaries from various realms was arranged to reinforce this location, bringing with them a wealth of war resources. With ample manpower, the second layer of defensive walls, devastated during the skirmishes, was swiftly repaired, and efforts to construct the third layer were already underway. A multitude of races began to converge upon this once desolate outpost, transforming it rapidly into a burgeoning fortress town. In addition to the essential military facilities, warehouses for storing food and supplies, barracks for the mercenaries, and smithies for weapon crafting, the scale of these structures expanded significantly. Small taverns where mercenaries could indulge in revelry, open-air gambling dens, and commercial stalls for trading goods quietly emerged within the encampment. Where there are people, there exists a community. Recently, amidst the chaos of the demon's siege, Dalton, having narrowly escaped thanks to his keen observation and quick wit, not only gathered the surviving members of the Scavenger and Ouroboros Guild, but also acquired new allies from other planes. His ability to communicate in the rudimentary infernal tongue enabled him to converse with beings from various realms visiting Bot or Dalton. I spotted something intriguing over there by those golden merchant traders, remarked Azurethrax, a creature with the body of a man and the head of a deer, possessing an outwardly gentle and beautiful facade, yet harboring a savage appetite for flesh and a penchant for brutal combat. Fool, those are elven merchants, Dalton replied, glancing at the creature with a steely gaze. If you don't articulate your words more clearly, you may find your tongue rendered useless. Here in Soft Maple City, roasted deer tongues are a renowned delicacy. To manage these brutal beings, one must often be more ruthless than they are, a tactic Dalton employed with frequency. Now, tell me, what did you see? Dragonhide armor. Impenetrable armor crafted from the skin of a red dragon. Dalton and Ouroboros' original leather armor was swiftly rendered useless in close combat with demons, and he was unaccustomed to donning the issued metal plate armor during battle. Recently, he had been relying on subpar equipment to fend off foes. Thus, upon hearing the news, he felt a surge of interest and promptly gathered his gang to investigate the stall selling dragonhide armor. Ah, sir, are you also intrigued by this exquisite leather armor? The vendor, an old hag who had magically disguised herself as an elf, exclaimed. This fine piece is crafted from the hide of the mightiest red dragon among the chromatic giants, painstakingly tanned for 49 days and nights by master artisans. With a sharp crack, the dagger, often used for demonstrations, suffered another fracture, revealing its already compromised blade. This genuine dragon hide armor can serve as your most steadfast safeguard. The old hag slyly tossed the broken dagger aside, seizing the moment to entice the customers who had witnessed her performance. Legend has it that the red dragon, from which this material was sourced, wailed for 3 days and nights before its skin was fully harvested. The agony of its cries persisted throughout, which is the secret behind crafting dragon hide armor. This resilient hide can withstand the onslaught of mortal iron and offers a measure of protection against the fiery breath of dragons. How much? 2 voices inquired simultaneously. A diminutive thief leader and an inexperienced young girl exchanged glances, each forming an assessment of the other. Not far away, a mechanical being and an ogre named Neru observed the unfolding scene. The mechanical figure, designated 21, remarked in an educational tone, "Look, big fellow Neru. Yet another soul is about to be deceived by the old hag. Here, there is no consumer rights protection agency nor official customer service personnel." One stooped. It is exceedingly difficult to track down the unscrupulous merchant. Previously, the ogre blacksmith had been enticed into purchasing an expensive weapon from this very marketplace. After showcasing it to the mechanical being and the goblin scholar, Riknaz, he was promptly informed that he had acquired a counterfeit item. Consequently, the ogre enlisted his newfound companion, the mechanical warrior, to confront the seller and seek an explanation. However, after wandering for a considerable time, they failed to locate the unscrupulous merchant who had sold the fake goods. In order to safeguard herself, the old hag would instantly alter her appearance after successfully selling her wares, preventing any potential repercussions. Were only Paru or Blue here, they would surely remember that scoundrel's face. If not, they could recall his scent, the mechanical being mused. At that moment, the old hag, now disguised in a different form and promoting the dragon hide armor, caught sight of her earlier victim and felt a swell of pride. This was the most gratifying sight for her, relishing in the regret and despair she had orchestrated. "Hey, elven girl, did you hear? How much for this leather armor?" Dalton inquired, nodding in satisfaction as the price remained within his budget, preparing to make his payment. A crystalline currency, resembling a prism, was hurled from the hands of the warrior maiden who had inquired about its value alongside Dalton, towards the old hag merchant. The soul prism, quick-witted and nimble-fingered. The old hag seized the superior currency, commonly accepted in the lower realms, and after offering Dalton an apologetic glance, her gaze was irresistibly drawn to the radiant prism of soul light in her grasp. Her hands incessantly caressed this charming trinket, which she had encountered only a few times in her extensive trading career. The minion of the Satyr, with a deer's head and a human body, witnessing someone daring to intercept his master, could not contain himself and leapt forth, ready to unleash a torrent of insults. Eager to make an impression before his newly appointed leader, this young girl, whom he initially assumed to be Navi, had casually produced a superior currency worth 50 gold coins or more, clearly indicating that she was not one to be trifled with. He vividly recalled the troubles that arose when one of his subordinates had carelessly offended a significant figure. Casting a cold glance at the deer-headed minion who intended to insult her, the warrior maiden, having made her payment with the soul prism, addressed the old hag merchant. "I wish to see how this dragonhide armor appears when worn. Please don it for me to demonstrate." Having received her payment, the old hag complied and donned the dragonhide armor, presenting herself to the warrior maiden. Was this dragonhide truly impervious to blades and arrows? Indeed, it had been previously tested. Could it genuinely withstand the breath of a dragon? Naturally, for this was a red dragon. Chapter 51. The delusional young dragoness like the needle moss of Avernus. She could only emerge briefly during the lull of the fiery rain before being consumed by flames once more. The good mood that Kiz had just gained from the black-hearted merchant, Ouroboros, was swiftly dissipated by the presence of this distant relative, in a manner of speaking. Standing before Kiz was Clefia, a newly matured female red dragon. As the youngest third-generation direct descendant of the Dragon Queen and the most favored of the chromatic dragons, Clefia was a rising star in the court of the evil Dragon King. For someone of such stature to grace this camp with her presence was significant. Her purpose was to fulfill the reward decree promised to Kaz by the evil Dragon Council and the higher-ups of Bartzu for the slaying of 2 Baylor demons. Initially, all seemed to proceed smoothly. Clefia, transformed into a female warrior, traversed the perilous path beset by sporadic demon incursions due to imminent planar seepage. Entering the mercenary camp under Kiz's command with her formidable power derived from her red dragon lineage and divine heritage. However, a callous old hag peddling dragonhide armor, specifically armor made from red dragon skin, incited the ire of the young and impetuous red dragoness. In a fit of rage, she unsheathed her massive sword and cleaved the old hag, clad in leather armor, into 4 pieces with a single cross slash. Still unsatisfied, she transformed back into her adult dragon form and unleashed a fiery breath, reducing half of the commercial district within the camp to ash, along with a portion of the mercenary guards. Though you are a youthful blue dragon and may lack strength, you need not be overly courteous to that Ouroboros demon. Before I depart, I can thoroughly deal with him for you, remarked the red dragoness, nonchalantly observing Kiz as he dismissed the irate adjudicator demon seeking compensation. "Commander Clefia, these are trifling matters and not worth your concern. Let us discuss the appointment you were about to mention," Kiz interjected. Clefia, recalling the name of Bartzu's upper echelon, a name that might confound even Kiz's memory, adopted a serious demeanor, based on the wishes of the great Dragon Queen. The evil Dragon Council, in conjunction with the Strategic Defense and Logistics Bureau of the first layer of Bartzu, has proposed a decisive strategy. The extermination of all demon races existing within the 473rd layer of the Abyss shall be our primary objective. To emphasize the gravity of this command, Clefia drew her enormous sword, resembling a door panel, and plunged it into the floor of the newly appointed commander's operations room. "The wrath of the dragons shall rain down upon the heads of those who dare to offend the majesty of the Dragon Queen. The breaths of the chromatic dragons will purify that accursed plane. We shall annihilate all life and plunge its land into the depths of Bartzu's hell. And what, then, is the purpose of my army?" Quais gazed in bewilderment at the female red dragon, who had spoken at length yet failed to elucidate the specifics of her appointment. Nevertheless, he complied with her tone and inquired further. Clefia pressed down on the weighted pommel of her colossal sword, causing it to sink deeper into the ground. "In light of your previous accomplishments against 2 Baylor demons, this encampment under your command shall become one of the first forward fortifications to overlap with the abyssal plain. You will share this honor with 99 other encampments, establishing a Hellgate fortress for the armies of Barto that can strike across plains. Heaven help us." Quais had initially been placed in this remote encampment through the machinations of the ancient dragon Salotera, hoping for a greater chance of survival. Yet, inexplicably, he had faced an assault from the demonic vanguard, and to make matters worse, he was compelled to confront 2 Baylor demons. After finally vanquishing the Baylors, he found himself tasked with an even more perilous mission: to parachute into the enemy and Oppos' stronghold to open the gate. What spell components are required to establish the Hellgate fortress? What is the preparation time necessary for casting? Quais made a last-ditch effort to resist. This order had come directly from the Council of Evil Dragons and the high command of the Batsu's demons, and with his capabilities, resisting was utterly futile. He could only hope that this mission would not be a certain death sentence. All Batsu's encampments would harbor lesser demons, which served as the primary spell components. The preparation would require 12 spellcasters capable of casting spells of 3rd level or higher, divided into 2 groups, to tirelessly rotate and memorize specific spells over the course of 3 full days and nights. Cliffia, while speaking, handed Quais the design schematic for the Hellgate Fortress and scrolls detailing the specific spells required. 10 days and nights. Quais had not forgotten the horrifying sight of the demonic army besieging the encampment. In less than 2 sandglass intervals, nearly half of the otherworldly mercenaries had perished. And that was merely the vanguard of the Tannery demons, without the subsequent onslaught of thousands more demons wreaking havoc. Should they penetrate into the depths of the abyssal plane? The number of demons they would potentially face would exceed the limits of mortal imagination. Although the spell components did not necessitate the stomach pouch of a stone dragon or the epidermis of a testicular behemoth, Quais was hardly a mighty archmage of 40 levels or more. He could already envision the scenario where, should he accept this task, they would resemble an airdrop crate, drawing wave after wave of demons eager to claim the spoils of their descent. Cliffia, perceiving Quais and Apos' expression shifting from astonishment to despair, continued. This combat mission is not designed for your demise. In fact, there have been numerous successful instances of Hellgate fortresses in previous bloodbaths. The armies of Bitsus will occupy the majority of the enemy and Apos' forces on the front lines, and soon, additional war resources will be fully prepared and on their way to your command at this encampment. Furthermore, as a reward for your remarkable feat in vanquishing the Baylor, and with the consent of the Council of the Abyssal Dragons, I have brought you a significant artifact. Carefully, Cliffia extracted a heavy bronze chest from a spatial apparatus. She first input her unique arcane seal and then gestured for Kuz to emulate her actions. As a token of appreciation, the Council has decided to enhance their investment in you, granting you the fundamental qualifications for operations in the abyssal plane. Upon the successful input of 2 correct arcane seals for verification, the mechanisms of the bronze chest activated automatically, transforming the entire chest into a meticulously inscribed array of various runes, while the item once concealed within now hovered serenely at the center of the array. Chapter 52. The Evolving Young Dragon, a Still-Beating Golden Heart. This remarkable prize, the most valuable acquisition of the Evil Dragon Council in nearly a century, contains the full essence of an ancient gold dragon, despite being a relic of their age-old adversary, the Red Dragon lineage. Cliffia could not help but admire the alluring dark golden hue. Just as the red dragons are the mightiest among the chromatic dragons, the gold dragons stand as the most esteemed among the benevolent metallic dragons. These magnificent creatures can easily grow to exceed 80 feet in length. And when factoring in their elongated necks, a gold dragon of equivalent age may even appear larger than a red dragon. Within the council, the elder dragons had inadvertently created this byproduct while researching the transformation of the remnants of the evil dragons. Cliffia drew forth a massive sword embedded in the rocky floor and lightly tapped the edge of the bronze box that served as the magical array. Simply stepping onto it would activate the array, initiating the fusion with this gold dragon and Apos' heart. The elder dragon speculated that, due to racial constraints, one could not fully absorb the heart and Apos' power. However, it should substantially enhance one's strength to the level of a mature blue dragon. Kuz gazed at the gold dragon heart, ensnared by 6 chains composed entirely of magical runes, and displayed a cautious demeanor. After discerning only a fraction of the array and rune chains' effects with his arcane knowledge, he directly inquired, "Are there any side effects to this fusion? Have there been instances of failure?" While Kuz yearned for greater strength, he instinctively recoiled from a method that did not stem from study or training, let alone one that involved altering his very body through such an experimental enhancement. Yet, faced with the current predicament, if he were to reject the command issued by the Evil Dragon Council and the high-ranking infernal organization with a name too convoluted to remember, he would have no choice but to flee, utterly unaware of how to escape Avernus. Conversely, should he accept the command, without a means to bolster his strength in the short term, he and his companions would likely perish at the hands of the Tana and Apos' demons, a certainty that loomed ominously. The key to breaking this impasse lay in embracing the experiment before him. After a moment of contemplation, Kuz inhaled deeply and, following Cliffia's instructions, first shed his transformation. Fortunately, the war room had been designed with such scenarios in mind, so Kuz, appearing in his draconic form, need not worry about inadvertently causing destruction. However, everyone else, apart from Cliffia, had to vacate the room, as the space remained insufficient. "Young dragon, I must admit, you possess a certain aptitude," Cliffia observed Kuz in his dragon form. having previously discerned from hormonal signals that the new commander of the camp was a young blue dragon. Yet witnessing the physical presence of this youthful creature still took her by surprise, a rare sentiment for a red dragon renowned for its arrogance. Before her stood a youthful blue dragon, whose physique far surpassed that of an ordinary young dragon, even rivaling that of most red dragons in their prime. Such an extraordinary growth phenomenon is seen only in a select few dragons of remarkable potential within their species. Observing the robust form of this young dragon, she altered the method of the assisting ritual taught to her by the Council of Evil Dragons. Now, align your chest with the magical circle, just like that, instructed Clefia, directing the massive young blue dragon to the appropriate position. Suddenly, 3 of the runic chains that bound the heart of the golden dragon plunged directly into K's and Apos' chest, as if the layers of thick, overlapping scales that covered him were mere illusions. It might sting a bit, but according to the elder dragons, the more you can remain conscious, the more effective the ritual will be, and the greater the power you will be able to bear. Originally, this third generation, somewhat eccentric red dragoness had been dispatched by the Council of Evil Dragons to incapacitate the young drake without inflicting harm. However, upon witnessing K's physique, Clefia found herself believing that his natural resilience would enable him to endure the minor discomfort of the ritual. A tremendous roar erupted from the young blue dragon's enormous maw, and the scales across his body lifted slightly due to the muscular contractions brought on by excruciating pain. Does it hurt to get an injection? I've had injections for 10 years. No, it always hurts. As the image of a nurse resembling the character Zhang Fei from a comedic skit began to merge with Clefia's own form, K's suddenly felt a faint burning sensation replacing the previous anguish of his flesh being torn apart. A flicker of flame emerged from the cavity created by the embedding of the golden dragon's heart into the young blue dragon's chest, and K's caught a whiff of the acrid scent of protein being charred. A new kind of pain gradually supplanted the earlier torment. It was akin to the transition from consuming a lump of coal to swallowing a sun. The flames no longer merely spilled forth from the hollow of his chest. That damaged void had already healed due to the intense heat. Fire surged from the gaps between his scales, from his mortifying vent, and even from the depths of his once amber eyes, now ablaze with scorching flames. Fear not, both golden and red dragons belong to the fire element. It is merely a flicker of flame. Once you fully acclimate to the benefits of this fire, you will come to appreciate the exquisite experience of bathing in magma. This is entirely normal. Observing K's increasing struggle against the pain, Clefia intended to offer words of comfort, yet she found herself unable to articulate her thoughts. The flames erupting from within K's transitioned from a fiery red-orange to a brilliant yellow-white, before swiftly transforming into a deep azure and ultimately, a hint of purple flame emerged. What in the world? Why is the temperature of these flames so high? Just moments ago, I had jested about the red dragon bathing in magma, only to discover that the rocky ground beneath her feet had indeed transformed into a sea of molten rock. Could it be that this excessively robust blue dragon possesses the capability to absorb the essence of life from the ancient golden dragon entirely? The flames emanating from him now are nearing the threshold that only the ancient red dragons can endure. As the temperature rises, the energy contained within the flames transitions from the infrared spectrum to the ultraviolet spectrum, becoming increasingly difficult for the naked eye to discern, thereby altering its hue in response. However, the theoretical predictions of the transformation experiment failed to account for certain unique circumstances, due to the inherited adaptive capabilities embedded within the dragon egg. The heart of the golden dragon triggered a passive evolution within the body, compelling it to instinctively manifest a superior method of harnessing this power. A solution must be devised. For if this continues, he is destined to become a dragon-shaped torch. K's could feel every cell within him undergoing evolution, from his viscera to his skin, all striving to adapt to this extreme heat, yet he remained unable to effectively control the surge of energy. Under the fire's stimulation, the charges stored throughout the blue dragon's body erupted in chaos, creating a terrifying net of destructive energy that enveloped him in arcs of electricity amidst the searing flames. Nevertheless, this phenomenon sparked inspiration in the young blue dragon, who was desperately seeking a resolution. Drawing upon memories of electromagnetic confinement and tokamak magnetic confinement from his studies in the sciences, a preliminary strategy began to form in K's and Apos' mind. After several attempts to channel his racial gifts of electromagnetic control, he finally succeeded in simulating a network of electromagnetic constraints densely woven within each cell, allowing the energy released by the flames to be contained within his body. Clefia stood atop the slowly solidifying lava, observing what appeared to be a fellow dragon. now reduced to a charred black sculpture, seemingly burned out. Could it be that the fusion had failed? That shouldn't be the case. According to the ancient dragons, the likelihood of success was exceedingly high. Suddenly, the charred sculpture stirred, the rhythmic beating of two hearts quaking, causing the black fragments on Kaz and Ouroboros' surface to fall away. Amidst the rustling sounds, the young blue dragon opened his eyes. His scara blinked, and for a fleeting moment, the molten gold of his gaze shimmered, revealing a brilliant interplay of lightning and flame. Chapter 53, Preparing for the Airdrop. What has the fusion of a golden dragon's heart bestowed upon Kaz? An elevated racial potential, enhanced physical prowess, the ability to breathe underwater and heal, along with mastery over flames and an almost invulnerable resistance to fire. After being subjected to the intense heat that melted his draconic form, Kaz, the unusually robust blue dragon youth, shed considerable weight as a multitude of ash-like fragments fell away. The overzealous red dragon had finally departed. While savoring the devil peppers prepared by the ogre brew, Kaz confidently challenged all creatures regarding their capacity for spiciness. Simultaneously, he meticulously examined the remnants of a bronze magical array, painstakingly excavated from the cooling lava. Following the departure of the eccentric red dragon matron, the blue dragon, now reverted to his youthful human guise, along with his companions, plunged into an even more intense state of preparation. The bronze plate, serving as the vessel for the ritual array, remained intact under the protective effects of the spell, avoiding the fate of being melted into copper. Although the array's functions were rendered obsolete, this portable array technology greatly inspired Kaz, who aspired to become a premier spellcaster. Each day, the blue dragon youth diligently practiced his martial skills using methodologies recorded in a booklet acquired through trade with Ouroboros, alongside conducting anatomical studies of demons with the ogre shaman Palu. He also dedicated a significant portion of his time to contemplating the enchanting techniques of this portable array. This meticulous scheduling necessitated a substantial reduction in the time allocated to managing the camp and Ouroboros' administrative duties. Moreover, due to the airdrop operations, the logistics division of the demons continuously flooded this remote encampment with additional war resources and mercenaries from various planes. Fortunately, the resourceful ogre Brew emerged to alleviate Kaz's administrative burdens. Brew exhibited remarkable talent in this regard, seamlessly integrating his culinary skills and experience into the management of the camp. Just as he adeptly organized ingredients within a culinary box, he meticulously arranged the assorted supplies delivered to the camp into various storages, ensuring both their security and ease of access during combat. The mercenaries, who had originally congregated based on their diverse planar origins, were reorganized by Brew according to their respective combat roles and abilities, to ensure that his directives were effectively implemented and to eliminate the potential for chaos within the camp. Kaz, at the behest of Brew, commanded the dispatch of 100 skeletal demons, divided into 20 small squads led by a greater number of barbed demon sentinels. This force, dubbed the Whale Harpoon Brigade, after Brew's cherished weapon, was tasked with patrolling and resolving disputes within the encampment. As the commander, Kaz possessed the true names of all skeletal demons within this brigade. Bound by the power of these true names, this constabulary, comprised predominantly of mid-tier barbed demons, was compelled to execute the directives of their overseer, Brew, with unwavering fidelity. Under the orchestrations of the ogre, everything within the camp began to take on a semblance of order. The establishment of rules and structure swiftly permeated this vast encampment, populated by tens of thousands of mercenaries from various planes. The potency of order proved to be formidable. Having effortlessly vanquished several small bands of abyssal demons that had recently attempted incursions, the concept garnered widespread endorsement among the camp's defenders. How delightful it is to have order. Our esteemed leader, Dalton, wholeheartedly concurred with this sentiment. Assigned to a charge led by a robust Minotaur warrior of half-hellish lineage, he regrettably was not the captain, but rather a figure of greater physical prowess. Fortunately, most of his comrades were also stationed here, preventing him from becoming a mere figurehead. Dalton harbored no objections to this arrangement. In fact, he held a deep appreciation for the orderly management exhibited. Had the captain of the garrison in Soft Maple City possessed even half the competence of the overseer here, that city would not be plagued by an incessant emergence of disorganized, minor factions that turned the locale into chaos, forcing him to assume the role of an unpaid peacekeeper alongside his brothers. His remarks resonated with his former subordinates from the Broombrow gang. However, this sense of camaraderie was predominantly shared among Dalton's old allies, as the newly arrived, untested recruits lacked even the most fundamental loyalty, let alone a sense of unity. For instance, those Sauron thugs who had previously defected now refused to heed Dalton and Apos' commands, instead rallying beneath another influential leader within the charge. According to their claims, they had found a sanctuary of faith, a notion that Dalton scoffed at. A band of disloyal, reckless miscreants. On the small training grounds of the charge, Dalton sat atop a beer barrel cushioned with a burlap sack, observing with a steely gaze as the newly appointed Sauron leader, venerated by his followers as a figure of faith, stood upon a makeshift podium constructed from stacked wooden crates, proclaiming his bizarre doctrines in a still clumsy infernal tongue. This new Sauron chief bore a head reminiscent of a prairie dog, with deep brown fur adorned with red spots, and iron rings piercing his exposed flesh as ornaments. Even during his oration, he was flanked by 2 drooling hyenas. A cruel and malevolent warg, he was simultaneously a priest devoted to nefarious deities. Glory to the great Yennegu. Your venomous offspring heed your teachings. The flesh and blood of the weak shall be offered, as we partake in your glory. As the warg priest uttered these words, several mutilated humanoid figures were brought forth by his minions, destined to be the sacrifices for their impending malevolent ritual. The sources of these unfortunate sacrifices are either hapless warriors who have arrived alone at this mercenary encampment in a parallel realm, or the wounded who have been stolen from the medical camp established by the ogre, Brew. The weak are unworthy of survival. In the midst of this carnivorous feast, we offer our sincerest contributions. A group of individuals, instructed by the teachings of a wretched wolf-like priest, began to mercilessly assault the fallen sacrifices. Even more grotesque, several flesh-eating, deer-headed sarlans could no longer restrain themselves, tearing chunks of flesh from the victims with their powerful hands and ravenously stuffing their mouths, chewing with fervor. Under the influence of the spells bestowed by the malevolent deity worshipped by the wolf-like priest, these unfortunate sacrifices could utter not a sound, not even the faintest whimper. As for halting such malevolence, please. This is the blood war camp of Bardo-Hell. The creatures involved in this brutal conflict possess no compassion. Indifference is the norm. If one feels a twinge of disgust, it is easier to simply avert one's gaze. Dalton gently patted the trembling little brother beside him. As if reprimanding such cowardly behavior, what is there to fear? This is hell, the very lair of demons. Seemingly to affirm the notion of the demon's lair, Dalton's words had scarcely left his lips when 6 skeletal fiends materialized in the small training ground belonging to this assault team through advanced teleportation to enhance their operational efficiency. The skeletal fiends first cast an ice wall spell, imprisoning the cultists attempting to flee within a prison of ice several feet thick, and then, as if passing through nothingness, they commenced their grim task. Through the ice wall, the remaining members of the assault team could clearly witness the skeletal enforcers relentlessly wielding their long-handled scythes, occasionally jabbing with their venomous tails, reminiscent of a scorpion's sting, at the miscreants still indulging in the carnivorous feast. Under the brutal assaults of the skeletal fiends and the influence of their innate aura of terror, all the once gluttonous and ferocious cultists fled in a panic, only to find themselves trapped by the all-encompassing ice walls, confined with the terrifying Batsu demons. Desperate attempts to escape proved futile. There was no sanctuary to be found. Even the wolf-like priest, who organized the gathering and worshipped the evil deity, met his demise, impaled along with his pet hyena by the tail of a skeletal fiend. The potent toxin claiming the life of the wolfman in mere moments. What a joke. I've told you all before, these cultists deserve their fate. Daring to worship demonic gods on the demons and Apos' territory. Navi, ye fools, are they not courting death? Mr. Dalton, once an ignorant barbarian, had transformed into a seasoned veteran of the blood war, possessing a modicum of knowledge about the lower planes. This was yet another of Brew's careful arrangements. Within each encampment, the ogres would appoint a capable warrior to serve as a clandestine observer and informant. Order brings power. A dual order, both overt and covert, brings double the strength. Note 1. The Bone Devil, also known as the Oceluth, in the realm of Dungeons and Dragons, is a fiendish creature that resembles an undead being. These Batizu devils are driven by hatred, greed, and jealousy, serving as overseers of the 9 hells. They can also be found among the ranks of the elite enforcers and military forces, standing approximately 9 feet tall and weighing around 500 pounds. They belong to the medium category of Batizu devils. The abilities referenced here pertain to the 3rd edition of the game. Chapter 54. The initial descent into the abyss. The Pillar of Skulls, standing tall upon the plains of Avernus, has recently garnered an abundance of sustenance. With a grand and imminent bloodbath on the horizon, the Tana and Apos, Re-demons have generously engaged in numerous military actions that offer up countless heads. thereby significantly accelerating the growth of this colossal demonic construct, reminiscent of a world tree. At this very moment, within the bustling lair of the evil Dragon King, nestled deep within the roots of this thriving world tree, a flurry of activity unfolds. A massive teleportation portal connecting to the primary battlefield of the Grey Waste has been established, although in this conflict, the front lines of the Grey Waste serve merely as a diversion. The true core of the plan has been meticulously laid out: 100 military fortresses, which previously clashed with the demonic vanguard and proved their worth, have been filled with a myriad of soldiers, including various Baptiza demons and dragonkin. These forces shall act as the vanguard in the forthcoming planar infiltration, erecting Hellgate fortresses within the acid mist canyon of the 473rd layer of the Abyss. According to the ancient and even primordial members of the Evil Dragon Council, alongside the specialists from the Bureau of Strategic Defense, Offense, and Logistics Management of the first layer of Baator, calculations indicate that establishing over 10 Hellgate fortresses would grant the Dragon Queen and Baator a victory probability exceeding 90% in this bloodbath. At this juncture, the legendary Blue Dragon Salo, who reigns supreme in the Ashen Plane, stands merely as one among hundreds of legendary dragons within the Hall of Dragons. Amongst them are numerous more powerful and venerable chromatic dragons. At the deepest part of the hall lies Tiamat, the five-headed queen revered by all ancestors of the chromatic dragon bloodline, ostensibly worshipped by the evil dragons. This, however, is merely an avatar of the Dragon Queen. Even so, this avatar's size surpasses that of all present dragons, dwarfing even the mightiest ancient red dragon standing beside her, which is but a fifth of her colossal frame, nearly 5,000 meters in length. Yet, in this moment, the avatar of the Dragon Queen appears lethargic and reluctant to stir, feeling wearied as it harnesses its full divine power merely to draw Avernus closer to the trajectory of the 473rd layer of the Abyss. This feat is facilitated by a grandiose magical array developed collaboratively by numerous high-ranking researchers from the Evil Dragon Council and the Batizu, amplifying the divine power. Otherwise, the mere act of propelling the plane could lead to the avatar's immediate collapse. The chaotic laws of the bottomless abyss have begun to exert a subtle influence upon this plane, shrouded in the power of order. All forces advance. In the depths of the Hall of Dragons, the Dragon Queen and Amp, Apos, avatar, previously half-lidded, suddenly opens all 10 of its eyes wide, and the five heads roar in unison, issuing a long-suppressed command for attack. Within the fortified confines of the Bronze Citadel, safeguarded by 13 towering walls, the current lord of the first layer of Baator, Baal, sat upon an iron throne forged from sharp blades, indulging in a lethal spirit known as Gueralake, brewed from the venomous glands of the infernal centipede and served in a golden chalice. The robust demon lord, clad in dark crimson scales, was stirred to excitement by the divine resonance of a dragon's roar, promptly downing the potent liquor in one swift motion and carelessly discarding the now corroded chalice, tainted by his own acidic saliva. At long last, the curtain was about to rise on a new round of bloodshed. Dispatch the orders. The armies of Baator swiftly traversed the portal to the Grey Wasteland, ready to engage in battle, to wreak havoc, to conquer. Baal's command was relayed by a deep-prisoned demon, who resolutely suppressed the horrifying screams emanating from the 12 angelic heads, magically preserved and hanging from Baal and Apos' belt, as he hastened to disseminate the order. In the remote expanse of Kaz, the command reached them even before it reached the demonic legions of Baator. The wrathful roar of the Dragon Queen resonated with the five-colored dragons and various draconic beings within the realm of Avernus, imbued with the power of the evil dragon god. The ritual constructs, previously embedded in Kaz's mercenary encampment under the guise of logistical support, were immediately activated. The meticulously developed spell of interplanar precise translocation enveloped the encampment, with its epicenter at the heart of the camp, radiating nearly 1,000 feet outward. Under the influence of the planar spell, the entire encampment, along with the enchanted earth, was neatly packaged and transported to a location predetermined by scouts dispatched by the demonkin, marked by a beacon and calculated through prophetic spells, leaving behind a profound pit upon the vast plains of Avernus. Perhaps due to the thorough preparations made in advance, the sensation of interplanar transference was fleeting, and Kaz soon realized he had arrived at his destination. He adjusted his new armaments, donning the matte mithril half-armor, treated from the charred remnants of his previous gear, loading his modified antique double-barreled shotgun, the Whaler, with an ample supply of ammunition, meticulously organizing various models of goblin bombs into his small pouch crafted from Baler's skin at his waist. verifying the ammunition status of the electromagnetic cannon from the newly acquired spatial ring and the spatial belt procured from Rickenaz, and unsheathing the substantial scythe-bladed executioner S-sword forged from exquisite gold by the ogre blacksmith, Nero. After several days of diligent study regarding the portable bronze ritual array, Kaz emerged from the war room, now resembling a molten cavern. Ascending the fortified walls of the camp, he exchanged greetings with the ogre brothers and the duo of goblin automatons before plunging into an analysis of the current situation. This place truly has been chosen with great discernment. The camp was transported to the very center of a miniature basin, a locale that had once been shrouded in a vast expanse of fungal growth. The beacons initially set by the spies of the Bartsu's devil were indeed difficult for the Tana and Apos, demons to detect, obscured as they were by numerous natural cover. However, once the mercenary camp, now more appropriately referred to as the mercenary stronghold, was airdropped into this realm via interdimensional transport, the very fungi that had provided concealment became the foundation upon which the stronghold rested. This colossal bastion nearly enveloped the entire floor of the basin, while half of the originally constructed third layer of fortifications had been embedded into the steep slopes bordering the basin. Consequently, the composite positions that could have enhanced defensive capabilities lost much of their effectiveness, allowing the Tannery army to launch a plunging assault from the slopes above. As Kaz pondered over strategies to mitigate the considerable defensive vulnerabilities, the Tana and Apos, demons, previously lurking within the basin, began to mount sporadic attacks on the stronghold. Unlike the demonic vanguard encountered earlier in Avernus, the first sight to greet the blue dragon youth, who perched atop the parapet, was not the familiar cowardly demons or the notoriously feeble quasits. Instead, clusters of Bagura demons, residing at the edges of the basin S-slopes and within the fungal thickets, were the first to perceive the unmistakable aura of order emanating from the stronghold, a mark of the hell of Bader. These perceptive demons, akin to discovering the rising red smoke of an airdrop, surged forth from their lairs, either climbing or leaping towards the bastion, once fallen into the abyss. The souls that became Bagura demons were primarily thugs and ruffians who revered violence above all else. Their demonic forms epitomized their savage nature. The Bagura demon and Apos' visage resembled that of a grotesque, giant gorilla with a flat face and long fangs, standing at an imposing height of 8 feet and possessing a waist of equal measure. Lacking the ability to fly, they moved clumsily on land, yet exhibited surprising speed and agility when navigating the vines of the mountainous terrain and jungles. Unlike the majority of the Tana and Apos, these demons thrived in cooperation with their kind, effectively banding together to assault their foes. At this moment, the Bagura demons, positioned on the slopes of the basin, utilized their height advantage to incessantly grab any loose stones from the rocky cliffs, hurling them at the defenders already lined up along the city walls. Though the damage inflicted by the smaller debris was negligible, the need to be wary of the occasional large boulder, reminiscent of a grinding stone, still posed a significant nuisance to the defenders. Meanwhile, the Bagura demons launching their assault from the slopes took advantage of the distractions caused by their kin, swiftly crafting rudimentary climbing apparatuses from the surrounding vines. Simultaneously, they wielded several mushroom-like fungi with umbrella-shaped caps as shields atop their heads, launching a relentless assault against the recently assembled guards on the third layer of the fortress walls. These robust demons, reminiscent of silverback gorillas, executed their combined tactics with remarkable precision, leaving the current commander of the extra-dimensional mercenary fortress, Kaz, quite astonished. However, this prelude akin to an appetizer was insufficient to shake the war machine inherited from the 9 hells of Barto. Firstly, the vigilant force of harpoon-wielding demon archers positioned within the fortress swiftly decimated the Bugala catapults that had initiated a feigned attack from the hillside after a volley of hellish bolts. Subsequently, on the other side, as the Bugala demons pressed their siege, those few who dared to ascend the walls with their mushroom shields were engulfed in flames ignited by a combination of atomized fuel and electric ignition devices erupting from within the walls. This ingenious measure was conceived by the Goblin chief engineer and mechanical expert, Rickenaz, by simply embedding hydraulic fuel pipelines and nozzles. In conjunction with several spellcasters simultaneously casting non-slot 0-level cantrips, they achieved an effect comparable to an 8th-level evocation spell, the Burning Cloud, albeit with less mobility. However, this posed no challenge for the defenders. The Bugala guerrillas, struggling amidst the flames, were effortlessly dispatched by the other guards wielding spears and arrows. Chapter 55, The Experiment of the Mad Lich. The 3451st experiment has met with failure. The cause remains unknown. Yet it has been established that the method of reincarnation via the soul vessel cannot evade the parasitism of the acid fogworm demon. Cursed wretches. After meticulously documenting the analysis of his experiments in his spellbook, Snyder Banray, now transformed into a lich, habitually appended this summary-like curse. Snyder Banray was once the eldest son of the matriarch of the first family of drow elves in the city of Morsablay within the Underdark. As his life drew to a close, this drow mage ingested a unique potion, a blend of venom and sacrificial blood, and through a ritual of magic, he successfully transformed himself into an undead being, a lich, existing in an alternate form of life, whether in life or in death. Even within a matriarchal society such as the drow, his years of immersion in the arcane arts had always afforded him the lifestyle he desired. The lich, devoid of flesh, gone as a skeleton, offered nothing but a brittle crunch when chewed, devoid of any flavor akin to chicken. He had fortuitously escaped the fate of being consumed. Yet he was tragically bound by the very flesh and blood of the worm tyrant, which had been transformed into acid fog worms that now parasitized him. He was assigned to oversee a small portion of the vast territory of the demon lord, acting as a shepherd for the progeny of other Tannery demons. Naturally, the Lich Snyder contemplated escape, but being parasitized by the demon lord ruling the acid fog valley effectively tethered him to this layer of reality. There was, without exception, no avenue for retreat. After numerous fruitless attempts, the Lich began to seek solutions to this parasitic affliction through his own knowledge. However, as the first generation of flesh avatars of the worm tyrant, these parasites possessed a myriad of incredible abilities. A multitude of experiments had persisted for centuries, with the Lich having conducted thousands of trials. Fortunately, his transformation into an undead being meant that merely maintaining focus on the same problem for such an extended period would have driven a mortal to madness. In his latest endeavor, the Lich Snyder meticulously controlled a spell to grind his entire body into powder, subsequently employing a prearranged disintegration array to render the powdered remains into nothingness. Yet, following this self-destructive act, upon consuming the soul energy stored in the soul vessel for revival, Snyder discovered that those accursed parasites had reappeared alongside him. By the gods, were these wretched creatures bound to my very soul? Having documented the summary report of this experiment, the Lich began donning his dark red robe, now wrinkled and neglected over centuries. Suddenly, his hand paused mid-motion as he rapidly flipped through his past experimental records. The essence of the Tana and Oppos, demons is that of fallen souls influenced by chaotic rules, thus their souls and bodies exist as a unified whole. Even the demon lords are not exempt from this truth. Thus, it is indeed possible that such entities, once perceived as devoid of intelligence and lacking a soul, have now revealed a different nature. Previously, I employed every conceivable method to eradicate these parasitic acid mistworms. Yet even the act of reincarnation through the soul box could not liberate me from these insidious entities. Indeed, it must be so. The mere thought of escaping the clutches of the demon lord ignited the flames of soul fire in the Lich's eye sockets with renewed vigor. He hastily transcribed this hypothesis and its theoretical foundation into his spellbook, leaving even the exclamatory interjections intact, just as the invigorated Snade was preparing to embark on a new experimental design. The communication array embedded in the walls of this clandestine underground laboratory and soulbox repository stirred with activity. Snade, Master, a grave matter has arisen. What has transpired? Did I not instruct that I should not be disturbed during my research? The palpable discontent conveyed through the Lich's hollow and lifeless voice could be felt even by the most obtuse of beings. Standing at the opposite end of the communication array was Snade's gargoyle butler. Master, there has been an incident in the fungal basin. The ape demons have encountered what appears to be an attack by devils. Sensing his master's displeasure, the gargoyle promptly articulated the situation with succinct clarity. An assault by Batsu? With the words echoing from the communication array, the Lich materialized before the gargoyle. This is the 473rd layer of the abyss. Have the devils truly advanced their blood war to this realm? Master, I have brought those Bagura, ape demons for your examination. The gargoyle carefully organized his words. As Snade beheld several scorched Bagura demons, resembling flayed monkeys, being dragged into the stone chamber by a cadre of gargoyles, he immediately enacted a soul-draining spell upon these fiends. Indeed, it was as he surmised. The souls and bodies of such lower realm beings are inherently entwined. Observing the corporeal forms of the Bagura demons dissolve into a puddle of bubbling green slime as their souls were extracted, the Lich's conviction in his prior hypothesis deepened. After a brief indulgence in the examination of these demon souls, he discerned the nature of their plight. Snade seized a writhing acid mistworm larva from his person and, with a fierce intensity, consumed it, as if attempting to relive the taste of flesh through his dulled sensory faculties. Gargoyle, summon all those who cultivate the tannery. Inform them that the blood war has encroached upon this place, and the devils are near. With that, he deftly cast several flickering Bagura demon souls into the form of a skeletal soldier that wandered within the stone chamber. Possession of the wicked. He murmured an incantation to fuse the soul of a lower realm demon or devil into an undead creature. Should it succeed, this undead being would inherit the powers of the corresponding lower realm entity. There are, however, very few instances of multiple souls being infused into a single undead entity. Typically, spellcasters do not opt for the feeble skeletons as hosts for malevolent spirits. It seems the experiment has borne fruit. Before the bewildered gaze of the gargoyle steward, the skeletal soldier, now host to several demonic souls, sprouts additional heads from its once desiccated frame. In this moment, the drow lich, Sneed, erupts into an unusual fit of maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, souls. The souls of demons, let me witness how to cleanse this infestation. Perhaps this master has truly succumbed to madness due to his own research, the gargoyle steward mused fleetingly, but he quickly stifled the thought. After all, a mad lich is still a lich, and perhaps even more terrifying. Chapter 56. I am not the third in my family when my dear friend number 21 and I first set foot on the land of the abyss. We were greeted by a rather comical welcome ceremony conducted by some large monkeys. Number 21 insisted on calling them gorillas, while Commander Kaz later informed us that they were actually a type of demon known as Bagura. As I had already prepared my mecha, readying it for the impending onslaught of demons, an oddly peculiar undead creature appeared within my crosshairs. After vanquishing the Bagura demon's advance, Kaz stood upon the walls of his airdrop fortress, awaiting the arrival of more demonic forces. Every planar mercenary guard within the fortress, including those positioned in ambush and hiding spots, was on high alert, fully prepared for immediate engagement. Thanks to Brew and Oppos, as prior arrangements. Each squad included veterans who had previously faced battles in Avernus, and these seasoned fighters had informed the newcomers about the grim realities of combat against demons. Every crossbowman meticulously inspected their bows and arrows, while each warrior tightened their armor straps, repeatedly checking the sharpness and sturdiness of their weapons. Those capable of casting spells, be they wizards, sorcerers, clerics, druids, or rangers, were quietly reciting their pre-prepared incantations, seizing every moment to review their spells. The atmosphere was one of busied intensity, yet it remained orderly. Interrupting this pre-battle tranquility was a bizarre undead creature adorned with 3 monkey heads and possessing 6 arms. Little dragon, pardon me, Commander, might you be the third in line at home? The automaton warrior, who had remained silent since the onset of the conflict, inquired quietly behind Kaz. That an amp, Oppos, good. The outer guards were unaware of the thoughts circulating among the high-ranking officials of the fortress. They remained exceedingly cautious of the undead creature standing just outside the shooting range, suspecting it might be some rare demon due to its peculiar appearance. Old bull, be careful out there. I heard from the higher-ups that this place is actually a nest for insect-like demons, and that creature is clearly not one of them. As the vanguard, Dalton and his brethren were stationed within the armory, awaiting orders. With his keen eyesight, he had discerned the enemy's appearance through the wall's lookout holes. He cautiously alerted the bull-headed charge leader beside him, well aware of the latter and Oppos' impulsive nature after several days of interaction. At that moment, the 3-headed, 6-armed undead being stood defiantly just outside the fortress's crossbow firing range. Without the use of artillery or spellcasters, the guards had no effective means to strike it from such a distance. This creature was a grotesque fusion, a half-undead, half-demon entity, created by the Lich Sneed, who had infused the souls of several Bagura demons into the skeletal minions. Despite possessing the skulls of 3 simian demons, it was fundamentally devoid of significant intelligence. The reason they were able to shrewdly remain beyond the range of remote strikes was due to the malevolent drow lich orchestrating their maneuvers from the shadows. The warfare among the drow elves often resembles a ritualistic religious ceremony. When hostilities commence, there are either voluntary or involuntary elite warriors who advance to the enemy and Oppos as front lines to demonstrate, thereby capturing their attention. The true essence of war, however, lies in the daggers wielded by the martial leaders under the command of the drow matron, striking at the throats of their foes from the darkness, alongside the slave armies that silently encircle and launch sudden assaults from all corners. Even after becoming a lich, Sneed adhered to the esteemed traditions of his original race. As the defenders beheld the three-headed, six-armed undead charge forth, the real adversaries emerged simultaneously from the ground and the skies, locations they had yet to scrutinize. In the territory nestled between the second and third layers of defensive walls, a sudden collapse manifested, and from the vast chasm that formed, a multitude of undead creatures and tannery demons surged forth. Above, under the cover of sulphurous mist spewed from volcanic eruptions, the Florms, along with a plethora of gargoyles, gathered directly above the fortress. Once the ground assault commenced, they swiftly folded their wings and dove into the fray at a near vertical angle. This coordinated strike from above and below was a tactical arrangement familiar to the drow elves, who thrived in the shadowy caverns. During the construction of the fortress's defenses, considerations were made for potential subterranean assaults, leading to the deployment of spellcasters to reinforce the foundations with spells such as Mud to Stone. However, due to time constraints, the construction between the second and third defensive rings remained incomplete, allowing the underground attack to erupt here. Crossbowmen prioritized aerial targets, while the artillery units prepared for the possibility of other demonic forces appearing outside the fortress. As the commander of the entire stronghold, Kaz promptly adjusted the operational deployment. Initially, the aerial strikes caused significant distress among the ground defenders. However, as the harpoon-wielding crossbowmen began to focus their fire on the flying Florms and gargoyle forces, these creatures either hastily ascended to evade the onslaught or were compelled to descend and engage in melee with the ground troops. At this juncture, the cautious combat style of the formidable Broombrow remained intact. Emerging from the concealed armory, despite fiercely confronting the adversary, he refrained from stepping outside the formation. Conversely, the others in the charge, particularly the Minotaur captain whom he had previously offered rare words of caution, were already consumed by bloodlust. After dispatching a zombie or perhaps some other creature that lunged at him, Dalton cast a sidelong glance at the Minotaur, who was grappling with the bizarre three-headed, six-armed undead. It seemed that once the battle concluded, a new captain would need to be appointed. He hoped that this perilous task would not fall upon his shoulders. Yet, given the circumstances, his concerns appeared somewhat unwarranted. A spectral being, reminiscent of Neza, lacked the formidable prowess exhibited by the child in its Kos form. In a mere instant, it was unceremoniously toppled to the ground. The Minotaur, wielding a colossal axe, effortlessly cleaved the newly arisen specter into countless shards, akin to slicing through vegetables. The massive hooves of the beast came crashing down upon the fragments of the skull, embedding them deeply into the soil that had been airdropped from Bartu. Such was the fate of this wretched creature. Seemingly unimpressed by the feebleness of its opponent, the Minotaur captain unfurled its arms, adjusting the battle axe, almost equal in size to its own form, before plunging into the depths of the army composed of the undead and demons, a task befitting a vanguard. While the Minotaur reveled in the carnage, it inadvertently tormented the infamous Scythe-Brow, who had hoped to remain inconspicuous. Like an arrow released from a bow, the entire vanguard surged forth, led by the Minotaur captain, thrusting Dalton along with them into the heart of the fray. The demons, fearless, and the relentless undead, oblivious to their fate, combined to form a monstrous alliance that posed an insurmountable challenge to any army from other material planes. Yet, when confronted by the meticulously engineered and efficient warfare tactics of the Bartu demons, this alliance was not as invincible as it appeared. A battalion of hooked blade shield bearers not only repelled the attackers spilling forth from the entrance, but also encircled the combat zone tightly. It was as though a steel drum had formed, trapping the encroaching foes within its confines like water in a barrel. Several vanguards, akin to Dalton's unit, composed of mercenaries from alternate planes, plunged into this watery abyss, writhing like eels as they relentlessly slaughtered the invading adversaries. It was the Minotaur captain who bellowed, a cacophony of rage and anguish, having just severed the head of an opponent, only to have his arm, still clutching the axe, pierced by the long spear of a lurking hill demon. Characterized by its goat-like head, this emaciated yet muscular demon had launched a devastating surprise attack, penetrating the Minotaur's iron arm guard and inflicting grave damage. These demons often gnawed on their weapons, leaving their long spear drenched in the tainted saliva of their kind. Though the wounded Minotaur retaliated and dispatched the attacker, he soon found himself afflicted with numerous gray welts. Be cautious, Dalton warned the soldiers nearby, urging them to steer clear of the potentially contagious captain while donning his own disease-resistant mask with care. The infected Minotaur rapidly weakened, leaning heavily on his axe for support, though it appeared to provide little respite. As he succumbed to the ground, Parasitic worms, resembling maggots, erupted from the slain demons, converging eagerly upon the fresh corpse. Yet, more undead and demons surged forth, obscuring Dalton's line of sight, leaving him only a glimpse of the unfolding horror. Chapter 57. The Plague Worm Collective. Are you familiar with the term dark flesh? It refers to the flesh of the deceased, does it not, O powerful master of sorcery? The Lich Snade's gargoyle steward stood to the side, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the ritual circle being prepared by his master. Though his ears were diligently attuned to the conversation between the Lich and the newly summoned Quasimo. To him, this Quasimo represented a potential threat, one that could jeopardize his esteemed position as steward. At times, he found it utterly incomprehensible what his master was contemplating. What could a feeble Quasimo possibly accomplish? This creature, lacking the malevolence typical of demons, could hardly provide assistance to a formidable lich capable of effortlessly vanquishing most spellcasters. Such beings were merely the playthings of fledgling sorcerers. While even moderately skilled apprentices had far superior options, silence often speaks volumes. Thus, one must possess the requisite discretion to serve as a lich and Oppos' steward. Those who chatter excessively in the presence of a lich seldom endure for long. The gargoyle steward silently cursed, yet his ears remained ever vigilant. You appear rather knowledgeable. It is not often one encounters a tannery demon with such insight, the lich remarked casually while perusing a spellbook. Your compliment is most gracious. It is essential to serve a powerful spellcaster as sagacious as yourself, the Quasimo chirped cautiously. Having folded his spellbook, the Lich Snade approached the ritual circle once more, meticulously inspecting each rune and material. Not far away, a vast pit lay exposed upon the surface, from which hundreds of undead creatures. Under the watchful eyes of the Lich and Amp, Oppos' animated armor constructs tirelessly transported various severed limbs and remnants from the depths of the hole, stacking them in designated locations within the ritual circle. The source of these dismembered parts primarily stemmed from the soldiers of the material plane beleaguered by the onslaught of demons and undead forces in the distant fortress, while the remainder belonged to the slain demons and lesser fiends. All of these would serve as experimental materials for the Lich's forthcoming endeavors. Surely, those items are the materials for your secret weapon, O powerful master? The Quasimo ventured, hoping to demonstrate his worth before the terrifying Lich, having gleaned some knowledge of spellcasting from the previous masters who had succumbed to the abyss. Indeed, a clever little creature, they are indeed components of a secret weapon. A rather potent one, the Lich Snade responded, appearing in good spirits. The Lich was a maestro in the creation of various undead beings, and the ritual circle before him was a heart-shaped formation he had devised after marrying the arcane secrets of crafting both soul-bound phantoms and corpse-mound fiends. The soul-bound phantom possessed the ability to siphon souls from others and imprison them within its own form, a vile art requiring the consumption of numerous souls. Whereas the corpse-mound fiend's innate talent involved stripping the flesh from other beings and amalgamating it into its own grotesque body, which was composed of filth, earth, and various remnants, necessitating the offering of substantial quantities of dark flesh. The malevolent beings of the lower realms, whether they be the tannery demons or the Baptiza fiends, possess flesh and soul as an inseparable entity. Thus, procuring their deceased corporeal form suffices for the creation of soul-prison monstrosities. In contrast, the corpse mound, a creature requiring the flesh of numerous fresh corpses rather than souls for its manifestation, is predominantly found on the material plane. Fortunately, the infernal fortress that has descended upon this realm is abundant with mercenaries from the material plane. Those who perish in battle become the most valuable source of materials that the Lich Snade is unable to acquire within this abyssal layer. However, the creation of these two types of undead monstrosities necessitates a particular catalyst before the ritual commences. An evil yet helpless being must serve as the trigger to awaken the monsters. With a resounding thrust, Sneed's animated terror-armored guardian, having ensured the proper arrangement of materials by the undead laborers within the ritual circle, plunged a piercing blade into the heart of the Quasit demon. For the sake of a secret weapon, what creature could be more wicked than a demon? And what demon could be more feeble than a Quasit? This newly summoned familiar serves as the perfect ritual catalyst. All preparations complete, disregarding the Quasit's desperate pleas and curses, the Lich forcefully drove the blade, now entwined with its wicked familiar, into the center of the ritual circle. The ritual commenced. At this moment, any intelligent undead beings began to distance themselves from this profoundly malevolent ritual circle, while the instigator, Lich Snade, stood resolutely at the center, akin to a monk in deep meditation. He silently endured the agonizing effects of the spell that simultaneously stripped him of both body and soul, a torment that even a lich, devoid of sensation, could not escape. The 450-second experiment. Sneed mused inwardly. This was the essence of Sneed and Apos' true plan. He sought to rid himself of the parasitic acid mist worms dwelling within him, not mere vermin, but those vile maggots birthed from the flesh of the demon lord. The worm tyrant. The undead nature of the lich stems from his life box. As long as this vessel, containing the essence of his true life, remains intact, he cannot be entirely vanquished. Whether his corporeal form is cleaved by axe or reduced to mere fragments, or his soul is torn asunder, he can emerge unscathed from the life box after a few days. Sneed's consciousness began to wane, yet the exhilaration within him surged uncontrollably. This was the closest he had ever come to escaping the prison that had confined him for 3 centuries. The lich sensed freedom beckoning him. For the deprivation of his soul left only remnants of intellect, now consumed by visions of how he might reclaim the time he had lost. Alas, he was a lich beyond redemption. Why is a lich beyond redemption? What does it mean to be beyond redemption? As Sneed's awareness faded, the final vision that graced his sight was that of the dreadful swarm of whispering worms. The Plague Worm Collective, a superior entity among the progeny of the worm tyrant, emerges as a monstrous being after completely consuming the autonomous consciousness of the parasitic Tanali demons. Each acid mist worm is shaped from the remnants of those who succumbed to the abyss, driven by the malevolent acts of the material plane and the blind followers who fell into despair. These creatures coalesced in the acid mist gorge on the 473rd layer of the abyss, forming a collective. Born from the foul bodies of demons and originating from a desire for destruction that surpasses even that of the Tanali, these entities, once mere minions of evil, have achieved an even more profound malevolence. The monstrosity, composed of countless acid mist worms, driven by a shared hunger, roams like an embodiment of calamity in search of living flesh to satiate its insatiable appetite. Demons, acid mist worms, and other plague worm collectives are all prime materials that they covet for sustenance. This being is a lich, but what are we? We are the collective of worms. For we are numerous, ha ha ha. We are calamity, for we commit every conceivable atrocity, ha ha ha. We are the plague worm collective, for we are both numerous and utterly malevolent, ha ha ha. Hail the great worm tyrant, ha ha ha. Within madness lies a semblance of reason. Though the youthful plague worm collective is perpetually ensnared in ceaseless murmurs, it cannot be denied that they effectively execute wicked deeds. By devouring the flesh and consciousness of their victims, particularly the demons of the lower realms whose souls and bodies are intrinsically intertwined, the Plague Worm Collective invariably acquires unique abilities, such as the capacity to wield magic. Have we truly created monsters? A completely new breed, rivaling the grandeur of the mighty worm tyrant. Utter nonsense. Those who speak in folly must be punished. The punished portions were prioritized as the energy required to activate the magical array. As the multitude of worms within the Plague Worm Collective succumbed to exhaustion, transforming into desiccated husks, the array designed to awaken a new undead being, embodying the traits of both the soulbound and the corpse wraith, continued to operate. The remnants entangled within the mound of graves rapidly decayed under the influence of a negative energy field suffused with blasphemous power, while phosphorescent flames flickered around the grave, as if the souls were ignited and imprisoned by solemn oaths. When all offerings had been piled and corrupted, a mound of graves towering several meters in height suddenly formed. It seemed that even the already vile earth of this abyssal plain recoiled from the desecrated creation summoned by the spell. The immense grave mound suddenly resembled a ruptured cyst, with yellow-green corpse fluid oozing like pus from its base, splattering across the entire mound. A brand new undead creature was awakened. From a distance, this being appeared as a heavy giant composed of earth and stone, but upon closer inspection, one could discern the hands, head, and other severed limbs of the deceased protruding from its form. A copious flow of yellow-green pus surged forth from the core of his being, coalescing on the surface of his body into rivulets that cascaded down to his feet, tainting the earth beneath him. Meanwhile, the phosphorescent flames that had previously danced above the enormous mound of earth now congregated within the hollow voids that resembled facial features, emanating an even more sinister glow. Thou art named the Harbinger of Calamity. The collective voice of the plague worm swarm uttered this rare proclamation in unison. The colossal creature, having received its name, let out a thunderous roar to the heavens, as if celebrating its newfound existence. Advance. Target the camp of the Botsa demons. Rend apart those cowardly fiends. For the glory of the worm tyrant. The plague worm swarm resumed its chaotic murmurs, yet it also bestowed upon this abomination its inaugural, unequivocal objective. Chapter 58, The Half-Lich and the Apostle of Catastrophe. Today, I am no longer the person I once was, is a maxim that resonates with the majority of liches. This sentiment does not arise from philosophical musings. Rather, it is a stark truth articulated by these undead beings themselves. In a bid to avert any mishap in his escape plan, the drow lich Sneed, having just completed his self-destruction, chose to resurrect himself immediately from his phylactery. In doing so, he was forced to painfully relinquish a portion of the genuine life stored within, consequently devolving into a half-lich, losing his corporeal form and becoming nothing more than a floating skull. Upon his resurrection, he sensed that within his remaining cranial shell, there were no longer those dreadful, nightmarish parasites. The immense joy he felt even affected the spell he had prepared for his escape through the interdimensional portal. Suddenly realizing that this spell was activated by a scroll deliberately preserved within the phylactery, he understood that it should not have vanished due to his miscasting. Anti-magic field. The moment he grasped what had influenced the spell's efficacy, the half-lich's remaining floating skull was seized by a powerful hand. Greetings, lich. Or should I now refer to you as half-lich? The young blue dragon addressed his captive. How does one defeat a lich? By locating his phylactery and shattering it. This was a sentiment he had once heard from a novice girl who enjoyed playing a paladin during a tabletop game. Though her words were somewhat crude, they succinctly pointed to the crux of the matter. With his extensive experience in such games, Case had surmised the potential identity of the lurking entity behind the multitude of undead intermingled with the demon army. After deploying his battle strategy, the young blue dragon plunged into the fortress command room, which he had transformed into a laboratory for spell experimentation. While the lich was preparing for his escape, Case was readying himself for a capture experiment. With the fortress as his foundation, he currently possessed sufficient magical resources to indulge in a modest extravagance. Phylacteries are typically the most securely safeguarded possessions of liches, with only a slim chance of being captured by wish-type spells. The last attempt to seize a lich's phylactery was made by the demon lord of this realm, the worm tyrant, yet, even one as formidable as he could not succeed. The fortunate protagonist encountering a wretched footnote aptly describes this situation. The captured lich and amp, Oppos, phylactery was placed within a meticulously prepared anti-magic field, which was the true reason for Sneed's spell to open the interdimensional portal failing. No. Enraged by his confinement, the drow lich instinctively attempted to resist. Although the anti-magic field could restrict certain spell effects, the lich, whose mastery of arcane arts had become instinctual, was not entirely without recourse. However, when he beheld the blade hovering perilously close to his phylactery, his icy fury melted away, replaced by a chilling dread. Case gazed with satisfaction at the half-lich and Oppos' reaction, while the ogre brew held the adamantine scythe, sword belonging to the young blue dragon. Should the lich show even the slightest resistance, he would not hesitate to shatter this small box into pieces. Now we can engage in a proper discussion, Mr. Half-Lich. Your name? Place of origin? Residential address. Faced with the threat to his life, Sneed chose to acquiesce. Young one, I must commend the thoroughness of your preparations. In this situation, even a lich finds himself at a loss. But surely you have certain demands, am I correct? How about powerful spell materials? I could provide you with a spellbook. Or do you desire a ransom? As an ancient being with millennia of treasures, you must believe that I possess some wealth. We can arrange a transaction. Indeed. However, should you intersperse any incantations while speaking, my friend will ensure you regret it. Receiving the cue. The astute brew quickly grasped Case's intent and promptly plunged the blade into Sneed's life vessel. No, as the vessel was damaged. Sneed experienced an agony more dreadful than death itself and hastily begged for mercy. Now that is the correct attitude for a transaction. Case produced a contract crafted from the skin of a lower realm demon, a prize he had acquired during a clearance sale from the pragmatic Igros, a merchant of infernal pacts. Let us sign a service contract, Case said leisurely, presenting the scroll. 100 years of servitude in exchange for freedom. What a bargain. I wish to see the contents of the contract. Brew, I will sign. Under Case and Oppos' persuasive urging. The lich Sneed had no choice but to affix his arcane seal to the contract. Initially, he contemplated tampering with the seal, but ultimately discovered, to his dismay, that this damned contract possessed anti-counterfeiting features. Heaven knows where that infernal wretch procured such an advanced magical creation. Mr. Half-Lich Sneed, it appears you were once a drow elf from the world of Toriel. A pleasure, Case remarked, eyeing the unique arcane sigil of the drow inscribed on the contract. satisfied as he carefully stowed it away. Now, let us execute your first service. That undead monstrosity should be your creation. Yes. Accompanied by his newly acquired subordinate and brew, strode through the doors of the fortress command chamber. At the entrance, he pointed towards a towering creature, 100 feet tall, visible even from several miles away. This, indeed, it is the final product of my experimental designs, though I did not oversee its completion even as he transformed into a half-lich. Snade and Amp, Oppos, S powers of reasoning and analysis remained intact, yet he miscalculated slightly, not he, but they. Just as the ancient Greek philosophers asserted, self-awareness is but a continuity of illusion. This statement succinctly encapsulates the behavioral characteristics of the new breed of Tanna-Re demons, the devourers of calamity. Freedom, freedom. How many evils masquerade as virtue? The path of conquest is paved with the remains of the innocent. In the span of 50 years of life, who among us is free from the sin of creating havoc? Within the writhing bodies of the calamity worms, a cacophony of various utterances incessantly emerges. This disarrayed language is the manifestation of the fragmented consciousness, a blend of ancient memories and traits awakened within each acidic mist worm as it gains strength. Despite the utter chaos of their speech, their telepathic communication conveys precise commands to their creator, the harbinger of doom. Attack. Breach the fortress of the Batsu demon. Untitled. Desire is not akin to fish, otherwise, the world would cast nets indiscriminately. Although Kuei successfully enlisted the aid of the half-lich Sned, he still faced a monumental challenge advancing toward the fortress. Are you certain that undead creature cannot be controlled? Kuei inquired of the floating skull beside him. Sir, there is no doubt. I have attempted 3 times to establish a mental connection, indicating it is already under the influence of a master. To ascertain who is manipulating the slowly advancing monstrosity, Sned summoned his gargoyle steward from afar. It was this gargoyle's report that revealed the involvement of a calamity worm swarm. What a formidable undertaking. This undead creature likely possesses the strength of a legendary monster. Kuei mused silently. Commander, the creature has entered the attack zone of the Hellroar and Spellcaster forces. A bone demon messenger relayed new information. Order all artillery to adjust their angles and concentrate fire. Kuei contemplated briefly, then continued. Ensure that the spellcasters prioritize sealing the breach leading to the rear of the 3rd defensive line. It is imperative to prevent further surprise assaults. The command was dispatched with unwavering authority, and the orders were executed with remarkable speed. The immense form of the enemy made it easy for Kuei and Amp, Oppos, S minions operating the artillery to take aim. 100 cannons, known as Hellroar, fired in unison, producing a deafening roar as the smoke billowed over the artillery positions within the fortress. Over 2/3 of the shells struck their target, while the remainder predominantly obliterated the surrounding fungal forest. The colossal shock caused the giant, composed of corpses and decayed earth, to stagger momentarily, as if sensing immense pain. The phosphorescent flames constituting its features flared up. Its body, interwoven with a network of yellow-green pus, spewed forth copious amounts of repugnant liquid, tainting vast expanses of land. Hiding behind their creation, the calamity worm swarm remained unscathed by the artillery fire, observing the burning fungal forest and the fallen Tanna-Re demons around them due to the bombardment. They perhaps let out a frenzied, neurotic laughter, as if celebrating their own survival while mocking the fallen kin. The abominable creature composed of worms bent low, and its worm-like hand delved into the earth, extracting a fragment of a shell embedded within. The shell fragments were smeared with a blend of pink and green fluid, remnants of an acid mistworm that had been struck by a bouncing projectile. The peculiar coloration of this acid mistworm was evident as its remaining body clung to the debris. The plague worm swarm consumed the pale green remnants, and astonishingly, the acid mistworm, thought to be dead from the explosion, was rejuvenated within the body of the swarm. This particular acid mistworm, an evolution of its kind, was significantly smaller and lacked offensive capabilities. Its purpose was to serve as a communication tool for the higher-tier worm demons. After quietly receiving the message conveyed by this worm, the plague worm swarm extracted the newly revived creature from within itself. Composed of similar worms, the swarm's appendages grasped a considerable amount of soil. And then the plague swarm buried the pale green worm back into the earth. We call ourselves the swarm, for we are numerous. At that moment, renewed artillery fire once again rained down upon the colossal form of the plague envoy, a giant composed of decaying flesh and earth, staggering under the assault as its unhealed craters deepened. Gurgling, A projectile composed of negative energy and yellow-green ichor erupted from the creature and Oppos' maw, soaring downwards towards the besieging fortress defenders. The Plague Envoy, with a spitting motion, executed its first attack since its inception. This loathsome creature's phlegm possessed astonishing destructive power. Although it did not strike the artillery units stationed behind the front lines, the defenders in the outer third layer of the fortress were splattered with the viscous discharge. A complete squad of 10, nearly 30 interdimensional mercenaries along with their 2 squad leaders, were doused by the yellow-green ichor projectile, even clad in the finest armor. They could not evade the immense impact damage, let alone the lethal toxins carried within the Plague Envoy's viscous secretion. All the downed defenders succumbed rapidly to poisoning. And this was merely the beginning. The yellow-green slime emitted negative energy, contaminating every inch of land it touched. As the viscous liquid spread, it transformed into vast pits of mire brimming with negative energy. The corpses of the fallen soldiers underwent horrifying transformations. Once lifeless, the bodies began to convulse, their souls ensnared by the negative energy-laden muck, and one by one, slime-coated zombies crawled forth from the mire. Beware of those zombies. Are there any priests or mages nearby? We must dispel the toxins in the negative energy field. A squad of bone demons and barbed devils swiftly quelled the panic among the soldiers and promptly devised emergency measures in response to the situation. However, the advancing Plague Envoy, witnessing the effects of its assault, unleashed more of its viscous projectiles. In a moment of impulsive fervor, the Plague Envoy even tore off one of its own arms to hurl it as a weapon against the fortress and Oppos' defensive walls. There shall be no retreat. A squad of gendarmerie, led by bone demons and comprised of hooked demons, successfully quelled the escalating panic, under the menacing threat of hooked spears and large cleavers. The overwhelming majority of soldiers from alternate dimensions opted for submission. Those who resisted were swiftly dispatched by these gendarmerie, even if their forms, tainted by negative energy, became exceedingly difficult to transform into undead creatures. Mr. Rickness, what are your observations? Hayes inquired via the communication array as he stood within the fortress command room. Accompanied by the automatons designated as number 21 and the 3 ogres, the ingenious goblin engineer volunteered to navigate around the periphery of the battlefield. He deployed his latest invention, the Goblin Battlefield Observer, in inconspicuous corners to facilitate a more objective assessment of the entire combat zone. This new invention, camouflaged with rock-like exteriors, housed a core resembling a metallic eye demon. Dozens of mechanical eyes embedded within the core provided an unobstructed field of view through their extendable and rotating design. In addition to the standard observation system, this Goblin Battlefield Observer employed infrared imaging principles to simulate dark vision, a feature capable of detecting certain enemies utilizing low-level invisibility. The power source for this innovation stemmed from lead-acid batteries, sourced from the manufacturing factory of Quaitman in the Ashen World's desert. A surprisingly effective and simple structure that delighted Rickness. Upon grasping the underlying principles, he astutely recognized this as a novel form of energy storage, distinct from the 2 predominant energy sources researched by their steam and magical energy teams. According to K's explanation, this represented an entirely new realm of knowledge, transforming matter into electrical energy through chemical reactions. With a compact energy source, he successfully invented the Goblin Battlefield Observer through numerous established devices. The situation within a radius of several miles surrounding the fortress was comprehensively displayed upon the magical sand table in K's command room. Beyond the basin where the fortress resided, a colossal assembly of demon armies was discovered, all parasitized by acid mist worms. Thus, the seemingly troublesome creature before them was merely a feint, intended to sow chaos. What, then, was their true offensive? Case conveyed these thoughts to his newly recruited half-lich, Snade. Among all present, only he had lingered in this abyss for over 3 centuries, gazing at the vast demon army poised for assembly on the magical sand table. The half-lich spoke in a chilling tone. The Wormgate. It must be the Wormgate. I shall open the Wormgate for you. All troops, advance. The Plague Swarm, initially positioned behind the gargantuan harbinger of calamity, now loomed atop its colossal head. The swarm erupted in a synchronized declaration as writhing worms slithered down from their bodies. In a mere breath and Oppos' time, the entire Plague Swarm enveloped the head and shoulders of the harbinger, resembling a blanket woven from acid mist worms. The Gate of Worms. The Gate of Worms. The Gate of Worms. Each acid mist worm, once part of the Calamity Swarm, now recited the same incantation in the tongue of the abyss. This chant served as both a proclamation and a reminder of their impending actions. With their collective intelligence significantly diminished after the dissolution of their unified form, the acid mist worms, through mutual encouragement, entwined and fastened themselves, swiftly forming a colossal archway structure. Chapter 60 The Might of Expenditure. As the portal composed of writhing worms rapidly took shape, the pace of the harbinger of calamity, serving as the foundation for this grand gateway, quickened considerably. This colossal entity, forged from corpses and decaying earth, advanced with enormous strides, leaving behind a trail of dark green sludge that dripped incessantly. It charged directly towards the stronghold of the Batsu demons, which had previously bombarded it. Mr. Cuz, based on the current intelligence, the demonic forces surrounding the basin will approach the fortress within a mere 2 sandglasses. Reknaz succinctly conveyed the situation while remotely controlling the observer. Boy, I am uncertain of your advantages, but given the present circumstances, your Batu camp is ill-equipped to withstand such a multitude of demonic assaults. The disembodied head of the half-lich Sneed floated above the sand table, and to substantiate his claim, he continued, moreover, although you possess a certain number of troops, most are mercenaries from the material plane, with few mid to high-ranking demonic soldiers. The higher echelons of the Batsu evidently regard you as a mere pawn. Your best course of action is to allow me to open a portal to another realm, and with a swift gesture, the floating head of the half-lich was silenced. This was a privilege bestowed upon Cuz by the terms of their contract, allowing him the ultimate interpretive authority. With a chilling glance at the half-lich, Cuz declared, "Those who sow discord among the ranks shall be silenced," before redirecting his focus to the defense strategy. At that moment, the harbinger of calamity, having retaliated after sustained bombardments that had caused significant turmoil at the fortress's defenses, was already within 100 meters of the third defensive line, following the original plan. The first objective was to neutralize that undead monstrosity to prevent further devastation to the defense. As the skeletal officer conveyed the fortress commander's orders to the front line, the harbinger of calamity closed in. Although artillery and other ranged assaults had impeded its advance, their effectiveness was limited. The Tanali demons, who had previously scattered in retreat, were now compelled to re-emerge from the fungal thicket under the influence of the parasitic acid mistworms within them. They clustered around the harbinger and Apos' massive form, using it as cover while simultaneously serving as a supply line. Despite the artillery and Apos' relentless bombardment that battered the harbinger and Apos' form, it merely grasped nearby demons as makeshift bandages, achieving effective healing. The unique characteristics of the lower realm's demonic flesh allowed them to serve as the best remedy for this new type of undead creature, which bore the dual traits of soul imprisonment and graveyard monstrosity. The Tana and Apos, lead demons themselves, however, lacked any noble resolve for self-sacrifice. Rather, the parasitic acid mistworms disrupted their consciousness, prompting them to ignore their fear of death and willingly become sustenance for the harbinger of calamity. The harbinger of calamity, having ingested a copious amount of supplements, not only managed to approach the enemy amidst continuous healing, but also significantly amplified its original regurgitative assault. Each projectile, capable of inflicting fatal harm upon foes, could also utilize negative energy to transform the deceased into grotesque zombies, unleashed with reckless abandon, thereby imposing immense pressure and dread upon the fortress defenders. This state of affairs was untenable. I must devise a means of escape. Daltan, the broom-browed master, surveyed the remnants of the charge, having suffered substantial losses, and carefully contemplated an opportunity to flee, were it not for the relentless vigilance of the unyielding demon constabulary. Perpetually patrolling the front lines, this master of the shadow rogue, concealing a second profession, would have long since slipped away. In the current defensive line, vast expanses of land had been transformed into foul, energy-laden quagmires by the regurgitant excretions of the harbinger. Fortunately, amongst the defenders were several priests devoted to deities, tirelessly repelling or dispersing the deathly guardians turned zombies. However, as the numbers of undead continued to swell, more insidious entities, such as ghouls and specters, emerged, amplifying their burdens manifold. Witnessing the relentless surge of undead within the defensive perimeter, even with the demon constabulary suppression, panic spread like wildfire among the mercenaries defending this alternate realm. The target is in position. A prophetic mage within the spell-casting division shouted with all his might. He was announcing to his colleagues that the terrifying giant undead creature, the harbinger of calamity, had stepped into the trap long prepared for it. Reluctantly remaining to fight within this fortress, the half-lich Sneed, bound by contractual obligations, had no choice but to lend his strength to Kaz's scheme. The spell trap he had meticulously designed, being the one most familiar with the characteristics of undead beings, constituted a vital component of the overarching strategy to eliminate the Harbinger. The colossal undead creature, born from a ritualistic spell that amalgamated the essence of high-level undead such as the Soul Prison Wraith and the Corpse Mound Spectre, was undeniably formidable. However, the initial design merely sought to harness partial effects of the ritual array, not to genuinely summon such a beast. Thus, it harbored an irreparable flaw, the accumulation of damage. While it augmented itself by absorbing corpses and souls to enhance various resistances and artificially inflate its vitality, it concurrently accumulated negative resistances that inflicted unique harm upon the absorbed entities. At present, it had absorbed primarily the essence of Tannery demons and Baptiza devils. Consequently, Kaz was tossing a silver coin in his hand, the sound resonating melodiously. In the lower realms, this coin was referred to as the Toxic Stinger. Its name derived from the simple fact that whether Tannery, Baptizu, or Yugolas, these malevolent beings of the lower planes experienced a sensation akin to being pricked by needles upon contact with this currency. When a mere mortal wields a silver-plated weapon against these malevolent entities, they often find themselves endowed with an unexpected advantage. For such weapons possess an inherent capacity to amplify damage inflicted upon the fiends. The notoriously resilient malevolents, renowned for their extraordinary physicality, find it exceedingly challenging to utilize their formidable regenerative abilities to heal even the most minuscule of wounds inflicted by silver-plated weapons during combat. Consequently, silver coins, which are deemed an expensive currency, second only to gold in many material realms, are cast aside like refuse by even the most avaricious of fiends in the lower planes. To these creatures, the worth of silver coins pales in comparison to the copper coins known as green coppers. Kaz was astutely aware of this fact. In preparation for an incursion into the abyssal realms, he had diligently amassed a considerable stockpile of this strategic resource through the Merchant Guild of Yogros. A soul prism could be exchanged for 500 kilograms of silver, and at this fair price. Kaz procured and stockpiled nearly 20 tons of this precious metal from the hands of the recording demon. His foresight proved invaluable at this moment. In a world devoid of magic, processing such metals would require considerable effort and time. However, in this realm, where spellcasters exist, the assistance of these practitioners within the fortress rendered the task trivial. A fourth-level transmutation spell, Garostus and Apos, S-metal dissolution, effortlessly resolved the matter. Under the spell and Apos, S influence, the silver ingots first transformed into a liquid state, then were woven into an interconnected silver net at the behest of the spellcaster. The ingots metamorphosed into glistening nets of metallic sheen, which were subsequently loaded into hollow projectiles. As the Harbinger of Calamity found itself ensnared within a large and dead dispelling circle meticulously arranged by the half-lich Sneed, it frantically sought to escape the trap that rendered its form fragile and diminished its mobility. The artillery, now armed with the newly prepared ammunition, commenced a fervent bombardment against it. Silver projectiles erupted upon impact with the Harbinger's form, scattering in a dazzling display, while the pure silver nets embedded themselves into the creature's colossal body. Excruciating pain, an overwhelming agony, engulfed the Harbinger's already muddled consciousness, if it possessed one. The damage inflicted by the silver nets was 100-fold more severe than that of the ordinary projectiles. As anticipated by the half-lich Sneed, the Harbinger had accumulated an exceptionally high degree of negative resistance to silver after consuming a multitude of corporeal and spiritual essences from the denizens of the lower realms. Enveloped in silver projectiles, the Harbinger, once fortified by the flesh and souls of sufficient Tannery demons, now became riddled with wounds, its once vibrant form rapidly deteriorating. The corrupted remnants of its flesh withering and losing vitality. The lethal silver nets, deeply embedded within its body by the projectiles, rendered every attempt to extricate or expel them through the creature and Apos' flesh an exercise in futility, tearing away large sections of its connected form. Furthermore, efforts to corrode the silver nets with the noxious, greenish-yellow, viscous ichor oozing from its body were thwarted by an even more relentless barrage from the artillery. Those responsible for launching the projectiles were none other than the barbed devils. Even through the shells of artillery, they were profoundly affected by the silver nets contained within. Thus, these beings desperately increased their firing frequency, eager to expedite the delivery of these discomforting projectiles to their adversaries. Should the newly emerged undead monstrosity, the Harbinger of Calamity, possessed the capacity for thought, it would undoubtedly be engulfed by a profound sense of despair at this very moment. As more silver-netted shells were embedded, its once massive form dwindled at a visibly alarming rate. The trap set by the half-lich Snyder initially merely bound it with constraints. Yet the subsequent bombardment of silver projectiles rendered it utterly incapable of struggle. Even with numerous Tana and Amp, Oppos, demons by its side providing restorative aid. Each enhancement of negative resistance gained from absorbing a demon only exacerbated the damage inflicted by the silver nets multiple times over. The fact that a newly birthed undead creature, evolved to legendary status, could be so thoroughly vanquished by less than 2 tons of silver is astonishing yet, in a twisted sense, entirely rational. Thus, even the mightiest of monsters cannot withstand the onslaught of players willing to invest resources. Indeed, war is fundamentally a contest of wealth. In the command center of Kuz, the automaton warrior, standing beside the goblin Riknaz, articulated a summary in its peculiar dialect. Chapter 61, The Plague Worm Collective and the Art of Specimens as the harbinger of disaster met its demise, struck down by Kuz's silver bullet onslaught against the fortress walls. Its creator and Oppos' mission ultimately perished before it could take flight. The original intention of the Plague Worm Collective was to utilize this colossal entity, forged from rot and corpses, to breach Kuz's fortress defenses, thereby opening the worm gate from within the defensive positions and coordinating with the assembled legion of demons for a pincer attack. However, with the fall of the Harbinger, the worm gate was compelled to close, and the worms that constituted the grand archway structure disbanded, reassembling anew as the Plague Worm Collective. Is this the Plague Worm Collective? A figure clad in terrifying armor, originally advancing alongside the Harbinger, suddenly voiced this inquiry near the freshly reformed collective. The fearsome armor, an advanced construct, far exceeds the cost of ordinary animated constructs. Unlike golems, which are composed of sturdy materials such as clay or steel, these animated constructs resemble resplendent suits of armor that can walk freely. The vacant spaces within the armor are inscribed with ritualistic glyphs or infused with arcane energies, granting immunity to 4 specific spells or enabling the execution of spell-like abilities. Anyone who presumes this construct to be fragile would soon realize their grievous error upon engagement. The terrifying armor not only possesses physical strength akin to that of high-tier golems, but some finely crafted versions can comprehend their creator's commands, adeptly employing their unique spell-like capabilities in battle. By wielding a core talisman, the master of the terrifying armor can effortlessly control its actions, making them a favored choice as personal bodyguards for spellcasters who excel in arcane arts, yet lack physical prowess. At this moment, the talisman of the Half-Lich's terrifying armor bodyguard was held by its new employer, Kuz. Providing a rational explanation for the contract, the contractor must comply with the employer's service requirements from various aspects, such as temporarily lending non-essential personal items. Who are you? What are you? The previous lich, perhaps? The double entendre is a habitual jest of theirs. Once the slime orbit hears, it rapidly solidifies. And if the gaps in the terrifying armor become filled with this viscous substance, its mobility could be severely hampered. However, the art of trickery is not exclusive to the Plague Worm Collective. The moment the slime orb clung to the terrifying armor, the latter's form shattered like a soap bubble. The High Mirror Image spell, a captivating illusion that flawlessly mimics the caster and Oppos' speech and demeanor, can even deceive beings with true sight. Sensing the impending deception, the Plague Worm Collective instinctively sought to evade the incoming assault, but how could the enemy, having seized the initiative, allow this thought to materialize? A serrated longsword pierced the void, embedding itself deeply into the body formed by the worms. A substantial amber-hued viscous fluid erupted from the weighted sphere of the serrated longsword, swiftly enveloping the writhing forms of the plague worms. Under the spellbound effects conferred by the sword, the swarm's numerous attempts to extricate the blade proved utterly futile. 3 centuries of confinement within the acidic mist canyon had rendered the once lich, now half-lich Snyder, intimately familiar with the native tannery demons of this plane. Whether driven by the necessity to explore avenues of escape or merely by an aversion to the loathsome worms, Snyder was compelled to devise spells specifically targeting the acidic mist worms. Among these was the Worm Specimen Creation spell. This specialized incantation, designed to combat the evolved form of the acidic mist worms, the plague swarm, not only incorporated powerful immobilization tailored to the species and a waxy amber seal, but also infused the interstices of the swarm with a concentrated permeating liquid. A significant quantity of moisture was extracted from the plague swarm, staining the waxy amber with a deep green hue. The fearsome armor, or rather the entity manipulating it, grasped the now pristine hilt of the serrated longsword, withdrawing it from the specimen of the plague swarm that had been ensnared by the spell. It seemed that the creature had been underestimated. Snyder, your specimen spell's capturing efficacy leaves much to be desired. The terrifying armor mirrored the actions of its controller with uncanny precision, even replicating the motion of turning its head. Though the wax-sealed amber specimen struggled with limited mobility, it still exhibited a palpable strength to curse and writhe. The withering confinement needle, the fearsome armor plucked an inconspicuous long spike from its plating, inserting it into the gap left by the extraction of the serrated longsword within the specimen's wax seal. This dual assault, originally intended for the plague swarm, was now manifesting in an alternative form upon itself. At that moment, a squad composed entirely of bone devils materialized around the specimen of the plague swarm. These high-ranking demons of the acidic mistworm variety represented excellent opportunities for both personal study and subsequent offerings to the bureaucratic institution of the lengthy and difficult-to-recall name, ensuring they would not go to waste here. Fortunate ones met an immediate demise, while the unfortunate lingered in a state of half-life. This was a lament once uttered by a bard who had spent some time in this mercenary stronghold of an alternate plane, a sentiment echoed by many. The bard was fortunate, standing before the first wave of demons and undead that surged forth from the tunnels, and thus met a swift end, while the remaining defenders endured prolonged suffering. With the demise of the harbinger of calamity and the specimen of the plague swarm secured, the people within the stronghold were granted a much-needed respite. The bone devils, acting as messengers, informed the captains of various squads that they had but a single hourglass and Oppos' worth of time before the demonic horde would return, prompting the surviving defenders to choose to alternate resting in the defensive position and Oppos' rest area. The group of mages could not have been more meticulous. It seemed that they hastily crafted the half-covered masks to shield against the acrid miasma of the acid mist gorge before the battle, leaving the soldier's nose painfully constricted, prompting him to voice his discontent. Nearby, the brooding figure known as the Broom Brow let out a barely perceptible scoff upon hearing the soldier's grievances. How could one be so picky in a devil and Oppos' camp? Merely cannon fodder, what was there to complain about? If one had the audacity, they could discard their mask just as those foolishly brave souls had done, succumbing slowly to the noxious fumes. Dalton, having never endured the suffocating grip of such a mask, had opted for a far superior choice, a finely crafted, expensive, and perfectly fitted enchanted mask. Like the soldier, he too removed his mask, inhaling deeply the filtered air of the respite area. Indeed, most of the other dimensional mercenaries resting there shared a similar approach, unlike his exhausted comrades from the assault team, who collapsed into slumber the moment they entered the rest zone. Broombrow was far from fatigued. He retained ample energy, leaning against the wall with his eyes slightly squinted. He took a brief respite while quietly observing his fellow comrades. This was a habit of his, to assess his surroundings and identify individuals of considerable merit. After all, this stronghold was embroiled in a battle against demonic forces, unlike the trivial skirmishes of the world he had known before descending into hell. Astute Dalton realized that aligning himself with capable allies would afford him a greater chance of survival in this war. He certainly did not wish to be dragged down to his demise by incompetent teammates. After feigning rest while discreetly analyzing his surroundings, Broombrow finally identified a promising candidate for partnership. This was a somewhat familiar stranger, clad only in the standardized half-plate chest armor and round shield issued by the battalion of the Devilish Battalions. The individual wore a sleeveless coarse linen robe and sat cross-legged against the wall, barefoot, with a battered longsword resting quietly on his knee. His discarded pig-nose gas mask lay carelessly to the side. The young man appeared to be in his early 20s, his stubble failing to completely obscure the tattoos adorning his face. Though his visage was gaunt, he boasted considerable height. Dalton estimated that even seated, he must exceed 4 feet. The muscles visible on his exposed arms suggested he had undergone extensive training in swordsmanship or other forms of combat. His bare feet and inked skin hinted at a likely history as a convict subjected to punishment. This very individual, this seemingly marked swordsman, evoked within Dalton a peculiar sensation, both strange and familiar. When it comes to the unfamiliar, the mercenary camp of the Batsu demon in the alternate dimension is populated by soldiers from every corner of the multiverse, where wicked and grotesque criminals are a common sight. Among them was the wretched wolf priest who had previously met his demise at the hands of Dalton, a veteran familiar with such scum. He could discern the unique scent of these individuals with just a gentle sniff. However, this young man stood apart, his bright eyes, though occasionally reflecting a flicker of pained bewilderment, revealed a hidden conscience and compassion that even an experienced old-timer like Dalton could perceive. Speaking of familiarity, the gaze of this sword-and-shield warrior was strikingly reminiscent. A blend of helplessness, repression, and confusion weighed heavily upon his conscience. Perpetually enshrouded in self-doubt while yearning for a path to spiritual liberation. This demeanor reminded Dalton of someone he knew intimately, a striking likeness to that young lad. Perhaps he, too, was a paladin, though it seemed he might only qualify as a former one. Chapter 62. The boss and the paladin. The individual Dalton was most intimately acquainted with was none other than his son, a paladin who chose to serve the divine and walk the path of virtue. Yet he was juxtaposed with a father whose life was steeped in the shadows of the underworld, a master of the art of stealth. This peculiar combination evokes a sense of dissonance. It remains a secret belonging solely to Dalton. Any gang member who dared to pry into such mysteries found their fate sealed by his own hands. That boy bears an uncanny resemblance, perhaps lost in thought. The ever-cautious Dalton found his gaze lingering too long on the barefoot warrior marked by tattoos, prompting the latter to sense his scrutiny. A piercing and resolute glance was cast in his direction. Dalton did not flinch. Instead, he offered a self-deprecating smile before redirecting his attention to others. Jansen, a name that should have been followed by the honorific Van to signify his noble lineage and his dedication as a paladin. However, with the loss of his paladin status due to his transgressions, he could only introduce himself with the unadorned name Jansen, despite his unwavering faith and the strength derived from it remaining intact. His crime stemmed from the murder of a viscount, who, in a moment of righteous fury, was slain by Jansen after witnessing the noble's cruel treatment of an orphan girl. As a paladin serving the deity of justice and law, Jansen's act of murder led to his own downfall. Stripped of his holy title, he was confined within the king's prison. The reality is steeped in irony. Yet even more ironic is the fact that, despite his imprisonment, there were those who sought to condemn him further. As restitution for the life he took, Jansen was sentenced to servitude to the Viscount's family, bound to a lifetime of service to atone for his misdeed. This agreement, crafted by the High Judge who too revered the god of law, was enacted the moment Jansen affixed his signature. Yet this very pact commenced his path to redemption in a manner akin to hell itself. The Viscount he had slain had previously entered into other contracts with denizens of the lower realms. And when the debt collectors from the Bartsa clan came to claim what was owed, the Viscount and Apos' family unhesitatingly offered Jansen and Apos' servitude as collateral. After all, sending a paladin to perdition, even one who had fallen from grace, was a lucrative transaction. The Viscount's family effortlessly settled their debts, while the ordinary Jansen stepped into an extraordinary battlefield steeped in bloodshed. The demons emerged once more. As Jansen murmured to himself, the majority of the soldiers in the garrison hastily donned their pig-nosed gas masks, tightened their armor, and seized their weapons, rushing to their respective positions. Within the fortress's command center, Khazri focused his gaze on the magical sand table, having observed the live specimens of the calamity worms that had been confined. Riknaz once again stepped into the command room. Under the guidance of Kaz, the goblin noble, initially tasked solely with observational learning, became deeply involved in the throes of war. After the goblin observers were deployed, he proceeded to execute a series of arrangements orchestrated by the young blue dragon. Even with the most prudent preparations, the fortress's fall was merely a matter of time, and it was highly probable that all present would have to engage directly in the fray. Esteemed colleagues, only through mutual vigilance and unified collaboration can we hope to achieve our original aim of surviving this conflict. The art of warfare teaches us 10 should encircle, 5 should attack, and double forces should engage in battle. Outside the fortress's defensive perimeter, the number of demons had surged to nearly 100-fold the strength of the defenders. As more demons continued to pour forth from the acid mist gorge, this figure was ever increasing. Not only was the fortress under Khaz's command besieged by overwhelming forces, but the other 99 airdrop camps scattered across the depths of the abyss were likewise under immense pressure. The Abysshalon Demon Camp, a vanguard formation wholly comprised of fiends devoted to the malevolent dragon god Tiamat, fused with traits of Bot-Or, was led by an Abysshalon Red Dragon demon whose evolved form far surpassed that of its peers. As a devil transformed from a devout mortal, the Abysshalon Red Dragon demon harbored an unparalleled fervor for the Queen of Dragons and Apos, Will. Upon being teleported to the acid mist gorge, it immediately commenced the construction of the Hellgate Fortress. The Abyssalon demons began to systematically slaughter the captured wretches, ensuring that the residual essence of Bot Or and Amp, Apos, as life within their bodies could be fully utilized. The Abyssalon Red Dragon Demon possessed a certain pride. This former high priest of the Tiamat cult held a fanatical admiration for the formidable chromatic dragons. The innate scales, claws, wings, and other attributes of the dragon stirred within him a deep envy. Claws, fangs, wings, scales, these once coveted traits were now being claimed one by one. And the Abyssalon Red Dragon Demon had become even more powerful than some of the very dragons he once idolized. This was beyond dispute, as upon arriving at the Acid Mist Gorge, he encountered an onslaught from a swarm of plague worms and the army of Tana and Apos, re-demons, controlled by these advanced acid mist worms, posed a significant threat to the camp. Faced with this potential disruption to fulfilling the grand design of the Dragon Queen, the Abyssalon Red Dragon Demon, inheriting the fiery temperament of red dragons, executed a decapitation order against his own guard. As the last acid mist worm of the plague swarm was ignited by the breath of the furious dragon, the Abyssalon Red Dragon Demon could not help but laugh heartily. The dragon's breath. This was the very power he had long coveted, the ability to unleash flames capable of incinerating all, much like Kaz before him. This was also a compensation for the strategic airdrop plan devised by the Court of the Evil Dragons and the Logistical Support Bureau for Bader's first lair. Such power was indeed formidable. At that moment, the commander of the Abyssalon Red Dragon Demon began to contemplate the rewards he might receive upon successfully erecting the Hellgate Fortress. Even the most incompetent shall be rewarded with the formidable strength akin to that of a dragon. Indeed, who are you? The Abyssal Red Dragon Sorcerer gazed in astonishment at the peculiar spellcaster who had materialized behind him, articulating his innermost thoughts with uncanny precision. I am the vice body of the dragon, Himdar. As the spellcaster spoke, the Abyssal Red Dragon Sorcerer suddenly perceived that the light from above had dimmed. The clouds, which had previously refracted or reflected the brilliance of numerous active volcanoes, seemed to lose their color in an instant. No, it was not the sky that had darkened, rather. A colossal, terrifying maw of a worm had silently closed beneath the feet of the Abyssal Red Dragon Sorcerer and his retinue, swallowing this band of interlopers whole. Thus, they felt the sudden gloom. Yet, by the time they comprehended the peril, it was far too late. Even a true red dragon would face near certain death when devoured by such a demonic overlord as the Worm Tyrant, let alone these mere imitations of chromatic dragons. Without so much as a moment and Amp, Apos, as chewing, these morsels were dispatched into the Worm Tyrant and Amp, Apos, as astonishingly efficient digestive pouch. Meanwhile, in the distance, the camp that had been fervently constructing the Hellgate Bastion was now under siege by enormous floating acid mist worms, akin to whales engulfed in flames. These creatures are the burning skywalkers, the half-lich Sneed explained to the members of Kaz, gesturing toward the enormous floating acid mist worm manifested on the magical sand table. This is a more advanced evolutionary form of the acid mist worm, the apex demon of this acid mist canyon's food chain, second only to the Worm Tyrant. Even a Baylor must tread carefully to avoid such beings in this realm. In fact, I have previously obtained samples of these monsters during experiments. My analyses led me to hypothesize that these colossal worm creatures might be the result of Baylor demons becoming parasitized by acid mist worms. The half-lich Sneed opened his dimensional storage and produced a scroll containing relevant analyses, conjuring a pair of invisible hands to present it to Kaz. Good heavens! The half-lich possesses the talent of a sword swallower. Riknaz, I believe you should record this obscure knowledge. Observing this scene, the mechanical being designated as number 21 discreetly alerted his goblin noble friend with a synthesized voice. Ignoring the peculiar automaton and Apos, as habitual jest, the goblin Riknaz discovered that his newly invented observer possessed radar-like capabilities, alerting him to the presence of such massive creatures within the vicinity of their fortress and Amp, Apos' defensive perimeter. The sheer size and aerial form of these beings invoked memories of a cosmic behemoth often kept by the mercenary corps under the command of the purple sweet potato essence in his past life. Chapter 63. The Ascendant Blue Dragon Youth Mr. Kasfitan possesses an extraordinary talent for command and battle, demonstrating a keen sensitivity to the dynamics of warfare. Consequently, he consistently devises astute strategies tailored to effectively combat his adversaries. However, a man's resolve cannot be easily swayed. He has inherited the inherently combative nature of the blue dragon lineage. This is by no means a disparagement, indeed. The sight of him personally confronting the acidic mist worm battlefield is a memory I find challenging to forget. During the Battle of New York, when the Avengers clashed with the Chitauri army, which heroes were the primary forces facing the airborne Leviathan? Those who have seen the films are well aware that it was the Hulk and Thor. But how did they specifically deal with those colossal beasts? The answer is simple. Strike it, leap onto the beast's back and strike it, and then strike it with fervor. At this moment, the mercenary fortress in the alternate dimension faced formidable adversaries resembling the Leviathan, the elite acidic mistworm demon, Emberwalker. This high-tier Tana and Apos, Re-Demon, unique to the acidic mist canyon realm, is born from a rare occurrence. An acidic mistworm must parasitize and consume an entire baler. As ordinary acidic mist worms evolve into Emberwalkers, they grow in size as they continue to feed. Gazing at these massive entities, suspended in the air like burning airships. Approaching the fortress, Kiz, armed with intelligence provided by the half-lich Sneed, was already aware of the demon's impending intentions. They planned to execute a gravity-assisted charge attack from above, followed by an assault using explosive flames and other arcane abilities. Sneed had also cautioned Kiz regarding the formidable power of the demon's dive attack. Even the formidable ogre, renowned for its physical prowess in the abyss, likened to a mobile fortress of demons, would find it challenging to withstand the Emberwalker's charge. Regarding the fortress's defensive systems, it was estimated that a single dive from an Emberwalker could obliterate the meticulously established three-tiered defense. Current scans from the Goblin Observer devices revealed the imminent arrival of no fewer than 5 Emberwalkers. In truth, no additional assistance was necessary. The sheer size of the Emberwalkers rendered them visible from great distances. Indeed, since Kiz took residence in this mercenary fortress, he has implemented extensive improvements to its defensive capabilities. However, the construction time for the fortress remains relatively short. It was imperative to prevent these creatures from initiating an aerial assault. Kiz swiftly resolved that, to ensure the successful execution of his strategic plan to open the Hellgate Fortress, he must personally bring down these floating behemoths, which posed a significant threat to the fortress and Apos' defenses. This assault was not a reckless endeavor conducted alone, alongside the fortress commander. He would employ high-level teleportation spells to arrive above the Emberwalkers, accompanied by 30 of the most robust elite Bone Reaper soldiers, tasked with managing any potential demon infantry interference. To strike down such massive entities as the Emberwalkers, the finely crafted adamantine scythe sword, forged for Kiz by the ogre blacksmith Nuru, appeared somewhat diminutive. At this moment, Kiz wielded a weapon that had once belonged to the personal collection of the former camp's chain demon commander, a colossal horse-slaying sword, measuring an impressive 3 meters in length. With a blade spine a formidable 1.5 feet thick, forged from Bardabite iron. This enormous sword was initially part of the remuneration for hiring mercenaries to summon fire giants. Fortunately, Kiz's draconic lineage endowed him with strength far exceeding that of ordinary mortals. And after casting a minor giant enhancement spell upon himself, he was capable of wielding the sword in combat. Before launching his assault, the young blue dragon also ensured that the spellcasters coated the massive blade in silver and infused it with as many sharpness spells as possible. The enhanced weapon proved its worth. Kiz emerged from the teleportation spell and effortlessly plunged it into the robust flesh of the Flamewalker's head. Like a knife slicing through meat, the flames enveloping the Flamewalker posed no hindrance to Kiz, who surged forward, dragging the deeply embedded sword from the demon's back. The sharpened blade sliced through flesh with ease, while the silver plating prevented the wounds of the towering Tana and Apos, Re-Demon, from healing. The Flamewalker, the primary target of Kiz and Apos' ambush, suffered immense damage from the initial strike, writhing in agony as it twisted in the air. However, being a high-ranking Tana and Apos, Re-Demon birthed from the Barrowfire Demon, it was far from lacking in intelligence despite its massive form. Drawing upon the abyssal fire inherited from its predecessor, the Flamewalker unleashed a fierce conflagration from its wound, attempting to sear its flesh to mend a grievous injury. Simultaneously, it employed a perfect summoning ability stolen from the Barrowfire Demon. Dozens of fleshy tumors sprouted across its surface, within which a horde of responding Tannery demons lay in wait, each imbued with abyssal fire armor drawn from the Flamewalker's flesh. Flammer, Bagular, and Berserkers emerged from their cocoons, lacking the Barrowfire Demon's immunity to flames, and the abyssal fire that formed their armor also inflicted harm upon them. Yet, this only ignited their ferocity. These demons, seemingly frenzied, lunged at the nearest foes, The lesser demons were swiftly dealt with by the elite bone demon scythe wielders accompanying the fortress commander during the ambush. As spells conjured ice walls and abyssal fire swirled around the Flamewalker-esque form. Kaz, infused with the bloodline essence of the ancient gold dragon, had significantly enhanced his mastery over spell power, and his innate blue dragon abilities of electromagnetic manipulation had ascended to a new level. What once required a charging period for the electromagnetic cannon could now be unleashed instantaneously. A silver projectile, the size of a basketball, rocketed forth at multiple times the speed of sound, striking the Flamewalker's head with devastating force. The projectile, laden with immense kinetic energy, embedded itself deeply into the demon's brain. And then there was silence. Inflicted with such catastrophic damage, even the most resilient of beings could not survive. The Flamewalker was merely a formidable Tana and Amp, Oppos, Re-Demon, not a divine immortal. The colossal beast, its vital organs severely damaged, plummeted to the ground like the Hindenburg. Its body engulfed in flames, head first and nearly vertical. As for the other Tannery demons clinging to its form, those unfortunate enough to lack the ability to fly would plummet alongside the carcass from great heights. Conversely, those fortunate enough to possess flight capabilities faced an even grimmer fate. 4 such beings would become targets of a coordinated assault by the elite skeletal warriors. Before the descending Tannery met their demise upon impact, they would be torn asunder in midair by the bone demons wielding hooked scythes. Chapter 64. The Reluctant Artisan in All Fairness. The relationship between devils and demons is not one of perpetual conflict. In neutral territories akin to the city of Marks, these two races can, at times, sit together, sipping ale while conspiring their nefarious enterprises. However, once the battlefield of bloodshed is reached, both races cast aside considerations of victory or loss, focusing solely on their respective allegiances. For demons, any devil or its supporters present on the battlefield is an unrelenting adversary, a matter of life and death. As the saying goes, the shot that strikes the head bird, the knife that cuts the leading snake. Once one achieves a semblance of dominance on the blood-soaked fields, the inevitable fate of being targeted ensues. Having just downed a Sky Flamewalker, Kaz had yet to fully relish the sweet taste of victory before a frenzied horde of Tannery demons surged towards him. Even the demons incapable of flight made futile leaps in a desperate attempt to attack, while not far off, for other Sky Flamewalkers, witnessing the fall of their comrade, swiftly reacted. It is no wonder that these newly birthed demons, having devoured the Baylor Flame Demon, possessed a notable degree of intelligence. Observing the Sky Flamewalker descending, luring it into the fray of more Tannery demons, while simultaneously employing various spatial teleportation preventive spells to thwart his assault, Kaz could not help but elevate his perception of the threat it posed. Although silver inflicts additional damage on lower beings, its relatively soft nature affects its lethality. Consequently, the ammunition he had meticulously prepared featured a hollow structure filled with silver powder, with the projectiles coated in silver, which Kaz aptly named silver-penetrating rounds. This batch of ammunition consumed a third of Kaz's silver reserves, double the expenditure compared to the silver bullets previously used to slay that apostle of calamity. There is nothing that cannot be achieved through monetary means. If one approach fails, simply invest twice as much. Electromagnetic cannon, fire, bolstered by the enhancement of his innate abilities. Kaz swiftly shaped his devastating spell. The projectiles, propelled from the electromagnetic field conjured by the young blue dragon, instantaneously formed a vast curtain of death above the demon horde. Flammer, Bagulamer, Berserker demons, Bloodline demons, Ironclad demons, Siren demons, Egg-laying demons, both the named and unnamed demons were mercilessly torn apart by the silver-penetrating rounds. Reduced to mere remnants of flesh and bone, only the more formidable Siren and soul-judging demons managed to escape with their lives, albeit with lingering sense of their former essence. However, as the silver-penetrating rounds shattered, scattering silver powder, a mist enveloped the Tannery demons, rendering their previously non-fatal wounds incapable of healing. Even when they held their breath, their skin absorbed the silver dust, provoking excruciating stings throughout their bodies. The harm inflicted upon demons by this surpasses that of ordinary silver-plated weapons. The powdery mist of silver shavings not only augments the area of contact with the demons, but also, in a thoughtful gesture, Quest has appended an additional invaluable gift, an essence extracted from the celestial beings of the Seven Hills Paradise, residing in the lawful good plane. This celestial oil, known as holy oil, possesses a far greater worth in the lower realms than silver itself. Though holy oil can indeed inflict damage upon evil entities, Its value is further elevated as it is designated as a necessary offering in certain ascension rituals of the Batorian devils. Quest managed to acquire several kilograms of it through the trade channels of the Ugros recording demons. Yet the expenditure of soul prisms far exceeded the cost of purchasing silver ingots by threefold. However, one gets what one pays for: silver powder soaked in holy oil. Upon exploding into a silver mist, significantly amplifies the damage dealt to the tannery demons. Even the formidable demon lurking within the ranks, poised for ambush, was compelled to reveal its true form by the silver mist. The mastermind behind this legion of demons, a colossal skull demon, was forced to cast a rapid healing spell on itself, thereby dispelling its high-level invisibility, surrounding its immense, swollen form floating in the air. The noxious gases were tainted by the silver mist, resulting in a series of continuous minor explosions. The skull demon lacks a discernible physical structure. Its body resembles a naked brain, adorned with a grotesque face the size of a cart. Where one would expect ears, it instead possesses a pair of atrophied arms, with tiny fingers at the ends of its palms. For chains, armed with sharp spikes, tether its body to the twisted folds and pipes below, binding it to the nearby raging demons under its control. The skull demon is not a type of tannery. They belong to the ancient Obiri demons, once masters of the tannery. However, the glory of year has dissipated like smoke following the chaotic and blind conflict that engulfed the multiverse in a war of good and evil. The rise of the Tana and Apos resupplanted their erstwhile masters, while the demon lords of the Obiri chose to retreat deeper into the abyss. During that great war, the skull demon was summoned for its ability to transplant the flesh and blood of abyssal creatures to strengthen the post-chaos army. This astute Obiri demon did not participate directly in the conflict, emerging virtually unscathed. Now, they serve the tannery lords as advisors and flesh artisans, much like they once did for the ancient Obiri lords. Lang is one such skull demon, having previously pledged loyalty to the Barol Flame Lord Talam, who once commanded the entire Misty Vale. Owing to his unique abilities, he was involved in the creation of the Worm Tyrant. However, when the former Lord of the Worm Tyrant was consumed by the experimental creation, Lang's allegiance shifted to the new Demon Lord. It must be said that even amidst changes of power, those who earn their living through skill will not starve. Remarkably, the Great Skull demons found themselves increasingly valued under the Worm Tyrant, especially after assisting him in harnessing the Barol Flame demon guard left by the previous Lord, culminating in the creation of the most formidable acid mistworm demon, the Burning Skywalker. Following this, Longo was directly appointed by the Demon Lord to oversee the training and management of these newly spawned demons. The opportunity to oppress and exploit the powerful Tanneral demons was a rare boon, eagerly embraced by every Great Skull demon, and Longa relished such commands. Regrettably, this period of unparalleled glory lasted but a few fleeting years, as a cunning wolf-snake demon, having secured a position under the Worm Tyrant, abruptly curtailed Longa's prosperous days. The mere recollection of this event sends a shiver of bitterness through Longa's very bones. Had it not been for the undeniable prowess of this adversary in both combat and cunning, Longa would have been far less discontented. Despite his resentment towards the usurpation of the Demon Lord's authority through direct orders, the accursed wolf-snake demon, even the brutal Worm Tyrant appeared almost congenial in comparison. It is said that every resource should be utilized to its fullest. Longa would not allow any opportunity to escape him, lest in truth, even the slightly stronger Great Skull demons possess an immunity to mental spells or psionic effects. Even when distracted by external stimuli, they can manage their own affairs with remarkable efficacy. This innate ability arises from their natural talents, honed through a life steeped in the manipulation of other beings. In a certain light, the Wolf-Snake Commander, after the Great Skull demons had aided the Worm Tyrant in the creation of the Burning Skywalker, indeed employed Longa and Apos' keen intellect and manipulation skills for the crude task of leading troops into battle, which the Great Skull demons deemed beneath them. While it cannot be claimed that this ensures invincibility for the demon legions, at the very least, a commanding general can rein in the chaotic tendencies of the Tanneral demons, adeptly navigating the challenges posed by their old nemesis, the Nine Hells of Barto, to create further complications for their foes. What a troublesome enemy. Longa's counterattack was swift. Having just mended his own form, the demon commander unleashed a spell-like ability, a mass hold monster spell. Aside from Kaze, who easily evaded, a third of the skeletal minions accompanying him in the ambush against the Burning Skywalker failed their saving throws, becoming ensnared and plummeting from the air directly into the midst of the demon horde. Their fate was all but sealed, requiring no further elaboration. Forced to relinquish his invisibility, The Great Skull Demon seized the moment to control the Berserker S-mount, anchored by the animated chains extending from his own form. Dragging it towards a burning skywalker that had lowered its altitude to hover above the demon army, thus escaping the silvery mist generated by K's silvery onslaught. Attack! You wretched scum, the worm tyrant will devour any who dare attempt to flee. The prowess of this individual's soul language was remarkably formidable, akin to a premium player dominating a public channel, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. Even Quais and the Bone Fiends could hear the menacing words, which roared from the depths of their being in the tongue of the abyss. Chapter 65. The Diligent and Responsible Leader in addition to intimidation. The cerebral demon's manipulation techniques also encompass the allure of temptation. The cerebral demon harbors a penchant for collecting obscure artifacts and other valuable items that embellish its lair, with a particular affinity for enchanted magical objects. These treasures are often carried not for personal use, given that few magical items suit their grotesque and blasphemous forms, but rather as rewards for their loyal minions. One might liken them to avid players in a game, and indeed, this analogy holds true. The cerebral demon, Lang, extracted a handful of rings and talismans imbued with flight spells from the myriad of crevices that marred its deformed arms. He generously bestowed these items upon the demons who survived the onslaught of silver bullets. The mere fact that these demons retained their combat efficacy after enduring the bombardment of silver projectiles and the assault of silver mist signified their formidable strength. These were no mere fodder. Yet, let it not be forgotten that Lang is, after all, a demon. His generosity is predicated on a subtle ulterior motive. Each piece of equipment possesses a hidden mechanism. Beyond bestowing the ability to soar through the air, Lang and Apos' gifts concealed an enchantment that allowed him to resonate with the thoughts of the wearer. The more demons adorned these items, the easier it became for the cerebral demon commander to manipulate their minds. As the magical waves emanating from the ruby core embedded in his gaping maw began to flow more smoothly, Lang and Apos' murky eyes, each the size of a car tire, gleamed with a sinister light. He issued his first command to the powerful demons under his thrall: ascend, target the foe that previously felled the Skywalker, tear him asunder, mangle him, devour him alive. Though Lang's speech was chaotic, his intent was unmistakable. It was as if they shared a singular vision. All demons turned their gaze toward Kaz and, without hesitation, surged toward their predetermined objective. No retreat. Utilize ice wall spells to divide the battlefield. And where is that skeletal demon who was to call for artillery support? Why has the hellish roar not yet rained down upon these demons and Apos' heads? Clearly, Kaz had not recharged, thus resorting to shouting as a means of communication. As his articulate commands in the infernal tongue reached the ears of the skeletal demons, the elite Batsu scythe wielders swiftly responded with decisive action. In the face of the ascending war towers, the skeletal demons calmly summoned thick walls of ice from thin air, ensuring that their primary commander would not be encircled, facing assaults from only a limited number of directions. The mid-tier demons regrouped, diligently eliminating clusters of enemies, displaying no signs of fear or disarray despite the occasional demise of their comrades. Indeed, even the most timid of demons, once engulfed in the bloodshed of battle, would be imbued with fervor, fighting to the bitter end. The cunning Batsu clan rarely maintained such a fervent state of mind for long. Moreover, as the commander of the fortress, Quest possesses the true names of all bone demons, a power that instills greater dread than death itself among the chaotic denizens of the lower planes. Indeed, assistance should have arrived long ago on the battlefield. The current situation suggests that the established defenses of the fortress have encountered some unforeseen malfunction. Within the defensive perimeter of the interplanar mercenary stronghold, an unexpected visitor has made an appearance among the alert guards. Upon beholding the sudden arrival, the imposing figure resembling a broom-browed giant struck a resemblance to an old acquaintance transformed into a werewolf, albeit of a much larger stature. This uninvited guest stood a towering 12 feet tall, wielding a colossal axe intricately carved with intertwining mysterious symbols, its end embellished with a ruby. Unlike the werewolf, he bore no fur. His skin exhibited a hue reminiscent of blood-soaked flesh. He was not clad in armor, save for an elaborately patterned arcane bracer on his forearm, his claw-like hands gripping the axe and Apos' long handle with vice-like strength. His visage, akin to that of a hyena, was particularly fearsome, with saliva-dripping fangs that seemed perpetually engaged in gnawing something unseen. Furthermore, a twisted serpent's head emerged from one side of his neck, malevolently coiling and emitting a disquieting hiss. This formidable entity was the newly appointed wolf-snake demon overseer, whose presence had been a source of considerable resentment for the giant skull demon, Langer. In the mists of the acid fog canyon, he serves the worm tyrant. Indeed, among all the abyss, only a demon lord possesses the authority to command such a demon. Their footprints are etched throughout the abyss, yet their numbers remain scarce. Typically, only one wolf snake demon exists per layer of the abyss. Scarcity begets value. Although their numbers are few, wolf snake demons are exceptionally powerful, instilling a semblance of respect even among the stronger Baylor demons. Were it not for matters of life and death that necessitate a struggle to the bitter end, Baylor demons would find themselves helpless against the wolf snake and Ouroboros' innate regenerative abilities, as well as the supernatural might of its colossal axe, which often bypasses most damage mitigation. The venomous bite of the snake, immune to common toxins, poses a significant threat to Baylor demons. Wolf snake demons frequently serve as enforcers for powerful demon lords, overseeing demonic legions as a common choice. They execute the demon lord and Ouroboros' commands without hesitation while meticulously eliminating overly audacious demons, distrusting others and often holding a disdainful view of the abilities of their fellow demons. Wolf snake demons, despite their high-ranking status in the politics of the abyss, tend to prefer solving critical issues with their own hands. For instance, after the airdrops of numerous bots camps into the acid fog canyon, while aiding the worm tyrant in effectively coordinating the demonic forces for a siege, this newly appointed wolf snake demon overseer took it upon himself to personally lead a small team of trusted followers on a hunting expedition. Such hands-on initiatives exemplify the diligence of the Tanari. The first target of this wolf snake demon overseer's hunt is none other than the interplanar mercenary stronghold that was to be dealt with by the giant skull demon, Langur. Once, scholars well-versed in demonology expounded upon the origins of the wolf snake demon. They posited that this creature, possessing the heads of both a wolf and a venomous serpent, could very well be a creation of the ancient Ouroboros species known as the giant skull demon. This perspective was met with no refutation from the wolf snake demon kin. However, a solitary bounty hunter of their kind, lingering beyond the fathomless abyss, took time from his assignments to visit these scholars and their acolytes, ultimately extracting their precious lives. The wolf snake demons held the giant skull demons in disdain, widely regarding their penchant for scheming and habitual avoidance of warfare as compelling evidence of their cowardice and ignorance. Thus, even when Longa was appointed commander for the assault on the fortress of Kaz, the wolf snake demon overseer was the first to step onto the battlefield commanded by the giant skull demon, with eyes endowed with the constant ability to perceive truth. The wolf snake demon swiftly discerned the giant skull demon concealed within the ranks of the demon army, employing high-level invisibility spells for protection. He witnessed Kaz leading bone demons to shoot down a burning skywalker, utilizing a type of transmutation spell he had never encountered before to bombard the demon horde. Merely a fool, the wolf snake demon mused, scratching his chin with the soul-binding ruby embedded in the head of his massive axe to alleviate an itch. Having established the goal of conquering this fortress, he squandered his strength to hunt down a rather peculiar young dragon. An utterly misguided individual. While blue dragons are indeed adept in the arcane arts, the display of an unfamiliar yet potent transmutation spell, though surprising to the wolf snake demon, did not pose a significant challenge. It is well understood that a dragon and Ouroboros' power is most clearly manifested in its size. Consider the likes of Congudius and Targalion. Renowned throughout the multiverse, formidable enough to confront deities, rarely assuming the constrained form of a human. The giant skull demon's actions undoubtedly stemmed from a desire for self-preservation, seeking to eliminate the threat posed by the young blue dragon, an act that was decidedly cowardly and short-sighted. Without delving into the life plan the demon overseer had silently crafted for the giant skull demon, the garrison within the mercenary fortress of another dimension reacted with utmost caution upon the sudden appearance of this lower realm entity, emerging from invisibility before them. Caution. This is a wolf snake demon, a highly advanced Tana. Among the guards, there were those well-versed in various realms. One spellcaster, recognizing the wolf snake demon by its distinctive form, attempted to alert the others with an amplified voice spell, only to be silenced by a poisonous thorn penetrating his jaw and deep into his brain. Simultaneously, numerous assassinations, characterized by the same modus operandi, transpired among the garrison. How could the wolf snake demon venture forth alone? This commander of other Tana demons was accustomed to being accompanied by a retinue befitting his stature. The recent assassinations were, in fact, the handiwork of his subordinate Babo demons. Chapter 66. A deceptive maneuver. The formidable figure known as the Babu demon was unfortunate enough to find himself the target of an assassin, a Baba magic assassin. However, his adversary, Dalton, was even more ill-fated, for he was a master of the hidden arts, a shadow thief. What does it mean to be a shadow thief? Shadows serve as garments, and dark blades accompany their deeds. And what distinguishes a master shadow thief? Shadows bend to their will, and dark blades yield to their authority. Unlike assassins who might sacrifice themselves for a single, decisive blow, shadow thieves excel in stealthy ambushes and possess an innate talent for evasion. Before the thorns of the Baba magic could pierce Dalton and Amp, Appo's S-form, the assassin found himself struck by a spiked gauntlet while still cloaked in shadow. The demon was forcibly expelled from stealth, crashing into the ranks of the defenders, where he met a grim fate, overwhelmed and slaughtered by an array of blades. Simultaneously, the gendarmerie composed of the Batsa demons quickly sensed the presence of the foul creature. Under the command of the elite bone demons, a horde of barbed demons surged forth, launching an assault on the instigator of this chaos, the looming serpent demon. The demon's attack was nothing short of swift and fierce, a necessary response to the formidable serpent demon daring to invade the Bart fortress. The three ogre brothers, left behind by Quees to oversee the defenses, donned their armaments to confront this audacious Tanalith. However, as the serpent demon prepared for battle, it underwent a startling transformation in the face of the oncoming onslaught. With a blade of decapitation, a dual-headed mace, a chain flail, a single-handed axe, a war hammer, and a shield, the six-armed serpent demon emerged, each of its limbs wielding a different weapon. Its body, once fluid like water, shifted through light and shadow, presenting a fearsome visage to the assembled defenders. Blade Barrier. The six-armed serpent demon unleashed its signature technique, creating a formidable wall of enchanted weapons forged from cold iron and razor edges, shattering the assault of the Bart defenders and, utilizing its immense size and strength, even launching a counterattack. Dozens of barbed demon guards were caught in the swirling blades of the serpent demon's barrier, and within the span of a single breath, they were reduced to mere fragments. A cunning bone demon, attempting a surprise attack, found itself ensnared by the serpent demon's elongated tail, crushed into a heap of debris. The enchanted blades forged from abyssal cold iron bore numerous intersecting cracks, causing the ogre blacksmith to nearly lose his sanity in despair, prompting him to retaliate against the demon with fervor. Observing their brother's reckless charge, Palu and Brew naturally refused to stand idle. The shaman Palu brandished his giant ogre skull staff, casting a weakening curse upon the six-armed serpent demon. Although the demon's inherent resistance mitigated the curse's full effect, rendering it unable to lift its shoulders or bare arms, it did slow its movements, granting the clever Brew an opportunity to strike from the side. Brew, the culinary enthusiast of the ogre race, whose intelligence surpassed that of his kin, had been lying in wait. He circled around to the flank of the six-armed serpent demon, poised to launch a thorned net reinforced with silvered iron spikes, while deftly evading the demon's tail with a vaporous maneuver. Generally speaking, the ogre race could not overpower the formidable six-armed serpent demon through sheer strength alone. Yet, in this world, exceptions abound. The ogre Brew, remarkably astute for his kind, stands in stark contrast to his brutish peers. His aspirations to become a master blacksmith and weaponsmith have endowed him with extraordinary strength that surpasses that of his contemporaries. The six-armed serpent demon, due to her inherent misconceptions, faced a dire setback when she attempted to block Naru's furious strike with her cold iron shield. The shield, forged from cold iron, shattered upon impact. Although the six-armed serpent demon, owing to her robust constitution, suffered no fractures, her shield-bearing arm became sluggish from the violent collision, resulting in some muscular dislocation. A sharp intake of breath, whether from pain or instinctive serpentine behavior, escaped her lips as she realized the impending danger of her situation. In a bid to navigate her precarious predicament, the six-armed serpent demon resorted to her signature technique, summoning Tanaril. She refrained from calling upon her kin, recognizing that they lacked the prowess of the wolf serpent or the Baylor fire demon, who could execute a flawless summoning without fail. Instead, four raging berserkers answered her call. These battle-hungry demons emerged like oversized toads clad in tumor-like armor, exuding a noxious steam and liquid from their skin, immediately immersing themselves in the fervor of combat. Without hesitation or forethought, the berserkers charged at their nearest adversary. In their overexcited state, their reptilian eyes gleamed, and though their mouths gaped wide, they emitted no thunderous roars. Instead, their teeth ground together, producing a nauseating sound. Their primary target was the ogre Naru, who was initially focused on delivering devastating blows to the six-armed serpent demon. Fortunately, his ally, the alchemist Paru, swiftly administered a spray of energy potion, named by Kaz as a remedy for ailments, which alleviated much of the discomfort brought on by the overwhelming stench. The ogre was not the sole victim of this foul odor. The respiratory systems of the surrounding fortress guards were similarly ravaged by the noxious emissions of the berserkers, even with their standard-issue pig-nosed gas masks. The soldiers could not fully shield themselves from the repugnant scent. Haru's potion, hindered by the masks, failed to neutralize the odor, resulting in waves of soldiers succumbing to nausea. Fortunately, the spellcasters within the fortress promptly joined the fray, casting spells such as iron lungs and air filtration to combat the foul stench surrounding the soldiers near the berserkers. With the aid of the spellcasters, the chaotic situation soon transformed. Although the berserkers were repugnant, once their abilities were restrained, they posed no real threat to the organized mercenary guards of the Battle alternate dimension, nor to the gendarmerie composed of bone demons and hooked demons. While the six-armed serpent demon proved to be a formidable opponent, the relentless onslaught of the ogre would inevitably lead to her demise at the hands of the numerous guards within the fortress. Where has the wolf serpent demon gone? Is the promised responsible leader merely a facade enthusiast? Does he rely on substitutes to deceive? Certainly not. The wolf serpent demon is currently within the fortress. If we perceive this operation as a hunt, then the six-armed serpent demon and the babu demon, his loyal guards, serve merely as bait, designed to attract the attention of the Batsa forces. The true, fatal blow must undoubtedly be delivered by the wolf serpent demon himself. As a seasoned hunter adept in the art of the chase, the wolf serpent demon swiftly identified two prime targets for his strike. The foremost target is the command center of the Bardo fortress. Given the devils and Oppo's propensity for order, dismantling this command center would likely render the fortress incapacitated. However, the wolf serpent demon has observed that, although the number of devil troops within the Bardo fortress is relatively modest, the collective strength of the mercenaries from various planes is formidable. Coupled with the impressive scale and fortifications of the fortress, it is probable that powerful adversaries are stationed in the command room, possibly having already set traps in anticipation of such a decapitation operation. Thus, caution is imperative. Consequently, this cunning demon shifted his focus to the secondary target, the jet weaponry known as Hell's Roar, as dubbed by the Batsa devils. The wolf serpent demon is far from uninformed. As a commander, he is well acquainted with the weaponry configurations of his old rival, the Batsa devils. Previous communications from the special worm demon had conveyed the details of the defeat of the initial forces, the Calamity Worms, and the Calamity Apostles, revealing the crucial role these weapons played in that engagement. Should he succeed in destroying them, it would undoubtedly inflict significant damage upon the Bardo fortress. This fortress appears to have been constructed in a relatively short time, lacking a magical defense system. It relies solely on these formidable jet weapons to contend with the armies of the demon lords. If he were to eliminate this critical asset, how could the unwitting mortals, deceived by the Batsa devils into participating in this bloodbath, withstand the onslaught of the numerous demon hordes? Indeed, one must ponder this. Without a doubt. The wolf serpent demon raised his long-handled axe, not even employing the blade. Instead, he struck with the end of the axe handle, embedded with sharp, angular rubies, shattering the vocal organs of the bone demon. A brilliant plan. Emerging from invisibility, his serpent-like tongue hissing with excitement behind his hyena-like visage, the wolf serpent demon brandished his mighty axe as if to intimidate, cleaving the already shattered skull of the bone demon while simultaneously splitting in twain a cannon whimsically named by lesser beings. The hooked demon centurion, upon witnessing this formidable tarantula, could not help but feel his eyes bulge in terror, exerting all his strength to cry out, "Enemy attack," only to be abruptly silenced by the descent of the wolf serpent demon's axe. Chapter 67. The Touch of Withering and the Finger of Death. My preconceived notion that the Baler is the most formidable Tannery demon was abruptly rewritten by an unforeseen turn of events. A wolf serpent demon, possessing the dual heads of a wolf and a serpent, displayed a blend of the wolf's ferocity and the serpent's cunning. Its ambush resembled a long-practiced hunting ritual, luring with bait before delivering a sharp blade. Though simplistic, the strategy proved remarkably effective. Even against a fortification system that I now regard as commendable, it felt as if a massive axe had cleaved through protective armor, striking at the core. Fortunately, this seasoned hunter ultimately faltered, thanks to my stalwart companion, the fearless automaton Mr. 21, and Mr. Snade, a powerful half-lich employed by Mr. Kus. Their collaboration turned the tide of battle. Within the abyssal mist canyon, amidst the mercenary fortress of Bart, The six-armed serpent demons and Babo under the wolf serpent demon's command simultaneously invoked summoning spells characteristic of Tannery, staving off part of the defender's assault. While this Tannery demon was inherently treacherous, once engaged in combat, its brutal nature dominated its thoughts, an entity unafraid of confrontation. On the artillery platforms of Bart Fortress, the blood spurted forth from the tailhook demon artillery operator, struck by the giant axe, accompanied by piercing wails that intoxicated the wolf serpent demon with exhilaration. In that moment, lost in the ecstasy of battle and slaughter, the demon forgot its prior intent to prioritize the destruction of enemy artillery. Perhaps it should have first dispatched these feeble Bart scum. After all, they were weak and timid, easily vanquished, with two heads and a singular thought. The demon commander's actions appeared to mock its previous criticism of the skull demon for failing to adhere to established objectives. Yet, such is the nature of Atana and Apos, Reed demon, strict with others but indulgent with oneself. Much like Kiz had recently unleashed a rampage amidst the demon horde. The wolf serpent demon's fury in the artillery zone surpassed even that. Each axe struck flesh, severed limbs, and blood mingled in a grotesque ballet of agony and cries. The powerful demon commander faced the tailhook artillery operators, who were far from worthy adversaries, and the scene unfolded as effortlessly as chopping vegetables. Even if the number of demons were 100-fold, sheer strength would still prevail. "Your takeout has arrived," uttered a strange phrase in abyssal from the mouth of a construct resembling an automaton. Beside it stood a female Sahagan high priestess, likely the one who had ambushed the demon commander. Two insignificant creatures, hardly worthy of concern. The wolf serpent demon, typically renowned for its calmness and wisdom, perhaps due to the intoxicating thrill of slaughter, found its judgment woefully lacking this time. To liken the shark-like Sahwa fishman to mere miscellaneous fish may seem somewhat justifiable, but to bestow the same label upon the mechanized warrior number 21 is nothing short of a grave error. Regardless of the perspective taken, such a judgment is profoundly misguided, both in terms of appearance and prowess. The wolf serpent demon swiftly paid the price for its negligence as the mechanized warrior unleashed an onslaught akin to a tempest, effortlessly subduing this formidable Tana and Apos, Reed demon, shifting the tides of battle in a heartbeat. It is essential to recall that during the encounter with the Baylor, it was No. 21 who bravely bore the brunt of the overwhelming pressure, thereby crafting an opportunity for Kaz and his companions. The enigmatic energy surging within this mechanized entity bestowed it with formidable strength, its combat techniques, acquired from diverse sources and refined through optimization modules, endowed it with martial abilities rivaling those of elite monks. Ordinarily, the enchanted great axe wielded by the warrior, known for its penetrating attack capabilities, would prove devastating. Yet, it found itself incapable of damaging the demon and Apos' corporeal form. In the presence of the advanced alloy infused with copious amounts of adamantine, the wolf serpent demon's once proud natural weapon paled in comparison. Furthermore, its venomous snake kiss, imbued with supernatural toxins, found no purchase against this construct. Additionally, an advanced spellcaster among the Sahwa fishmen persistently unleashed spells to disrupt the confrontation. As the battle against the mechanized warrior reached a stalemate, the wolf serpent demon had no choice but to rely on its racial resistances and advantages to endure the spell damage. Just as the assertion of two mere fish was uttered, the wolf serpent demon was soundly struck in the face with the reality of its misjudgment. Of course, while the mechanized warrior was indeed powerful, capturing such a demon general in one fell swoop proved to be a daunting task. At the very least, it would require the collaboration of a spellcaster of the caliber of a Sahwa fishman high priest to truly dominate this powerful Tana and Apos. However, the situation transformed dramatically with the partnership of a half-lich who had once reached legendary mastery in spellcasting. An armored arm materialized from invisibility, seizing the wolf serpent demon's snake kiss, which had been wary of an ambush from behind. The touch of withering, a new spell meticulously refined by the half-lich through years of pest control experiments, bore effects akin to the withering spell, capable of siphoning moisture from living beings and reducing flesh to decay. Yet, at the cost of the spell's strict touch-based casting, Sneed infused the spell with two novel properties, life theft and regeneration suppression. Although this spell failed in its intended pest control, it yielded astonishing effects when directed at the wolf serpent demon. The life theft and regeneration suppression harmoniously countered the demon's rapid regeneration abilities, inflicting immense damage upon the beleaguered fiend. How might one articulate the specific nature of this damage? It might be more effective to simply sever its head. as at least it could rely on its accelerated regeneration to regrow. Under the effects of the touch of withering, the wolf serpent demon and Oppos' snake kiss withered and shriveled, resembling a desiccated oil stick propped upon its back. My father has never struck me in such a manner. Yet I can perfectly articulate the innermost thoughts of the wolf serpent demon at this moment. Although it remains a mystery whether he even has a father, or who that father might be, the unique spell crafted by the half-lich Sneed has indeed inflicted upon this demon an unprecedented level of agony since its inception. The sudden surge of pain caused the demon commander to inadvertently bite through his own tongue, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth down his hyena-like visage. Nevertheless, this proud Tana and Oppos' demon exhibited remarkable fortitude, refraining from howling in anguish despite enduring such torment. Defiantly, the wolf serpent demon resisted the relentless assault of the automaton warrior number 21. Launching a high-level dispel magic aimed at neutralizing the destructive spells that could follow the withering touch. However, not only did the high-level dispel magic prove ineffective, but a plethora of spells that the wolf serpent demon could have wielded at will, such as malicious transformation, blasphemous utterance, blindness, deafness, lightning bolt, and telekinesis, were rendered null. Even crucial survival skills like greater invisibility and teleportation were beyond his reach, plunging the demon into the depths of a true existential crisis. This was not merely the capability of the animated armor. Rather, it was the demon and Oppos' loss of spell-like abilities that left him vulnerable. Before he could react further, the automaton warrior seized the opportunity to unleash a barrage of devastating blows. Amidst his struggles to evade, the wolf serpent demon discerned from the arcane fluctuations emanating from the fearsome armor that it housed a lich, specifically, the peculiar lich mentioned in the previous communications from the plague worms. One prone to self-destruction. With all his might, he attempted to parry the automaton's fearsome onslaught, lacking the courage to confront a being of such formidable undead power. Instead, he chose to escape towards what appeared to be the softest target, the Sahagan. Yet, once again, his judgment faltered, for even a soft target can possess a temper. The Sahagan summoned two ghostly sharks, their immense jaws ignited with eerie spectral flames, obstructing the demon's path to freedom. Simultaneously, the half-lich concealed within the dreadful armor empowered these undead sharks, endowing them with energy-draining tendrils capable of ensnaring and feasting upon the wolf-serpent demon. Initially, these summoned creatures posed little threat to a powerful tannery demon. However, under the current circumstances, these once easily vanquished undead beings extinguished the last glimmer of hope for the wolf-serpent demon and Oppos' escape. The automaton warrior and Oppos' powerful strikes relentlessly pursued him, while the half-lich Sneed deftly cast another signature necromantic spell, Death's Finger. True to its menacing name, this spell could instantaneously extinguish the life of any living creature, with the sole means of evasion being the fortitude to endure it. Even if one succeeded in resisting, they would still suffer considerable harm. At this moment, the tragic state of the wolf-serpent demon serves as a poignant case study for those affected by such a devastating spell. Although it managed to evade instant death due to its robust constitution, a gaping wound, akin to the size of a pot lid, was still blasted open on its back. The flesh was torn, and even the spine that supported its form lay exposed. Following this, automaton number 21 delivered a decisive blow, shattering its skull and becoming the final straw that broke the camel and Oppos' back. The wolf-serpent demon met its demise. In truth, while a lich possesses the ability to exert control over such formidable tannery, the now-degenerated half-lich, Snyder, who had lost both his corporeal form and part of his power, was not a match for the wolf-serpent demon. Had it been otherwise, he would not have concealed himself within the terrifying armor to engage in battle. With the death of the wolf-serpent demon, its accompanying colossal axe began to rust and decay. This serves as the most crucial indicator of whether this malevolent entity has truly vanished. Confirming the completion of the mission, Snyder mused, "Death is the most astute of thieves, for it steals away everything from those who have perished." However, the Allied forces, having just endured a fierce battle, did not share his poetic sentiment. Automaton No. 21 swung its blade and in a cold, synthesized electronic voice inquired, "Have you cast your vote?" Chapter 68, The Dragon and Oppos' Battle in the Wild, originally intended as the command center for the entire mercenary stronghold in this alternate dimension, only Reiknaz remained behind. Yet the fortress did not succumb to chaos. Even in the face of a surprise assault by the wolf-snake demons, once the invaders were vanquished, order was swiftly restored throughout the camp. After numerous twists and turns, the long-awaited artillery support finally arrived on the battlefield. Though the elite bone demon-sized soldiers that had initially advanced alongside the demonic army had suffered severe losses. Fortunately, the enriched shells transformed the battlefield into a misty silver haze, causing the majority of the land-dwelling demons, who could only retaliate with shouts, curses, and ranged spells, to become ensnared in the stinging itch of silver powder, significantly reducing their attack frequency and accuracy. After repelling the last wave of Tana and Oppos, re-demons, those capable of flight or using magical items gifted by the giant skull demons to hover above, the blue dragon youth, Kaz, finally approached the grotesque brain that commanded this demonic horde. It truly resembled a deformed brain. This was Kaz and Oppos' immediate impression of the Abiris demon. As he observed the giant skull demon making flirtatious gestures, the accumulated aesthetic sensibilities from his 2 lifetimes almost made him retch. This was due to its innate charm-conjuring ability. If one could not resist it, they would fall into an unhealthy admiration for the grotesque appearance of the giant skull demon, leading to self-denial and even self-loathing. Succumbing to such a state would make one easily susceptible to the control of this Abiris demon. Fortunately, both the bone demon and Kaz successfully passed the charm assessment, inciting great fury in the giant skull demon, who harbored a mysterious confidence in its own appearance. Lang, with its withered arms, scratched the temporal lobe-like part of its body, trying to manage its anger. One must admit, this exposed brain-like form was rather convenient. Kaz quickly realized he had unintentionally been influenced and hurried to expel this strange sense of identification from his mind while heightening his vigilance against this ancient Abiris demon. Leaving aside Kaz and Oppos' reactive response, the giant skull demon Lang, nominally the commander of the demonic legion, also felt an overwhelming urge to curse, though it was unclear if it did. Originally a craftsman who relied solely on genuine skill, it had been unceremoniously elevated to the role of a leader in charge of combat. Ironically, the troops under its command were the utterly ineffectual Tana and Oppos, re-demons, which could be seen as a remnant of the Abiris and Oppos' ancient pride and prejudice, though it was not without some justification. In Lang and Oppos' view, the foolishly fluttering fluoro demons, with their fragile bodies, resembled flying vegetables, occasionally shedding spore debris due to their lack of personal hygiene, while the berserk demons, who preferred 4-legged movement despite being bipedal, resembled oversized toads, emitting an odor that far exceeded the limits of imagination. Before it could affect the adversaries, one must first extinguish a group of allies, even if they serve as a stabilizing anchor for one's own living chains. Indeed, it remains steady, yet it is separated from oneself by considerable distance, further aided by the daily mental conditioning that cleanses their minds repeatedly. Occasionally, a few temptingly alluring demons prove to be somewhat capable, but their inherently selfish nature and propensity for duplicity render them unreliable. Moreover, one must expend precious energy daily to brainwash them before they can be persuaded to risk their lives like competent demonic cannon fodder. In summary, engaging in battle alongside these ineffectual beings, the colossal skull demon feels as though it has been cursed with misfortune for 8 lifetimes. Relying on others often proves futile. Ultimately, Lang must depend on himself. He cannot place his trust in the chaotic demons, ensnared in the swirling silver mist created by the artillery fire at the Barto fortress, flailing about like headless flies. As he observes the approaching Kaz, the colossal skull demon chooses to disregard him and severs the head of a valuable flamewalker instead, all the while silently calculating how far this suspected true dragon in humanoid form is from falling into the trap he has laid. Indeed, this treacherous Ouroboros demon has prepared a snare. Employing his biological modification techniques, Lang designed a rapid enhancement plan for cultivating the flamewalker, a new type of tannery demon. However, the corresponding cost is a significantly reduced success rate for the hatching of acid mist worms from within the body of the Baler demon. This is the reason why the acid mist canyon previously boasted a multitude of these premier Tana and Oppos, re-demons, as the demon lord was himself a Baler. Yet now they have almost entirely vanished. Whether it is the pestilence worm collective or the flamewalker, both will only retain a fraction of the original host abilities upon their emergence. The former can leverage the sheer number of acid mistworms and tannery demons to produce a new race through quantitative accumulation leading to qualitative transformation. However, the latter faces significant challenges. Not only is it arduous for a single acid mistworm to devour a Baler demon perched atop the demonic hierarchy, but sourcing enough Baler demons for the worms to inhabit is also a formidable task. Baelor demons are not as abundant as cabbages. Even with the racial advantage held by the former demon lord Talham, who amassed a considerable number of Baelor guards, this considerable number only amounts to about 50. When creating the Flamewalker, even with the suppression of the Worm Tyrant and Lang's exceptional biological modification skills in tandem, the likelihood of success does not exceed 50%, theoretically allowing for the creation of no more than 20 such new demons. It is essential to recognize that while the Flamewalker is formidable, it merely inherits a portion of the Baelor demon and Oppos' capabilities at random. If such an abundance of raw materials yields only subpar results, it would indeed be a waste of resources, a grievous loss. The Colossal Skull Demon is exceedingly astute, and Lang is no exception. Thus, during the creation of the Burning Skywalker, he employed the arcane and esoteric techniques of his race to splice the genetic material, compensating for inherent flaws. Unlike simple organ transplantation, the genetic grafting wielded by the Great Skull Demon provides the recipient with latent abilities derived from other beings, albeit with a significantly heightened risk of failure. Consequently, the theoretical number of potential Burning Skywalkers was halved. In the entire Acid Mist Canyon realm, only 13 Burning Skywalkers were ultimately transformed and birthed through the direct intervention of the Worm Tyrant, assisted by the Great Skull Demon. What latent abilities did Lang implant in these newly emerged Tannerel? The answer lies in the Canine Demon, a creature possessing the remarkable ability of Devour and Evolve. Upon slaying a humanoid being, it can consume the remains, absorbing the essence of their life force to facilitate its own evolution. After thoroughly researching the genetic template of this latent ability, Lang refined it, expanding the range of potential prey beyond humanoids to encompass any life form sharing common biological traits. Applied to the Burning Skywalker, this capacity serves as an exquisite means to rectify its inherent shortcomings. After all, the Abyss is replete with a myriad of Tannerel demons. Furthermore, there exists a touch of personal ambition from the Great Skull Demon, the Canine Demon, being a creature of the lawful alignment, embodies traits that Lang hopes to instill into his creations, thereby rendering them more amenable to command. In truth, this approach has yielded tangible results. After the Quest Assault team ambushed one of the Burning Skywalkers, the remaining ones did not charge recklessly as their Tannerel counterparts would typically do. Instead, they judiciously lowered their hovering altitude to seek cover among the demon horde. Their enhanced intellect is evident from this behavior. Under Lang's guidance, they commenced the consumption of numerous fallen Tannerel demons, even feasting upon the corpses of their slain brethren, which provided substantial nourishment due to their shared biological traits. As one of the creators of these Burning Skywalkers, the Great Skull Demon can keenly perceive the rapid enhancement and completion of the previously partial Balefire demon abilities within them. Although their overall strength may not yet rival that of their former hosts, their significantly larger size endows them with a comparatively greater vitality. It must be said that this method of gaining power through consumption is indeed a capability worthy of envy and admiration, akin to Quest's previous method of learning through slumber. Step by step, as he counted Quest's movements, the Great Skull Demon awaited the precise moment of culmination. Just as Quest reached the designated point, a Burning Skywalker, having mastered the art of high-level teleportation, instantaneously materialized and collided forcefully with him. This particular Burning Skywalker had grown 2 robust arms and instinctively acquired the Balefire Demon's grappling mastery. Following the successful strike, an embrace of death swiftly ensued, tightening around the humanoid form of the Blue Dragon Youth. This is not the end. Additionally, the inherited arcane abilities from the Barol Flame Demon manifested as the Decree of Dread and the consecutive casting of Flamestorm aimed to swiftly eliminate the leader of the Batzer Assault team with absolute certainty. This series of assaults nearly achieved their objective. At a critical moment, Kuwais could no longer conceal his prowess. The benefits derived from the system upgrade prior to his airdrop, which fused the life essence of an ancient golden dragon, endowed him with a resistance to fire that transcended conventional immunity. In the fleeting moment of distraction caused by the Decree of Dread, the Flamestorm inflicted no damage whatsoever. As he was ensnared and constricted, Kuwais resolutely reverted to his true draconic form. When it comes to close combat capabilities, dragons have always dominated all challengers. What manner of dragon is this? Was I mistaken before? Yet, the effects of True Sight clearly reveal that this is merely an adolescent blue dragon. Ignoring the astonishment of the giant-headed demon Longa at Kuwais's peculiar dragon form, a fierce battle erupted in the wilderness. Chapter 69. Its blood is dark yellow. The dragon battles in the wilderness, its blood a dark yellow. Blood, tainted with soot and flame, splatters wantonly. Not from the ravaging body of the true dragon, but from the grievously wounded Skywalker, who fell victim to a surprise attack. Between the indigo scales lie strands of dark gold, and the bulging muscles seem ready to burst forth. Its fangs and sharp teeth glisten with a fierce radiance, akin to molten gold, while its eyes, resembling the characteristics of a blue dragon, are set within a fearsome head. Though it may seem somewhat inappropriate to refer to this clearly oversized dragon as a young blue dragon, we shall overlook this detail. For our protagonist is still in the early stages of life, because flexed his dragon claws, which had just crushed the head of the Skywalker that had ambushed him, and uttered in a low, succinct draconic language, "This is power. This power is exquisite." With a gust of wind at its back, the colossal dragon lunged directly at the enemy who dared to plot against it. In the presence of the true dragon, the self-denying perceptions that the giant skull demon perpetually spread were obliterated. After all, the allure of the dragon far surpassed that of such a grotesque abomination. Block him. For the first time, the giant skull demon Lang commanded his demonic legions not through mental communication, but directly in abyssal tongue. His shrill voice, coupled with the rapid descent of his raging war steed, indicated the fear that now gripped the Obiri demon. The overwhelming dread that enveloped the giant skull demon was partly due to the intimidating presence of the dragon, commonly referred to as dragon might. This demon, skilled in manipulation, found himself ensnared by his own tactics. With boots of swiftness, a ring of giant transformation, and a lesser soundwave staff, Lang armed his demonic army with various magical artifacts, hoping to overwhelm the fearsome dragon that spread terror across the skies through sheer force. Moreover, the flesh transplantation techniques, once regarded by the giant skull demon as an art to be executed only with careful consideration, were now recklessly employed under the pressure of survival. He birthed multiple active chains, capturing the flying Tana demon with abandon. Without regard for the Tana's fury and pleas, he callously tore off its wings and subsequently attached them to a six-armed serpent demon. Such scenes of cruelty repeated endlessly, as six-armed serpent demons adorned with the wings of the Tana were hurled into the skies by the depraved leader, seduced by the allure of the 6 pairs of quasar wings. Say you cannot fly? Then why not perish? You claim the wings are improperly placed? Then why not die? Hurry, all of you, ascend to the heavens and report to that grotesque dragon. The malevolent giant skull demon wielded his manipulative abilities, continually driving and urging these forcibly transformed Tana demons to seek cause, delivering their heads as offerings. Although this ancient species of the Ouroboros demon has long prided itself on its intelligence, its chaotic essence is now laid bare. Facing the demons rushing in to offer their heads, Kaz resolutely activated the newly mastered Ashen Field, radiating waves of searing heat from within his body that repelled those fiends attempting to swarm and cling to him. In an instant, the demons ignited by the intense heat transformed into soaring torches, with only the slightly stronger ones managing to escape with their lives, though severely burned. With a swift lash of his tail, he struck down a 6-armed serpent demon that had attempted to teleport beside him. This demon sought to unleash a blade barrier to slice through Kaz's form, but its plan faltered due to the imbalance caused by the chaotic integration of a floromoth wing, crudely affixed to its chest by a massive skull demon. To be candid, Kaz felt a twinge of fatigue. He had just led a strike team of Botsa demons to snipe the Emberwalker, only to be besieged by another wave of demons. Reluctantly abandoning his concealment to assume his true dragon form, he now faced an overwhelming multitude of adversaries, making it disingenuous to claim he felt no weariness. The demons seemed endless, and it appeared that a vast horde was continually pouring onto the battlefield. Yet, the young blue dragon did not succumb to the allure of indiscriminate slaughter. Instead, he felt a surge of vigilance. He must decisively resolve this predicament. Resolute in his thoughts, Kaz prepared to employ a nascent ability he had yet to fully master. The combat style of a dragon encompasses 3 primary modalities: melee, spellcasting, and innate breath weapon. As a blue dragon, Kaz's breath was originally a bolt of lightning, while enhancing its intensity and duration could indeed harm the Tanarim demons. Facing such a multitude of foes, all possessing immunity to electrical attacks, rendered this approach rather futile. Fortunately, before his descent, he had absorbed the essence of an ancient gold dragon, granting him 2 additional breath abilities, a weakened breath and a fire breath. Both of these were innate talents of gold dragons, and due to Kaz's egg having undergone adaptive transformation from an ancient civilization, the fusion of the gold dragon's heart had triggered a passive evolution that surpassed his body's natural limits. Under the impetus of this passive evolution, The inherited gold dragon breath capabilities were nothing short of extraordinary. Kaz had attempted the fire breath once, resulting in the necessity to employ a rapid regeneration spell on his charred jaws, while he had yet to even test the weakened breath. Though he could not yet wield this ability with perfection, he had conceived various alternative applications, such as arcane steel refinement techniques and oxygen return methods for smelting, experiments he yearned to explore in the future. However, faced with the imminent threat of the demon horde and the urgent need to eradicate the tactical target of the Emberwalker, capable of effortlessly obliterating the extra-dimensional mercenary stronghold, Kaz understood he must harness the most primal function of this innate breath ability. Battle. A decisive and resounding battle. Chapter 70. The obliteration of evil. Taking a deep breath of the acrid air, the young blue dragon seized the maw of the rampaging Skywalker, which lunged at him with the intent to bite. With a slight adjustment, he enlarged the creature's mouth further. Discarding the rampaging Skywalker, whose body he had torn apart, Questa fixed his molten gold gaze upon the remaining two beasts, acutely aware of their growing strength as they devoured the demon from the Tower of Consumption. As anticipated, the remaining rampaging Skywalkers, driven by instinct, maneuvered their massive forms closer to the slowly descending carcass of their fallen kin. Electromagnetic cannon. Even before his transformation, the young blue dragon had ingested the spatial belt containing silver-tipped armor-piercing rounds, a customary method for dragons to utilize magical items. In that moment, the charges within him surged, and under the influence of a potent electric field, these projectiles coalesced into a metallic tempest that erupted from his jaws, hurtling towards a predetermined target. With an initial velocity exceeding 10 Mach, the projectiles gained formidable kinetic energy. They tore through the atmosphere, their metallic surfaces glowing red-hot from the intense friction, leaving a blazing crimson trail in their wake. There was no escape. The remaining two rampaging Skywalkers were instantly ravaged by the onslaught of the incoming projectiles, their bodies riddled with gaping wounds, some as large as basins, while the majority pierced through their massive forms, inflicting grievous harm. The excruciating pain elicited deafening roars from the rampaging Skywalkers, their scalding blood splattering in every direction. Indeed, these creatures were resilient, not yet fully extinguished, Questa mused silently. Nevertheless, this did not deter him from his next assault. The annihilation of evil must be thorough, and the best demon is a completely eradicated one. Although the young blue dragon seemed a tad underwhelming in size when referred to as such, it would suffice for the moment. Questa summoned the power within him, allowing the searing energy to surge from his core to every extremity, fervently drawing upon it to fuel his forthcoming attack. He endeavored to simultaneously harness the weakening breath of the gold dragon and the flames, directing it towards his adversary, the demon horde. This was a combat strategy he had never before attempted, thus necessitating the prior use of cunning tactics to lure and incapacitate the two rampaging Skywalkers, which could have jeopardized his grand design. In retrospect, his strategy proved sagacious. Once the immense energy was mobilized, it became increasingly difficult to contain. Hovering in the sky, the young blue dragon's muscles tensed, as if he could burst like an overinflated balloon at any moment. His indigo scales slightly quivered, caught in a brief moment of rigidity. Fortunately, he ultimately succeeded in achieving a feat that even purebred gold dragons would find arduous. The acid mist canyon dimension was not entirely enshrouded in darkness. The gathering clouds of acidic gas overhead reflected and refracted the fiery glow of the numerous active volcanoes scattered throughout the realm, casting a faint reddish-brown luminescence across the landscape. At this moment, it seemed as if a sun had arisen in this place. The sun symbolizes fire, light, destruction, and death. The searing beams of light enveloped the debilitating gas, rendering life frail, akin to the mighty golden staff wielded by Sun Wukong, striking fiercely upon the heads of the malevolent creatures before Kuei's. There were no howls, no blood. These elements, which ought to have manifested, were evaporated and obliterated by the radiant brilliance. The young blue dragon exerted all his strength, adjusting the direction of his lethal breath, directing this beam of death into the gathering of the Tana and Apos, Reed demons. At this moment, this horde of lower realm beings, who reveled in slaughter and took pride in annihilation, trembled in fear, summoning their last reserves of strength to flee from the impending massacre and destruction brought forth by this radiant light. The commanding giant skull demon showed no hesitation. This ancient Ouroboros made a more decisive choice to retreat than the other Tannery demons. He left behind a mirrored illusion to confound Kuei's while his true self had already stealthily opened a directional portal beneath him. This cunning commander of the Demon Legion had preemptively established a beacon for retreat before launching the attack. How fortunate it was to have prepared for two contingencies. It is wise to be vigilant. Lang, who was particularly concerned about his image, had just leapt from the portal and raised his misshapen hands to brush off the dust that had settled upon him from the shockwave. Indeed, it is wise to be vigilant. A terrifying suit of armor, emanating strong arcane energy, emerged through the still partially open portal to stand before the giant skull demon. In the mercenary fortress of another plane, the smoke of battle gradually dissipated. Although the remnants of the demons continued their siege, it was of little consequence. All present witnessed their commander, Kues, bravely charging into battle, restoring his form as a great dragon, which brought a sense of calm to many, perhaps among these individuals. Aside from the scholarly spellcasters, few could accurately gauge the terrifying power of the final strike delivered by this youthful blue dragon. Nonetheless, the reputation of dragons resonates widely across the multiverse. With such a formidable entity in their midst, it undoubtedly stirred the spirits of these beings. Yet, not all were inspired. At least the former paladin Jansen was not. In his eyes, this war was a senseless slaughter among the forces of evil, and the only potential significance lay in the mutual destruction of as many malevolent beings as possible within this chaos. Under the gaze of the deities of justice and law, trapped in the abyss, he felt powerless. Only through fierce combat, or by facing death could he hope to cleanse his sins. Jansen repeatedly recited his prayers within. As a convicted paladin, he could only silently beseech in the depths of his heart. He must adhere to the silent precepts. Until his transgressions were absolved and his soul redeemed, this former paladin would no longer possess the power to appeal or argue. Though ragged and voiceless, Jansen knew he had not been forsaken by his faith. His arm, raised to block strikes with his shield, remained steady, and the force behind his sword strikes seemed even greater than before. Yet, even the most devout believer may succumb to fatigue. Countless strikes aimed at shattering the demonic visage of Terralith have begun to take their toll. The wear and tear on his weaponry renders him increasingly impotent. While his conviction stands resolute, his armaments do not share the same fortitude. As he deftly deflected the clawing assault of a timid demon squad leader, his shield unexpectedly shattered. This unforeseen turn of events allowed the adversary to seize his once thrusting longsword tightly. At that very moment, an ambush from a lurking Bobbum demon struck without warning. The efficacy of this maneuver remained uncertain, for the weapon appeared perilously close to total destruction. "Hey kid, watch out!" A sharp reprimand, spoken in the tongue of the Inferno, echoed in Jansen's ears. A figure adorned with a ludicrous top had darted past him, and with spiked gauntlets, struck first, obliterating the ambush's cranium. This is no place for distraction. In response to this unexpected assistance, Jansen merely nodded, refraining from vocal gratitude, as such a display would be unbefitting of a paladin and amp. Opos, est decorum. Chapter 71. The ambition of the usurper demon for the once hallowed paladin Jansen. Faith transcended mere veneration of a deity. It embodied a way of life. When others extended their hands in assistance, it was his duty to express gratitude without delay. Yet, burdened by the shackles of the silent proverb, Jansen could only conceal these sentiments within his heart, yearning for a future opportunity to repay his debts. Half an hour had elapsed since the last siege demon was vanquished, and without the need for prodding from the Batsu constabulary, the interdimensional mercenaries engaged in the fortress's defense began to take much-needed respite. Jansen's already battered armor and weapons had been rendered utterly unserviceable in the previous conflict. Thus he received new provisions from the quartermaster: a broad-bladed short sword, a round shield forged from common iron, a set of half-plate armor complete with a helmet, a spear exceeding 7 feet in length, and several throwing axes. In any material realm, such equipment would be deemed quite valuable. However, within the fortress of Batsu, it was merely commonplace. The demons had indeed funneled the wealth they had deceitfully amassed from various corners of the multiverse into the abyss of bloodshed. As Jansen silently grumbled, he meticulously honed the edges of his weapons with oiled sandpaper. Though Jansen's assessment bore its flaws, it was not devoid of merit. For beings of the lower planes, wealth served as a nourishing sustenance for their insatiable greed. Any competent Batsu would not shy away from accumulating treasures that showcased their power and status. Yet for them, or rather for the high-ranking fiends, the philosophical dichotomy of order versus chaos transcended mere strength. It was intrinsically tied to the essence of their existence. Consequently, within the blood-soaked battlegrounds, Batsu demons were never frugal in expending their riches. Furthermore, the majority of these expenditures were imposed upon the lower-ranking demons, who, unburdened by guilt, generously squandered the wealth of others. In truth, this was also due to the fact that the Fortress of Kays was merely a stronghold for interdimensional mercenaries. Several pure Batsu demons airdropped into the Acid Mist Canyon possessed far more ample supplies. However, the better equipped one was, the more likely they were to encounter perilous foes. A battalion composed entirely of Batsu demons traversed the terrain of the Acid Mist Canyon, moving with both caution and swiftness through a landscape riddled with ravines and concealing subterranean volcanoes. Unlike Kays, which had been airdropped along with the entire fortress into this realm, this vanguard of Batsu opted for a strategy of mobility. They deftly dealt with small contingents of tannery demons, ensuring that the enemy was denied any opportunity to exploit their numerical superiority. The rationale behind this tactic stemmed from the commanding high demon and Oppos' profound familiarity with such strategies. Once venerated as a deity by an ancient and unknown centaur tribe, he was none other than a usurper demon. The transgressor demon is a rare breed of devil, devoid of its own race. Emerging from the era of darkness and ignorance, it was once revered by primitive mortals in the guise of a deity. However, with the advent of true gods and the birth of faith, these primordial spirits were cast aside and forgotten. Thus, when hell opened its gates to them, these false deities eagerly embraced the invitation and gifts from the nine hells, transforming into members of the Batsu. This particular transgressor demon, once a revered totem of the centaur tribe, resembles a colossal centaur magnified several times over. Yet, following the gifts of Barto, its original hooves morphed into curled beastly claws. Scaled wings sprouted from its back, and it adorned the characteristic dual horns common to Batsu demons. This commander had once been worshipped as a god in the realm of war among the centaur tribes. Therefore, after aligning with Barto, it sought to repay the grace of the nine hells with expertise in its respective domain. However, such aspirations require an equivalent exchange in Barto and Oppos' eyes. In fact, due to the venture capital received from the nine hells, the transgressor demon finds it more challenging than other Batsu demons to traverse the material world, unless it can earn sufficient merit to ensure the successful execution of the agreement. The transgressor demon ventured perilously into the abyss and summoned a formidable cadre of powerful Batsu vassals, such as the fearsome demons and blood-armored demons, outfitting them with weaponry that could only be described as luxurious. Even the scouts of this army were selected from the strongest six-legged scythe beetles within the nine hells. As a former war deity of the centaur race, this transgressor demon is intimately familiar with the swift tactics of warfare. Thus, upon being transported to the Acid Mist Gorge, the Batsu army adopted this style of operation. Initially, the six-legged side beetle beasts, clad in chitinous armor and tireless, scouted the marching routes, followed by the passage of the completely demon-formed army. When encountering small groups of tannery demons, they would swiftly overwhelm their foes through sheer numbers and combat prowess. Conversely, when faced with vast hordes of demons, the Batsu army could easily evade confrontation. After all, the transgressor demon is still a type of devil, endowed with rational analytical capabilities. This operation, if successful in breaching the gate fortress of hell, would be a substantial achievement, rendering unnecessary a futile struggle against the native demons of the abyss. Stationed at the helm of the army, the transgressor demon listened intently to the reports relayed by successive scout teams of scythe beetles, continuously adjusting the precious map of the marching routes in hand. Simultaneously, it remained vigilant towards the steel vehicle, drawn by hundreds of iron-armored demons. Stationed in the heart of the ranks, this steel war chariot, funded by the transgressor demon, was intended as the foundation for the gate fortress, where dozens of spellcasters toiled day and night, chanting incantations and preparing for the task at hand. As of now, it was the 7th day, and less than 3 days of labor remained until the regional gate fortress would fully connect with Avernus, establishing a stable spatial passage. Fortunately, the willingness to invest like the great merchant Yagros in procuring the terrain map of this dimension has allowed us to boldly display such a colossal gate to the abyss without fear of consequence. Chapter 72. A delicate situation in the depths of the abyss. Within the acid mist canyon of the 479th layer, the environment, once seemingly submerged in potent acid, has been somewhat revitalized by the acid mist worms, creatures birthed from the worm tyrant's influence. Nonetheless, the cracked terrain and the pervasive acidic fog continue to impede the rapid advance of the Iron War chariots. Every 2 days, these vehicles, which bear dozens of spellcasters and serve as transports for the Hellgate Fortress, must undergo timely replacements of their worn-out hubs and tires. A group of imps, under the vigilant supervision of a blood-armored demon, is diligently repairing the chariots while applying the highly acid-resistant blood of the Batorian demon to all components, shielding them from the corrosive mists. The visual acuity of demons far surpasses that of mortals, enabling them to perceive the distant gathering of sporadic Tana and Apos, reed demons, who are observing the movements of this contingent. Fortunately, scouts from the scything worms and the concealed forms of the Collyruts have swiftly formed a response team to address these potential threats, allowing the commander to await their promising report. However, the deceiver demon remains vigilant, acutely aware that this marks the most perilous moment for the mobile unit. During the maintenance of the Iron War chariots, they had already engaged in 2 skirmishes with the approaching demons, relying on the considerable presence of mid to high-ranking demons within their ranks to decisively annihilate the foes, utilizing his daily bestowed sinister abilities. The deceiver demon constructs a temporary command post. Entering this makeshift headquarters, he retrieves a tanned hide map crafted from the skin of tannery demons and scrutinizes it meticulously. According to the Yugoloth and Apos' account, this route chart presents a relatively safe path discovered during their mercantile travels. Yet, the overwhelming number of worms in this layer has skewed the realm's natural laws in their favor. Not only abyssal creatures but also lesser demons risk falling prey to parasitism. The commander's robust fingers tap upon the iron desk draped with the scroll, each impact resonating like a hammer striking an anvil. As the troops have now traversed nearly 8 days, the drawbacks of their guerrilla tactics since abandoning the land of Avernus have begun to surface. A majority of the lower-ranking demons find themselves unable to defy the worm-centric laws of this realm, their bodies starting to exhibit signs of parasitism from the acid mist worms. This predicament, while not yet dire, is currently mitigated by the collective force of the deceiver demon and other mid to high-ranking demons, which has stifled the spread of the parasites. The commander is deeply concerned that, should they encounter further assaults from the Tana and Apos in the coming days, the loss of mid to high-ranking demons could reach a critical threshold, potentially igniting a crisis of parasitism among the lower demons, an eventuality that could serve as the final straw. It is imperative to address this issue, for the mission stands at a critical juncture, and any misstep could prove catastrophic. The deceiver demon strokes his chin, contemplating various potential solutions that might yield effective results. A fly demon, serving as a messenger, disrupted the commander's contemplation. This vile entity, resembling a child, appeared to be a grotesque amalgamation of a corpulent human infant and a massive, blood-sated fly. As it swiftly darted through the entrance of the sinister command post, it was immediately ensnared by a force field spell laid down by the usurper demon. Naturally, the interrupted high-ranking devil was filled with rage. However, he refrained from crushing the offending fly demon without first viewing the transmitted visual data. The fly demon possessed a spell-like ability known as the Eye of Hell, allowing it to record everything it observed and relay the images to other beings. This capability was the most valued aspect among those who tolerated the incessant buzzing of such demons. The imagery conveyed by the fly demon prompted the usurper demon, who had previously been reclining behind a writing desk, to rise on all fours. Earlier, a terror demon and a squadron of scytheworms had formed a rapid response team to hunt down the demons gathered to observe the Batsu army. Unexpectedly, they were easily annihilated by 2 opposing demons dispatched by the enemy. These 2 demons appeared to be entwined like countless acid mist worms, and the usurper demon recognized them as a pair of plague worms. However, this was quite unusual, according to intelligence acquired through dealings with the Ugros demons. Although plague worms were classified among the formidable Tana and Apos, they should have struggled to assault and kill a terror demon, even if both were to attack simultaneously. It should be noted that these terror demons had been procured at great expense by the usurper demon, serving as elite reserves poised for ascension into the depths of hell. Among them, the most exceptional would earn the formidable title of Overlord Demon. In an unprecedented turn of events, the usurper demon yearned to hear the fly demon's incessant buzzing voice recount the details regarding the visual data. Yet again, his thoughts were thwarted. A furious roar unique to the blood-armored demons echoed from the temporarily stationed Batsa camp, upon the usurper demon bursting forth from the sinister command post. The scene that unfolded before him was enough to drive him to the brink of madness. The heavily protected Iron War chariot had been overturned, and the Hellgate fortress prototype it bore had crumbled into a heap of rubble. The flesh of the lowly demons, one of the raw materials, lay scattered across the acid mist canyon floor, resembling spilled fruit preserves. At that moment, the instigator of this chaos stood before the throng of frenzied, blood-armored demons. exuding an air of casual indifference that was infuriating. Slay that tannery scum. The blood-armored demons, once aligned, launched a swift and furious assault without needing the usurper demon's command. The front line, brandishing spears, thrust forward, while those behind unleashed barrages from energy crossbows capable of firing hellish power. As the most loathed of the Tana and Apos, re-race within the depths of Barto, the blood-armored demons and the fiends knew that their encounters could only conclude with the utter annihilation of one side. Moreover, other high-ranking demons within the camp, such as the terror demons, spontaneously joined the fray to assail this audacious intruder into the Batsa camp. In an instant, the spirit of unity and collaboration, which should not exist among the lower ranks, erupted among the soldiers of this battalion. In the face of a barrage of attacks raining down upon him, the lone individual who had pierced through the Batser encampment calmly declared, "Command, collective dread." As the final syllable resonated, the incantation manifested as a tangible ripple, swiftly spreading across an area equivalent to half the encampment. Creatures within this domain were compelled to resist through sheer will. Failure to do so would render them stunned in a state of shock. Those closest to the source, the blood-armored demons, were most affected, rendered momentarily paralyzed by the sheer force of the spell. Chapter 73. The hopeless struggle. The usurper demon, once a false god, successfully evaded the paralyzing effects of the divine edicts. Some formidable terrors, following suit, also liberated themselves from the state of intimidation, only suffering minor repercussions. However, the other Batsu within the camp were far less fortunate. The majority found themselves ensnared in a state of stupor, relying solely on the strength of their souls to break free from their corporeal constraints. Those fortunate enough to escape found their power severely diminished due to the disparity effect between soul and body. "Who art thou?" the wrathful usurper demon commander exclaimed, attempting to disrupt his foe with a battle cry while unhesitatingly wielding his double-headed spear, typically used as a staff, to strike at this formidable adversary. The assault of the double-headed spear proved futile, as an ethereal hand of force materialized to block the Ba and Apos, Su Commander and Apos' attack. The usurper demon recognized this spell as the Big B's grasping hand, a 7th-tier spell capable of exerting force comparable to his near full-strength blow. Whether sorcerer or wizard, such a powerful spellcaster was not to be underestimated. "I am the vice body of the dragon, Hemtar," the adversary, having effortlessly thwarted the usurper and Apos' assault, stated calmly. Astonishment gripped the former false god. The term sudden shock aptly encapsulated his current sentiments. The usurper demon was no stranger to knowledge. His willingness to invest heavily in safer military routes from the Ouroboros merchants revealed the significance he placed on intelligence gathering for this military endeavor. Hemtar, the independent sentient entity named in reverse by the worm tyrant after its creator, had long been inscribed in the usurper and Apos' abyssal campaign records. Although detailed and credible information on him was scarce, the mere fact that he was a component of the formidable worm tyrant, a being rivaling true deities, sufficed to demonstrate the threat Hemtar posed. Despite once being a false god, the usurper demon's powers could not compare to those of the demon lord commanding an entire layer of the acid fog canyon. Moreover, they were currently in hostile territory, prompting the Ba and Apos' Su commander to recall the earlier intelligence relayed by the flawed demons. Surely, the entire scout team, stationed by the terrors, had perished, and this was attributable to the prowess of the individual before him. Nevertheless, given the circumstances, the usurper demon had no intention of resigning himself to defeat. In the theater of bloodshed, surrender was an alien concept, and among demons, there existed no provisions for the merciful treatment of captives. He could only summon his full might in a desperate bid for survival. Yet, a perplexing question lingered. After nearly 8 days of rapid marching, having verified the safety of the Ouroboros merchant route, why had such a lethal vice body of the dragon emerged so suddenly? Pondering this conundrum proved futile. For upon revealing his identity, Hemtar unleashed a tempestuous barrage of fierce attacks, nourished by the divine power of the centaur tribes. The aberrant deities possess formidable advantages in terms of damage resistance and immunity compared to their counterparts among the Batus demons. The majority of these aberrant deities can effortlessly withstand damage from spells associated with cold, electricity, fire, toxins, and sound waves. Consequently, Hemtar employs a tactical approach against these formidable foes, initially utilizing spatial compression spells to restrict their movement, while generously unleashing control spells such as petrification rays, weakening curses, and anti-magic rays to diminish the defensive benefits conferred by their idle armor. Subsequently, he summons Tana and Apos, to counter the onslaught of other Batu's demons, ensuring he does not find himself encircled. Although Hemter's strategy is straightforward, it is remarkably effective. At this moment, he finds himself alone within the encampment of a Batu's demon army, situated in the acid fog canyon of the abyss. Thus, the manifestation of a demon lord's avatar invoking Tannery swiftly neutralizes the numerical advantage held by the aberrant deities. Most of the blood-armored demons, barely recovering from the effects of the divine command, are compelled to rush about extinguishing fires with dimensional anchor-like spells to thwart the frenzied teleportation of the summoned demons. They have yet to engage the very enemies responsible for this chaos, forced to withdraw from the upper-tier battles, which incites considerable frustration among the Batu's soldiers, who have dedicated their lives to the cause of bloodshed. At this juncture, the only assistance available to the aberrant commander comes from the expensive-to-recruit tormentors. This elite cadre of Batu's warriors, honed for ascension to the depths of the abyss, finally finds their moment to shine. They are extraordinarily brave fighters, seldom opting for retreat, even in the face of formidable adversaries. The glory of slaying an avatar of a lord of the abyss invigorates them as they charge forth, brandishing their spiked chains or tridents from the air with reckless abandon. However, two unwelcome Tana and Apos, stand in their path. Should the aberrant deities scrutinize closely, they would recognize these two Tannery as the harbingers of devastation, the very duo that annihilated the previous scouting party. These harbingers are no ordinary Tannery. They predate the avatar of Hemtar and were birthed by the worm tyrant as primordial beings, serving as the archetype for all harbingers. We are called the Swarm, for our numbers are vast. Come to my bowl, you flying horned rams. What bowl? We have none. Silence. Just consume them, as we did before. Ha ha, I second that. I second it. Within the corporeal forms of these harbingers, a cacophony of voices from the acid fog worms resonates, as if they are responding to the pure chaos of the abyss, thereby augmenting their strength further. With a swift motion, numerous acid mist worms, rooted within the body of this demon, shot forth like arrows, piercing through the elusive form of the fearsome demon. While such an assault could not slay a great demon, these two calamity worm swarms, akin to a fisherman reeling in their catch, dragged the thoroughly impaled demons toward the ground of the acid mist gorge dimension. In the interim, the victims brandished their weapons, slashing and stabbing at the worm lines that inflicted grievous harm upon them, yet only a handful achieved any significant effect. The majority of the demons' weapons were deflected by the resilient, slime-covered skin of the acid mist worms, rendering their efforts futile. Those demons that were dragged down met the earth in a rather ungraceful manner, landing in disarray. Seizing the opportunity, the Calamity Worm Swarm showed no mercy, akin to the relentless tactics employed by Orochimaru in Naruto, unleashing an unquantifiable number of acid mist worms that surged forth to assail the grounded demon victims. These worms served various roles: intimidation, restraint, and direct assault, executing a barrage of attacks that left the entangled demons pinned to the ground. The demons still hovering in the air, however, were not deterred by the plight of their companions. Rather, it ignited a fierce wrath among the elite Batsa demons. They retaliated with bolts of lightning and fireballs while simultaneously employing persistent illusions to disrupt the perception of the Calamity Worm Swarm. Nevertheless, it was indeed clear that these demons were effectively restrained by the two initial Calamity Worm Swarms, leaving the Archdemon Commander to face the dragon's avatar, Himtal, alone. For colossal force field hands blocked every possible escape route for the Archdemon, rendering him hesitant to employ a strategy of leaping into the air to attack, as it might fall directly into the malevolent Lord and Apos' cunning trap, thus placing him in an even more disadvantageous position. Despite being struck by several debilitating spells, the Archdemon exerted all his strength to break free from a summoned grappling hand using his double-headed spear, narrowly escaping the encirclement. Seizing the moment, he called upon divine power from his war priest domain to strike at the formidable foe. Although the initial Calamity Worm Swarm displayed exceptional combat prowess, they could not match the Archdemon in a one-on-one confrontation, especially with the latter possessing the advantage of surprise. Consequently, upon the double-headed spear, enhanced by spell effects, piercing the body of this acid mist worm demon, the once vibrant Calamity Worm Swarm was instantly obliterated into countless fragments. Meanwhile, the other Calamity Worm Swarm, now besieged by an Archdemon in a state of unparalleled might, faced a relentless assault from a multitude of vengeful demons, quickly meeting the same grim fate as their comrades, torn asunder into a gruesome array of flesh and blood. However, Just as the usurping demon and the forces of terror aimed their weapons to unleash a concentrated assault on the formidable opponent, the avatar of the dragon, Himtar. It became evident that he had already recuperated from the divine onslaught and was even keenly observing the annihilation of his minions, the plague worms. A commendable ambush, usurper demon. But do you comprehend why I am compelled to remain here? Before the demon lord could finish his words, a colossal maw tore through the fissured ground of the acid mist gorge, engulfing the usurper and most of his subordinates. Meanwhile, the earth beneath the avatar of the dragon began to rise, a muscular tongue as robust as a dragon's neck, connecting Himtar and Apos' feet and gradually elevating him beyond the reach of the closing jaws. For I have never known freedom either. Ha ha ha. Usurper demon, meet your end. This devil, Batsu, who sought to restore his former glory in the realm of the immaterial, along with the Badu expeditionary force that bore the power to realize his ambitions, was reduced to mere morsels within the maw of the worm tyrant. Chapter 74. Palu's discovery in the acid mist canyon dimension within the mercenary fortress of Bartu. Kaz gazed contemplatively at the dismembered body of a demon upon the dissection table. One of the advantages of being a youthful blue dragon was the significant increase in his courage. Had this scene presented itself to the former programmer Kaz, he would have quaked in fear, utterly incapable of engaging in such an examination. The relentless battles against the Tannery demons had furnished the ogre shaman Palu with a wealth of research material. Although the malevolent entities of the lower realms were typically amalgamations of spirit and flesh, often decaying with their destruction, there were exceptions, particularly when the bloodshed resulted in the deaths of thousands of Tannery, making such occurrences rather commonplace. Palu, unlike his brothers Bru and Nar, might not possess their intellect or strength, but he compensated with a steadiness and diligence that set him apart. The voodoo techniques inherited from the trolls were not only fully embraced in his hands, but had also been elaborated upon through his relentless pursuit of knowledge. His understanding of systematic demonic anatomy, acquired in Avernus, enabled him to proficiently wield a surgical knife to dissect the resilient flesh of the Tana and Apos. Recent battles had yielded a plethora of fresh materials, presenting him with an opportunity to develop innovative potions using his voodoo expertise. The three demons before him were a Fomorian, a Balgura, and a Quasit, representing the most abundant samples of the Tannery race acquired, aside from the acid mistworms. Palu grasped the sterilized scalpel, wiping it clean against his leather apron to remove the lingering high-proof alcohol, and pointed meticulously at the anatomical specimens. Through the dissection of over 100 of these creatures, I have ascertained that, despite the diverse appearances and internal organs among even the same type, there exists a common organ, or rather, tissue, within their bodies. As he traced the scalpel across the limbs of the demons, affixed to the dissection table by long nails, the silver blade effortlessly tore through the now flaccid skin and muscle. Rendered soft by death, Palu, having performed this task numerous times, exhibited a remarkable ease. The keen eyesight of the dragon allowed Kaz to discern the lymphatic structures reminiscent of those found in humanoid beings within the incisions made by the ogre shaman. However, the lymphatic tissue of the Tana and Apos bore a striking resemblance to the surrounding muscular tissue, resembling a winding earthworm spread throughout its form. Were it not for the specific mention, it would have easily gone unnoticed. These structures, reminiscent of lymphatic tissue, are also present within the lower acid mistworms, as if they anticipated Kaz and Apos as conjecture. Without delay, Palu proceeded to dissect a still-living acid mistworm, elucidating, within the voodoo techniques I have inherited, there exists knowledge pertaining to the execution of bloodline curses. And the crux of successful implementation lies in identifying the bloodline commonalities of the target. Hence, I surmise that this pertains to the bloodline commonalities of the Tannery race. This half-lich maintained an unwavering enthusiasm for various research endeavors, devoid of prejudice against Palu, a troll viewed with disdain by the drow elves. Kaz found himself somewhat in accord with the troll shaman and Apos, as perspective, yet lingering doubts remained, as a creature of the lower realms. Life itself does not necessitate the support of any physical organs. The very concept of existence serves as its foundation. Previous dissections revealed that some demons possess digestive organs such as stomachs, yet lack excretory systems. Thus, their consumption of food is not driven by the need to sustain life, but rather a mere indulgence in the flesh's cravings. Moreover, even among the same Tannery demons, their internal organs may not be entirely homogeneous, resembling a collection of randomly generated fillers. What, then, is the unique function of these universally present common tissues or organs? The question struck a chord, and Palu, Brimming with excitement, gestured for everyone to remain calm, declaring he would demonstrate his findings through experimentation. The troll shaman transformed into a skilled anatomist, first targeting the smallest specimen of the timid demon on the dissection table, meticulously separating the muscles and hidden demonic lymph from its diminutive forelimb. He then excised the demonic lymph from the live acid mistworm, leaving only a small connection to the brain. Ultimately, he implanted the separated demonic lymph from the timid demon into the acid mistworm. As he prepared to call for magical assistance, the half-lich Sneyd, who had been observing the experiment for some time, cast a basic restoration spell upon the acid mistworm. Under the influence of the restorative magic, the experimental host, now infused with a portion of the timid demon's lymph, rapidly regained the vitality that had waned due to its disembowelment. Remarkably, the casting of such a healing spell requires the caster to continuously expend magical energy, a trivial sacrifice for a half-lich. However, this masterful undead being immediately sensed an anomaly. The magical energy expended on the acid mistworm appeared to be unusually high. Sneyd swiftly received the answer he sought. The acid mistworm, initially secured with long nails on the dissection table, had been healed of all injuries by the restoration spell, and this was just the beginning. The implanted demonic lymph from the timid demon began to manifest its effects. The body of this worm undergoes metamorphosis as it writhes and coils incessantly. Its original form continually expands, fueled by the surplus restorative energy of the lich. New characteristics manifest upon its body, transforming the once acidic mist worm into a grotesque arm resembling that of a fiend, akin in color and size to the diminutive limb of a timid demon. The ogre shaman is thoroughly pleased with the results of his experiment. He retrieves the metamorphosed acidic mistworm from the long spike and tosses it to the half-lich Sneyd, who has assumed the terrifying armor as his new form. The original Tannery demons emerged when the ancient lords of Ouroboros cast the fallen souls of mortals into the abyssal blood pools. Most Tanna and Apos initially took the form of abyssal worms, creatures strikingly similar to the acidic mistworm. These worms amassed energy through mutual consumption, and the energy they collected spurred their metamorphic evolution, resulting in a diverse array of Tanna and Apos demons. Theoretically, all Tanna and Apos adhere to a unified evolutionary template. However, variations arise due to the differing mortal souls that have descended into the abyss, leading to divergent evolutionary paths. From this experiment, I conclude that the evolutionary template within demons has never vanished. Rather, it persists as a shared bloodline trait, subtly transmitted through generations. While the manifest aspects are carried by the lymphatic tissue of these demons, thereby influencing the diverse forms and abilities exhibited by various demons. Chapter 75, Gloom Potion Mister. Paulu's experiment not only validated his conjecture, but also exemplified the immutable truth that one should not judge by appearances. Even among the ogre race, renowned for their perceived foolishness, extraordinary individuals such as the three brothers could emerge. What assistance can your findings provide us in our current predicament? Inquired the goblin engineer, Reeknaz, who stood nearby. Unlike the half-lich researcher, Snyder, Reeknaz's thinking leaned more towards rationality and the practical applications of research discoveries. Paulu seemed to have anticipated this question. He retrieved 2 or 3 materials from his potion kit and extracted some demonic lymph containing the overt genetic material from the dissected body of the flammer. Subsequently, he softly chanted voodoo incantations, the pronunciation of which was difficult for others to grasp, while meticulously measuring the proportions of the materials he had gathered. He then combined them with the demonic lymph in a nearby crystal mortar, crushing and mixing them vigorously. Please assist me in securing that aberrantly evolved acid mistworm, Paulu requested of Snyder, who had just taken hold of the transformed worm and was examining it closely. Snyder, impressed by the ogre shaman and Apos' meticulous procedures, readily agreed to assist in this experiment. With a snap of his fingers, he commanded a spectral hand to firmly bind the experimental subject, gently drawing it closer to Paulu for the experiment. After nodding in gratitude, the ogre shaman resumed his incantation, his hands moving rhythmically in accordance with his spoken words. As his voice and gestures intertwined, the mixture he had just pulverized coalesced into a dense fog. Under Paulu's guidance, this fog enveloped the already aberrantly evolved acid mistworm. Simultaneously, some warty protrusions, typically found beneath the feathers of the flammer and responsible for spore production, began to slowly emerge from the beleaguered experimental subject, which had endured multiple trials that day. However, the evolution of this acid mistworm swiftly stagnated, possibly due to insufficient energy or an inadequate quantity of the evolutionary inducing substance within the potion. Moreover, although the half-lich and Apos restorative spells had previously bestowed additional vitality upon the experimental subject. The now stagnant worm exhibited numerous wrinkles on its skin due to dehydration and emitted a decay-like odor typically associated with aging. This was inherently abnormal, denizens of the lower realms, as entities of both spirit and flesh, theoretically should not experience natural aging. The ogre shaman Palu gazed contentedly at the results of his experiment and explained to the onlookers, "I employed a voodoo potion often utilized to awaken the latent potential within living beings. However, the efficacy of this potion is notoriously low. It was originally devised by my troll mentor to bolster the strength of our tribe. However, among the newly born cubs that were administered the potion, it only exhibited a modicum of effectiveness in the three of us brothers." When mentioning the selfless teacher who imparted his skills, Palu and Apos' expression dimmed slightly. He placed down the tools in his hands and picked up the troll skull staff resting beside the dissected specimen. Pausing momentarily before continuing, the reason this potion has not achieved greater success lies in the absence of a guiding material, one that resonates with the recipient's own bloodline yet belongs to a higher echelon of life forms. The demon lymph from that Frollo demon serves as an excellent catalyst for the evolution of an acid mist worm. At this juncture, further elaboration is unnecessary, as all present are beings of intellect far surpassing that of ordinary humans, swiftly grasping Palu's rationale. For most demons, the pursuit of evolution to a higher life form is a lifelong aspiration. This yearning is fueled not only by a desire for strength but also as an essential enactment of their destructive will. Whether feeble meek demons or formidable Baylor demons, all are incessantly driven by the will of the abyss to seek power and to explore ever more audacious methods of annihilation. Nevertheless, the evolution of demons cannot contravene the law of conservation of energy. The will of the abyss cannot conjure something from nothing. Only by amassing sufficient power can a demon successfully evolve and ascend to a higher life form. This is one of the few remaining rules of order in the chaotic realm of the abyss. The purpose of Palu's potion is to induce the acid mist worm, serving as the experimental subject, into an evolutionary state, yet it inherently lacks the energy required for such a transformation, resulting in its current half-alive condition due to the depletion of its own vitality. Of course, enticing demons to evolve may lead to the creation of even more formidable demons in other layers of the abyss. However, due to the parasitic nature of the acid mist worms in the acid mist canyon dimension, the demons inhabiting this realm have largely had their hard-earned strength siphoned away by these parasites. Consequently, after being induced to evolve, they inevitably lack the requisite accumulation to complete their evolutionary process, making this locale the most fitting for employing such voodoo potions as biological weapons. If one were to select higher-grade demon lymph as a guiding material, Palu could refine his concoction to produce a new potion. Deploying this in large quantities on the battlefield could potentially lead to a bloodless victory over the invading demon armies. Although experiments have only been conducted on the tannery demons thus far, without the inclusion of ancient species such as the Ouroboros demons or the incorporeal Lomra demons for supplementary verification, Palu's potion has already demonstrated remarkable efficacy. After all, the overwhelming majority of the demon horde from the abyss consists of countless Tana and Apos demons. As for the procurement of materials necessary for large-scale potion production, other components can be obtained through the half-lich Sned, who presides over the fortress. Kays can easily command him to open a portal to another world or communicate with planar merchants, thus facilitating acquisition through trade. Even the limited wish spell and wish can address part of the requirements, rendering these concerns trivial. Only the demon lymph must rely on the scant remnants of demon corpses collected from the battlefield. Thus, Kuways does not intend to adopt a strategy of escalation. The biochemical weapon developed by Palu can indeed serve a decisive purpose at a particular moment. The young blue dragon pondered for a moment and, having made up his mind, inquired, "Palu, what is the name of the troll who taught you the art of voodoo?" Upon hearing Kuways' question, the ogre shaman thought for a moment before shaking his head, appearing somewhat disheartened. The old troll has no name. He is simply referred to as Grandpa Gulu by the children of the tribe, as he always emits gurgling sounds while brewing potions in his large cauldron. Then let us name this potion. Gulu Potion. Chapter 76. Utilization of resources as Kuz and his companions delve into the utilization of the secret weapon. The Gulu Potion. To surprise the impending demonic army besieging the fortress, the ogre brew, entrusted with significant responsibilities by the commander within the Bart interdimensional mercenary stronghold, is also diligently preparing for the other necessities of war. Although the elemental prosthetics, crafted simply by spellcasters from the soil imbued with the blood and flesh of lower realm fiends, may not be particularly effective and could gradually influence the consciousness of these material realm mercenaries. They nonetheless allow these soldiers, devoid of the regenerative abilities of fiends, to wield weapons once more, thus preventing the waste of the fortress's resources. Previously, the fortress's defensive system had revealed certain vulnerabilities when it failed to counter aerial assaults from the burning Skywalker. The young blue dragon commander was compelled to lead elite battalions of the Bartsoma demons into perilous situations, which was not only excessively dangerous, considering the potential presence of hidden monstrosities within the demonic ranks, but also created a vacuum in high-end combat power. Had it not been for the chaos caused by the Halflich Snade's surprise attack, the Wolf Serpent Demon General could have wreaked further havoc within the fortress. To address these issues, within the fortress's forge, the ogre blacksmith Naru, guided by the ingenious goblin engineer Riknas, crafted numerous massive crossbow bolts from superior materials. Subsequently, spellcasters inscribed various enchantments upon them, such as gravity and explosive runes, and filled the reserved grooves with silver powder. Once launched, these specially crafted bolts would activate their enchantments upon striking their targets. The airborne behemoths, which posed a significant threat to the fortress's defenses, would experience a tragic fate akin to that of the Hindenburg upon being struck. Of course, the war machine of the barred interdimensional mercenary stronghold had prepared far more than this. As the adage goes, winning a war relies on weaponry, but it is the soldiers who secure victory. If an army is likened to a grand crucible, then the battlefield of bloodshed represents the greatest crucible of the multiverse. Among the fortress and Oppos' defenders, the majority are warriors summoned from various material realms by demons. These individuals exhibit a myriad of appearances, speak languages incomprehensible to one another, and possess diverse customs. Yet, within the crucible of the fortress, they grow at an astonishing pace. Their brutal encounters with demons not only hone their combat skills but also compel them to continually learn new concepts. For instance, when these individuals first arrived at the camp, only a scant few could grasp the language of the infernal. However, within less than 10 days, most of the surviving interdimensional mercenaries could converse in basic phrases of this tongue used by the fiends of the lower realms, and understanding simple commands became second nature. Perhaps before their arrival, these individuals held various professions. Some were rangers, others barbarian fighters, and still others wanderers. Yet, at this moment, they all share a singular identity: soldiers, fighting desperately to survive in the midst of a bloody conflict. Possibly influenced by the regulations of the Barto 9 prisons, these soldiers, within the overarching rules of their respective formations, spontaneously formed combat groups. Through mutual cooperation, they effectively resisted the encroaching demons on the battlefield. This choice was not born from camaraderie. In fact, the army of Barto 9 prisons has never advocated for a philosophy of all for one, and one for all. The soldiers' collaboration was solely for their own benefit, aimed at preventing themselves from being caught off guard and enhancing their chances of survival. Consequently, each soldier meticulously cultivated relationships with comrades who could aid in safeguarding their own lives. The prevailing rule of the strong prevail served as the recognized standard for such decisions. Our imposing figure, Dalton, is undoubtedly noteworthy. Not only did he survive several battles, but he also attracted other soldiers who preferred to gather under his command, awaiting his orders. As for the once holy paladin, now a debt collector on the blood-soaked battlefield, Jansen, his formidable skills in dispatching demons earned him the support of numerous soldiers. However, unlike Dalton, Jansen never promised to shield anyone. This was partly due to the wisdom of silence. Additionally, this penitent paladin, who bore a resemblance to Dalton's own wayward son, stubbornly believed he was unworthy of others and Oppos' expectations until he had atoned for his past errors and reclaimed his status as a true paladin. Nevertheless, his passive and irresponsible demeanor occasionally provoked some of the more rebellious soldiers. "You truly are ungrateful. We only recommended you to join Ferguson's squad because we respected you." Yet, he could not finish his sentence, as a palm the size of a fan struck the back of this suspected half-dilo dwarf bloodline rogue and Oppos' head. Without any resistance, the rebellious soldier collapsed to the ground. "Apologies, his voice was too loud and disturbed me," Dalton explained to Jansen, who was looking at him. No one voiced dissent. Not even the other members of Ferguson and Oppos' squad who had come to provoke the rogue. After all, this was the mercenary stronghold of Bardo and Oppos' alternate dimension. Dalton, Having established his authority through several battles, commanded respect in this fortress, especially with a cadre of followers prepared to respond to his summons. No one would dare to defend the rogue, who appeared to be little more than a novice. Seemingly unsatisfied, the underworld figure bent down and picked up the unfortunate rogue's weapon, a longbow made of purple sandalwood, measuring 5 feet when unstrung. It could shoot arrows over 200 paces and easily pierce armor at close range. The bow's limbs were smooth, indicating years of use. The lacquered body was evenly coated, well suited for maintaining elasticity in damp rainforests. Overall, it was well maintained and could be considered of modest value. Although Dalton, the leader with broom-like eyebrows, was not an expert in archery, he possessed a wealth of experience and insight as a formidable figure in his realm. He gently tested the longbow, cautious not to exert too much force and risk damaging the weapon. Satisfied, he tossed it to one of his subordinates, who also fought with a bow. This bow is quite decent. We must find it a worthy owner. Moreover, for such a short fellow, wielding such a long bow is rather impractical. Wouldn't you agree? As Dalton spoke, he mockingly gestured to illustrate the ranger's height, prompting a ripple of laughter among his subordinate and some soldiers who were watching. Jansen cast a glance at Dalton but remained silent. He quietly stood up, seized the rogue ranger who lay unattended on the ground, and hoisted him over his shoulder, making his way toward the crowd and Oppos' outskirts. Judging by his direction, it seemed he was heading toward the battlefield medical camp. "Boss, that kid is rather ungrateful," one of Dalton's trusted subordinates muttered softly beside him. "He really resembles that reckless fool." Dalton merely cursed inwardly. Chapter 77. The opening act. Did the wolf-snake demon general perish here? He stood precisely on the dividing line where the soil of Avernus and the land of the acid mist canyon converged, neither more nor less. The earth before him emanated a particularly potent aura of the Nine Hells Order, evoking a visceral loathing within this formidable spellcaster born from the abyss. Hemtao, this draconic avatar, did not venture forth alone as he had against the usurping demon legion. Instead, he sought out the commander of the Barto Legion for annihilation, aiming for a decisive strike. Uncharacteristically, he consulted the minions of the plague worms, hoping to glean some insight. However, conversing with beings inherently afflicted with mental disarray was destined to yield unsatisfactory answers. "Your Excellency, not only has the wolf-snake demon general fallen, but the colossal-headed advisor, Langer, also met his demise here. How could that scoundrel Langer die so easily?" I and Oppos heard he cast a clone spell on himself. Perhaps he is already resurrected. Indeed, perhaps one of the wolf-snake demons escaped by self-detonations. Those unwilling to accept the tyrant and Oppos' progeny are unreliable. Even before the terrifying draconic avatar, the plague worms could not alter their fragmented manner of speech. Yet, Hemtao felt no ire. Perhaps he merely sought the company of another to alleviate the tedium of waiting. The object of his anticipation arrived after he had endured the incessant conspiracy theories of the plague worms for some time. Several peculiar, pink-skinned acid mist worms emerged, writhing from the soil surrounding Hemtao's position. The communication worms had arrived, unlike the prior specimen that had been rendered into a living specimen. These vibrant flesh worms did not require assimilation into his being for information retrieval. Hemtao could directly decipher the answers he sought from the high-frequency shrieks emitted by these diminutive creatures. The frail drow lich has indeed betrayed the worm tyrant. The wolf-snake demon is dead, and his twin axe blade has yet to be reforged. The colossal-headed demon seemingly possesses a clone, but it is not within the acid mist canyon realm. Thus, with a little over half an hour remaining, we can eradicate the suddenly appeared Bardo Expedition Legion. With a flick of his wrist, he cast a spell to replenish the energy of the scarce communication worms as they traversed the soil at hastened speeds. He then issued orders to summon more demon legions to his side before allowing the worms to depart. With a little over half an hour left to wait, yet we are already parched with anticipation for amusement. The draconic avatar, remaining motionless, suddenly turned his head halfway, fixing his gaze upon the initial minion of the plague worms standing behind him. "Wood and Oppos, do you agree?" "Your Excellency is absolutely correct." "Agreed. Likewise. I think it might be best not to." The one who had yet to voice his dissent was swiftly consumed by the other acid mist worms that constituted the body of the plague worms. "Well, as long as you have no objections," Hemtar nodded firmly, extending his right hand towards the swarm of calamity insects. Propelled by an unexpected force field spell, this primordial swarm surged forth like it was equipped with rocket boosters, racing towards the skies of the acid mist canyon. eternally illuminated by the fiery glow of the subterranean volcano. With one hand maintaining the spell-casting gesture, Himtar deftly manipulated the trajectory of the rocket-like swarm. His other hand was engaged in the incantation of an additional spell. Masterfully multitasking, he managed both without error. When he sensed the moment was right, he raised both hands in a supportive gesture, simultaneously reciting the incantation for the spell he was about to unleash. Spell of ultimate efficacy, Meteoric Strike. For meteors, conjured from thin air, materialized in the high skies of the Acid Mist Canyon. These celestial bodies, akin to shooting stars, descended with the forcibly uplifted swarm, plummeting directly towards the mercenary stronghold of the Barto alternate dimension. The performance was about to commence, as the dragon's secondary form mused to himself. He exhibited no signs of fatigue, a common affliction among high-level spellcasters after casting a top-tier transmutation spell. At this moment, Himtar was content to simply observe the grand spectacle he had orchestrated. Under the influence of this super-magical technique, the high-temperature meteors, each exceeding 5 meters in diameter, fell rapidly from the skies. Furthermore, under the deliberate guidance of the dragon's secondary form, they assumed a conjoined shape, amplifying the formidable impact of their descent. Even before the spell fully materialized, the half-lich sneezed and keenly sensed the magical fluctuations emanating from this premier transmutation spell. Other spellcasters within the Barto mercenary stronghold quickly took note of the approaching meteors, their magnificent magical effects undeniable. Even those warriors unfamiliar with magic could perceive the dire situation unfolding above them. Countermagic rays, disjunction spells. In Bagby's grasping hand, various countermeasures were unleashed by the spellcasters as if they were of no consequence. However, the strategic magic, released by a veritable Lord of the Abyss, was not easily countered. Moreover, the meteors were entwined with a primordial swarm of calamity insects. The temporary actors, hastily selected by Himtar to partake in his self-directed production, performed their roles with utmost dedication, emerging from the cracks of the conjoined meteors to fulfill their duty, even as they were assaulted by the spells meant to halt their descent. Thus, apart from a few area effect counterspells, other attempts to disrupt the meteoric strike were rendered futile. One could only imagine the sight of a meteor with a 5-meter diameter, converging to an impressive 10 meters. Its surface even beginning to magma as it frictionally interacted with the air, crashing directly overhead. Panic surged through the ranks of the Bardo stronghold, swiftly filling every crevice of the defenders and Oppos, hearts like sprouts swelling in water. Fortunately, as the panic among the besieged soldiers escalated into despair, the crowd was astonished to witness 2 obsidian fists materializing unexpectedly in midair. The Great Celestial Fury Fist. Those knowledgeable in the arcane arts recognized the spell, instilling a flicker of hope within the hearts of the fortress defenders. Although these tightly clenched fists lacked the grandeur of a meteor strike, their profound hue and robust form made it evident that they harbored immense power within. Naturally, even such formidable fists dared not confront the terrifying kinetic energy unleashed by the meteor strike head-on. The Great Celestial Fury Fist could only strike at the opportune moment, relentlessly bombarding the meteor from the side, ideally aiming to detonate the spell mid-air. If that proved unfeasible, it could at least alter its trajectory. The architect of this spell was Commander Kaz of the fortress, who harnessed a peculiar artifact borrowed from Sneed to invoke this magic. It must be noted that the earlier decision by the young blue dragon to employ rather than eliminate this half-lich was remarkably astute. Although this legendary spellcaster had devoted centuries to the study of escape magic, neglecting the acquisition of other possessions, the wealth amassed over millennia placed him far beyond the reach of even ordinary dragons. Deprived of a corporeal form, he resided temporarily within a terrifying suit of animated armor. His living bodyguard, wielding a pair of enchanted gloves inscribed with an enhanced version of the Great Celestial Fury Fist, now under Kiz's control. In the fortress's command chamber, the young blue dragon donned the gauntlets, delivering powerful strikes into the air. Even with the presence of the quirky automaton, number 21, who often cracked bizarre jokes, all eyes were fixed anxiously on Kaz, with no one daring to laugh at his exaggerated movements. After all, the trajectory of the meteor indicated that its target was precisely the command chamber where they all stood. Fortunately, this countermeasure proved effective. Despite the hindrance posed by the plague of vermin, the relentless bombardment of iron fists, while failing to detonate the meteor, succeeded in diverting its descent, causing it to graze the fortress walls and crash into the land beyond. Chapter 78. The beginning of everything, though they narrowly escaped utter catastrophe. The jagged walls of the fortress suffered considerable damage from the mere brush of the meteor and Ouroboros' tail. The ensuing shockwaves further tore open the breach, exposing significant vulnerabilities in what was once an impregnable defense system. The meteor, redirected by the force of Kaz's wrathful fist, carved a deep trench into the earth of the acid mist canyon, a testament to the spell and Ouroboros' terrifying power. Observing the chasm that extended toward him from the Bardas fortress, the dragon's vice body, standing at the edge of the mushroom forest, shrugged and lamented, "It appears someone wishes to prevent our entrance. Yet, do you truly believe you can deter us?" Snyder hastily interjected, "We cannot withstand an assault from that demon lord." Once a creature of the undead, Snyder, despite his nature, felt a flicker of dread. The azure flames flickered brightly within the hollow sockets of his skull as he continued. "No one is more attuned to that magical resonance than I. It is characteristic of Hemtar, the newly forged avatar of the Worm Tyrant, who unleashed his spells 3 centuries ago. The presence of that avatar signifies the Worm Tyrant lies in wait to strike." He refrained from divulging that the powerful spellcasters, once favored by the Worm Tyrant, had met their demise in such a manner. Kaz was acutely aware of Snyder's trepidation, for he too felt a similar unease. What is a demon lord? They are the apex predators of the abyss, the most formidable beings that command entire layers of this dark realm. Even the weakest among them possesses power comparable to that of deities. What is a demon lord's avatar? It is a physical manifestation of a portion of the demon lord and Ouroboros' life essence, created to act on their behalf, allowing the demon lord to remain in the shadows, plotting their malevolent schemes. However, this is typically the nature of the relationship between demon lords and their avatars. In the Acid Mist Canyon, the Worm Tyrant's avatar is alarmingly intertwined with its very own grotesque form. Speculation abounds among other demon lords. Some believe this monstrous worm is simply too greedy to share its power with its avatar, while others suggest its intellect is insufficient to devise long-term plans for establishing a demonic cult in other material planes. There are those who theorize this is an inherent trait of entrapment, akin to the anglerfish dwelling in the depths of the ocean. It is well known that the Worm Tyrant is a creation of the former lord of the Acid Mist Canyon, possibly infused with traits of other creatures during its inception. Thus, the discourse continues, varied and endless. The aforementioned speculations are entirely beyond Kaz's comprehension. He is neither a powerful magnate with extensive connections nor one of those favored readers chosen by the architects of fate. Even if he were privy to such knowledge, it would avail him little in ameliorating his current predicament, where the demon lord, incarnate as Hemtar, and the lurking Worm Tyrant, undoubtedly poised nearby, cast covetous glances upon the mercenary stronghold within this Barto alternate dimension. Retreat is not an option. We find ourselves with no alternative. This is the final verdict rendered by the young blue dragon. For Kaz himself, he distinctly recalls the moment he was airdropped into this layer of the multiverse. The Barzuda demons afforded him no opportunity for reconsideration, and it is likely that contingency plans were in place for a commander's potential flight from the fray. The best-case scenario would involve hiding in the farthest corners of the multiverse, evading relentless pursuit by demonic assassins. The others within the fortress have even less chance. They are left with no recourse but to fight to the bitter end in search of a glimmer of survival. It is worth noting that most of the mercenaries dispatched by the Barzuda demons have signed contracts that bind them to demonic pacts. For them, death would be the most favorable outcome. Even those who have not signed contracts find that the current circumstances render the option of escape inextricably linked to swift demise, unless the spellcasters possess abilities rivaling those of a half-lich such as Sneed. The notion of quietly opening a portal to another realm beneath the watchful eyes of abyssal fiends and the Barzuda demon military police is sheer folly. Should the warriors choose to abandon their defensive positions and leave the fortress, they would be courting certain death, even if they managed to evade the patrolling Barzuda military police. The demonic horde gathering outside the stronghold would ensure they meet a swift end. Enemy attack. Beware, the demons are commencing their siege. All of you, come forth. The demonic forces assembling outside the fortress far exceeded their previous numbers. Anyone among the defenders with any semblance of authority or prestige recognized that it was once again time to fight with all their might. They spontaneously organized and consolidated their strength. Remarkably, such actions hastened the mobilization efforts within Barto Fortress. The defenders donned their pig-nosed gas masks, grasped their weapons and armor, and swiftly proceeded to their designated positions. Standing like a meditating monk at the edge of the mushroom forest, Hemtar opened his half-closed eyes. This previously unsuccessful director was making a comeback, preparing for his next production. He possessed an entire layer of abyssal resources at his disposal, allowing him to enter the fray with newfound confidence. In stark contrast to this revitalized and vigorous director, the defenders of Barto Fortress, designated as supporting roles or mere scenery, gazed upon the impending demonic assault, far greater in scale than before, with not a shred of elation. Even though they had triumphed over their adversaries on multiple occasions, the incessant battles had frayed the nerves of these alternate dimension mercenaries, and fatigue was inescapable. At this moment, the individuals present are motivated half by obedience to the rules and half by a desperate yearning for survival, which enables them to wield their weapons with determination. Kays had anticipated this. His earlier endeavors, leading the charge against the giant skull demon and the Emberwalker, were partly intended to inspire his soldiers. However, now aware that a demon lord may be lurking within the enemy ranks, the young blue dragon has no intention of recklessly offering himself as a sacrifice. Although not memorized to perfection, Kays recalls a significant portion of the book's content due to his background as a programmer, which has cultivated a methodical memory. The bastion-style design, meticulously followed during the construction of this fortress's defensive system, now proves invaluable. The protruding walls allow what Kays refers to as artillery, hailed by the Bards as the Hell's Roar, to create overlapping fields of fire. Under the commander's orders, silver-coated projectiles, hastily manufactured at great cost, rain down upon the demon army, interspersed with silver shard explosives that generate vast swirling mist of silver. Observing the Tanarite demons, who had just assembled and mindlessly charged toward the fortress, being mowed down as if they were mere wheat, a cacophony of cheers and ecstatic roars erupts among these uncultured mercenaries from another realm. As he extends his hand to touch the silver mist rising from the remnants of a projectile that had struck him, a slight sting at his fingertips, accompanied by the anguished wails of the surrounding fiends, deeply enchants Hemtar, the demon lord's draconic avatar. He gradually succumbs to the exquisite tableau unfolding before him, a symphony dominated by themes of war and death, of which he is the orchestrator. This is merely the beginning. Chapter 79. The battle unfolds. Everything has only just begun. Kay stood atop the city walls, intently observing the demon army, which hesitated outside the fortress due to the bombardment. He furrowed his brow and murmured to himself. This wave of demonic legions displayed no signs of retreat. They seemed to embody the fervor of the gods of courage. Even after suffering significant damage from the silver bullets, they charged forward resolutely. Kays nodded, aware that he must swiftly locate the whereabouts of the demon lord and its manifestations. Otherwise, even if he slaughtered countless Tanali, it would be a futile expenditure of ammunition. Moreover, he estimated that after several rounds of concentrated fire, the specially crafted shells he had prepared would soon be depleted. The artillery must also cease fire to avoid the risk of catastrophic misfires. Indeed, following another triple barrage, sporadic failures began to occur among the artillery positions managed by the hook-handed demon gunners. Notably, the remaining few dozen burning skywalkers and higher-tier Tanali demons took notice. While commanding their lower-tier demon fodder to march relentlessly toward their demise, a few could no longer restrain themselves and personally charged into the fray, swiftly navigating through the void left by the cannon fire. The skirmish between the fortress defenders and the demons erupted once more with the ferocity of a thunderclap. Fortunately, the morale of the defending troops had been invigorated, and they held their ground against the demons during the initial clash. Due to their inherent nature, only a minuscule number of demons noticed the defensive gap created by the meteor shower spell outside the fortress and launched a surprise attack against this vulnerability. Although the fortress and Oppos' current situation was precarious, the mercenary defenders from another plane were predominantly aggressive and violent, and after being spurred on, they adapted well to the battlefield, which resembled a meat grinder. Among them, the most fervent in battle was the largest of the ogre trio, Naru. This ogre, towering over his peers, wielded his newly modified ebon-chain flail and positioned himself near the breach in the fortress's defenses. Any demon attempting to exploit this opening would face his immediate and crushing blow. In addition to this duo guarding the breach, the other defenders were equally engaged in fierce combat. The air was filled with the relentless sound of arrows slicing through, as the brothers known as the Purple Shirt Craftsmen, favored by Captain Dalton, lived up to expectations, unleashing the full potential of their exquisite weapon. Having previously bribed a spellcaster with a small barrel of ale, humorously dubbed the warrior's best friend by the defenders, his eyes were now enhanced with the Eagle Eye spell. This undoubtedly heightened his already formidable archery skills to an almost terrifying level of accuracy. "Well done, young Barton," Dalton exclaimed, finally seizing the opportunity to deliver the enemy their last rites after an arrow struck the rotting, spore-emitting flammer squarely in the eye from an unexpected angle. I have always said this bow suits you better. Be cautious. Dalton's praise swiftly transformed into a warning. As a stealthy baboon assassin approached, poised to deliver a fatal blow, he was swiftly discerned by the deeply concealed Master of Shadows, who promptly alerted the archer. However, as the old adage suggests, a single moment of silence can convey more than 1,000 words. It was, in fact, a broad-bladed short sword that emerged from the flank, which ultimately spared the archer's life. The penitent Jansen, wielding his weapon with dexterity, ensnared the assassin and imp, Oppos, thorny appendage with his gauntlet and, in one fluid motion, unleashed a shield bash that shattered the skull of the Tana and Oppos, re-assassin. This former paladin, garbed like an ordinary sword and shield warrior, subtly raised his sword and shield in a gesture towards Dalton, who immediately grasped the unspoken message. This young man, though somewhat inexperienced, demonstrated a flicker of intelligence, not squandering the precious silver pieces Dalton had procured at great expense. A faint smile, barely discernible, crept onto Dalton's lips as he observed the situation. Following numerous battles, silver had become a vital strategic resource, prompting the establishment of dedicated anti-corruption units within the fortress to oversee the utilization of silver ingots. Those who were prudent would employ spellcasters to perform a pickling process on their gear, followed by a silver plating using scrap materials, while the more casual would simply venture to the fortress and Oppos' forge, melting down scraps to pour directly onto their weapons, then hammering them into shape. Investing in a small quantity of such scrap would ensure a modicum of safety when confronting demons, prompting mercenaries from various planes to eagerly purchase these items. Dalton, known for his lavish expenditure on survival gear, was no exception this time. After adorning himself with some purchased silver-plated materials, he discreetly bestowed the remaining scraps upon Jansen, who appeared to be a destitute wretch. Noticing the gleaming silver spots adorning Jansen's sword and shield, Dalton understood that the gesture was one of gratitude. After the former paladin performed a prayer gesture, he charged once more into the heart of the demonic horde. Dalton sighed, recognizing the striking resemblance to past encounters. Due to the nature of their alignment, the paladin and Oppos' strikes inflicted tremendous damage upon the inherently chaotic and evil Tana and Oppos, re-demons. This was precisely the confidence that emboldened Jansen to plunge into the fray. As long as his faith remained steadfast, the sanctified energy he summoned would not wane. The physical limitations that could hinder his ability to continuously call upon divine power were not a significant concern for a well-rested former paladin, especially at the onset of battle. At least, as the demons, once engaged in their individual skirmishes, began to converge and assault him, Jansen could maintain a firm grip on his weapon and armor, channeling divine energy to imbue his shield with holy power. He hurled this blessed protective gear forward, sending it soaring in a semicircular arc to collide forcefully with the encroaching demons, exclaiming, "Shield bash, evil cleaver." Chapter 80. The Gift of Kuz in the Heat of Battle. True masters do not engage in the fanciful acrobatics that some may envision, nor do they unleash sword auras that emit the sound of piercing winds. The rigorous training that transformed Jansen into a holy warrior endowed him with a robust physique and formidable combat skills, making him a beacon of strength even amidst the chaos of a blood-soaked battlefield. Although lacking the ostentatious effects of cheap theatrics, his straightforward yet lethal actions against the demons exemplified the very essence of violent beauty. In his capable hands, a broad-bladed short sword tempered with shards of silver and an iron shield adorned with silver flakes became instruments of miraculous transformation. This seemingly simple weapon wielded by a human allowed him to confront swarms of tannery demons without losing an iota of ground, inciting admiration in all who beheld him. What a valiant warrior! The young blue dragon, wielding a finely crafted scythe, charged into the ranks of demons and could not help but cheer at the sight. The demon army besieging the city, mobilized personally by their lord, exceeded expectations in both number and quality. Preparations were already underway at the mercenary stronghold of the alternate dimension. And to gain more time for readiness, the stronghold commander found himself compelled to venture into the fray once more. However, as the saying goes, one force can overcome 10 skills, even in his humanoid form, Kuz retained the might of a dragon. The techniques he employed were powerful and weighty, and with his formidable golden weapons, few demons could withstand his onslaught. Previously praising Jansen had drawn his attention. The former holy warrior was initially surprised to see a youth so daringly infiltrate the depths of the demon horde. Yet, witnessing the boy's potent techniques, Jansen mused inwardly. There remains a lack of refinement. Though his strength is considerable, his moves are somewhat stale. Should his stamina falter, he could find himself in peril. I hope to have the strength to lend him aid when that time comes. Unbeknownst to Jansen, the boy was none other than Kuz, the supreme authority of the Bardo mercenary stronghold. Although Kuz had fought on the battlefield, he either revealed himself in his dragon form or kept a distance from the ordinary guards, so Jansen could not recognize his likeness. Nevertheless, as a former holy warrior, Jansen and Appos' heart was inherently kind. Amidst the fierce combat, he continually adjusted his position to draw closer to Kuz, intending to take the youth along when he retreated. The swordsmanship of the military path enhances the user and Appos' insight, and as a dragon, Kuz possessed a natural advantage in this regard, which was now further amplified. A mere glance caught the corner of his eye, and he could surmise Jansen's intentions, truly a rare individual in the lower realms. Unexpectedly fighting alongside a holy warrior once more. Kuz reminisced about a friend from Earth who enjoyed portraying a holy warrior in tabletop games, a sigh escaping him. In light of this tenuous yet entirely reasonable bond, the blue dragon youth retrieved a small silver vial from his pocket and, waiting for the opportune moment, tossed it toward Jansen. This is a gift for you, as others likely cannot make use of it. A little application on your weapon will facilitate the slaughter of demons. Kaz tossed a small silver vial containing a few drops of the remaining holy oil of Hondo. Due to alignment issues, this sacred oil derived from the celestial angelic race is seldom utilized within the mercenary stronghold of Bardo. Only high-level mages like Kaz and Snade, after casting alignment adaptation spells, can safely employ it without suffering backlash. However, Jansen faced no such dilemma. This former paladin, despite having been stripped of his title and cast onto the blood-soaked battlefield to repay debts, maintained his lawful good alignment, and his deity had not forsaken him. With his keen reflexes and exceptional martial prowess, Jansen deftly received Kaz's generous gift, a broad-bladed short sword, by lightly tapping its spine, while his shield-bearing arm cradled the small silver vial in his palm. This fluid, graceful motion drew another round of applause from Kaz, who exclaimed, "Why not apply it and give it a try? There are numerous demons here awaiting our blades." After speaking, Kaz produced another small silver vial and, without hesitation, crushed it, applying the viscous liquid to his weapon. Like sparks igniting in hot oil, a brilliant flame erupted from the scythe-like sword he wielded, incinerating the tainted demon blood that marred its surface. Witnessing this spectacle, the former paladin had no doubts and transformed his own weapon into a blazing torch in the same manner. Yet, only he could fully appreciate that, despite the impressive flames, they caused no harm to his hands. Instead, as the fire blazed, a comforting warmth surged from his palm to his limbs, enveloping him in a familiar embrace. What is this? A sensation of positive energy, a warm familiarity that brought unexpected joy to Jansen, now adrift in the abyss. The fatigue accumulated from relentless combat dissipated in an instant. Bound by the silence of the word of silence, he could not verbally express his gratitude to the young benefactor. Yet he resolved to demonstrate his appreciation through action. With this potent oil enhancing his combat capabilities, he would ensure to rally this generous brother during their retreat. This was merely a fleeting interlude on the battlefield. In reality, the Tana re-attacking the fortress, spurred on by their demon lord, seemed to have gone mad. Even as the cannons atop the stronghold roared once more, and amidst the countless corpses strewn about, they fought with unwavering resolve, determined to erase the Bardo fortress from the realm of the acid mist gorge. The battlefield was gradually transforming into a colossal meat grinder. The defenders of Bardo were the whirling blades, while the Tannery demons became the minced flesh. However, once the soldiers' stamina began to wane, the tide of battle would inevitably reverse. Mortals could not compete with the endurance of lower-plane fiends. When that moment arrived, the scene would devolve into a one-sided massacre. Moreover, thus far, the demonic overlord and the insidious worm tyrant concealed beside him have yet to manifest within the military ranks. The perils that lie unseen are 100-fold more menacing than those that are visible. These two entities lurk within the ocean formed by the Tannery demon army, perpetually representing a significant threat. After dispatching yet another cowardly minion attempting to strike from behind, Kuz realized he must make an immediate decision. The arrangements within the fortress had reached a critical juncture. Success or failure hinged on this moment, and he had to seize the opportunity to buy time. Retreat. Contrary to the expectations of the former paladin, the youthful warrior, who had just been fervently engaged in battle, now insisted on withdrawing to the formation. Jansen had observed his movements and knew he still possessed considerable stamina. However, it appeared that Kuz, having occupied a commanding position for some time, exuded a natural aura of conviction in his voice. Despite his lingering doubts, Jansen resolutely complied with the young man's command. Retreat was not synonymous with defeat. To escape unscathed, they needed to eliminate the pursuing foes. Initially, Jansen contemplated holding back to afford the young warrior a chance to withdraw. Yet, this peculiar youth preferred to undertake this perilous task himself. The style of his scythe blade shifted abruptly, transforming from the unadorned sword of a noble path into a chaotic flurry of strikes akin to a tempest. Although this reckless abandon might expose him to ambushes from the demons, the sheer speed of the blue dragon boy and Oppos' strikes rendered him untouchable for the moment. Witnessing this, Jansen ceased his hesitation, casting a cautious glance at the youth before taking a deep breath, an action that evidently required immense effort, causing the metal and leather pig-nosed gas mask on his face to slightly distort. Shield strike. Righteousness shatters evil. Before retreating, Jansen delivered one final assist to Kuz, as previously elaborated. This once exemplary paladin possessed not only a robust physique honed through rigorous training, but also an unwavering conviction that endowed him with the ability to execute spells akin to disruptive strikes. Furthermore, Jansen wielded a technique typically mastered only by seasoned paladins far older than he, invoking the sacred power of righteousness and affixing it to his weapon, enabling his subsequent attacks to inflict tremendous damage upon malevolent creatures. Having completed his deed, he departed with nary a trace of his presence or name. The only advantage lay in the fact that most of the obstructing demons were preoccupied, either battling against various extraplanar mercenaries or charging into the enemy ranks, thus leaving their backs exposed to this once noble paladin. While the paladin revered fairness and bravery, he was not so naive as to engage these tannery demons in a discourse on virtue, especially as he lacked the protection of a shield and did not wish to confront the physically aberrant demons head-on. With a broad-bladed short sword in hand, anointed with the sacred oil of Honda, Jansen deliberately selected those foes who, with their backs turned, were engaged in fierce combat with other mercenaries from the Barto Plains against the fortress guards. The former paladin not only slaughtered the demons to clear a path for retreat, but also rallied several fortress defenders to join in the desperate breakout. Under his leadership, this group sliced through the front ranks of the Tanali demons as if they were mere fabric.